Chapter 198, Alarm. Night Attack. Andrei's expression was hard to maintain after inexplicably wandering into the morgue with the girl. But as he truly stepped inside, his expression involuntarily turned solemn, and his gaze grew heavier. It could be said that Andrei, in his entire life, even counting before and after his transmigration, had never seen so many dead people laid out together. As far as the eye could see, the vast factory building was almost filled with corpses, all dressed in grey military uniforms, with large patches of blood that had turned dark brown. Some old women were busy covering the bodies with black cloth, while several sisters rang bells and sang requiems for the deceased. The sisters here were not medical sisters like Yelena, but ordinary sisters with faith but no special powers. In fact, among the clergy of the Cambrian Empire, those with special powers were ultimately a tiny minority, the vast majority were ordinary people without any special abilities. They had various reasons for believing in the gods, some sought spiritual solace, some hoped their piety would move the gods and grant them power, and others simply worshipped the gods. Besides these people, Andrei saw his soldiers in a corner nearby. Most of the soldiers, observing the solemn and heavy scene before them, took off their hats and stood in place with grave expressions. Some closed their eyes and prayed softly, seemingly hoping the gods would grant peace to the souls of their fallen comrades. However, there were also some who, on the surface, appeared equally solemn, even placing flowers they had found somewhere on the chests of the corpses. But in reality, these fellows were already chatting enthusiastically in a chat channel of unknown origin. Changfen Cat, hey, look at the dog tag on this corpse. This looks like an identity I used before. Xin Liezi, nice, nice. And the tag on this corpse is also an identity I used before. Lords Hai Wo, hey? I didn't expect my corpse could actually be dragged back. I thought it had been blown to bits by artillery. Andrei. He had to admit, watching these players stand there, discussing which of the corpses on the ground belonged to them, he felt a shiver down his spine. Although such things were normal for players, from his perspective, it seemed quite eerie. Looking at the corpses before her, Yelena also joined the group singing requiems, her eyes filled with sadness. Many of the bodies on the ground had passed through her hands, but regrettably, even a medical sister could not save every injury. Some were already at death's door from excessive blood loss, even if their wounds were sealed, they would still die. Other bodies had already died by the time they were carried to Yelena, but their comrades insisted they were still alive and strongly demanded continued treatment. Yelena never argued with the soldiers about such matters, because she understood their feelings. She would often just have the soldiers place the bodies aside, and after the soldiers left, she would have others carry them out. In this war, according to the final statistics, Andrei's entire infantry regiment suffered a loss of over 900 people, a casualty rate that was tragically exaggerated. Other friendly units, seeing so many bodies from Andrei's infantry regiment, and even some whose bodies couldn't even be pieced together, only their dog tags brought back, were all shocked. Before this, they had only seen Andrei's success in this war, the series of brilliant victories Andrei had achieved. But they had not seen the sacrifices made by Andrei's subordinates. Realizing that Andrei had almost wiped out his entire infantry regiment to achieve such results, many people couldn't help but feel profound respect. If it were their units, after suffering such heavy casualties, their men would probably have already collapsed. How could they still have the ability to continue fighting the enemy to the death? Many officers came to comfort Andrei, but facing the bodies before them, they didn't know what to say for a moment, only patting Andrei's shoulder. Andrei did not respond to their comfort, only gazing long and silently at the bodies before him. He knew that most of these bodies were actually players' bodies, the true bodies of his ordinary soldiers did not exceed 200. Even so, his entire infantry regiment had lost the equivalent of 1/3 of its men, because besides these bodies, many soldiers were severely wounded or even disabled, and many were no longer able to return to the battlefield. Recalling the severely wounded he had seen in the hospital earlier, he didn't know whether these people were lucky or unlucky. From a lucky perspective, they would never have to fight on the battlefield again, no longer needing to emerge from such a living hell. But at the same time, they often suffered lifelong disabilities that would plague them for the rest of their lives, and many even lost the ability to care for themselves. So, he truly found it hard to say who was the luckier party. He didn't recognize most of the bodies before him. There was nothing he could do. Andrei didn't have a particularly strong ability to recognize people, and after transmigrating here, facing a group of white faces around him, coupled with their long names, he truly found it difficult to remember them clearly. Moreover, he had only spent a few days with these soldiers in total, and many soldiers had only met him once, barely exchanging a few words. Naturally, he couldn't remember all of them in such a short time. However, even so, he still felt sadness for the bodies before him. Unlike the players who were independent in the world, these people were not like players, who merely generated a random identity but were actually orphans. They had their own families, their own relatives and friends, their own lives and dreams. It was just that these things were no longer important to them, because all that lay here were cold bodies, no matter what their status was in life, they were all the same now. Just then, Andrei suddenly heard a quarrel in the distance. Hey, old sister, what do you mean by this? Explain it clearly to me. Why? Why can't we bury our comrades? What do you mean they must be gathered for collective cremation? Andrei looked into the distance and saw that the quarrel was breaking out among the soldiers in his own unit. He quickly ran over. At the same time, the old sister, surrounded by several tall soldiers, said with a hint of fear but still firmly. I'm sorry, warriors, if we had the conditions, we would also hope to let these heroes rest in peace, but the damned Black Eagle Empire forces us to do this. The enemy extensively uses evil necromancer spells on the battlefield, awakening the skeletons of countless fallen heroes. If we don't want their bodies to be desecrated and toyed with by the enemy after death, we can only burn them completely. But... Hearing such an explanation, the several soldiers who had been furious earlier suddenly didn't know what to say. Reason told them that what the sister said was correct. They couldn't guarantee that they could stop the enemy on the other side of the river, no one could guarantee it. If the enemy broke through, then the bodies of these comrades would turn around and become skeleton soldiers charging their positions, and they would have to draw swords against the bodies of their comrades. But if they just took the bodies out and burned them to ashes, emotionally, they found it hard to accept for a moment. Because in their impression, bodies treated this way were usually those who died of plague, or simply worthless death row prisoners. As warriors of the Empire, they should rightfully receive better treatment after death. Just then, Andrei walked over, patted the shoulders of several soldiers, and said, "All right, soldiers, dismiss. This old sister is right. If we truly want to respect the bodies of our comrades and not wish for them to be desecrated by the enemy's evil sorcery, then this is all we can do." I believe if they were still alive, they would also understand this approach. As true heroes, they would never be willing to let their bodies become tools for the enemy's evil deeds. Or are you saying you wish for your bodies to be manipulated by the enemy later, and under the enemy's control, personally kill your own comrades? Hearing Andrei's words, the several soldiers turned around and saw the regimental commander's figure. "We're sorry, regimental commander, we got a bit carried away." Upon seeing Andrei, they quickly saluted and apologized cautiously. "It's all right, I understand you. I also don't wish for the heroes' bodies to end up with such a hasty treatment, but the evil enemy forces us to do this. If you feel angry about this, then in the coming war, unleash that anger upon the enemy." Hearing Andrei's words, the surrounding group of soldiers became agitated again. The regimental commander was right, why were they arguing with these sisters? These sisters were also doing it for their good, they shouldn't vent their emotions on their own people. Ultimately, all of this was caused by the wicked Black Eagle Empire. Since that was the case, they should kill more Black Hawk Devils on the battlefield and exact bloody revenge for their comrades. Suddenly, the emotions of these soldiers surged again, and more soldiers gathered towards Andrei. Seeing this, before the crowd could fully gather, Andrei quickly pulled Yelena and left the place ahead of time. He had already experienced the treatment of a celebrity in Pskov before, and he didn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of soldiers all day, with everyone wanting him to say something. What if the Tsar's special forces noticed him again someday, and he happened to be surrounded in a beer hall, giving a speech amidst the cheers of a group of soldiers? That would be disastrous. He didn't want to be a little mustache, he had no interest in failing to start a business in a beer hall and then going to prison. After leaving the place and looking at the clear sky, Andrei felt much of his heavy mood lift. Just then, he suddenly remembered the martyrs' cemetery he and Yelena had seen earlier and asked with a frown. "Yelena, speaking of which, what about the martyrs' cemetery we saw earlier? Besides here, what about the other cemeteries in the city?" Hearing Andrei's question, Yelena also frowned. "I don't know. No one has told me about this before, but I estimate that these cemeteries might have to be dug up. And then the remains inside will also be uniformly cremated, right? Otherwise, if the enemy army attacks again, or if a few necromancers infiltrate the city, wouldn't all the bones here become accomplices of the enemy?" Andrei frowned deeply, he also didn't know what to do about these cemeteries. The bodies of these soldiers, because they hadn't been buried yet, could reasonably be gathered and cremated. But what about the bodies that had been buried for decades, or even 100 years? If they were ordered to be exhumed and their bones destroyed, how would their descendants react? At least from Andrei's perspective, if his ancestral graves were to be dug up for the needs of war, he felt he definitely couldn't accept it. Even if, rationally speaking, he knew that if these people didn't dig up their ancestral graves, the enemy would, and would even make their ancestors rise from the dead to kill people. But emotionally, he felt he couldn't quite accept it. Fortunately, not long after, the church received a unified order from the rear, leave the cemeteries of the major cathedrals as they are. Andrei was a bit surprised at first, but then he seemed to understand the reasoning behind the order from the rear. Indeed, if these cemeteries were dug up, they could prevent the enemy from converting all the bodies inside into necromancer units, thereby preemptively stopping the enemy's power from growing stronger. But at the same time, the resentment from digging up ancestral graves would not dissipate, instead, it would be transferred to the rear that issued the order and the church that carried it out. This way, both soldiers and civilians would harbor resentment towards the rear and the church, which would inevitably lead to instability in military morale. If someone were to seize this opportunity to spread rumors, it could very likely trigger a serious riot. In contrast, if these cemeteries were left untouched, and the enemy chose to excavate them, then this hatred would inevitably be transferred mercilessly to the enemy. If the propaganda machine of the rear were to act swiftly and use this opportunity to launch a massive campaign, it could instantly unite the entire empire in shared hatred against the enemy. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly felt that the Black Eagle Empire's use of necromancers to exhume bodies was actually a rather foolish approach. While doing so would indeed strengthen their hard power in the short term, it would also further intensify the enemy's will to resist. It might even cause dissatisfaction among many who would otherwise have sided with them. Not to mention anything else, just consider the Black Eagle Empire's internal dissection laws. These fellows demand that citizens, unless they pay a hefty tax, are not allowed to bury bodies, they must donate the bodies of their relatives for so-called medical research. Andrei estimated that this issue had probably been suppressed by public opinion within the Black Eagle Empire, so no problems had arisen yet. But one day, this could easily become the powder keg that destroys the Black Eagle Empire, because no matter who they are, no one would want to be unable to rest in peace even after death. Damn it, looking at it this way, the Cambrian Empire's 14-hour workday law is still too lenient. It actually states that daily labor must not exceed 14 hours. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly couldn't help but curse. Before this, he thought the Cambrian Empire's 14-hour workday law was quite outrageous. After all, other countries implemented an 8 to 9 hour workday, at least theoretically. But now, never mind other countries, just look at the Black Eagle Empire. Even after death, bodies are not allowed to rest in peace, they must be converted into soldiers to continue being laborers, and even sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Andrei could only say that the Black Eagle Empire's capitalists were truly capitalistic. They are truly worthy of being capitalists. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Andrei's unit was resting at their station, while most players either took on patrol missions or anti-air missions, dispersed across various corners of the city. Before this, he had actually applied to dispatch his unit for a night raid, to secretly cross the river and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Although the bridge had been blown up, with the players' swimming abilities, crossing the river by themselves was not an issue at all. Combined with the Air Force and the players' unconventional tactics, he was confident that the enemy forces on the other side of the river would not have a moment's peace, and might even suffer heavy casualties by accident. He didn't need to say anything else, he just needed to have players cover a few invaders to infiltrate the enemy camp and unleash an etheric bombardment. If that didn't directly blow up 1,000 people in one go, Andrei would have to say those few invaders were useless. Unfortunately, Andrei's night raid order was rejected. Vasily Novikov, the city defense commander located in the city, heard Andrei's proposal and immediately vetoed it, strongly urging Andrei to quickly take his team to rest. He believed that perhaps the previous battles had caused too many casualties in Andrei's team, leading Andrei to harbor extreme hatred towards the Black Eagle Empire and not yet adjust, which was why he proposed such a crazy battle plan. In his opinion, this plan was simply sending soldiers to their deaths. Never mind how to secretly cross the river, just considering sending soldiers over, how many could they send? At most a few hundred people to raid an army of at least tens of thousands. This wasn't bravery, this was clearly suicide. They might as well let the artillery engage in an artillery battle with the enemy instead. As for Andrei's suggestion that their air force could also take action and bomb the enemy's side, this proposal was also rejected by the city defense commander. Upon hearing this, Andrei was momentarily confused. What was wrong with the city defense commander? Why was it so difficult for him to volunteer for battle? Seeing Andrei's displeased expression, the city defense commander, remembering his father, the general, eventually pulled Andrei aside and explained in a low voice. Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, you'd best be careful about the Air Force's actions recently, because many in the Empire's Air Force are already feeling unbalanced by the achievements you've made. Before this, the Empire's Air Force had been in a state of disastrous defeat, but your team, having just acquired that special aircraft, successfully achieved great results in air combat, even capturing a special enemy airship. This has caused many Air Force generals to resent you, feeling that you are stealing the military honors that rightfully belong to them. We do indeed have an Air Force night raid planned for tonight, but they strongly insisted that your unit absolutely not be involved. They want to prove their strength through this battle. What the hell? What kind of idiotic behavior is this from the Air Force? When Andrei finished listening to the city defense commander's words, he initially thought the man was being absurd. Because in his impression, shouldn't this kind of idiotic behavior only appear in some brainless web novels? But after repeated confirmation, he realized that he really had been resented by those useless Air Force guys. Now, many Air Force generals were split into two factions. One believed that Andrei's unit simply benefited from the new aircraft, which was why they could achieve such a great advantage against the enemy. On one hand, they were now demanding that the Imperial Logistics Department equip their Air Force with the new aircraft as quickly as possible, and on the other hand, they were applying to the Front Army Command to transfer all aerial vehicles in Andrei's unit to their own units. Andrei's father, who served as the Front Army Commander, naturally rejected this attempt to seize equipment without mercy. Are you kidding me? Although he found it inconvenient to arbitrarily open doors for his son, how could he, as the Front Army Commander, allow people to bully his own son? His son was fighting valiantly on the front lines, achieving a series of victories, and then these people would turn around and seize the equipment from his unit? What kind of nonsense was that? The other faction believed that Andrei had simply been lucky before, which was why he achieved such results. Therefore, they desperately hoped to prove the Air Force's strength through a victory, thereby demonstrating that their Air Force was not to be trifled with, and there was no need to constantly praise the pilots under an independent regiment. As the commander spoke, a fleet of airships in Luga City happened to emerge from the base, slowly passing over Andrei's head. Glancing at the fellows above, Andrei could only roll his eyes in exasperation and wish them good luck. He was truly fed up. Since these people were so eager to throw their lives away and wouldn't let his people help, then let them slowly do it. Eagerness isn't a business, he would wait until these guys suffered losses and came begging to him before he sent players to launch an airstrike. Seeing Andrei roll his eyes, the city defense commander sitting opposite him shrugged. Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, I'm just giving you a heads up. Once we leave this room, I won't admit to having said anything. Moreover, in my opinion, you don't actually need to be so anxious. Within 2 days, your promotion order should be issued, and your unit will naturally expand accordingly. If you wish to exact revenge on the Black Hawk people, then you might consider leading a larger legion to confront the enemy in a decisive battle at that time. Oh, finally getting promoted. Hearing this, Andrei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the war in his heart. If it were any other time, he would definitely have to slowly accumulate seniority to get promoted. It would be impossible to advance at rocket speed like this. You know, although he had experienced a bunch of battles one after another, from his promotion in Pskov, then leading troops here, and finally reaching the present time, only about a week had passed in total. If counted from when he left Pskov, only 3 days had passed. In such a short time, to be able to be promoted from a captain to a lieutenant colonel, and even have the chance to continue to colonel, this was truly like cheating. What, he was already a cheater? Oh, then never mind. Walking out of the city defense commander's office, and confirming that he indeed had no chance for a night raid, Andrei simply assigned his players tasks of night patrol and operating anti-aircraft guns to defend against enemy air force. Of course, operating anti-aircraft guns to defend against the enemy air force would only commence when the enemy air force arrived, so the player's immediate task was only one, night patrol. However, when Andrei assigned the night patrol mission, he deliberately made the player's patrol area vague and somewhat expanded. The higher UPS wouldn't let him send people for a night raid, but if these players took matters into their own hands and secretly slipped away during patrol to launch a surprise attack on the enemy, he couldn't control them, could he? As for the culpability these players would have to bear for acting on their own, that would depend on what results the players could achieve in the end. As long as the performance was good enough, the higher UPS wouldn't punish these soldiers. They weren't stupid. What the Cambrian Empire needed most now were elite fighters, and everything was judged by results. If they could truly achieve victory, Andrei was fully confident that when they looked back, they would definitely change this incident from soldiers acting on their own to astonishing achievements made under the wise leadership of Commander So-and-so. When assigning the mission, Andrei also subtly hinted to the players. Patrol, patrol. I didn't tell you which specific street to patrol, so you can patrol within any area you deem worthy of vigilance. Even if you think the enemy's camp is worth guarding, patrolling inside their camp is still a form of patrol, understand? Upon receiving this mission, the players, who were initially bored with patrolling, exchanged glances and grinned. Oh, their regiment commander is interesting. Understood, perfectly understood. How could they not understand? The players broke into wide smiles, and Andrei's lips also curved into a grin. When there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. With him determined to get players involved in the war and kill as many enemies as possible, could anyone from above stop him? Even if the higher UPS wanted to hold him accountable, he could use his military achievements to speak for himself. What's more, Andrei had now acquired a skill called Tsianshan Betrayal. He wanted to see just how persuasive his words could be when he activated this skill. Actually, he had considered activating this skill when he was with the city defense commander, but he was angered by the Air Force's attitude. These people were both jealous of him and ostracized him, so why should he rack his brains to have his people assist the Air Force? It was precisely because he didn't want to bother with those idiots that Andrei didn't activate the skill at the time and instead retreated obediently. After sending the players away, Andrei also joined a regular patrol team, patrolling alongside the other soldiers. Seeing the famous Iron Wall of the Luga River actually joining their team, the native soldiers' eyes instantly filled with pleasant surprise. Although Andrei's sudden inclusion in their team was a bit against patrol rules, it didn't matter. Andrei was a war hero. Could such a hero, a promising officer, possibly be a spy in their team? Having successfully blended into this patrol team, Andrei's lips curled into a smile. He was currently neither with his own soldiers nor in the regiment command post. He was just patrolling with other soldiers, or rather, wandering around because he couldn't sleep at night. So, even if his soldiers caused a huge commotion, it would only be them acting on their own initiative. One couldn't possibly say that when they were secretly infiltrating the other side of the river, Andrei was leisurely strolling with the other soldiers of this patrol team, and could still command them in battle while strolling, right? However, shortly after joining this patrol team, Andrei casually glanced at his minimap, and his gaze suddenly froze because he discovered that on the minimap, on another street next to his, there was a series of red markers. What did this mean? It meant enemy forces had infiltrated. Seeing the unprepared look of the patrol squad in front of him, completely unaware that the enemy was nearby, Andrei frowned slightly. He wished he hadn't sent all the players out, leaving him without a single player as a personal guard. After some thought, he quickly and secretly issued a mission. Side mission: the regiment commander has discovered enemy infiltration forces in the city. Immediately go and support the patrol team the regiment commander is with. Mission reward: 2,000 merit points. Participants: 0/20. After issuing this mission, Andrei breathed a sigh of relief. Because he saw several teams representing players on the edge of the minimap, rapidly approaching this direction. At the players' running speed, they wouldn't take long to arrive here. But at this moment, the enemy squad shown on the minimap on the adjacent street actually cut through the alley towards them. Without time to think, Andrei quickly patted the shoulders of several patrolling soldiers beside him, then whispered to them. Wait a moment, everyone be careful. I hear footsteps approaching here, and these footsteps are not the sound of our Cambrians people. Load your bullets, it's very possible that enemy saboteurs have infiltrated. Hearing Andrei's words, the soldiers on patrol paused slightly, and their conversations all stopped. Sir, where did you hear footsteps? I didn't hear anything. One soldier nervously looked around, cautiously asking Andrei. But no sooner had he spoken than the soldier behind him kicked him in the backside. Silence, You idiot! Obey the lieutenant colonel's orders. The lieutenant colonel has been through the thick of battle, a war hero who fought his way out of piles of dead bodies. He's much more perceptive than you. Seeing this, Andrei was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his current reputation to have such a benefit. If it were in the past, when he was just that ordinary playboy captain, the soldiers around him would most likely not believe him when he spoke, even if he was indeed their superior. But now, after he had achieved a series of fruitful results on the battlefield, he didn't even need to find an excuse himself. Someone immediately jumped out to speak for him. Of course, it might also be because Andrei had already pulled out his pistol and loaded a bullet. His current posture didn't look like a joke at all, he looked quite serious. Andrei glanced at the street and quickly arranged for several soldiers to squat in advance on both sides of the alley, forming a crossfire with their rifles. At the same time, Andrei hid at the back of the team, silently changing into a trench raider outfit. Although the trench raider's Type 3 pistol was very different from his own pistol, he believed that under the system's cognitive filter, the surrounding native soldiers probably wouldn't notice such a thing. Dressing as a trench raider significantly increased his survival rate in alley combat, far better than being in his previous patrol state, just running around with a small pistol. A Black Hawk infiltration squad, rapidly approaching, had no idea that the enemy had already discovered their presence and prepared for battle. Led by a guide, they were silently moving along the street towards the city church. Because there were 2 necromancers in this team, the purpose of this special squad was to go to the church cemetery and reanimate all the bodies there. The Black Eagle Empire knew that the Cambrian army would not leave bodies for them now, but would centralize and cremate all bodies. So they planned to seize this opportunity, before the enemy had time to cremate all the bodies and deal with those in the cemetery, to utilize these bodies first. By sending only a few battle mages, coupled with a small squad of elite native soldiers, they could potentially acquire hundreds of thousands of skeletal bodies, which was an extremely cost-effective deal. Even if all these battle mages died, it would at most be a small loss. At the very front of this small squad, the guide who had defected to the Black Eagle Empire looked nervous, yet somewhat excited, as he led the team forward. Before this, he had already made contact with the Black Hawk people. As long as he could achieve certain merits in this operation, then once the Black Eagle Empire occupied this place, he would receive a good citizen certificate. With this certificate, he could not only protect his family and property, but also receive priority employment for many important positions. Faced with such temptation, coupled with his long-standing pessimistic view of the war, he quickly succumbed, even turning around to believe the Black Hawk people's nationalist theory, thinking he truly should serve the Black Hawk people, a superior race. Just as the guide was about to exit the alley, the Black Hawk soldiers immediately behind him subtly slowed their pace. The other native soldiers behind them were somewhat puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly stopped. However, seeing the hand signal he gave, these soldiers also stopped and aimed their submachine guns forward. The guide didn't sense any danger at all. At that moment, he was still fantasizing about his beautiful future life. But as he walked out of the alley, 2 rifle bullets suddenly shot from both sides instantly took his life. Before falling, he saw several Cambrian soldiers hiding nearby, and he saw the dark muzzles of their guns. For some reason, he felt a moment of regret. Sir, this. After the 2 shots from the Cambrian soldiers on either side of the alley, they realized they had only killed an elderly civilian and were at a loss. They weren't sure whether they were just overnervous and accidentally killed an ordinary civilian, or if they had truly killed an enemy saboteur. They were hesitant and at a loss, but Andrei had no such problems at all. The enemy is still hiding in the alley, don't get distracted. Through the minimap, Andrei clearly saw the red on that person. If he were truly just an ordinary civilian, he wouldn't be marked red. Even if he didn't support the Cambrian Empire in his heart, he would at most show up as a neutral unit, not turn into a hostile red. Furthermore, through the minimap, Andrei clearly saw a series of red dots in the alley, so he unhesitatingly threw a grenade, tossing it into the alley. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, followed by screams and curses in the Black Hawk language. Damn it, what the hell? How did they find us? A Black Hawk soldier hiding in the alley, clutching his arm, couldn't help but curse. He found it unbelievable. The reason he let that person go out first was because he was worried about encountering a Cambrian's patrol. With that guy blocking in front to attract attention, they could then quickly deal with the patrol with submachine guns, or simply have the elite squad bypass them from the other side and slit the patrol's throats. But he never expected the Cambrian's patrol to be so fierce. Even with a curfew order, these guys wouldn't immediately shoot anyone who appeared on the street, would they? Weren't they afraid of friendly fire? But the grenade that immediately followed made them clearly realize that their position was definitely exposed. No matter how nervous the enemy was, they wouldn't throw a grenade into an alley for no reason, they knew there were people in the alley. Quick, don't stop, charge out with me. I'll hold the shield in front. Just then, a necromancer in the team suddenly shouted, then immediately erected a bone shield in front of him. Chapter 199, Holy crap, what do you mean the church stood up? Where did those gunshots come from? Oh no, enemy attack. The patrol teams in the city hardly needed any external alarm methods, their gunshots were the best warning. Hearing the gunshots and grenade explosions, patrol teams from several nearby streets rushed over at top speed, and there were even military vehicles carrying a full load of soldiers speeding towards the location. But at the same time, Andrei's side was also in a bitter struggle. As soon as the enemy necromancer rushed out, several soldiers in the patrol team were stunned. Although they had seen mages on the battlefield before, facing a mage from a distance and facing one up close were completely different experiences. Several rifle bullets, as well as Andrei's Type 3 pistol bullets, all shattered and struck the bone shield, a patchwork of various skeletal remains. However, the bones on this shield were clearly reinforced with magic, and all the bullets that hit it were deflected. At the same time, the necromancer merely raised his hand, and several bone spikes shot out from nowhere, like some kind of white short spears. Two soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were caught off guard and pierced through by the bone spikes. One died on the spot, and the other had his abdomen pierced and fell to the ground screaming. But the necromancer immediately snapped his fingers, and the bone spike inside the soldier's body suddenly exploded, almost tearing his entire chest and abdomen apart. My goodness! This battle mage really has some tricks. Andrei's eyes narrowed as he watched the mage's fluid spell-casting actions. Although many mages in the Black Eagle Empire did not have a comprehensive grasp of magic, at least according to some officers, they all believed that these mages of the Black Eagle Empire were merely some kind of defective products. But whether these guys were defective or not, their performance on the battlefield was truly impressive. However, as things stood, any mage who fell into Andrei's hands would not fare well. He was just lamenting that he hadn't had a chance to use the spell steal he had just mastered. Wasn't the battle mage in front of him a perfect target? Andrei didn't know exactly how to use spell steal, but it felt like some kind of instinct. He simply waved at the mage opposite him, an invisible wave suddenly released, and a strange suction immediately drew away the magic power from the mage's body. Having easily dealt with two soldiers, the mage was about to continue using more bone spikes to kill the surrounding soldiers, but at that moment, he suddenly found that the magic power in his body was rapidly draining away at an astonishing speed. Without time to think, he quickly retreated, but the weakness and powerlessness in his body caused him to fall to the ground. The fallen mage watched his gradually dissipating spells with horror, completely unaware that his magic power would suddenly disappear. For a long time, these mages had been filled with magic power in their bodies, so much so that they had long grown accustomed to the feeling of its presence. Suddenly having a large amount of magic power drained felt like a sudden massive blood loss, a natural sense of dizziness and weakness, making it difficult for them to adapt for a while. However, he didn't get a chance to adapt, because as Andrei threw out spell steal, his pistol also fired 2 shots, blowing apart the mage's chest. The other few soldiers didn't notice Andrei's subtle movements, they only saw that the mage suddenly fell for some unknown reason, and was then killed by the lieutenant colonel with 2 shots. But they didn't have time to think, because behind this mage, several more soldiers carrying submachine guns rushed out. Andrei's previous grenade should have killed or wounded several soldiers, but it clearly hadn't killed everyone in this alley. It was unclear whether these Black Hawk soldiers had strong physiques or had undergone some special training. Even with soldiers bleeding, they still rushed out silently with their submachine guns. A precise and dense burst of fire instantly knocked down several soldiers in front of Andrei. In terms of both combat experience and weapons carried, these patrol teams could not contend with the elite Black Hawk soldiers in front of them. But at the same time, Andrei also took the opportunity to draw his gun again and kill 2 more guys, then pulled out his trench raider club with a backhand. There was no time for reloading. Even though players reload very quickly, the enemies were already about to rush forward. Although theoretically, it would be extremely difficult for these guys to kill a trench raider like him, who knew if they had any special techniques. When Andrei pulled out his trench raider club, he suddenly noticed something magical. He didn't seem to be completely restricted by the trench raider template. When other players used this character, whenever they used a weapon, whether it was the trench raider club, a pistol, or throwing out a medkit, they would involuntarily let out strange shouts. But when Andrei attacked, he seemed to have no such restrictions at all, and would not shout due to game balance settings. This was quite good, at least it allowed him to keep his body completely under control. Otherwise, he wasn't worried about anything else. He was worried that he might accidentally acquire some strange nicknames, like Roaring Beast or something. He still wanted to be a civilized person. In a flash, before the other Black Hawk soldiers in the alley could rush out, Andrei had already charged forward with his trench raider club. Although the light was dim, the moon overhead was still bright enough for these Black Hawk soldiers to barely make out Andrei's current appearance. Before they could even figure out where this masked man in plate armor had sprung from, the heavy spiked club had already smashed into the head of the first soldier. With a crisp crunch, Andrei felt as if he had smashed a watermelon, instantly cracking open the soldier's head. Perhaps to avoid helmet glare, or possibly to avoid making noise from collisions, these Black Hawk soldiers were all wearing peculiar grey-black cloaks, without armor or helmets. Therefore, Andrei felt extremely clearly what it was like to smash someone's head. However, he didn't have time to think too much. He had just swung the trench raider club, and immediately, a soldier behind that person started sweeping at Andrei with a submachine gun. A series of bullets hit him in the chest, making him feel a dull ache, but that was the extent of it. Under normal circumstances, even wearing plate armor, he couldn't completely ignore such submachine gun bullets and would definitely feel intense pain. However, due to his semi-player transformation, he now seemed to be immune to such problems. In fact, in his vision, a health bar even appeared at a very inconspicuous edge. The guy who was sweeping with the submachine gun also didn't escape unscathed, because Andrei's charge was extremely fast. He had just managed to fire a shot, and the heavy trench raider club had already slammed hard into his head 1, 2, 3. In almost exactly 2 seconds, Andrei's figure swiftly passed 3 enemy soldiers, and along the way, like playing drums, he continuously smashed the heads of 3 enemy soldiers. This terrifying efficiency in killing enemies stunned the several enemy soldiers behind them, making them wonder for a moment. What exactly was this masked freak in a breastplate? What did this guy do before? He's so skilled at smashing people's heads. At the very back of the team, apparently another necromancer, he had completely not expected that the elite special forces would be beaten into such a state by a strangely dressed freak. By the time he reacted, Andrei had already smashed the head of the fourth soldier and was still continuing to smash forward. Almost without thinking, he began to condense bone spikes, preparing to deliver a harsh blow to Andrei. But before he could deliver a harsh blow, Andrei preempted him, throwing out another spell steal. He now realized that with this technique, he could truly be called a mage killer. He didn't know how long this spell steal would last, but in a life and death struggle, just interrupting a mage's spell for an instant was enough for him to gain the upper hand. And the most wonderful thing was that this spell was instant cast. Although he could feel that this spell seemed to have a cooldown and couldn't be used continuously, requiring a few seconds between each use. But when he used it, with just a thought, the mage he targeted would instantly be affected. Suddenly feeling the magic power in his body rapidly draining away at an extremely fast speed, the necromancer was greatly alarmed, and at the same time, seemed to understand how his other colleague had been killed. Before this, he hadn't quite understood how his colleague in front of him could have been killed so easily. Logically, that guy had a bone shield covering his chest and should have been able to ignore general light firepower damage, so how could he have fallen so easily? Unfortunately, the entire battle was lightning fast, and he had no time to think too much. But after feeling this terrifying drain of magic power, he finally understood how his companion had fallen. Because he was about to fall too. Relying on the trench raider's abilities, Andrei endured the submachine gun fire of the last two individuals, killing them one by one, and then charged towards the necromancer with his spiked club. Before the necromancer could utter a word, Andrei's trench raider club had already slammed hard into his body, almost instantly snapping his neck. Although he had single-handedly fought through an entire alley of enemy forces, Andrei's previous round of combat, from the moment he initiated his charge, lasted no more than 10 seconds in total. When Andrei exited combat mode, he felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He hadn't thought much during the battle, equipped with trench raider gear, he felt as if he had entered some kind of bullet time. While he couldn't say it was as exaggerated as bullet time, his reaction speed had indeed significantly increased, and even his running speed had improved accordingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to continuously knock down so many people in such a short amount of time. Lieutenant Colonel, are you all right? Just then, a startled cry came from behind Andrei. One soldier from his previous patrol squad had survived. Hiding in the corner, he wasn't immediately noticed by the enemy, and then he witnessed the entire thrilling scene unfold. As he watched Andrei single-handedly smash down all the enemies in an entire alley with a spiked club, he was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. The lieutenant colonel didn't look tall or muscular, his build could only be described as ordinary, so how did he possess such fierce melee combat ability? As for why the previous submachine gun fire hadn't harmed Andrei, he didn't think much of it. In this day and age, was it strange for noble lords to have a few sets of portable armor or special steam-powered armor at home? Which respectable noble officer would go to the battlefield without bringing some trump cards for self-defense? As for the gas mask that suddenly appeared on Andrei's face earlier, was there such a thing just now? It was too dark, he hadn't seen clearly. Seeing that the soldier was only surprised by his own rampage, but not by his one-click wardrobe change, Andrei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his system's perception filter was still as powerful as ever. Otherwise, he would have had to find a way to use Xianjinkant to slightly hypnotize the soldier in front of him, lest he blab and reveal his trump card. I'm fine, are you? Were you injured just now? After waving his hand, Andrei glanced at the soldier and asked casually. Immediately after, before the soldier could answer, he ran to check on the soldiers lying on the ground. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm fine. Seeing Andrei's retreating back, the soldier stretched out a hand, his voice gradually trailing off. But he quickly came back to his senses and ran with Andrei to check on their other companions. Unfortunately, apart from the two of them, their other companions were all dead. The enemies were ruthless in their attacks, not only were the mage's spells lethal, but even the submachine gun bullets used by the special forces soldiers were modified dum-dum rounds. Seeing the explosive open wounds on these soldiers' chests and their gruesome backs, Andrei knew these unlucky fellows were completely beyond saving and could be directly carried away. Just then, two beams of headlights suddenly shone into the alley, their light appearing many times larger than their patrol team's flashlights. Startled by the sudden glare, Andrei squinted his eyes slightly and instinctively raised his pistol. But then, he saw clearly that it was a military vehicle full of their own soldiers, speeding towards them. Damn it! What happened here, sir? Are you all right? Nothing serious, I hope. A second lieutenant who jumped out of the large vehicle angrily asked the two in front of him, but when he saw the military rank on Andrei's shoulder, his attitude instantly changed. I'm fine, but several other comrades who were with us have fallen. Our team suddenly encountered an enemy infiltration squad during patrol. This squad is very unusual. Besides several elite Black Hawk soldiers, they actually have two necromancers. This is simply abnormal. Andrei waved his hand, not caring about the second lieutenant's obsequiousness. In an environment like the Cambrian Empire, officers were naturally like this. He simply introduced the current situation as quickly as possible, while also telling players in other areas to prepare. He had an ominous premonition, always feeling that the enemies in front of them seemed to be planning something big. Hearing Andrei's words, the officer finally focused his attention on the several bodies lying on the ground. Although he didn't examine them, seeing the large amount of blood under these bodies, he knew they were beyond saving. He casually waved his hand, telling several soldiers to carry the bodies onto the vehicle and transport them to the rear. But he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he brought the other soldiers who had dismounted from the vehicle and kept them on alert in their original positions. It was unclear whether he thought enemies might still appear here, or if he was simply trying to impress Andrei. At least, his posture of surrounding Andrei made the latter slightly displeased. A few seconds later, another team arrived. This time, it was a team of players. From the start, the player team suddenly running towards them startled the surrounding soldiers, and a few oversensitive guys even instinctively wanted to open fire. There was no other way. Because these players who ran over were really a bit scary, all of them charging with bayonets fixed, shouting something. Anyone who didn't know wouldn't see them as reinforcements, they'd think they were desperate men launching a bayonet charge. "Commander, are you all right?" A player who had just run over shouted at Andrei while scrutinizing him from head to toe. When he saw that Andrei was completely unharmed, the player gave a thumbs up and then started complaining in the chat area. "Lords high whoa, no kidding, really. Our commander is truly a bit fierce. Just with that small pistol, he actually managed to take down so many elite Black Hawk soldiers in no time. I feel like our commander must have some kind of cheat activated, right?" Seeing this, Andrei suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Haven't you players realized by now that your biggest cheat is being a player yourselves? Cold Crow, by the way, wasn't our commander rumored to be a profligate son before? His skills don't look like a profligate's at all. I have a theory now, perhaps our commander had a dark and profound past, and the profligate son was just his superficial disguise. Katyusha is the cutest. Wait, is this the Mizzy version of Batman?" Immediately after, a flood of "I love Batman" messages spammed the chat group. Some even discussed whether to jump out and play the Joker, then make the commander play games with him. Seeing this, Andrei instinctively tightened his grip on his gun. The one who said he wanted to be the Joker stepped forward. He wasn't Batman, who emphasized not killing. Did they really think his gun wasn't fast enough? After some commotion, more and more players gathered around Andrei, but no new enemies were found. Clearly, whether the enemy would send multiple infiltration squads or not, at the very least, they certainly wouldn't send a whole bunch of infiltration squads to the same area. Concentrating a bunch of people here at once, were they afraid they wouldn't be discovered? Just then, Andrei heard gunshots seemingly coming from afar again. He checked the minimap and found that at the edge of the minimap, several red dots were engaging with some green dots. Various colored dots were constantly flickering. Although the number of red dots was small, none of them disappeared. Instead, the green dots were disappearing at an alarming rate. It seemed the Allied forces over there were in a very bad situation. "Quick, everyone follow me. I hear gunshots, double time. The enemy is on 5th Avenue, proceed there immediately to support our allies." After shouting, Andrei took the lead and ran out. Other players also followed closely behind Andrei, each running faster than the last. Seeing Andrei and his soldiers run so quickly, the second lieutenant who had wanted to impress Andrei was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly blew the whistle on his chest and then led the soldiers behind him to run over as well. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have had that military vehicle driven away beforehand. Andrei didn't care if the Allied forces behind could keep up, anyway, these guys wouldn't be of much use even if they did. He was running forward with all his might, but he was quickly outdistanced by some players. There was no other way, these players were too fond of bayonet charges when running. With one bayonet charge, their speed was unbelievably fast. He didn't know what speed a player's bayonet charge could reach, but he felt that if players could maintain that state, even Usain Bolt would probably shed tears. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't suddenly pull out a bayonet rifle at this time and join other players in a bayonet charge, so he could only run forward with all his might. At the same time, on the street over there, several Black Hawk soldiers used some obstacles to temporarily set up a barricade, desperately trying to block the Cambrian soldiers charging towards them. "Sir, why must we continue fighting the enemy here? Shouldn't we be infiltrating quietly?" Behind a carriage, two hiding soldiers gritted their teeth, listening to the clanging sounds around them, and couldn't help but ask the officer who was firing from inside the carriage. "Shut your mouths and follow orders." Unfortunately, their officer didn't seem to be an easygoing person. The officer, who was continuously strafing with a submachine gun while observing the battlefield with his peripheral vision, looked at the increasing number of Cambrian soldiers around him and felt that this battle was truly difficult. Logically, their mission should have been to escort the necromancers and their team to their position and then let them begin casting spells. Unfortunately, it was unknown which squad inexplicably exposed themselves, causing the city's patrol teams to go wild. There was no other way. To cover the mages and their team, they could only expose themselves and try their best to stay in this place to block the enemy. Although they had already killed over 20 charging soldiers, this approach couldn't last long. More and more enemies were coming. A volley of bullets suddenly swept over. A soldier with a submachine gun endured the frontal firepower and fiercely shot at the Black Hawk devils inside the carriage. But unfortunately, the Black Hawk soldier hiding inside the carriage took him down with just a short burst. Thanks to this carriage, it was unknown which noble lord used it for secret rendezvous. On the surface, it looked like a rental carriage, but the interior was quite luxurious. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the inside of this carriage actually had steel plates. This carriage was bulletproof. If not for this, they wouldn't have been able to use this carriage as cover. "Everyone, retreat immediately. Follow me into this building." Just then, a tall soldier in their team suddenly waved his hand, pointing to a small building behind them and saying. If one looked closely, they would find that this soldier was wearing a relatively simple but equally sturdy power armor. This new type of special operations armor was named Night Knight by the Black Eagle Empire, specifically for infiltration combat. Although not as sturdy as the Fear Knight's power armor, and lacking its iconic two-handed greatsword, this Night Knight armor contained more peculiar weapons and was very versatile. He looked around. The front and back of the street were already blocked, and their only remaining retreat was the building behind them. As long as they first hid in the building, some soldiers could block at the entrance, while others quickly repelled from the windows at the back of the building. There should still be a possibility of relocation. These Cambrian soldiers' combat skills were still too crude, they hadn't even sealed off the surroundings. It was as if they were convinced the enemy would definitely hold their ground on the street, all swarming towards this side. As a result, the other intersection was completely unguarded. But just as he thought this and was preparing to lead the soldiers to break through, an unexpected event occurred. It was unknown where a reckless individual came from, shouting and holding a bayonet high as he ran towards them. The scene looked extremely brutal. Without time to think, he quickly used the submachine gun built into his power armor, firing a short burst at the man. Compared to the Fear Knight, the Night Knight's firepower was significantly weaker. For example, it was only equipped with one submachine gun, and even its ammunition capacity was much smaller. But if it was only used for infiltration operations, such firepower was sufficient. However, the situation surprised him a bit. He had thought that a round of his short burst would be enough to take down this soldier. At the very least, the soldier should have been hit and fallen to the ground. When a normal person is hit by a bullet, he will instinctively lose strength due to pain. Therefore, werewolves who can continue to charge despite being hit by multiple bullets are, after all, a minority. But this time, he seemed to have met such a ruthless individual. He didn't know what was wrong with the soldier charging with a bayonet. Not only was his charging speed extremely exaggerated, but even after being hit by several bullets to the chest, his charging action showed no hesitation. In just that moment of hesitation, the man's bayonet fiercely pierced through his chest, and what surprised the Fear Knight even more was that he felt a sharp pain in his chest. This bayonet had actually pierced through his power armor. The other Black Hawk soldiers were stunned by this sudden scene. They completely failed to understand what had just happened. A madman suddenly rushed from the distant intersection and killed their captain with a single bayonet thrust. Although they immediately turned and shot the charging madman to death, they still looked at their captain, who lay dead on the ground, with quite a dazed expression. Before they could even wonder if their power armor was defective, a volley of intense gunfire, like popping beans, erupted. After more than 10 players rushed over, they aimed various automatic weapons like submachine guns and light machine guns at the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the street and unleashed a barrage of fire. The group of players showed no fear of death during the firefight, completely adopting a stance of competing to see whose health bar was thicker, charging and shooting while enduring the enemy's submachine gun fire. Under such fierce firepower, the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in cover couldn't even raise their heads. Almost every time they did, it meant death. And once the players, relying on suppressive fire, got close enough, a series of grenades were thrown from their hands. Immediately after, the Black Hawk soldiers hiding behind cover were officially wiped out. The other Cambrian soldiers were dumbfounded, looking at this group of players who had rushed out from who knows where and resolved the battle almost instantly, unsure what to say. Seeing others' swift and decisive attack, and then looking at how they themselves had fought for a long time without success, resulting in a ground full of bodies, many soldiers couldn't help but feel ashamed. Of course, some soldiers also felt that this was due to the vast difference in equipment between the two sides. Their group, armed with bolt-action rifles, didn't even have a single light machine gun, making it impossible to achieve suppressive fire. Even though they outnumbered the enemy, they had always been in a suppressed state during the engagement. So they fought for a long time, launched several charges, but couldn't advance, which was unavoidable. It wasn't until the players at the forefront had resolved the battle that Andrei and the remaining people arrived belatedly. Damn these beasts! Seeing the players' smooth process of resolving the battle, Andrei was momentarily speechless, feeling as if his long run had been in vain. But just then, in a more secluded urban area not far away, a red alert flare suddenly rose. Upon seeing the flare, all the soldiers paused, then realized, there must be an enemy encounter there. Normal people would never casually fire such an alert flare for fun. No, that's the hospital. When Andrei saw the direction from which the flare ascended, his eyes instantly widened, because he suddenly noticed that the flare's location was near the hospital where Yelena was. But then, he breathed a sigh of relief, because there were also players responsible for defense near the hospital. To be precise, a player patrol team happened to want to visit the church near the hospital, because they wanted to research what mysterious places the churches in this world held. A living saint had already appeared, and one player even fused with a sacred relic, but its purpose remained unknown. So these extremely curious players specifically took the guy who fused with the sacred relic to the nearby church. These people wanted to explore a new map, and also wanted to see if bringing the player who fused with the sacred relic to the church could unlock anything strange. That church was right behind the hospital, so if the hospital was attacked, the players near the church would surely react. Realizing this, Andrei was less worried, until he saw the content in the player chat area. Brother Hunan, holy crap, what's going on? Has this turned into the Azeroth set? Why has it become a scourge of the undead? Gigi King, oh my god, their necromancer stole the graveyard. No way, do these guys' necromancy spells have to be this efficient? Upon seeing the scene in the screenshot, Andrei's heart suddenly twitched. Good heavens, at the martyrs' cemetery he had visited just that day, large numbers of skeleton soldiers crawled out of the graves, their eye sockets burning with eerie green flames, looking extremely terrifying. Skeleton soldiers weren't scary, and a large number of skeleton soldiers weren't that scary either. However, with the church as a backdrop at night, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers suddenly crawling out of a pitch-black graveyard looked quite horrifying. But then, the next message Andre saw almost made his heart stop. Emperor Dongli, holy crap! Isn't this a bit too awesome? Can someone tell me what happened? Why on earth did this church stand up? When I type these question marks, it's not that I have a problem, but that the scene before me is truly problematic. Andre rubbed his eyes, thinking he hadn't clearly seen the content in the chat area. What the hell? What does the damn church stood up mean? Then, when he saw the screenshot posted by the player, his heart twitched even more. Just as the words implied, the church Andre had visited yesterday had actually stood up. Before this, he had no idea how this church was built, thinking it was just an ordinary brick and stone church. But who knew that under the manipulation of the enemy necromancer, the outer layer of bricks on the church instantly peeled off, revealing countless crisscrossing bones. He had no idea that Cambrian Empire churches could even do something like this, directly using human bones to build the walls of the church. What kind of absurd religious model was this? Anyway, he knew that the situation was truly bad now, because this church, pieced together from countless bones, had actually transformed into a giant bone golem, like a massive stitched monster. He couldn't describe what this thing was at the moment, but he could only say that this thing looked truly brutal. If he had to describe it, he felt this thing was somewhat like a miniature, necromancy specialized version of an emperor-class titan. At least, when he saw this giant bone golem with a pair of church towers on its shoulders, he truly thought of the emperor-class titan from the warmer world. Especially since the giant's two arms had even condensed into a cannon-like structure emitting a green light, which made him feel even more that this thing resembled an emperor-class titan. Thinking of this, Andre quickly issued an urgent mission. Side mission: destroy the bone church resurrected by the Black Eagle Empire's necromancer at all costs. Total mission reward: 10,000 merits points. Number of participants: unlimited. He was stunned, completely stunned. Why had he never known that such a massive weapon was hidden in this city? Good heavens, he had always thought that necromancers resurrecting undead could only cause minor trouble, at most creating a pile of cannon fodder with no great threat. But now he realized that he seemed to have been wrong. With the Cambrian Empire's religious geniuses, who knows what kind of performance art they were engaged in, would these necromancers still need to worry about not having room to perform? At the same time, when this massive bone church stood up from its original spot, the air raid sirens throughout the city of Luga immediately blared deafeningly. Soldiers who were still asleep woke up one after another, or rather, they had actually already woken up. The intense gunfire outside earlier clearly indicated that something was happening in the city, but they had remained in their barracks to rest because they hadn't received orders to assemble. But now, as they ran out of their barracks to quickly gather outside, the first thing they saw was the towering bone church in the distance. The giant skeletal Goliath, carrying the broken half of a church on its back, unleashed massive green necromancy rays from its hands. The terrifying attack instantly swept across a distant squad. Hearing the commotion, a Cambrian army unit that had just rushed over was instantly transformed into a large pile of skeletons amidst screams. Even the city defense commander, looking out from the balcony of the military and political building, saw the extremely exaggerated skeletal church in the distance. How can we fight this? What the hell are we fighting? When he saw the church, such thoughts instinctively flashed through his mind, and he felt a sudden darkness. Andre and a large contingent of players had just run towards this area when they saw large crowds of panicked people desperately fleeing. But at the same time, the noise created by these crowds naturally attracted the attention of the necromancer in the distance. Seeing the large numbers of civilians fleeing in the distant street, the necromancer, seated in the church, let out a chilling laugh. He and several teammates jointly used necromancy spells to manipulate the giant before them, gathering immense death energy. Immediately after, this death energy, stimulated by magic, gradually formed a necromancy ray, ready to engulf the distant team of fleeing civilians in one fell swoop. Damn it! When Andre saw the skeletal giant's arms gathering green light, and the massive necromancy ray about to be fired towards them, his mind instantly went blank. Because he knew that once the necromancy ray struck the crowd before him, thousands of people would die in an instant. But just then, a series of dense artillery shells suddenly struck the skeletal giant's head, and the continuous bombardment instantly interrupted the monster's brewing spell. Chapter 200, Gazi Shameng wins MVP. What the? For the Emperor's sake, where did that artillery come from? Located within the bone church, which had completely transformed into a titan, the sudden artillery barrage caused the giant bone beast to tremble. Several necromancers inside were caught off guard and fell heavily. One of the necromancers scrambled to his feet, looking disheveled, and cursed with a frown. At the same time, he instinctively glanced at a giant green orb behind him. This necromantic energy core was a crucial item for their operation, and it could not be damaged under any circumstances. If it weren't for their ability to use the massive necromantic energy stored here by dozens of necromancers in advance, they wouldn't have been able to resurrect all the undead here, let alone transform the bone church into an undead giant beast. Necromancers also had their limits. Although these battle mages, due to their simple training, usually focused most of their energy on accumulating magic power, the magic power of most of them could only be described as mediocre. This was also a mage training philosophy of the Black Eagle Empire. In their view, a mage only needed to know about 3 spells, which was sufficient. For traditional mages to master more spells, allowing them to freely combine these spells and produce more miraculous effects, was considered completely unnecessary by the Black Eagle Empire. Rather than having one person master dozens of spells simultaneously, they would prefer to distribute these spells among 10 people, with each person learning different spells. After learning, they would then combine the spells mastered by these individuals according to the army's tactical concepts, ultimately forming mage squads or mage regiments. Moreover, in reality, on the battlefield or in production, there were only a few commonly used types of spells. Therefore, these mages only needed to learn common spells. The rest of their time only needed to be spent meditating and consuming potions to quickly accumulate magic power. In particular, the principal of the Black Eagle Empire's Mage Academy once said, "As long as a mage has enough magic power, even if he only knows the most insignificant spell, he has the ability to destroy the world. When magic power is infinite, for a cleaning spell, the earth is merely dust that can be wiped away at will." Of course, these things remain theoretical. No matter how much magic power a mage accumulated, due to limited training time and the lack of resources, their total magic power was often limited. To solve this problem, they developed a series of magic energy cores and applied them in various fields. This military operation was one such example. Counterattack. Quickly find the direction they are firing from and destroy their artillery. This church cannot withstand too intense artillery fire, we must end this quickly. At the urging of another necromancer, the last person in the group closed his eyes and used a soul perception technique. To be honest, this method was very useful for reconnaissance in some aspects, but when trying to quickly locate enemy artillerymen as they were now, its effectiveness was truly mediocre. There were too many souls around, making it difficult for him to discern where enemy artillerymen might be hidden, but that series of explosions definitely indicated that a machine cannon was heavily bombarding them. Recalling a series of comparison diagrams he had studied, he diligently searched for soul light comparisons similar to artillery positions, attempting to find areas where the soul distribution was similar to the common shapes of anti-aircraft or artillery positions. This was also a training measure to compensate for the deficiencies of this spell. On the battlefield, the positions of different military branches were not the same. An infantry tactical squad, an artillery crew, or a mech vehicle crew had completely different formations. Just as he was searching, another volley of shells struck. Compared to being completely bewildered before, this time he found the source of the incoming shells, but this source seemed difficult to deal with. Quick! There are enemies above us. Quickly shoot down that aircraft. That aircraft is firing at us. Seeing a bomber rapidly approaching from above, the necromancer responsible for perception suddenly opened his eyes and shouted towards the church window. Damn it, the window layout of this church was really unreliable. Clearly, when the windows of this church were designed, religious factors were considered more. So, if there was light outside, it could easily shine through the windows onto the statue, making the statue glow brightly in the light. However, if they wanted to use these windows as observation posts, it would be very difficult. A necromancer stood by the window and tried to fire a bone spike outwards, but found that he couldn't see where the bomber was at all. The bomber had circled around and already flown to the other side. Point the cannon skyward and blow that thing up first. Feeling another volley of machine cannon shells strike heavily against the walls, a necromancer shrieked in frustration. These bones were not that sturdy, even with magic reinforcement, it was difficult to achieve the strength of a brick structure. He wasn't sure if the enemy's machine cannon could blast through their church, but he didn't want to try at all. Moreover, that thing seemed to have bombs attached underneath. Two necromancers jointly operated the cannon. The muzzle, which was originally aimed at the crowd, was instantly raised towards the sky. At this moment, the bomber just right was diving towards them, preparing to drop bombs on the church. This thing reacts so fast. Seeing the necromancer church suddenly aim its cannon at him, the player piloting the bomber, who was in the middle of a dive, was greatly surprised. But before he could say anything, two green torrents of necromantic rays engulfed his bomber. Then, he and his teammates on the plane entered a bewildered state of awaiting resurrection. Well done. Ha ha ha, it seems this is the Cambrian Empire's new aircraft. This thing is nothing special after all. Seeing the pilot of the bomber instantly turn into a pile of shattered bones under the necromantic ray, the necromancers, who had been furious just moments before, burst into laughter. As for manipulating these bones, seizing control of the bomber, and then operating this war machine themselves? Actually, when firing the necromantic ray, one of the necromancers had indeed thought of doing that. Unfortunately, he tried it and found that the difficulty of operating this aircraft did not seem as low as he imagined. At least with his control over skeletons, he could not reach the level of controlling skeletons to fly a plane. Wait a minute, why does our energy core seem to have suddenly lost some energy? The necromancer who had just shot down the plane looked back and suddenly felt that the energy core in front of him seemed to have dimmed a bit. He couldn't help but frown slightly, but his companion next to him said carelessly. Who knows, maybe the stuff from logistics is a defective product. Hurry up and finish this quickly, don't waste any more magic power. Looking at the player's plane spinning and crashing, Andre couldn't help but cover his face. He had originally wanted to use spell steel to cooperate with the player while he was piloting the bomber in a dive. However, he didn't know if this church had some special effect or what was going on. He clearly felt that he had stolen a large amount of magic power, even making his body feel uncomfortable from being overstuffed, but the church in the distance showed no reaction at all. Could it be that the necromancers inside this church had such abundant magic power that they could completely withstand his magic power extraction? Andre couldn't figure out what was going on. Seeing the player's plane crash to the ground and explode into a shower of sparks, he only felt a greater pang in his heart. The player was ultimately careless, thinking of diving from the back and taking out the church directly with a bombing run. But unexpectedly, the enemy's manipulation of the bone church's turning speed was extremely fast, causing the player to accidentally encounter the enemy's necromantic ray. However, this also made Andre realize that it didn't seem too difficult for the Air Force to destroy this thing. Where are the other Air Force personnel? What are these guys doing again? Glancing at the sky, Andre couldn't help but want to urge them. Although he knew that at this time, most players were not at the airport, most of them should have run over to join the fun with him. But he still couldn't help but hope that more players would operate planes and descend like divine soldiers. Otherwise, if such a terrifying superweapon were to run rampant in the city, who knew how many casualties the city of Luga would suffer now? But unfortunately, no second plane appeared in the sky. Once players saw that planes seemed capable of dealing with this thing, they immediately ran towards the airport. Several players directly jumped on their motorcycles and sped off. Watching the astonishing speed of these players' vehicles, Andre breathed a slight sigh of relief. He estimated that it wouldn't take them long to reach the airport and get into a plane. It had to be said that the planes from the game system were truly wonderful. Only now did Andre discover another major advantage of these planes: they didn't require ground crew or prior preparation. Under normal circumstances, even modern bombers and fighter jets would definitely need to be operated by ground crew before they could take off. Not to mention anything else, refueling and loading bombs alone would consume a long time. Those planes that were bombed and destroyed at the airport by the enemy during a surprise attack, because they didn't have time to take off, were basically due to not being refueled. But for player planes, they were completely unaffected by these issues. What is refueling? It doesn't exist. As long as the plane spawned at the airport, it could fly directly, no ground crew was needed at all. In comparison, even the airship Air Force, which required several hours to take off even with prior preparation, was practically crying in the bathroom. With no Air Force providing output from the sky, the players on the ground, as if fearless, charged forward one after another towards the bone giant. This Emperor-class Titan made of bones looked a bit exaggerated. Although the size of this thing was far from Emperor-class Titan level, if one had to say, it was only comparable to a Marauder Titan. But even so, when this thing stood on the ground, towering in the urban area, it was clear from a distance that it was the most eye-catching thing in the entire city. But it didn't matter. For players, this thing had visual impact, but it only looked a bit exaggerated. They would still charge. According to the players' thinking, no matter what this boss looked like, just fight it. Since this boss was in the game, it could definitely be defeated by them. Although from the players' perspective in the game, they couldn't see things like health bars, they believed that this thing definitely had a health bar, it was just hidden. Unfortunately, the first obstacle blocking the players was the large number of skeleton soldiers resurrected from the graveyard. Although these skeleton soldiers had no equipment and looked incredibly fragile, easily knocked over with any blunt object, the problem was that there were simply too many of them. Moreover, skeleton soldiers also had some special effects. For example, when a player used an invincible bayonet charge, he was surprised to find that his bayonet charge was no longer invincible. Theoretically, a bayonet charge against humanoid units should be fatal to anyone it stabbed, even power-armored infantry couldn't escape a fierce bayonet charge. But the problem was, when his bayonet pierced the skeleton in front of him, it went right through the bones. It's unclear if it was deemed ineffective due to a lack of substantial mass, or for some other reason, but this player's bayonet charge ended up being for nothing. Before he could pull out his bayonet and create some distance, the skeleton soldier in front of him grabbed him tightly. Immediately after, large numbers of surrounding skeleton soldiers swarmed him, burying him in bones, and in no time, they tore him to shreds. Flamethrowers. Get the flamethrowers up. And grenades. Use more explosive damage, penetrating damage isn't as effective against skeletons. And those hotheads who keep charging, stop charging. A player shouted at others, but then, a player next to him asked curiously. I'm not saying anything, but are you sure flamethrowers can burn these things to death? These things don't have much flesh on them, and not much to burn. You can't just cremate them on the spot with a flamethrower, can you? Hearing this, the player who had shouted earlier rolled his eyes and said irritably. How should I know if flamethrowers can burn these things? I've never tried before. In my impression, don't most games have a fire counters undead mechanic? With an academic research attitude, a player immediately donned an invader suit, grabbed a flamethrower, charged forward, and started burning the skeleton soldiers in front of him. Unfortunately, they found that these things didn't seem to take much fire damage. After burning for a long time, apart from being engulfed in flames, these skeleton soldiers could still continue to charge. In the end, it was the Flame Trooper's double-barreled shotgun that proved quite effective, it could take down a skeleton soldier with almost every shot. The other Cambrian soldiers looked at the dense mass of skeletons in front of them, initially filled with fear, but when they saw their comrades shouting Yura and charging forward, their eyes immediately lit up. Their fear earlier was understandable, after all, they were just normal humans, mostly uneducated and highly superstitious. Even an old scholar would feel compelled to pray at the sight before them, let alone these people who had little to no understanding of magic. As a result, from the very beginning, few Cambrian soldiers charged forward, almost all soldiers were terrified by the sight. But the atmosphere of the battlefield is like that, once someone leads the charge, it's easy for other hot-headed individuals to follow suit. When a large group of people charges together, even more hot-headed individuals will follow them. Even if they look back later and feel immense regret, in that moment, their minds were truly blank. Brothers, young men, Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov's guards have already charged. What are you still hesitating for? Charge! Drive these desecrators of the dead back, let them sink forever in the icy hell. Amidst angry roars, large numbers of Cambrian soldiers shouted Yura! And charged alongside the players. Andrei even saw someone, while charging, pull out a small flask from somewhere and start chugging from it. Damn it! Russians liking to drink alcohol during war and carrying various spirits with them seemed to be a subtle, glorious tradition. He didn't expect that even in another world, Russians would still have the custom of drinking while charging. Looking at the people charging forward, Andrei felt a sudden urgency. It didn't matter if the players charged, that group of people were like unkillable cockroaches, they could revive after death and had all sorts of magical abilities. But what good would it do for their ordinary soldiers to charge forward? Could they really use their crude rifles and buttstocks to tear down that bone cathedral? Charging like this, gathering in a crowd, would only make them living targets for that necromantic ray. Didn't Andrei himself hide in a secluded spot, not daring to charge forward? But unfortunately, these soldiers didn't think so much when they charged. They just felt that their comrades had already charged, so why shouldn't they? These charging soldiers quickly became the target of the bone cathedral. The fleeing crowd had already run several streets away and were blocked by buildings. The bone cathedral lacked attack methods with sufficient penetration, making it unsuitable for continued attacks for a time. However, these Cambrian soldiers, who were charging like mad, became their best attack targets. What brave warriors! It's just a pity that the bravest are the quickest to die on the battlefield. Under the necromancer's indifferent words, two thick green necromantic rays shot out, sweeping into the charging infantry ranks. Seeing this scene, Andrei couldn't help but close his eyes in pain, he could no longer bear to watch such a sight. Those hit by the necromantic ray, whether players or ordinary soldiers, stopped in place, letting out agonizing screams. For players, this was just a cut scene of their demise. Even if they watched their surrounding teammates instantly stripped of flesh and blood, transforming into animated bones, they would only think the scene was very realistic, just a bit scary. But for ordinary Cambrian soldiers, in the moments before their death, they truly experienced the agony of their flesh and blood being peeled from their bodies. In an instant, over 100 Cambrian soldiers who had just charged were mowed down. The remaining people instinctively ducked to the ground, then fearfully touched themselves. Only after confirming they hadn't turned into skeletons did they breathe a sigh of relief. Just a second ago, they were surrounded by passionate comrades charging alongside them. But in the next second, when they stood up again from the ground, they found that their comrades had turned into a pile of bloody, skeletal frames. When those eye sockets, flickering with soul fire, suddenly glared at them, many soldiers screamed and were instantly driven mad with fear. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Don't make any more futile sacrifices! A company commander, who had earlier charged forward with his soldiers in a fit of recklessness, looked at the scene before him, painfully blew his whistle, and ordered the surrounding soldiers to retreat quickly. Hearing the series of whistles signaling retreat, many soldiers, whose minds had already gone blank with fear, quickly fell back, almost scrambling to get away from this hell. Some soldiers ran too slowly and couldn't retreat in time, getting swarmed by large numbers of skeleton soldiers and, amidst screams, were engulfed in bones. Damn it, where did the invaders go? Hiding in a house, Andrei cursed angrily, wondering why no players were using the invader suit at a time like this. But in the next second, he saw several players equipped with invader suits silently flanking the main force of skeleton soldiers, then simultaneously fired signal flares towards them. They had no choice. If conditions allowed, they would have liked to throw the signal flares directly at the bone cathedral in the distance. But their signal flares couldn't reach that far, and the area around the bone cathedral was a vast ocean of skeletons. Unless these skeletons were blown up, they couldn't break through. Several sudden signal flares landed among the ranks. In the next moment, large-scale subspace artillery bombardments, appearing from unknown origins, materialized out of thin air. Continuous artillery fire rained down on these skeleton soldier ranks. Although the affected area of this artillery fire wasn't very large, it was extremely dense. It was most suitable for dealing with such clustered cannon fodder. Continuous bombardments blew away wave after wave of skeleton soldiers. To avoid being targeted by the enemy, the invaders, while firing signal flares, also constantly darted around like agile monkeys. For the invader, a special unit, they didn't need to consider anything else. They only needed to focus on their own survival and occasionally launch a few shots at the enemy, that was enough. So they didn't need to charge forward or fight fiercely, they just needed to stay hidden as much as possible. The more an invader stayed hidden, the more tons of damage they could inflict on the enemy, and the more they could make the enemy hate them to the bone. The continuous bombardment, although it didn't directly hit the bone cathedral, still gave the necromancer inside a huge fright. What's going on? Why are there more shells coming in? I don't know. Have their city artillery positions already been set up? The necromancers looked at each other, unable to believe that the Cambrian Empire's artillery could have such an exaggerated reaction speed. From the moment they raised the bone cathedral until now, only 5 minutes had passed in total. Unless the enemy's artillery had already been prepared in position, how could they fire shells so quickly? But honestly, unless they could anticipate the commotion here in advance, why would they aim their cannons at the city first? Although the necromancers couldn't figure out what was going on, one of them instantly grasped the key point. Enough. Damn it, let's stop bothering with those soldiers. Quickly move this necromantic fortress into the city, kill as many enemies as possible. I refuse to believe that the Cambrians are so crazy that they would disregard the civilians in the city and bombard their own city. Then, the necromancer, with a fanatical expression, pointed his hand diagonally forward and shouted loudly. For the Supreme Emperor, for victory. These necromancers, willing to undertake such a risky mission, had naturally already resolved to die. They clearly understood that they would most likely not be able to retreat, and even if they coincidentally summoned something incredibly powerful, it was unlikely they could defeat the entire city's garrison. But it didn't matter. Their military operation this time was to exchange the smallest cost for the enemy's greatest losses. If the lives of a few necromancers and some infiltration teams could bring about a massive undead uprising in countless cemeteries across the entire city, and plunge the entire city into flames, then their sacrifice would be worth it. The massive bone cathedral rumbled, taking heavy steps, slowly approaching the direction of the city. Several players had already driven armored vehicles over and aimed their cannons at the cathedral. Several shells directly slammed into the legs of the bone cathedral. The 76mm high explosive shells exploded with a roar, creating craters in the bone-formed legs, making the bone cathedral appear to be tottering. Old boys, keep firing at that thing's legs. Its legs must be its weakness. If we destroy its legs, this thing should fall. A player said excitedly, but then he was immediately proven wrong. Because just after they blasted several holes in its legs, bones from other parts of its body automatically shifted to fill the gaps in its legs. In almost just 2 or 3 seconds, the legs, which had been blasted with several large holes, completely regenerated. Come on, why bother with all this fuss? Leave it to me. I'll take care of this thing. Just then, a player suddenly shouted in the chat area to the others. The other players turned around and saw that a player had somehow driven a Saint Jamin tank onto the field. Great, it's Gazi Shameng. We're saved. Seeing the Saint Jamin, the players' faces instantly lit up with surprise, because they suddenly realized that the Saint Jamin, which could summon void artillery strikes by releasing pigeons, seemed particularly effective against this thing. The invaders' artillery fire was very fierce, but due to the obstruction of the undead sea in front, they couldn't get to the front of the church for a while. As for firing while charging forward? Sorry, the invaders' shells also dealt damage to itself. If an invader didn't manage to dodge in time when firing, it was very likely to blow itself up too. However, Gazi Shameng didn't have this problem. It was just a bunch of soldiers, just run them over with the tracks. If this group of skeleton soldiers could stop a tank, then the Black Eagle Empire wouldn't need any other armies for war in the future, they could just summon an undead sea and push through. The rumbling Saint Jamin tank instantly attracted the attention of the Bone Church. Inside, the necromancers discussed whether to launch a necrotic ray to kill all the drivers inside this strange iron coffin. But the necromancer captain in charge of commanding shook his head, pointing to the distant urban area and saying, Enough, there's no need to waste precious energy on this thing. We don't have much energy left. The energy consumption of this church is far more astonishing than I imagined. Our remaining energy must be focused on inflicting casualties on personnel. As for that armored vehicle, we'll just control the church to stomp on it. I don't believe that iron coffin can withstand hundreds of tons of weight pressing down on it. Upon hearing this, several necromancers sneered. The thought of crushing an enemy armored vehicle like a cockroach made them feel comfortable. Apparently, they hadn't realized how terrifying an existence Gazi Shameng truly was. Even now, they were still thinking of just walking over and stomping on this thing like crushing a fly. As it advanced, the main cannon in front of the Saint Jamin tank also kept firing. However, under the continuous adjustments of the necromancers, the legs of the Bone Church would occasionally re-heal. They had to admit that such shelling could indeed slow down the movement speed of the Bone Church, but it didn't have any particularly fatal strike effect. At this rate, unless they could exhaust the bones inside the church, or drain the energy of the necromancers inside, it would be difficult for them to completely stop the monster in front of them in this way. But it didn't matter. The Saint Jamin, charging ahead, wasn't planning to stop this thing with its main cannon. Skeleton soldiers stood in front of the Saint Jamin, trying to block the tank with their bodies. But this heavy iron coffin cleanly rolled over the bodies of the skeleton soldiers, crushing one after another into fragments, as if crushing a pile of garbage. As the Saint Jamin tank drew closer to the church, both the necromancers inside the church and the driver inside the Saint Jamin had a smile on their faces. Facing the Saint Jamin, the church strode towards the iron coffin, but one of the necromancers suddenly saw a pigeon fly out of the tank. What's going on? Are these guys releasing their pets before they die? Seeing the pigeon fly away instantly, the necromancer muttered to himself in confusion, then prepared to lift his big foot and stomp down on the tank in front of him. But in the next instant, a sudden artillery strike caused a violent tremor in the church's roof. It was unclear where the artillery fire suddenly came from, as abrupt as the previous shellings accompanied by signal flares. They couldn't figure out where these shells were coming from, but they just felt countless shells continuously landing on the roof of their church. More than 10 shells fell out of nowhere within a second. Since the tank had driven almost to the base of the church, these shells basically all landed on the church's roof. Clearly, the church's already dilapidated tower and roof, due to the previous upheaval, simply could not withstand such dense artillery attacks. A chaotic barrage of artillery fire caused the church's roof to crumble, with large amounts of debris and bricks crashing down. Quick! Protect the energy core! Seeing the green energy core placed inside the church about to be hit, a necromancer exclaimed, instinctively releasing a bone shield towards the energy core. But immediately after, he himself was crushed into a meat pie by the continuously falling bricks. Without the necromancer's maintenance, the newly condensed bone shield shattered in an instant, only blocking a small wave of bricks for the energy core. However, the other two necromancers quickly followed suit, risking being crushed to death themselves, to use shields to protect the energy core. Under the combined defense of multiple bone shields, the energy core was not destroyed and successfully withstood this round of shelling. But the remaining two necromancers also suffered one death and one severe injury. The severely injured necromancer, impaled through the shoulder by a long wooden beam, looked at his fallen companion in a pool of blood, his eyes flashing with hatred. Even now, he hadn't guessed that this wave of artillery fire came from the tank earlier. After all, the tank had just released the pigeon, and the artillery fire had already arrived. It clearly wasn't artillery fire attracted by the tank. And besides, wasn't the location of their necrotic church obvious enough? Such a towering monstrosity, artillerymen wouldn't even need a homing pigeon to report coordinates, they could lock onto it easily. Due to blood loss and intense pain, his brain was in a mess, but his body still subconsciously wanted to control the church to stomp the tank flat. Unfortunately, Gazi Shameng's skill cooldown had already ended. Another pigeon was released, and continuous artillery fire, in an extremely dense barrage, crashed down like an overwhelming tide onto the church's roof. And this time, the church was completely unable to survive the shelling. Two shells that directly exploded through the holes in the roof instantly blew the necromancer inside into fragments, also completely destroying the necrotic energy core within. Andre, watching the players fight from the rear, suddenly saw the bone church spew out a large green energy cloud, like an aurora. Immediately after, before his brain could react, the church collapsed to the ground like a landslide, scattering into a pile of wreckage. Great, we took that thing down. MVP. Gazi Shameng got the MVP. The players cheered with grins, but unfortunately, the Saint Chaman tank under the church was destroyed in the chaos of smashing and explosions. This round was a mutual destruction. Seeing the bone church collapse, the other soldiers around were all stunned. Before this, they thought this thing was simply the embodiment of invincibility, its abilities were utterly monstrous. But then, they saw this behemoth inexplicably taken down by a series of artillery strikes, which made them praise their artillery brothers in the distance and erupt in a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Other times aside, at least at this very moment, they had never been so grateful to those artillery brothers. And at this moment, the artillery brothers in the distance were completely bewildered. What's going on? We haven't even finished setting up our cannons yet, so how did that thing already bite the dust? Which artillery unit fired those shells? How come they didn't know there were other allied artillery units ready nearby? All the necromancers were dead, and the necrotic energy core inside the church was also destroyed. When both of these were gone, the bones in the city instantly reverted to their original state, and the skeleton soldiers all fell to the ground, scattered everywhere. Andre's players also withdrew from the battlefield, and seeing the enthusiastic celebration of the surrounding NPCs, they were somewhat infected. Although players don't really care much about such things when playing games, they are more simply for entertainment, but like now, being surrounded by people and cheered as heroes, this feeling still made them feel refreshed. Although in the eyes of most soldiers, the final credit still went to the artillery in the rear. But no matter what, they had also seen the heroic fighting of Andre's soldiers earlier. In any army, brave individuals are admired, and the people of Andre's independent regiment were incredibly brave. Although the battle was over, Andre and the others' tasks were not yet finished. Before this, Yelena and the other medical personnel had immediately evacuated, following the other refugees to the rear. However, at this moment, they had to rush back again, because they still needed to treat the wounded from this war. Meanwhile, City Defense Commander Vesely flew into a rage, questioning the Winter Church in the most severe tone, without giving them any face, about what exactly was going on with this church. If it weren't for them building such a church with bones in advance, the enemy's necromancer sneak attack would never have caused such massive losses. Andre didn't go to the front where the argument was happening to watch the show. After all, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. He didn't want to accidentally incur the church's resentment for no reason, even though he also deeply detested the church. And at the same time, until dawn, another shocking piece of bad news was relayed back from the front line. Chapter 201, Hey? The Black Hawk people have also learned boarding tactics. What the heck? Does it have to be this bad? The Air Force was completely wiped out. When Commander Vasily's adjutant secretly came over and informed Andre of the latest situation from the frontline Air Force, the expression on his face completely collapsed. And when he heard the information radioed in by the Air Force before its complete destruction, he was at a loss for words. Overall, this Air Force battle was a mess, partly because the enemy's capabilities were truly godlike, and partly because this Allied Air Force was just too incompetent. According to the adjutant, almost immediately after the Air Force was deployed yesterday, this seemingly large aerial fleet scattered. Clearly, these guys didn't have the night vision capabilities of players, and they were also afraid of exposing themselves. So, they neither turned on their searchlights nor used radio, instead maintaining radio silence and relying solely on their individual compasses for general direction. However, whether it was due to inexperienced navigators on the airships or some other reason, these guys' navigation was completely unreliable. Their objective this time was to bomb the enemy's airbase, yet throughout the entire battle, not a single airship managed to reach the airbase. As for where these guys' airships actually ended up, who knows? In fact, one airship, which deviated the most from its course, inexplicably returned to its own position and began dropping bombs on it, mistaking it for the enemy's. As a result, the forces at the other end, due to the darkness, couldn't distinguish whether the airship was their own or from the Black Eagle Empire, and instinctively assumed it was a Black Eagle Empire airship. Then, that unlucky small airship was shot down by their own anti-aircraft guns. Besides their own airships scattering shortly after deployment, what truly surprised Andrei was how quickly the enemy's air force learned. He had previously, with the help of players, implemented a boarding tactic that was theoretically impossible, successfully capturing 2 large enemy airships through boarding. But then, the Black Eagle Empire quickly learned this technique and further improved it according to their own ideas, forming a completely new boarding tactic. In the aerial battle last night, the Black Eagle Empire not only used spies to intercept intelligence on the Cambrian Air Force's deployment in advance, allowing their own airship formation to set an ambush. At the same time, as if to return the favor, they actually used boarding tactics to seize both large airships deployed by the Cambrian Empire. Wait a minute, sir, I don't understand. What boarding method did they use? Did they also rely on parachutes? When Andrei heard this news from the adjutant, his eyes widened in disbelief. Because according to his analysis, it was almost impossible for a normal person to board an airship by parachuting. No, they didn't. Your method is too desperate and high difficulty. The enemy doesn't seem to have the ability to learn that technique. As he spoke, the adjutant couldn't help but glance at Andrei, wondering how he usually brainwashed his elite assault team. At least, he found it hard to imagine what kind of mental preparation these lunatics had to undergo to brave the anti-aircraft fire and parachute onto enemy airships. But then, he continued to explain to Andrei. According to the last message, the Black Hawk people seem to have officially incorporated Fear Knights into their airship crew roster. Escort airships silently approached our airships during combat and then rappelled onto them. The Fear Knights, who landed silently on the airships, quickly stormed in, and our soldiers in the airship cabins were caught off guard and easily taken over by the enemy. After hearing this, Andrei's expression was quite speechless. Well, he had to admit, he had been somewhat limited by the players before, to the point where he hadn't considered rappelling. For players, rappelling was just another thing. The speed of sliding down a rope was much slower than directly jumping down and then suddenly deploying a parachute mid-air. But for Black Hawk soldiers, their success rate for parachuting was negligible, whereas lowering a rope had a much higher probability. If Fear Knights, with their strong defense and breakthrough capabilities, were to rappel down directly, a large airship without specific defensive measures would likely be easily captured by the enemy. Alright, I generally understand. Our air force has suffered truly severe losses this time. So, what about our air cover next? Sighing softly, Andrei turned his head and asked with some concern. He wasn't worried about his own players, because players had aircraft cover and incredibly strong air combat capabilities. The real concern should be the enemy, not himself. But what about the other units? His air force couldn't cover all units. Although the Cambrian Empire Air Force's performance had been quite poor before, at least they still had an air force back then. Even if it was just a symbolic air force, at least it genuinely existed. But now, after the complete annihilation of the Air Force base in Luga, their entire city effectively had no air force to intercept the enemy, leaving their airspace completely open. While anti-aircraft guns could intercept some of the enemy's air force, these weapons were ultimately passive. To gain the initiative on the battlefield, they still needed to contend for air superiority with the enemy. I regret, Lieutenant Colonel, that I also don't know what we should do next. I imagine the Petrograd Front Army will send some of their air force here, right? But until then, our air defense here will probably have to rely on your flying units. At this point, the adjutant standing before Andrei bowed slightly. Although he found it quite absurd that Andrei's unit possessed an air force, even if this air force only used experimental aircraft sent from the rear. However, given the current situation, the airspace here would probably truly have to be defended by Andrei's soldiers. No problem, rest assured, I will have the soldiers do their utmost to protect the skies above our city. Perhaps it was because Andrei's words set a strange precedent, or perhaps it was because the victory in last night's air battle had made the enemy's air force's confidence swell to an unprecedented level. Almost immediately after he finished speaking, the air raid siren suddenly blared. Hearing the piercing siren, Andrei's face instantly changed. Although he hadn't seen where the enemy's air force was, since the alarm had sounded, it was clear that the enemy's air force was approaching. Lieutenant Colonel, in any case, I'm counting on you for the upcoming battle. We have a group of reconnaissance soldiers who risked their lives to establish several hidden observation posts across the river. This must mean a reconnaissance soldier detected the enemy air force's movements in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried towards a distant air raid shelter. When the air raid siren sounded, the entire city of Luga instantly fell into chaos. Most of the city's residents were in a panic. The vast majority of them had never undergone air raid drills or similar training, so in such a moment, many didn't know what to do. Quick, run underground. Those with cellars at home, hurry into them. Those without, come with us to the bunker. Soldiers were maintaining order on the streets, but facing the surging crowds, the small number of soldiers had little effect. Their city of Luga was just a small town, without many civil defense fortifications, or rather, they hadn't paid much attention to such matters before. The city's cellars used for storing vegetables and wine were almost immediately filled, and the small bunkers in the city, as well as the underground space beneath the church, were all quickly occupied by the swarming crowds. Although just yesterday, the church dedicated to the goddess of winter was manipulated by the enemy's necromancer, directly transforming into an undead titan that rose up and wreaked havoc, the underground space of this church was not significantly affected. By this time, Andrei could already see the airship slowly approaching in the distance. As if to show off, the enemy had deliberately placed 2 captured Cambrian large airships at the very front. Looking up at those 2 airships, Andrei instinctively frowned. Although the 2 airships still bore the Cambrian Empire's livery, the flags hanging from them had already changed to the red and black flags of the Black Eagle Empire. Undoubtedly, this was a blatant provocation. He was somewhat curious, wondering if the enemy had enough time to modify the void shields of these 2 airships in such a short period. If the void shields of these 2 large airships were still as fragile as before, then their actual utility would probably be quite mediocre. The players' air force had already set off, with the first group of players piloting the fastest fighter jets, charging towards the distant airship fleet. Compared to before, Andrei suddenly noticed that some players seemed to have done something quite outrageous to their fighter jets. Perhaps it was due to the unique physics engine, but when players discovered that they could directly drive tanks on these planes, they naturally thought of other vehicles as well. Then, they remembered the previous operation of strapping explosives to motorcycles, and some players, not wanting to do things by halves, directly strapped explosives all over their fighter jets. Therefore, from Andrei's perspective, the leading fighter jet's appearance could only be described as extremely strange. Countless layers of explosive packs strapped to it had almost turned the entire plane into a zongzi, a glutinous rice dumpling. The Black Eagle Empire Air Force initially didn't understand what was going on with this aircraft, only feeling that it was incredibly bloated. As if some things that shouldn't be attached were clinging to it. But then, when this aircraft exploded between 2 enemy airships, the massive explosion instantly stunned everyone. My goodness, can explosive packs actually be used like that? When Andrei saw the plane explode into a huge firework in the air, and the 2 airships on either side that were affected, his expression was also incredibly shocked. There was no other way, the visual impact of the scene before him was simply too strong, making it impossible not to be shocked. At least, it was the first time he had seen a plane explode so spectacularly before his eyes, and it was also the first time he had seen the 2 airships near this plane simultaneously erupt in flames. What a pity, these 2 airships were only small escort airships, not the largest class of large airships. Although the escort airships were blown down, the scene looked incredibly stunning, but it was far less impactful than the scene of a large airship being destroyed. This wave of operations was clearly a trial by the players, and it seemed their attempt was quite successful. Before this, some players had already noticed a problem. If they were just ordinary fighter jets, they would be fine for dealing with small enemy airships, but they would be somewhat lacking against medium and large airships. The fighter jet's own machine gun firepower wasn't strong enough, making it difficult to chip away at the enemy's void shield, and without any bombing capabilities, they lacked the means to inflict explosive damage instantly. Prior to this, they had also explored the tactic of having infantry players stand on the fighter jet wings and fly along with the jets. This operation wasn't impossible, but it had significant drawbacks. In such a situation, the fighter jet had to maintain relatively stable flight and couldn't engage in aerial dogfights with the enemy, which would eliminate the fighter jet's greatest advantage, its flexibility. However, looking at the current situation, Andrei felt that with this new satchel charge tactic, the players' fighter jets seemed capable of becoming airship killers. The previous round of explosions instantly stunned the Black Hawk Air Force. Realizing what had happened, they quickly mobilized anti-aircraft firepower at top speed, going all out to attack those abnormal-looking, somewhat bulky fighter jets. Another fighter jet, laden with explosives, also tried to fly up from the side, intending to directly penetrate the enemy's air force formation from the middle. But just then, a series of peculiar green light beams shot out from a distant airship. After several deflections in the air, they all slammed into this fighter jet, detonating it mid-air. Boom! The huge explosion seemed audible even to Andrei at the Air Force base, but compared to the blast, he was more puzzled by what that strange attack was. If the green light had been red, he might have thought he was in the DC universe, facing Darkseid's Omega beams. After much thought, he felt it resembled some kind of magic attack, but he had never seen such a battle mage. Or perhaps it was because the battle mages he encountered on the battlefield generally didn't need to attack such fast-moving targets. So they didn't use such strange spells? Ding-a-ling. Regimental Commander, your call. Just then, a phone next to Andrei suddenly rang. If it had been before, this temporary Air Force base, excavated by players, naturally wouldn't have had such complete facilities as a telephone. But it didn't matter. When the player Air Force here shone brightly, a telephone was naturally and quickly connected by the communications soldiers. Solely to facilitate other friendly forces in contacting the Air Force here at any time. Without overthinking, Andrei picked up the phone. Hello, this is Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill roar erupted from the other end of the line. Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, this is Air Force Major General Dmitry Antonopov-Sarko. Listen carefully, the Air Force demands that you, at all costs, reclaim those 2 airships captured by the enemy. Yes, I need you to once again recreate the miracle of boarding. Those 2 airships captured by the enemy are a huge disgrace to the Cambrian Empire, and we must wipe away the shame. Before he could finish, Andrei slammed the phone down. What is this nonsense? Where did this trash come from to waste my time? After cursing under his breath, Andrei waved to an orderly beside him and said, Go cut the phone line outside. If anyone asks later why I hung up, just say the phone line here was cut by enemy saboteurs. Remember, when people ask you, think carefully about what to say. Don't blurt out anything. After hearing Andrei's instructions, the orderly immediately ran out with a small knife and, with a swift cut, severed the phone line. Once the phone line was cut, a cold smile appeared on Andrei's face. He didn't care where that Air Force Major General came from, anyway, his phone line was cut, and he hadn't heard clearly what the Major General had said earlier. That guy had a lot of nerve. The Air Force suffered such a huge loss out there, and then he immediately wanted Andre to clean up his mess. 8. He just opened his mouth and told Andre to send soldiers to board and reclaim the lost airships. He truly didn't value the lives of Andre's soldiers. But the question was, who was this guy? The unit Andre led was the Independent Regiment, an army unit. Although it was strange for an army unit to have flying units, the units he had were not airships. Nor did they belong to the Air Force's combat order, so others couldn't interfere with these matters. And this Air Force Major General, who appeared out of nowhere, directly calling him was clearly not in line with protocol. Since when could an Air Force Major General casually order an army unit to do something? Ignoring the fellow, Andre watched the distant aerial battlefield through his binoculars, a slight smile playing on his lips. When the bombers were deployed, the two captured large airships at the very front of the formation were completely finished. It seemed the enemy hadn't installed their void shield system, or rather, these two large airships currently had no void shield protection whatsoever. The bomber that had just dived in swept the airship's gas bag with its cannons, immediately igniting it. In just a short while, under continuous cannon fire, these two airships exploded into fireballs. Then crashed to the ground with a thud. That's strange, why wouldn't the enemy activate the void shield on these things? Even if the void shield level of these things is far inferior to the enemy's, it's still better than nothing, right? Andre stroked his chin, momentarily not understanding what was going on with the operation of these two airships. He didn't know that the Cambrian Empire actually didn't have the void shield system. Their airships relied entirely on mages who understood shield deflection to maintain their shield protection. After being captured, the mages on these two airships were taken elsewhere, leaving only an empty shell used for taunting. Although Andre wasn't particularly keen on dealing with that deranged Air Force Major General, the players seemed quite enthusiastic about boarding enemy airships. He wondered if it was his imagination, but he felt that after the players developed this play style, these guys seemed particularly eager to engage in boarding combat. Judging by their demeanor, one might think they were in a Astartes chapter from somewhere. Brother Hunan, exceptionally skilled at parachute manipulation, led the charge. Almost the instant the bomber passed over the enemy airship, he jumped directly from the bomber. Although it was very far away, looking down from that height, the 100-meter-long Brandenburg-class airship looked just like a small cigar. But with astonishing perception, foresight, and Brother Hunan's continuous adjustments to his posture during his descent, he was almost perfectly positioned to crash onto the airship during his rapid fall. When he was only about 20 meters from the airship, his parachute opened in a flash of lightning. Due to the player's unique characteristics, as long as they open their parachute before falling, even if they are only a meter from the ground, they won't die from the fall. So, to the shocked gazes of several enemy pilots on the side, Brother Hunan landed on the enemy airship with his parachute open, performing a somersault, and then suddenly unfurled a red flag he carried with him. Several players, already prepared and waiting to respawn at this respawn point, instantly refreshed. Within approximately 3 seconds, a squad of 7 players successfully took their positions. Same old routine, kill your way down through the exit on the gas bag. Brother Hunan held the flag, speaking while pulling out a submachine gun and firing. A Black Hawk artilleryman, busy operating an anti-aircraft gun on a turret at the front of the gas bag, was immediately mowed down, not understanding where the submachine gun bullets came from before he died. It was a pity that the machine gunners here weren't like the Zeppelin machine gunners in games, where players would constantly respawn in that position. If it were in a World War I game, landing on the gas bag of a Zeppelin, they could use that position to exploit the camera angle and continuously kill the machine gunners or espioning there. Although there wasn't a similar effect here, and enemies wouldn't constantly respawn from this spot, the airship models here were better because they could infiltrate inside the airship. After dealing with the gunner, the entire player squad ran as fast as possible, climbing through the passage at the gun position. Immediately after, they arrived in the corridor within the airship's gas bag. The gas bag of such a large airship looked like a cigar, but in reality, this cigar was just the outer shell of the airship's gas bag. The airship's true gas bags were inside this cigar-shaped shell, made up of individual large balloons, looking like peculiar alveoli. The players who had just landed in the gas bag corridor suddenly froze, looking forward, then shouted to the players who hadn't yet descended. Holy crap! Guys, watch out! Retreat quickly! Before he could finish, a gleaming sword flashed, cleanly slicing him in half at the waist. The second player heard the scream from below and, before he could figure out what was happening, suddenly felt a chill in his leg, which was halfway up the ladder. Immediately after, this player found his lower half of the body falling with a splash, while his upper half was still hanging on the ladder. The 2 killed players quickly warned the remaining 5, telling them that there were fear knights here. At the same time, the 2 of them quickly returned to respawn at Brother Hunan's position at the back of the team, giving a thumbs up to their reliable teammate. It was thanks to him that he hadn't blindly charged but had consistently stood at the very back, holding the flag. Otherwise, if he had chosen to charge down first and the respawn point was eliminated by the enemy, the remaining people would have been isolated and helpless here. After consecutively cutting down 2 players, the Fear Knight stood silently, sword in hand, waiting. A sinister smile curved beneath his helmet, he was already eager to kill more Cambrian soldiers. Although in this special situation, it wasn't suitable for him to use the submachine gun carried on his armor, as he might accidentally blow up the gas bag here. But even so, with the speed provided by his power armor combined with the great sword in his hand, he was confident he could be invincible. In this narrow space, if the enemy soldiers were not equipped with power armor, they would absolutely be no match for him. The protection and reaction speed were too different, their attacks on him were ineffective, and he could easily cleave them apart with a casual swing of his sword. Such a disparity made it impossible to fight. Just as he was thinking this, a bundle of cluster grenades suddenly dropped from above, instantly freezing his expression. Damn it! These lunatics! He cursed under his breath, quickly lunging to the side. Immediately after, the bundle of cluster grenades exploded with a bang. He had thought the people left on the airship would come to their deaths one by one, or that these guys would hide in place and slowly freeze to death in the cold wind. He hadn't considered climbing up, as doing so would put him in an awkward position, making him an easy target for enemy ambushes. But he never expected that while he was guarding the exit below, the enemies above would disregard all rules and directly throw cluster grenades downwards. Weren't they afraid of blowing up the entire airship's gas bag and killing themselves in the process? He didn't know that the players truly weren't afraid. After all, their mission was to destroy the airship in front of them, how it was destroyed didn't matter. If they could capture it by boarding, that would naturally be a proud and great victory, but if they couldn't capture it, destroying the airship would still count as a victory for them. All in all, no matter what they did, they would win. They could revive after dying, so what was there to be afraid of? That last cluster grenade didn't kill the Fear Knight, but several flying shrapnel pieces embedded themselves in his armor, piercing his abdomen. Feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen, the Fear Knight gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and climbed up despite himself. Though he was reluctant to take such a risk, he was even more afraid that these madmen would disregard everything and continue throwing cluster grenades down. He was lucky that the previous grenade didn't hit the surrounding gas bags, and his armor blocked most of the shrapnel. But if another grenade came, he felt this airship would truly explode on the spot, and the surrounding hydrogen gas exploding was no joke. Climbing upwards with a grunt, the Fear Knight thought to himself that he might need a shield. He believed the Empire needed to develop specialized close combat armor specifically for airship boarding battles, where it was inconvenient to use indiscriminate ranged fire. While his Fear Knight armor could handle both ranged and close combat, he felt it was somewhat lacking in close quarters situations. You damned! The Fear Knight, who had just climbed up the passage, was about to curse, but a sudden battle cry interrupted him. To his shock, a rifle-wielding individual roared and ran towards him from the distant edge of the airship. He couldn't understand, wasn't this guy afraid of slipping off? On such a windy and curved surface, how dared he charge with a bayonet as if he had no regard for his life? However, in the next moment, a sharp pain in his neck made the Fear Knight's eyes widen even further. He had expected his armor to withstand the bayonet charge, but in fact, the bayonet pierced through the armor at his neck as easily as if it were paper, without any obstruction. In his dying moments, he couldn't help but want to curse the people responsible for production. This must be due to corrupt officials cutting corners on armor materials to line their own pockets. Otherwise, how could his power armor be pierced by a single bayonet thrust? After losing this Fear Knight, there was no longer any significant force on this airship to defend against boarding. Although several soldiers had already emerged from their anti-aircraft gun positions, holding submachine guns and standing ready, they were still quickly mowed down by the terrifying storm of metal during the firefight with the players. The hail of bullets from several automatic weapons easily brought down these few soldiers, almost turning them into sieves. As these few soldiers lay in pools of blood, but before they completely lost consciousness, they saw a strangely dressed enemy suddenly approach with a small needle. Immediately after, they watched as this person injected the two fallen Cambrian soldiers' corpses on the ground, and then those two who had just taken a full magazine of bullets with their bodies suddenly sprang back to life. Seeing this horrifying scene, the fallen Black Hawk soldiers died with their eyes wide open. It's a pity there were no online games in those days, otherwise, if they had played them, they would surely have screamed that the enemy was using cheats. Another Black Eagle Empire airship was thus captured by the players. Seeing this, the officers on the other airships were all anxious and furious. Useless, all of them are useless. What was the Fear Knight on that airship doing? How was he selected? An Air Force lieutenant colonel roared loudly into the distance, feeling that backdoors were ruining the country. Theoretically, the Black Eagle Empire's Fear Knights should all be elites selected from the soldiers, even without armor adaptation modifications and power armor, they should be elite soldiers capable of fighting 10 men. But the question is, who can tell him how this Fear Knight operated? In the confined space of an airship, he, a soldier wearing power armor, couldn't even defeat a few ordinary Cambrian soldiers who had parachuted from high altitude. What kind of Fear Knight was this? Since when had the Empire's Fear Knights become so weak? The deceased Fear Knight didn't know that he had inexplicably become a backdoor entry in the shame of the Black Eagle Empire's Fear Knights. He would surely be so angered that he would come back to life if he knew. Retreat, let our Air Force retreat. If we continue fighting, we will likely suffer even more severe losses. After 2 angry curses, the lieutenant colonel calmed down and issued the order for the entire Air Force formation to retreat. They had to retreat. If they didn't, he felt the entire Air Force formation would suffer even greater losses. Although he couldn't explain why, his intuition told him that these enemies using strange aircraft were truly sinister. Oh, and activate the backup hidden energy switch on that airship. Damn it, since when did the Empire need to put such a strange thing on its energy cores? Hearing this, a mage beside him nodded and quickly sent out a special magic signal. Several players, busy trying to figure out how to operate the airship in front of them, suddenly saw the needle on the largest dashboard instantly swing into the red. Wait, what's going on? How did this airship's energy suddenly overload? The player watching the scene was utterly confused, wondering what he had touched. He hadn't touched anything, he had just walked over and pulled the helm to adjust the airship's direction. How could the energy have overloaded? Was the Black Eagle Empire's airship military quality that poor? In the very next moment, the airship suddenly exploded with a boom in the sky, taking out the few players inside who had no idea what was happening. Looking at the Brandenburg-class airship exploding into a ball of fire in the distance and slowly falling to the ground, the lieutenant colonel who had given the order rubbed his forehead, feeling a little pained. Before this, their Black Eagle Empire had never installed self-destruct switches on energy cores because they were too dangerous. What if a mage accidentally activated it? What would they do if they blew up their own airship? But because 2 of their large airships had previously been easily captured by the enemy using boarding tactics. This incident had infuriated the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force Command. He wasn't sure what the Air Force in other war zones was like now, but he knew that all the Air Force airships in his war zone had been fitted with such a device overnight. There was no other way, after all, 2 consecutive incidents had occurred on their side. To prevent the Empire's large airships from falling into enemy hands again, they could only install such a self-destruct device. Facing the retreating enemies, the players had no thought of a trap, instead, they relentlessly pursued, taking down 8 more small airships and 3 escort airships. It wasn't until they had chased for a considerable distance and encountered the large anti-aircraft gun positions used for interception, and after losing several aircraft, that the players, deeming it unprofitable, reluctantly returned. After this battle, Andrei's pilots had just returned to the Air Force base when a large number of citizens flocked over, eagerly surrounding and cheering for the pilots. The previous air raid sirens had terrified many citizens. At the same time, they had also witnessed these pilots fighting bravely against the enemy air fleet in the sky, risking their lives. Most of these citizens were not highly educated, and they didn't understand if aircraft had any advantages over airships. They only knew that, compared to the colossal airships, these aircraft looked like flies chasing dragons, which was visually extremely shocking. And the pilots who could fly these small things to defeat enemy airships were naturally hailed as heroes by the citizens. Many young and beautiful girls even surrounded them, their eyes sparkling as they looked at the pilots, and some bold girls even directly invited the pilots to their homes. Damn! It seems that no matter where, pilots are excellent at picking up girls. They didn't have to do anything, and girls would come to them. Watching this scene, Andrei felt a little envious and quickly issued a prompt announcement to the players. Please do not harass NPC characters in the game. As soon as the announcement was made, it instantly caused an uproar of wailing in the players' chat group, with countless players cursing the dog planner. The game's realism is already so high, the kill effects are maxed out, and the bloody scenes are more gruesome than gore films. Since the management in that aspect is already so 18+, why can't they open up more content beneficial to mental and physical health? And this game doesn't allow taking off pants, it deserves a bad review. Watching the group of trolls in the chat area, Andrei sneered. Humph, 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 what do you ignorant mortals understand? This game doesn't need to be reviewed on a game platform in a parallel world, but the problem is that the great universe will told him that there is also a terrifying existence called the harmonious divine beast in this world. If he, the dog planner, didn't restrict this aspect, then the hammer of censorship would fall on the head of the universe will. Although ultimately no girl was able to spend the night with Andrei's pilots, the pilots still held a large stack of small notes with addresses written on them. Several girls even ran over to hand notes to Andrei, and if Yelena hadn't been right next to Andrei, he probably would have picked a few appealing ones to accept. Chapter 202, Good heavens, is my family that wealthy? Cough, 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 Yelena, I think you might be misunderstanding something in this regard. Andrei forced an awkward smile as he glanced at Yelena, who stood beside him but deliberately turned her head away. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Humph. Don't think I haven't seen what you noble young masters are like. As far as I know, many noble young masters in Petrograd spend their days boasting about their 100-man kills. What, are you perhaps trying to show off too? Yelena snorted indignantly, seemingly still holding a grudge about the pile of small notes Andrei had received. However, Andrei's attention wasn't on that matter, but entirely focused on the 100-man kill she had just mentioned. 100-man kill? Hiss, are these guys playing such a wild game? Hearing the term, Andrei couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, is this the legendary noble circles are truly chaotic? But at the same time, Andrei couldn't help but feel a little curious, wondering what he used to be like. He had no other thoughts, he just wanted to ask if he had ever experienced what a 100-man kill truly felt like. After all, he hadn't yet experienced the decadent feudal life of a noble young master. As a new-era young man who had transmigrated, shouldn't he thoroughly experience it firsthand, conduct a personal investigation, and then fiercely criticize it? Seeing Andrei's somewhat unfocused gaze, Yelena snorted disapprovingly, but said nothing more. Noble scions of this era were all like this, whose family wasn't the same. She wasn't too clear about others, but Andrei himself had been relatively clean in the past, at least she hadn't heard of Andrei staying overnight with any noble ladies. However, according to her understanding, Andrei's father, General Vorontsov, the current commander of the Petrograd front, had at least a double-digit number of mistresses, and those were just the long-term relationships, the short-term ones weren't even counted. Thinking of this, Yelena couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that all men were big pig trotters. But for some reason, she suddenly started smiling inexplicably. Andrei, standing nearby, witnessed Yelena's legendary face-changing technique firsthand, finally understanding what it meant for an expression to be incredibly varied. He used to not believe the palette-like expressions described in novels, like 3 parts mockery, 3 parts acrimony. But at this moment, he felt that what was described in novels might not be false. Currently, Andrei's unit was advancing towards Petrograd, with a large number of military vehicles moving in a mighty procession along the road. It wasn't that Andrei's army was retreating again, his unit had merely received orders to return to Petrograd for a temporary rest. Although from Andrei's own perspective, he felt that his army didn't need to return to the rear for rest at all. Even though his unit had fought several extremely intense, even rather tragic, major battles before this, in reality, the ordinary soldiers in his unit had not endured nearly as much combat intensity. Most of the more intense battlefields, such as boarding actions or meat grinder blocking battles, were all undertaken by the fearless and extremely reckless players. Strictly speaking, apart from marching, the most difficult tasks endured by the ordinary soldiers in his unit were some positional battles. At least in his opinion, although the ordinary soldiers in his unit were slightly fatigued, overall, the morale of his army was still in a very good state. Especially with players as support in the unit, his army appeared to have suffered heavy casualties, but its actual combat effectiveness had not been significantly reduced. However, based on the number of soldier bodies belonging to the Vorontsov Independent Regiment collected on the battlefield previously, his independent regiment had indeed suffered extremely heavy casualties. If calculated by this number, his independent regiment was all but wiped out. After all, his independent regiment had only a little over 900 men when it set out. Even with a cognitive filter, from the perspective of others, his independent regiment had suffered over half casualties. According to statistics, the total number of people remaining in his unit was now approximately 700. Adding the previous 900 plus bodies, plus the broken corpses and missing soldiers that couldn't be recovered from the battlefield. Good heavens, thinking about it this way, Andrei's unit had truly lost almost half its men. Regarding air defense, Andrei's air force no longer needed to bother, as the air force from Petrograd had already arrived in Luga to provide support. Prior to this, the Luga air force was basically wiped out, with all remaining airships destroyed except for a very few small airships that escaped. Andrei didn't know how the air force handled this matter, but he estimated that someone in the air force would definitely be in big trouble this time. After all, the reason they suffered such severe losses, besides technical shortcomings, was largely due to a general's eagerness for achievement and reckless advance. If it weren't for their hasty and brainless night operation, the Luga air force would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Turning around and looking at his unit, Andrei, who was sharing a jeep with Yelena, suddenly realized something. His unit seemed to have already started moving towards mechanization. At first, his unit could only be considered an infantry regiment, or perhaps a mixed infantry regiment. After all, his unit still had a small number of armored vehicles, but beyond that, his infantry regiment really had nothing else. But now, his unit not only had dozens of tanks and armored vehicles, but also, in previous battles, 6 captured enemy mechs had survived and could still be put back into combat. Besides these things, plus the enemy trucks he captured in battle, and some vehicles supplied by logistics, his unit had truly achieved mechanization. However, even so, Andrei still requested a considerable number of military horses for his unit. A significant portion of the equipment in the unit was still transported by horse-drawn carts. The reason for this was that while chatting with other officers, he had heard officers returning from the front complain about problems with the Cambrian Empire's mechanized units. He didn't know whether it was because they had read too many foreign military magazines, or because these generals had played too many roles in military exercises. A problem that should have been very easy to spot, they simply failed to notice. The road conditions in the Cambrian Empire were simply too terrible. In other countries, with their well-developed road systems, they naturally wouldn't worry about the movement of mechanized units. However, the level of road construction in the Cambrian Empire was truly abysmal, with a large number of roads still being traditional dirt roads. This was fine in good weather, but once rain and snow hit, especially the heavy snow that inevitably occurred every winter, at least half of these vehicles, if not all of them, would break down. Especially, perhaps it was a characteristic of the Soviets, the trucks they produced in this world were indescribably bad, constantly breaking down on the road. As a result, in the Cambrian Empire, generally well-trained truck drivers could almost all double as mechanics, because if they didn't master skilled car repair, they simply wouldn't be able to wait for a mechanic to deal with it. There were simply too many cars that needed repair, how could they possibly get in line? Precisely because of this, Andrei called for a large number of military horses from the quartermaster department and got a large number of flatbed carts for his unit to transport goods. Even if the efficiency of these might not be as high as trucks, at least they wouldn't easily break down, and their reliability was much stronger. Once it rained, his unit wouldn't be reduced to being unable to move an inch. He didn't know what his current independent regiment should be considered. Overall, his independent regiment was already as mixed as it could get. The original various organizational structures were now almost completely disrupted, and Andrei had no intention of restoring them. There was no other way. For these players, it was impossible for them to always serve in one branch of service. At the same time, they inherently possessed adaptability to all branches, so having them serve in only one branch was purely a waste of their inherent characteristics. Therefore, on the basis of dividing the original infantry regiment into 3 battalions, with each battalion having 3 companies, Andrei additionally added a guards assault team to the infantry regiment. Although this formation could not be considered a formal one, this special formation, prepared specifically for players, could serve a huge purpose. Whether it was acting as an armored company, an air force squadron, or strange units like an anti-aircraft company or an engineer company, this special unit could immediately take on the role. Other soldiers were unaware of Andrei's considerations in this regard. They thought that this special formation of the Guards Assault Team was an honorary title created by Andrei. Thinking of the miracles these taciturn soldiers had created in previous battles, they all felt that this unit deserved a special honorary title. Listening to the soldiers' discussions, Andrei couldn't help but ponder another question: what about the honor of ordinary soldiers? Undoubtedly, since the Guards Assault Team had become an honorary title, ordinary soldiers who had achieved military merits would naturally have to be selected to join it. Such a meritorious unit naturally couldn't maintain a fixed structure indefinitely. Otherwise, if no outsiders ever joined, and soldiers kept parachuting in for no reason, how would that be different from those hereditary imperial guards? But if ordinary soldiers who had earned merits were mixed into this unit, Andrei felt it was truly unnecessary. Those players, even if they died, could immediately revive at the respawn point, coupled with their various characteristics. It could be said that their tactics in battle were completely different from those of ordinary soldiers. Anyone who tried to learn their tactics would truly be playing themselves to death. Asking ordinary soldiers to act with them would not only, to some extent, drag down their combat effectiveness, but also essentially send ordinary soldiers to their deaths. Thinking of this, Andrei truly felt a headache for a moment. However, fortunately, because the achievements of these players were so exaggerated, no one had yet applied to join this Guards Assault Team. Perhaps it was because, in their eyes, if they didn't achieve such monstrous feats, they simply weren't qualified to join this unit. So, to get these planes back, Andrei would first have to arrive in Petrograd, then have the players quickly build a temporary airfield, and only then could these planes return. Report, sir, we've spotted an allied unit ahead, they're on the same road as us and heading this way. Just as Andrei was still busy pondering the issue of the Guard Assault Team, a cavalryman suddenly rode over quickly, saluted Andrei, and then reported rapidly. Hearing this, Andrei stood up and looked through his binoculars into the distance, indeed spotting a large convoy heading their way. Among this convoy, besides numerous trucks, Andrei also saw many strangely shaped armored vehicles. In addition to the incinerator and reindeer armored vehicles he had seen before, he also saw a very peculiar-looking, long, low chassis contraption. To be honest, when he saw this armored vehicle, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Because no matter from which angle he looked, he felt that its design resembled the Soviet Union's T-35 tank from back then. Strictly speaking, this thing was just a T-35 tank without tracks, with 3 pairs of mechanical legs in place of where the tracks should have been. So, where did this bizarre multi-turret cult come from this time? How did he feel that the Cambrian Empire's armored vehicle design philosophy in this world was just as strange as the old Russian design philosophy back then? Andriusha, should we make way for the unit ahead? Holding another pair of binoculars, Yelena also saw the approaching convoy in the distance. The number of people was truly vast, appearing endless even from afar. No need, let our cavalry go ahead and tell them to make way for us. Andrei waved his hand, with no intention of making way. Although the opposing side had more people, his unit had just withdrawn from the front line, earned numerous merits, and was in a state of exhaustion. In his opinion, it was only right and proper for the opposing convoy to make way for his meritorious unit, wasn't it? Of course, if the people on the other side argued with him over such a matter, then that would be another story. At worst, he would go to the headquarters to complain. It would be foolish to have connections and not use them. The Cambrian Empire was not just any place, this backward place was still in a feudal society, and using connections was not something to be avoided at all. However, it was fortunate that Andrei did not encounter any vulgar making way to save face plot here. The unit ahead, upon hearing that the approaching convoy was the famous Vorontsov Independent Regiment, immediately cleared the road. As Andrei's convoy sped through the cleared path, the soldiers on both sides of the road cheered excitedly. Excellent, well fought, you are all heroes. Well done, it's time to severely suppress the arrogance of the Black Hawk Devils. At the same time, Andrei also saw young soldiers saluting him with nervous excitement, shouting. Sir, I heard you fought brilliantly on the front line, I wonder what the front line is like? Are the Black Hawk people easy to deal with? Hearing this, Andrei pondered carefully, then solemnly shouted back. Soldier, never let your guard down, the Black Hawk people are not easy to deal with at all, the front line is not as good as you imagine. Anything I say now is just pale and powerless, you'll know when you get there, it's a living hell. Upon hearing Andrei's words, some soldiers' expressions stiffened, and many began to whisper amongst themselves. They had originally expected Andrei to say some encouraging words, perhaps emphasizing how many enemies he had killed or highlighting a sense of honor. But unexpectedly, Andrei immediately poured a bucket of cold water on them. But then, when they saw the wounded soldiers being pulled on flatbeds at the back of the convoy, the smiles on many faces completely vanished. Although they knew that injuries and deaths were inevitable on the battlefield, knowing and seeing it firsthand were two different concepts. As these soldiers were discussing, an officer, also with the rank of lieutenant colonel, rode over on horseback. Andrei didn't know what this officer had experienced on the battlefield before, but he saw that half of his face was completely disfigured, a bullet had almost shattered all the bones on the left side of his face, completely deforming it. Enough, lads, if you have so much energy, save it for the enemy later. I told you before, the battlefield is not a good place, it's best to be mentally prepared before you go, and those like me who only lost half a face on the battlefield are the lucky ones. Immediately after, this officer came to Andrei's military vehicle and saluted him. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, I have heard of your heroic deeds on the front line. After saluting, the officer looked at Andrei with fervent eyes and said. Please rest assured, the positions you recaptured on the front line will not be lost, we will defend with our lives the positions your side reclaimed with blood. Andrei also saluted in return, then nodded and said. Be extra careful, take care of yourselves, I hope we have a chance to meet again in the future. Hearing this, the officer laughed heartily and said. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again, and then we will jointly plant the Empire's flag in Berlin. Immediately after, the officer turned his horse and rode back, rejoining his own unit. Looking at his receding figure, Andrei couldn't help but shake his head. If given the chance, he would also like to reunite with the other party in Berlin, but that hope was truly infinitely slim. It's hard to say how many of the armies at the beginning of the war would survive until the end of the war, but he could only say that those who made it to the end were definitely a tiny minority of lucky ones. After driving for some distance, Andrei and the unit they had encountered earlier grew further and further apart. He roughly observed that this unit should be an infantry division arriving at the front line, but compared to the infantry divisions he remembered, this division seemed to have far fewer artillery pieces. Alas, it seems the front line truly suffered heavy casualties, they can't even fully equip an infantry division. Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Andrei suddenly noticed a commotion from the unit not far away, a truck had inexplicably stopped in place. What's going on, what's the situation now? Did this broken truck break down again? Standing at the back of the truck bed, Andrei waved to the soldiers in the distance and asked loudly. Yes, sir, this piece of junk broke down again. The driver of the car ahead heard Andrei's question, quickly saluted, and replied, but his words conveyed strong dissatisfaction. The cold-blooded lady above, which idiot designed this vehicle anyway? Damn it, I wonder if we'll meet the designer of this vehicle when we get back to Petrograd? If we do, I'll have to grab him, then put him in a sack and beat him up. Andrei's face showed an approving smile at these words. To be honest, he also really wanted to beat up the designer of this truck. This broken thing was simply too frustrating. Along the way, this was not the first truck to break down, but the 31st. It was as if some curse had been triggered. Throughout the march, vehicles constantly broke down, and sometimes even two vehicles would break down simultaneously. Most of the time, issues like a car breaking down were usually simple to repair. The driver only needed to grab a large wrench and firmly hit the engine cover. He didn't know the principle behind it, nor did the other drivers, but it was an experience they had summarized along the way. Although doing so looked like repairing an old television, it had to be said that this operation was indeed very effective. However, judging by the problem with the car ahead, the fault with this vehicle was clearly not that simple. Andrei said nothing, but shouted to the back, simultaneously issuing a small task in the system. Immediately after, a player rushed up with a large wrench and quickly started tinkering with the car. As if by magic, even though the player only twisted the car's tail twice and didn't actually repair any parts, the vehicle inexplicably returned to normal and could be started again. The driver sitting in the car didn't notice anything amiss, only shouted thanks to the player who had just completed the repair task, and then continued driving away. Oh, right, speaking of which, Andrei suddenly remembered a rumor circulating among the soldiers. It was said that to join the commander's guard assault team, besides achieving sufficiently impressive combat records, they also had to be proficient in various repair skills. After all, along the way, they had personally witnessed the guard assault team quickly repair countless vehicles, and even all sorts of strange things could be fixed by them. Even if a mech broke down, in the hands of the guard assault team, it could be fixed with just a couple of twists, like magic. Hearing their discussions, Andrei didn't dare to sigh, this was indeed some kind of special magic. The player's repair skill was quite unreasonable, in reality, this skill was practically a bug. It was still somewhat limited in this world, the Black Hawk's trucks and armored vehicles were relatively reliable, and it was especially unclear what principle these walking machines operated on, as the probability of breakdown along the way was extremely low. If it were in the original World War II, a repairman with such a special skill would make the German fellows cry with envy. Heaven knows how all their Tiger tanks broke down along the way. One could only say that among the reasons for the attrition of their Tiger tanks along the way, losses due to breakdowns were even greater than losses due to enemy destruction. However, along this journey, Andrei discovered that having players repair armored vehicles and various vehicles also carried some risks. Because sometimes, these players would accidentally twist the wrench the wrong way, turning the original clockwise repair into counterclockwise disassembly. Before this, one truck had been broken by a player in this manner. It was clearly just a minor mechanical fault, but the truck got worse with each repair. After a few twists, the engine started smoking and caught fire, and then the entire vehicle burned up. The perplexed driver didn't blame the player for this, as in his view, the player was clearly repairing the car, so how could twisting it twice make the engine catch fire? This must have been due to the truck's poor quality, and it almost injured their repairman. Because of this, that player even received thanks from the driver, and the two drivers and other soldiers were also inevitably nervous and relieved that they hadn't been lazy, but had jumped out of the car during the repair. However, Andrei still mercilessly judged the mission as a failure and deducted a sum of merit from that player as punishment for his carelessness. Of course, Andrei was also more on guard against players deliberately messing around, lest he sleep one day and wake up to find all the vehicles in the regiment had been twisted into scrap by players. Luga is not far from Petrograd, and after a day's march, his team arrived in Petrograd by noon the next day. As soon as he entered the outpost, before he even had a chance to eat a hot meal, Andrei saw an old officer waiting for him there. "Young master, and Miss Yelena, long time no see. The master asked me to wait for you specifically. He said that once you two arrive in Petrograd, you are to return to the manor to see him immediately." Andrei was slightly taken aback, not recognizing who the person in front of him was, but Yelena immediately poked him in the waist and said, Andryusha, he's your family's butler, Nikolai. It seems you don't remember him now. So that's it. Andrei nodded, instantly showing a look of sudden understanding. He had been a little puzzled before, always feeling that the temperament of the person in front of him didn't seem like an officer, at least not an ordinary officer, because he looked too meticulous. Although theoretically, soldiers should indeed demand meticulousness from themselves, this meticulousness should mainly be in military discipline, not in the current sense of being more inclined towards etiquette. His first reaction upon seeing him was that Andrei thought he was an officer from an honor guard. Wait a minute. Nikolai. Andrei paused slightly when he said the name, because of his amnesia, he really didn't know what tone he used to speak to this butler before. But then, he decided it was more important to talk about business first. I think I should first take the soldiers to their station, and then do other things. They just finished fighting on the front lines and then went through a long journey, they are very tired now. They need a place to rest. Listening to Andrei, the butler named Nikolai looked at him with some surprise, then a relieved smile appeared on his lips. Young master, you don't need to worry about these things. You can bring your team to the manor. The master won't mind such things. Just don't go to the small fortress behind the manor, it has now been officially used by the master as the command post. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Andrei was not the type to abandon his brothers who had fought alongside him in blood just to see his cheap father. But at the same time, he was also very curious, wondering what his own manor was like. Although he had seen plenty of the corrupt lives of noble lords in TV dramas in this era, seeing it was one thing, and experiencing it firsthand was another. He was now eager to personally experience this legendary feudal corrupt life and then harshly criticize it with his personal feelings. On the way, the butler replaced Boris and became Andrei's new driver. While driving, he pointed to Boris and introduced him to Andrei, saying, How is it? Boris was quite reliable on the front line, wasn't he? He is a guard officer trained by the family, and he also participated in the Great Enterprise War more than 10 years ago. He is an experienced and loyal veteran. His task is to protect you on the battlefield. Andrei blinked, then suddenly realized. No wonder before this, he always felt that Boris was like his own bodyguard, always protecting him in daily life, and often prioritizing his protection during battles. He had been a little puzzled before, but when he semi-playerized himself, since his current combat power no longer required Boris's protection, he overlooked this matter. Now with this reminder, his previous doubts instantly vanished. Andrei also patted Boris hard on the shoulder, then nodded and said, Very good, very good. Speaking of which, I really have to thank him. If he hadn't pulled me into the shell-proof dugout in time, I might have been blown to death by a shell. Although, in reality, Andrei suspected that he might have already been blown to death by a shell, which is why he was reincarnated later and transmigrated. Speaking of this, Nikolai looked back at Andrei with some concern, but did not see any scars on his forehead. I've already heard about this. It's terrible. I don't know how young master managed to lose his memory from a shell shock. By the way, did the amulet on your chest work when you were shelled before? Amulet? What amulet? Andrei blinked, then suddenly remembered the crushed pocket watch on his chest when he first transmigrated. At that time, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just an ordinary small item on him. From its appearance, this thing seems to be not simple. He quickly pulled out the pocket watch from his chest, then handed it to Nikolai and asked, Is it this thing? I'm not sure, I don't remember anything about it. Taking the pocket watch, looking at its completely stopped hands and the six-pointed snowflake with a long sword emblem on it, Nikolai nodded and said, That's right, it's this thing. This is a good item that the master obtained from the Winter Goddess Church many years ago. He put a lot of effort into getting it. According to the Winter Church, this watch will, in a mysterious way, help its owner avoid a certain death. It seems that perhaps this watch helped you during that shelling. Andrei blinked, genuinely uncertain about this kind of thing, it sounded quite mystical. After all, as a transmigrator, was he protected or not protected? As he was thinking about these things, his convoy had already driven to the gates of the manor located in the suburbs. Looking at the huge manor in front of him, Andrei's mouth slightly opened, revealing a look of shock. Good heavens, was his family's land area really that large? At the distant end of the road, a vast, endless wall separated this area from the scattered houses around it. If he looked far into the wall, he could also see large tracts of fields and some scattered villages. After setting up his binoculars, Andrei saw a huge castle seemingly standing on a small hill in the distance. There seemed to be some other strange devices on top of the castle, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see clearly, only noticing something constantly rotating. Young master, have you successfully remembered something? Seeing Andrei looking somewhat lost in thought at the scene before him, Nikolai's face showed a hint of excitement, thinking that Andrei had recalled something. He pointed to the fields ahead and enthusiastically introduced them to Andrei, saying, From here onwards, the 4 villages behind us all belong to our tenant farmers. You can rest assured, they are tenant farmers and not serfs. They only work for the Vorontsov family, but their personal freedom is still intact. Andrei did not agree with these words. After all, in many cases, landlords exploited tenant farmers even more harshly than serfs. However, Nikolai clearly didn't notice the change in his expression and continued to point into the distance, saying, Located on that mountain is the Vorontsov family's castle, but this is not your ancestral home. The Vorontsov family's land is still in Moscow. Although most nobles prefer to live in manor villas rather than cold, Dark Castles, the Vorontsov family, as traditional nobles, has an ancestral motto that requires family members never to leave their castles. But you can rest assured, this castle has undergone extensive renovations, and the living conditions will definitely not be worse than anywhere else. Andrei nodded numbly. Regarding this, he had full confidence, because he felt that the castle in the distance was simply excessively luxurious. In his impression, besides Neuschwanstein Castle, he had never seen any other castle as luxurious as his own. Of course, it might also be because he had seen too few castles. After all, most of the castles he had seen were in games like Mount and Blade. Besides the castle, on the other side of the small hill, which is to the east, there is another smaller castle. This castle is mainly used for defending the main castle. And further east are several factories belonging to the family, mainly focused on light industry. Besides these factories, the family's remaining factories are in other places. After all, those factories cause more pollution. Listening to the butler's introduction, Andrei only felt that he was almost numb with shock. Good heavens, he only knew that his family was a count, but he really didn't know that his count's territory could be so vast. There were farms, factories, and 2 castles, and it seemed this was only part of the family's territory. He used to envy others for having a lot of land, but now, he felt he didn't need to envy anyone. As far as the eye could see, from one hilltop to several hilltops, this vast expanse of land was all his family's territory. Seeing the shocked expression on Andrei's face, Nikolai sighed slightly. He had thought that the young master had remembered something, but it seemed that the young master's amnesia had not recovered, and he was just surprised by the Vorontsov family's power. As the car drove past, the heavy iron gate at the very front was opened. Before these 2 gates were opened from the inside, Andrei vaguely saw a sign that read "Private Property, No Entry." When the gate opened, it was not quite the scene of servants lining up to welcome them as he had imagined. There was indeed a welcoming line, but it wasn't servants, it was 2 rows of at least 30 or more power-armored soldiers. Although the style of the power armor on these people was very different from that of the Black Eagle Empire, appearing lighter and only protecting parts of the body. Even so, when Andrei saw the power armor on these people, his eyes lit up immediately. Because he noticed that these people's power armor seemed to have jetpacks. Chapter 203, Meeting the Inexpensive Old Man, Promotion to Major General. Nicola, the power armor on these people is. Andrei's mouth almost watered as he looked at the power-armored soldiers standing in 2 rows by the roadside. He had always envied these power-armored soldiers. Although in previous battles, his elite player soldiers could, to a certain extent, rival power-armored soldiers, and even without elite soldiers, players could still inflict severe damage on power-armored soldiers with their special bayonet effects. But whether they could be damaged was one thing, whether he had them was another. Andrei had always hoped that his own army would quickly get some power armor, but after fighting for a long time on the battlefield, he only saw the enemy's power armor. If he had to say, he remembered that when he was at Lieutenant General Moppy's headquarters, he seemed to have seen generals wearing power armor among the senior officer ranks. Seeing the gleam in Andrei's eyes, Nicola pointed to the power armor and proudly explained. This set of power armor was named Thunderstorm by the master. It is a type of power armor specially produced by the family's external factories, and it was originally intended for bidding. But unfortunately, the Supreme High Command did not approve the plan to produce power armor. Those idiots believed that this thing was just a flashy but impractical big toy. From a cost perspective, it was better to arm more ordinary soldiers. So, there was no choice. The master could only equip some for the family's night order, unable to carry out larger-scale outfitting. Andrei frowned, lamenting that these people in the Cambrian Empire were truly short-sighted. What were these people thinking? Is that how the purpose of equipment is calculated? He didn't know how many ordinary soldiers' standard armaments a set of power armor could replace, but he knew that power armor represented advanced combat power. Many times, on some special battlefields, sending out 1,000 ordinary soldiers might not solve the problem, but sending out just 10 soldiers equipped with power armor could solve it. Such excellent equipment for a spearhead assault team was dismissed by these people as not cost-effective. Especially in Andrei's view, discussing the cost and cost-effectiveness of a weapon in isolation was extremely foolish. For example, tanks. He remembered that a tank during World War I cost about as much as 10 cannons to produce, but the tactics a tank could achieve were something cannons could never achieve, and the power armor in front of him was the same. Never mind, Nicola, give me a price. How many ordinary soldiers can be armed by producing one such power armor? Andrei shook his head and asked his butler. Currently, considering all the various expenses of an ordinary soldier, the value of such a power armor is approximately equivalent to the armament cost of 50 ordinary soldiers. After Nicola said this, he glanced at Andrei's expression and then continued. Of course, the reason why the cost appears so high is partly because the jetpack of this item is expensive, and partly because this power armor has not been mass-produced. If we can produce more than 100 sets of this power armor, its cost can be reduced by half. If we can produce more than 1,000 sets, its cost can be reduced to 1/3 of the original. Indeed, most weapons and equipment become cheaper with mass production. If only a few units are produced, including the cost of production lines and such, then the price of these items will be ridiculously expensive. However, even with this expectation, Andrei still couldn't help but gasp. If calculated this way, these 30 power-armored soldiers in front of him were actually enough to arm an entire regiment. Never mind, let's not talk about these for now. We'll discuss them later. If we want to mass-produce this equipment, we'll probably need others to help us share the order. Andrei shook his head, deciding to skip this issue for now. He knew that if he forced his family to equip his soldiers with this power armor, the final cost would likely be unsustainable. For something like this, he would have to find a way to sell it to gain profit, then reduce costs through mass production, and finally be able to effectively arm them. But he had already decided that he must find a way to get several sets of such equipment from home and have players use them. He didn't know if players using this equipment would undergo any wonderful changes, but this thing was simply excellent pay-to-win equipment. Even with elite soldiers, they could achieve similar effects to power-armored soldiers in many aspects, but how could the appearance of elite soldiers be as cool as power armor? Even if this thing wasn't as bulky as Astartes power armor, but leaned more towards a steampunk style, it still looked quite good. But speaking of pay-to-win, Andre felt that he could probably create more skins next. Before this, in these days, besides the original infantry skin, he had also created tank and aircraft skins, which brought in a small amount of revenue. Overall, the skins he had created so far were merely different paint jobs, but he hadn't yet created any skins with effect bonuses. He felt that he could consider taking the time to create one. He happened to have surplus influence points, and with additional bonuses, his soldiers' combat power could become even stronger. Thinking of this, Andre opened the player chat area, preparing to see what these guys were discussing. However, when he opened it, he found that all the players were discussing their own wealth. Brother Hunan, damn. I'm jealous. I was too naive. I only knew before that our regiment commander was a noble officer, but I never expected that our regiment commander's family was so wealthy, even having a family knight order. Blue-haired white-bellied mountain boar, you only care about the regiment commander's family knight order, but I'm different. I only care about how many maid sisters the regiment commander's family has. Female knight 7 captures goblins, exactly, maid sisters are the most important. Damn, I'm really too envious of the regiment commander. After seeing the various contents mentioned in the player chat logs, a slight cold sweat seeped from Andre's forehead. It must be said that the thoughts of most players were surprisingly consistent, they all wanted to personally experience the decadent feudal life of a noble lord and then thoroughly criticize it. In contrast, ordinary soldiers seemed less erratic in their thinking than players. While many of them were envious, they were mostly excited. At first, Andre didn't understand what exactly these people were excited about, but after hearing their conversation, Andre learned that these soldiers were excited about being able to enter a noble lord's manor. Most of the soldiers under him were from commoner backgrounds. In the past, noble lords and they were simply two completely different types of people. Normally, let alone entering a noble lord's home, it was difficult to even speak with a noble lord. In the eyes of many Cambrian Empire noble lords, they and ordinary commoners were truly two distinct species. And for them, a noble officer like Andre was not only willing to eat and live with them on the battlefield but also able to lead by example in combat, never treating them as cannon fodder. On weekdays, Andre would even occasionally chat with the soldiers, asking about problems they encountered in their daily lives. These things were commonplace for Andre, but for them, it was already a rare display of respect. Especially when Andre moved his army here, he was even willing to bring the army into the family manor, allowing them, as comrades, to step into the noble lord's territory together. For a time, many soldiers were deeply moved by this, even developing an impulse to die for a true friend. Andre's expression stiffened for a moment after hearing what they were saying. To be honest, he had never thought so much about it before, or rather, he hadn't really paid attention to the differences between nobles and commoners in the Cambrian Empire. There was nothing he could do, on the battlefield, his mind was focused on how to kill the enemy. How could he pay attention to these trivial details? But now, for some reason, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. It was the first time he had experienced such a clear class disparity. The motorcade ultimately did not proceed with Andre to the castle in the rear but parted ways with Andre's military vehicle. Their station was set up in the rear of the family territory, where there was a military camp that originally belonged to the Vorontsov family. That's right, besides the knight order he saw earlier, which was fully equipped with power armor, the Vorontsov family also had other family armies. Although during this period, the Tsar had significantly weakened the power of local nobles, preventing the emergence of great nobles with hundreds of thousands of troops. However, many noble families still maintained the tradition of having private armies, and many noble lords' private armies, both in terms of weapon configuration and training, were even better than the soldiers of the regular army. As the car just pulled up to the garden in front of the castle, Andre saw several gardeners busy trimming flowers and plants, and watering and fertilizing them. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but lament the corrupt life of the noble lords. The front lines were busy fighting, and the enemy was already close to Petrograd, yet the work of trimming the garden here still couldn't stop. He could only say that this scene truly conformed to his stereotype of noble lords. Upon arriving at the castle entrance and seeing 2 long rows of maids bowing simultaneously to welcome him, Andre could no longer suppress the doubts in his heart. He turned to ask the butler beside him. Nicola, how many people does our family actually employ? I see that the number of servants in our family is truly large. Hearing this question, Nicola pondered for a moment, then counted on his fingers and said. If we only count the servants inside the castle, the family has a total of 200 male servants and 250 female servants. If we include the tenant farmers who work the land outside and the family's guards, then a total of 6,000 people serve the Vorontsov family. Good heavens! He now understood why medieval feudal lords were all local emperors in their own territories. With so many people serving one family, what else could this family be but an emperor in their own territory? Led by Nicola, Andre, Yelena, and Boris wound their way through the castle. He felt like he was getting dizzy. He used to think that the idea of an overbearing CEO getting lost in his own home was a joke, but now he felt that if he were a homebody who didn't often wander around the house, he might actually get lost in this large castle. However, what surprised Andrei was how familiar Boris and Yelena seemed with the castle's interior. Unlike him, who occasionally needed the butler to point the way, the other two didn't need to follow the butler at all, they could find their own way to the study. It seems Boris was indeed a highly trusted bodyguard in the family, likely allowed to move freely within the castle, which is why he knew the paths so well. But Yelena. Andrei could only say that Yelena seemed to have visited this castle often, otherwise, she wouldn't be so familiar with it. Upon reaching the study door, Nicola didn't immediately knock but suddenly stopped and stood by the door. Because as soon as Andrei got close, he heard a fierce roar from behind the door. Useless. All of you are useless. Where are the frontline execution squads? Shoot all the officers who led the retreat. Damn it, I don't care if Baron Mech led the retreat, just shoot him. Dare to lead a retreat at such a critical moment, even shooting soldiers who tried to stop him? I'd execute him on the spot, even if he were the crown prince. Immediately after, Andrei heard a rapid string of curses, as if the person inside had started scolding others again. Seeing the slightly stiff expression on Andrei's face, Nicola whispered beside him. Young master, you must understand the master. He is under immense pressure as army group commander. News of defeat keeps coming from the front, causing much doubt about him domestically. But then, Nicola complained indignantly. Those fools who have never been to the battlefield, who only know how to give blind orders from headquarters, what do they know? The previous army group commander gave chaotic orders, losing 3 army groups at the start of the war, and then several more main units. With the master taking over at such a time, he couldn't possibly turn the tide immediately. Alas, those idiots don't want to solve problems at critical moments, they only want to find a scapegoat. Andrei deeply agreed with these words. Before his transmigration, he had seen too many similar things in the workplace. When a department had a business problem, the leader wouldn't immediately think about how to solve it, but rather how to shift the blame and define the problem. Regardless of what losses the problem would ultimately cause, as long as the responsibility didn't fall on him, it wasn't a big deal to him. After about 5 or 6 minutes of roaring, the voice inside stopped. Immediately after, before Nicola could knock, the powerful voice from inside rang out. Nicola, bring my son in. Let me take a good look at the frontline war hero. Ha ha ha, I knew Andrei, as a member of the Vorontsov family, couldn't possibly be ignorant of warfare. Before pushing the door open, Andrei suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Many thoughts ran through his mind, such as how to interact with this nominal father and whether he would expose himself. But he ultimately steeled himself and calmly pushed the door open and walked in. This world was already bizarre, with even living saints and God-chosen units existing. So, if he suddenly received divine inspiration and became a special kind of living saint, why couldn't that be allowed? In fact, Andrei felt that his ability to summon players and grant them various special combat skills was no different from a living saint. At most, other living saints' abilities focused on ice and snow, while his living saint ability focused on spawning troops. As soon as he pushed open the door, Andrei saw a burly man standing by the telephone. The man's physique was beyond merely robust. Andrei wasn't sure of his own height, but he estimated he wasn't too short. Yet, this man was a head taller than him. If his height was a head taller, then his body width had to be at least 3 times Andrei's. Seeing the man's appearance, Andrei immediately thought of Suchu. Aside from his extremely imposing physique, the second most striking thing about his nominal father was his mechanical hand. Andrei suddenly noticed that his nominal father's right hand was a highly complex mechanical arm, filled with springs and gears. As Andrei scrutinized General Vorontsov, old Vorontsov was also scrutinizing his son. Seeing the confusion and a hint of uncertainty in Andrei's eyes, he sighed inwardly but also felt inexplicably pleased. All right, it seems you really were shell-shocked and lost your memory. I initially thought you were trying to be a deserter, making up excuses to fool me. I wonder if that shell had some magic attached to it, to actually erase your memory. Do you not remember anything now? As he spoke, Konstantin Vorontsov rushed over, looked into Andrei's eyes, and vigorously rubbed his head, as if this method could somehow restore his memory. I'm afraid, old man, I truly can't remember the past. I've forgotten most things about people, and many common-sense things don't come to mind immediately. Although the man before him was indeed a stranger to Andrei, he, as if having rehearsed 1,000 times, casually slapped away the large hand that was messing with his head, his movements incredibly smooth and fluid. Beside him, Yelena also explained on Andrei's behalf. Uncle Konstantin, that's exactly it. We were suddenly shelled on the front line, and Andrei was blown away by a shell. If Boris hadn't desperately carried him into a bomb shelter, he probably would have been killed by the shell on the spot. And when he woke up again, he couldn't remember many things, but his military talent awakened because of it. Hearing Yelena's explanation, Konstantin sighed, but his face showed no great sadness, instead, it was filled with relief. All right, no matter what, at least this boy survived. It's better than dying there on the spot, isn't it? This is already lucky enough. Back during the Great Northern War, many of my comrades who went to the battlefield with me never returned. Perhaps because Konstantin had also participated in wars before, he was very open-minded about this aspect and didn't dwell on it too much. Then, seeing Andrei still standing there dumbfounded, Konstantin suddenly pulled out a pile of frontline maps, spread them out on the table one by one, and pointed at them, saying, all right, for now, let's not talk about other useless things. Andriusha, first, tell me about the frontline situation. To be honest, I received quite a few battle reports about you earlier, and they made my head spin. If I hadn't confirmed them repeatedly, I would have even suspected they were all false. Because, frankly, some of your achievements are simply too outrageous. Sure enough, he knew his nominal father would have to thoroughly test him to see if his previous battle achievements were real or fake. While theoretically, military merits are rarely exaggerated, as each merit represents tangible rewards and honor, theory is only limited to theory. Without mentioning anything else, in his impression, the figures for enemy kills by various Kuomintang units in the early stages of the War of Resistance against Japan were simply rife with exaggeration. Many units that had only killed a few dozen Japanese soldiers claimed to have killed 2,000 or 3,000 when reporting. If calculated according to the reported figures, the Battle of Shanghai alone would have resulted in more Japanese deaths than Kuomintang deaths. He had already described his combat experiences in Lieutenant General Mappi's headquarters, so Andrei was quite familiar with the process. Andrei spent a full 2 hours, talking until his throat was dry, recounting all the wars he had experienced and all the details he could remember. All right, old man, in general, that's pretty much it. These are the reasons for my achievements on the front line, a group of soldiers who aren't afraid to die, plus not making too many basic mistakes. Listening to Andrei, the general, who had been silent for 2 hours, nodded. You're right, boy. Besides your strong on-the-spot adaptability, these achievements are mainly due to the capable soldiers under your command. If it weren't for those soldiers, you wouldn't have achieved such incredible results. But overall, I think your skill level is already quite good, much stronger than I imagined. Then, the general's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he grabbed Andrei's shoulder. So, you rascal, I think you need to explain to me what happened with your abysmal performance at the military academy. Damn it, because of your terrible performance at the military academy, I couldn't hold my head up in front of my colleagues. You became a huge joke. Andrei scratched his head, his expression momentarily awkward. Old man, is it possible that I'm not very proficient in theory, but rather more inclined to be a practical fighter? And besides, the things they teach in our military academy aren't very reliable. I've seen it more than once or twice on the battlefield. Some officers who graduated from military school immediately start with some very absurd operations. Recalling the battle in the small town, the staff officer who insisted on placing artillery on the gun emplacements, he was speechless for a moment. He wondered how old those gun emplacements were, offering no concealment at all. Placing cannons in such a place, was it to ensure the enemy's artillery could easily see them? Hearing Andrei, the general suddenly found it reasonable. He had previously audited some military academy courses and naturally knew how absurd the content taught was. Frankly speaking, how many of those teaching in military academies today have actually been on the battlefield? How many truly understand how to fight? A bunch of people teaching others how to fight, who have never led troops or personally observed the front lines throughout their lives, expecting them to teach others how to fight is perhaps a bit much to ask. Alright, let's talk about the military academy later. Our military academy indeed has problems. The general waved his hand, frowning, and forcibly skipped the topic. Although he knew there were problems with the military academy, now was not the time to address them, as it involved many complex issues. He had no interest in getting entangled in the factional struggles within the military. It was perfectly fine to be an army group commander in Petrograd, no need to get involved in messy affairs. Alright, Yelena, it seems that although this rascal has lost his memory, he has no other problems, and his abilities are quite good. It might even be a blessing in disguise. Now, you go to the guest room to rest. I need to have a private father-son talk with him. Andrei and Yelena exchanged glances, not understanding what the general wanted to do. However, she was merely a guest here, and since the general had explicitly stated he wanted a private father-son talk, she naturally couldn't say much. So, Yelena just gave Andrei a look, signaling him to be careful, and then followed Nicola to the guest room to rest. Immediately after, General Vorontsov's gaze sharpened again, staring intently at Andrei without a word. Seeing his cheap old man's posture, sweat involuntarily began to bead on Andrei's forehead. He couldn't explain why, it was like some kind of natural bloodline suppression. The moment he saw such a gaze, he instinctively wanted to cover his butt. Finally, General Vorontsov broke the silence. What, you still don't want to confess? You're hiding a lot. I really didn't expect you to be so secretive. Andrei blinked, his mind spinning wildly, unsure what his cheap father was talking about. Seeing Andrei still playing dumb, General Vorontsov slammed his hand on the table and said. Tell me, confess honestly. What exactly were those strange flying machines you created in the unit before? It's like blue-haired white-bellied mountain boar, ever since your soldiers started wreaking havoc with those flying machines, my command post's phone has been ringing off the hook. Countless units want to get their hands on these flying machines. It's one thing for the Air Force to contact me, but then the infantry and navy also contacted me, and there were even a few families who wanted to buy them privately. It completely bewildered me. I even specifically checked the production lines of the family factory, but after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any production lines for those strange flying machines, or those strange armored vehicles in your unit. Where did all these things come from? Pfft. Where did they come from? They just appeared. He didn't know how to explain where these things came from. Well, I said these things were given to me by a friend. Do you believe me, old man? Unable to come up with a good excuse for a moment, Andrei showed an awkward smile, blinking his eyes as he spoke. General Vorontsov stared at Andrei for a long time, then, seemingly having thought of something, suddenly snorted coldly and said. Believe it. Why wouldn't I believe it? I believe it completely. So, when exactly did you get involved with the Tiangong party? What? What's the Tiangong party? Hearing this, Andrei's mind went blank for a moment. He had no idea what the Tiangong party was. Seeing Andrei still standing there silently, General Vorontsov snorted impatiently and said. You don't need to hide it from me. Do you really think I can't tell? Those war machines are clearly from the Eastern Tiangong party. I'm very familiar with their craftsmanship, I even specifically studied it before. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. If you're just getting weapons from them, then everything is fine. After all, in times of war, expediency is key. I'll just help you pay off the debt. But if you get involved with them in things you shouldn't, don't blame me for cutting you off. His Majesty the Tsar is most wary of these rebellious matters. If I were you, I would quickly cut ties with them. These guys might bring big trouble to the family, and our family doesn't need to get involved in their affairs. Let the foreigners solve their own problems. Andrei's brain spun wildly, unsure what this Tiangong party was. Could it be a revolutionary party? Yes. He had only summoned a batch of weapons and equipment from the system. Was this stuff really that dangerous? But no matter what, this at least gave him an excuse for the source of his weapons and equipment, so Andrei bit the bullet and continued, following his cheap old man's words. Don't worry, I haven't gotten involved in their affairs. Instead, I've poached some of their talent. Please don't underestimate me. As a member of the Vorontsov family, I wouldn't always act like a good-for-nothing, would I? However, Andrei's cheap old man didn't seem to buy it. General Vorontsov just waved his hand and said. I don't care about all that. Is there any way to get more of your armored vehicles and flying machines? If possible, could we possibly get the production lines directly and just put them in our family's own factories for production? Then, seeing Andrei frown, General Vorontsov quickly explained. I know this is a big ask, but there's no other way. Others above are also pressing very hard. Those fools seem to attribute all the advantages you gained in the war to the weapons, so they all want to get the same weapons and equipment as you. The reason Andrei was frowning at this moment wasn't because he was worried about this matter, but because he was researching whether his system actually had such exchange options, specifically, production line exchanges. Whether it was armored vehicles, tanks, bombers, or fighter jets, he only needed to spend an additional 10,000 influence points to exchange for a complete set of production lines. Once he had the production lines, he could have the factories produce these weapons and equipment themselves. However, to be precise, these production lines didn't seem to come with any game-related attributes, everything about them appeared very normal. Production required raw materials, and the manufactured equipment also had no game characteristics. But even so, this was still incredible. With this production line exchange, he could completely reverse the Cambrian Empire's terrible military-industrial production capacity. Father, actually, I want to say that if you want to produce these types of weapons, I really can get the production lines for them. I heard before that our family seems to have several other factories in the suburbs, right? This is a good opportunity. I'll contact my friends and have them send over a complete set of production equipment. Then our family can produce these things ourselves. Hearing Andrei's words, General Vorontsov's expression instantly became quite spectacular. His first reaction was to not believe Andrei's words at all, finding them utterly ridiculous. He wondered how deep Andrei's connection with the Tiangong party was, to be able to get production lines from them so easily. And speaking of which, was the Tiangong party really that wealthy now? Did they actually have surplus production equipment that wasn't being used in factories? He declared that he didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked in many ways. Then, he thought of another thing. Since Andrei could so casually mobilize production equipment from the Tiangong party, from this perspective, this kid probably wasn't just connected to the Tiangong party, but already held a considerable position within their organization. Otherwise, how could this kid ask for a set of production equipment as easily as picking up a car from his own garage? However, perhaps due to some cognitive distortion function of the system, General Vorontsov didn't dwell too much on these issues and decided not to think about them for now. Alright, in that case, you can get the equipment to our family's factories later. For the detailed matters, ask Nicola. I won't get too involved in these things. I just hope these types of weapons and equipment can be put into production as soon as possible. Andrei nodded, relieved that he had temporarily bluffed his way through. However, he suddenly thought of something and quickly spoke up to warn. Wait a moment, let me state beforehand, the reason the equipment I have is so effective is not just because the equipment itself is special, but more so because it has received some blessings. You understand, just like our living saint here has special abilities, this equipment has also received some mystical blessings, which is why it possesses powerful combat capabilities. If you are really going to produce these weapons and equipment, I suggest that after they are produced, we should modify the production lines to see if we can create even better products. Honestly, without those blessings, these weapons and equipment perform quite ordinarily on the battlefield. General Vorontsov nodded, but he didn't take these matters to heart. Whether weapons and equipment were effective or not, these were not his concerns. He only needed to consider getting these things produced. Later, how to modify and adjust this equipment would naturally be handled by other departments. I don't care about all that, it's enough if you can produce the equipment. By the way, Lieutenant Colonel Vorontsov, I also have some good news to tell you now. Just then, his cheap old man suddenly became serious, startling Andrei. Under Andrei's surprised gaze, his general father spoke a bunch of formal words, then suddenly took out a box and handed it to him. Approved by the Supreme High Command, and upon application submitted by the Petrograd Command, effective today, Lieutenant Colonel Andrei Konstantinovich Vorontsov is promoted to the rank of Major General and appointed as the commander of the Vorontsov Battle Group. In the coming days, 2 crippled infantry divisions and several other units will join your force, forming an independent mixed unit with a division-level organization. After saying this, General Vorontsov's face broke into a smile, and he heartily clapped Andrei on the shoulder, saying, "Ha ha ha, you did a splendid job. I truly didn't expect it. You're only 23 this year, and you're already a division commander and a major general. Even in the entire history of the Cambrian Empire, you're truly unique." Looking at the 2 sets of military uniforms in his hand and the golden major general's epaulets, Andrei's expression was momentarily stunned. He knew he would be promoted this time, having earned so many military merits. But in his opinion, reaching colonel would have already been quite a high achievement. After all, he had just been promoted not long ago and was still very young. Even considering that it was wartime, he thought his rank shouldn't be raised too exaggeratedly. But the major general's uniform before him truly shocked him. My goodness, what's going on? I'm a general now. He now had an urge, almost impatiently, to check his system to see what permissions he had unlocked. He was almost certain that becoming a general all of a sudden would lead to a qualitative leap in his system's permissions. Whether it was the players he could recruit, the players' activity range, or other things, everything should undergo earth-shattering changes. Chapter 204, Technology Tree Unlocked, heading north to engage Autrania. Back in his bedroom, lying on the luxurious soft bed, Andrei's head was still a bit muddled. He was inexplicably promoted to general, this surprise was truly significant. He wasn't just rocketing through the ranks, he was practically soaring with a subspace engine. He wondered how many generals in the Empire would shed tears watching a captain get directly promoted to general within a month. They'd probably feel like they'd wasted their lives. After much thought, the only comparable rapid promotion Andrei could recall was Napoleon's rise from captain to brigadier general after the Battle of Toulon. The Cambrian Empire in this world didn't have the complex military ranks of the former Soviet Union, its rank structure was relatively simple, lacking ranks like major, colonel, or brigadier general. But even so, Andrei's promotion speed could rival Napoleon's back then. He first checked his player recruitment permissions. He could now recruit players, directly jumping 2 tiers from the original 300 to 3000. This meant that even if he only recruited players, he could organize a brigade's worth of military force. Regarding the activity range, he wasn't sure how large the player's current activity range was. He could test this later when he had the chance. Considering that the scale of the army he commanded had further expanded, he believed that the player's activity range would naturally also need to increase, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate effectively on a large battlefield. Besides this bonus, the most exciting permission for Andrei was that his players could now unlock the minimap. Although unlocking the minimap for players was very expensive, requiring 100,000 influence points, Andrei, who had fought several major battles recently, was quite generous and immediately activated this feature. Players with a minimap and those without were entirely different concepts. It made less of a difference in open field battles, but in complex urban combat, the minimap was an absolute god-tier skill. When enemies were still hiding in an alley, preparing to ambush passing players, the players would have already seen them on the minimap and flanked them. With such an ability, every player could instantly become a master of urban warfare, even veterans who had participated in meat grinder urban battles couldn't contend with players who had such an advantage. Unfortunately, the minimap available to players was a stripped-down version compared to Andrei's own. Andrei's minimap currently covered a radius of 1000 meters, but the player's minimap only covered a radius of 100 meters. Tisk, could it be that the player minimap's coverage will always be 1/10 of mine? Andrei frowned, then dismissed the thought. Although it was a stripped-down version, the minimap's functionality was genuine, and a 100-meter range was generally sufficient for player operations. After all, these players could still communicate with each other in the chat area. By effectively utilizing both the minimap and the chat area, they could piece together a sufficiently large map themselves. It would then come down to their coordination and execution. Oh, right, I can't just give the minimap to players for free. I should set up a top-up option. Top up 6 yuan to unlock the minimap. After all, you get stronger by spending money. After setting this up, Andrei's face broke into a delighted smile. Although he knew that setting up this top-up option would inevitably lead to a barrage of complaints, why should he care so much? The wool comes from the sheep. He spent such a large amount of influence points to unlock the minimap, shouldn't he recoup some of that from the players? Speaking of top UPS, after some thought, Andrei immediately started working on another item for monetization, skins. No matter the game, skins are a popular option for extracting money from players' pockets. Previously, he had only issued ordinary appearance skins, but he felt he could now issue a skin with actual functional bonuses. Skins that only changed appearance were cheap, but if a skin needed to have attribute bonuses, Andrei's production cost would become extremely expensive. Each attribute bonus required him to spend 10,000 influence points, and the more attribute bonuses, the price would double. Calculating this way, he felt that a skin with 2 attribute bonuses was relatively cost-effective. Beyond that, it became increasingly uneconomical. However, considering that releasing skins required a gradual approach, otherwise, if future skin strengths couldn't increase, it wouldn't be as easy to attract players to top up. So, Andrei only set 1 attribute bonus for his new skin. Referencing the appearance of the Krieg Grenadiers, Andrei created a look and then added an attribute of a 10% increase in charge speed. What were the Krieg Corps best at? In Andrei's impression, the Krieg Corps were best at suicidal charges. At least in his memory, every victory achieved by the Krieg Corps was through relentless, suicidal charges, piling on people. If the charge was suicidal enough, even a Chaos Daemon could be stabbed to death by a Krieg bayonet. So he simply added a charging attribute to the Krieg skin, and the reason he added 10% was that 10% was the maximum he could achieve. Otherwise, did they really think he didn't want to raise the limit to 100%? Wait, this is a bit troublesome. Just then, Andre suddenly noticed something that made him slightly frown. If he created a skin for the Krieg Corps, he would have to add an additional attribute to prevent players from shouting war cries during bayonet charges. After some thought, he had already spent the influence points earlier, so he might as well add another attribute to complete this aspect. Otherwise, Krieg soldiers constantly shouting war cries during a charge was too immersion breaking, and players might not buy it. Wasn't Krieg all about charging in silence and dying in silence? After much deliberation, he still added this attribute. Anyway, on the player interface, they could only see numerical bonuses, not changes in skills. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about players questioning him later, asking why one skin had 2 attribute bonuses for the same price, while another only had 1. After setting up the skin in a higher price, Andre then removed the skin's appearance disguise. Before, he was unwilling to let players create a lot of messy skins, which resulted in the soldiers' uniforms being too chaotic and indistinguishable between friend and foe on the battlefield. So he set up an appearance disguise for skins. This way, only players could see the appearance of their skins, ordinary NPCs would still see the classic Cambrian Empire military uniform. But now, he was already a major general, and the number of players he could recruit reached 3,000. Even if he conservatively estimated that only 1/10 of the players bought this skin, he could still assemble a force of 300 men. Like before, if only dozens or even a dozen players used a skin, it would naturally leave the impression of a ragtag army. However, if an entire force of 300 men used the same skin and could be organized into a special unit, then it would no longer be a ragtag army. This was clearly a special unit, an elite force, much like Napoleon's Old Guard. When deployed on the battlefield, both friend and foe would instantly recognize them as the enemy's elite. After creating a new skin, Andre then unlocked equipment. This time, he unlocked artillery. He had discovered in previous battles that a major weakness of his troops was the lack of artillery. Although in trench warfare, using player mortars and various other small cannons, combined with the firepower of armored vehicles, could barely achieve the effect of artillery. At that time, his independent regiment was just an obscure, ragtag unit, so it wasn't surprising that they didn't have any proper artillery. But now, his unit's organizational structure had been elevated to division level. If he still didn't have a dedicated artillery unit, that would be a bit absurd. Of course, he knew that the front army would definitely equip him with dedicated artillery, even without player involvement, he would receive a batch of cannons. But how could ordinary artillery be as effective as special artillery used by players? Could ordinary artillery observe the shell's landing point through a god's eye view when firing? Could ordinary artillerymen deliver such ferocious firepower as players when firing? Regarding artillery unlocks, he merely glanced at them and then set aside the infantry gun. Infantry guns were certainly useful on the battlefield, but their significance for player operation was not very great. At that time, neither the range nor the power would be much greater than a mortar, and they would be far less mobile than a mortar, nor could they match the artillery effects of player vehicles. As a result, infantry guns would definitely be disliked by players, so as soon as they were unlocked, he immediately turned his attention to heavy artillery. The artillery he unlocked was limited to World War I, or rather, World War I era artillery, but because these cannons were for players, many of the disadvantages of World War I artillery were not so obvious. In World War I, one of the biggest disadvantages of many artillery pieces was their mobility. Because trench warfare was fought at that time, artillery rarely needed long-distance movement and did not need to consider factors like blitzkrieg, so the mobility of artillery was generally poor, and the gun bodies were often heavy. But for players, none of this was a problem. The physics engine of the vehicles used by players behaved strangely, and Andre didn't see any problem with using these vehicles to tow artillery. If all else failed, he would simply let players figure out how to transport the artillery onto planes and then have the planes fly them away. With the physics engine bonus, even tanks could fly, let alone these large cannons. So, Andre directly chose to unlock the British BL 9.2-inch siege gun from World War I. Converted, this cannon had a caliber of a whopping 234 mm, making it an undeniable heavy siege gun. One shot could be described as devastating, instantly inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. The maximum range of this type of artillery could reach 12.7 kilometers, which wasn't very far, but for Andre's current division-level unit, this range was already sufficient. He was certain that his division-level unit would definitely not be equipped with such heavy artillery, the largest caliber would probably be a 152 mm howitzer. With such a cannon, he believed that at critical moments, his troops could definitely bring a huge surprise to the enemy. Besides this cannon, Andre originally wanted to unlock light tanks, specifically the French Renault FT-17 tank, but he then reconsidered, thinking that this tank was not particularly reliable. This tank became famous in history because it was the earliest tank with a traversable turret, essentially the prototype for various tanks of later generations. However, from a gaming perspective, this tank could only be considered very mediocre. In a tank-on-tank engagement, it couldn't even compete with armored cars and could only be used to bully enemy infantry or launch flanking ambushes. As for mobility, this tank's mobility hasn't improved much either. So, with average firepower and protection, and no significant improvement in mobility, Andrei really didn't think this thing had any advantage over the Saint Chamond. If he had to say, this thing was just a bit more flexible than the Saint Chamond, with a turret that could rotate 360 degrees when firing. With that thought, he decided he might as well continue upgrading the tank tech tree and then recruit tanks from World War II. Unlocking the World War II tank tech tree cost much more than the World War I tech tree, but as soon as it was unlocked, Andrei saw a huge array of tanks, far more impressive than the few models available in World War I. Looking at the chaotic jumble of tanks, Andrei was truly dazzled and didn't know which one he should unlock. If speaking from personal preference, he almost subconsciously wanted to unlock the Tiger tank first. After all, this tank was truly famous in World War II. Moreover, the biggest drawbacks of the Tiger tank in World War II were not problems for players at all. For example, Tiger tanks were prone to breakdowns, but in the hands of players, these vehicles would not break down during movement unless they encountered an attack, otherwise, they would always remain in good condition. Another example is the difficulty of producing Tiger tanks, but for players, they can produce tanks directly by recruiting them from the factory. A little waiting time allows the tanks to pop out directly. Therefore, these issues were not a problem for players at all. But then, Andrei discovered that he seemed to be unable to afford the Tiger tank right now. He didn't know how the price of this thing was determined. The prices of tanks from the early World War II and mid to late World War II were worlds apart, having risen to a whole new level. Beyond that, on Andrei's tech tree interface, he could even see some quite exaggerated tanks that had never even been produced, yet could still be exchanged. He didn't know where the prototypes of these tanks were referenced from. If he had to guess, he felt they might have come from games like World of Tanks. A bunch of chaotic, bizarrely shaped Tier 9 and Tier X vehicles, he felt familiar with them no matter how he looked. After some calculation, if he were to exchange for the Tiger tank now, maintaining player respawns would be a problem, and he wouldn't have enough funds to produce it even if he exchanged for it. So, after some research, he finally chose to exchange for the Soviet T-34-76 tank. Undoubtedly, compared to the later T-34-85 tank of World War II, the T-34-76 tank had various defects in many aspects. The most criticized aspect of this tank, besides not being equipped with enough radios, was the lack of a commander. The old Russians' idea was simple. They believed the commander was a role responsible for observation and issuing commands, which could be entirely handled by other positions, eliminating the need for an extra person in the tank. So, their designed T-34-76 tank could only accommodate 4 people, with the commander's role being concurrently held by the gunner. As a result, a problem arose. Tank crew members have a very narrow field of vision inside the tank. To observe enemies better, they often needed to stick their heads out. However, once the commander, who also served as the gunner, stuck his head out, he would have to leave the gunner's position and would be unable to operate the gun. This led to the T-34-76 tank having extremely poor visibility. Often, by the time it was hit by the enemy, the driver inside the tank still couldn't find where the enemy was. Before the rank upgrade, Andrei would also have to pay attention to this issue, because players operating vehicles here used a first-person perspective, meaning players observed the outside from the perspective of sitting inside the tank. So, once the tank's visibility was poor, even if a player was driving, they couldn't avoid such awkward problems. However, after the rank upgrade, Andrei could unlock a third-person perspective for tanks, similar to modes in War Thunder or World of Tanks Blitz. In this situation, players operating tanks don't encounter visibility issues at all. They can always maintain an optimal field of view, almost like a god's eye view. As for communication issues, for players unique entities who can communicate in the chat area at any time, they would never be limited by communication problems. From this perspective, players are almost like a special kind of swarm, with their own psychic network. So, with that thought, Andrei immediately chose to unlock the T-34-76 tank, because if you set aside the 2 aforementioned drawbacks, this tank truly was one of the best tanks of the early World War II. Especially since this tank was originally a Russian tank, bringing it here meant he didn't have to worry much about acclimatization issues. He could use it directly upon exchange. Soon, players received a large wave of game updates, and as Andrei expected, when they saw that unlocking the minimap function required charging, the chat area instantly erupted in curses. However, despite the cursing, the players' bodies were very honest, and most players chose to recharge and unlock the minimap. Because the minimap indeed brings them a better gaming experience, on the battlefield, having a minimap and not having one is completely different. Especially in chaotic terrain, enemies hiding in a specific corner are truly difficult to spot, but on the minimap, all these hidden enemies can be seen at a glance by players, and the gap immediately widens. As for the tank update, when players saw that the game even brought out the T-34-76 tank, they were somewhat speechless for a moment. After all, before this, they had always thought their tech tree was a World War I tech tree. Although many enemies appearing in this game were absurd, their tech tree, overall, seemed to follow the Battlefield 1 model. From the current perspective, it seems the game's official developers are starting to innovate instead of just copying Battlefield 1 entirely. At the same time, Andrei's new troops were also arriving in succession. Several units withdrawn from the battlefield were being rapidly reorganized and integrated into the Vorontsov Independent Combat Group led by Andrei. Regarding this, besides having to give speeches in front of the soldiers every day, introducing his heroic deeds on the front line to boost the soldiers' confidence, he basically didn't need to do much else. Most matters could actually be handled by his deputy division commander and chief of staff. That's right, as Andrei was promoted, his deputy regiment commander Yuri and the old chief of staff also similarly rose to the rank of colonel, becoming his unit's deputy division commander and chief of staff. Regarding this, Andrei felt that the high command might, on one hand, want to preserve the core of his unit as much as possible, using the originally powerful Vorontsov Independent Regiment as the backbone, allowing them to continue to flourish within this unit. But on the other hand, it might also be because at the beginning of the war, frontline officers suffered heavy casualties, with a large number of officers killed, necessitating the temporary promotion of many officers. To put it bluntly, the Cambrian Empire now didn't have that many talents to assign to Andrei, so they simply promoted Andrei's old team exceptionally. An old team is good. Andrei was more familiar with his old team, at least much better than suddenly being given a bunch of unknown officers. In these times, the officers of the Cambrian Empire were truly of uneven quality, many officers were genuinely just there to pass the time, and he didn't know how they usually became officers. What? You said Andrei's previous self was so bad and could still be a captain? Well, he understood now, this was truly the evil of noble offspring. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Andrei always felt that the number of aristocratic officers in his unit was very, very small. The vast majority of officers were from commoner backgrounds. Perhaps it's because, in the eyes of traditional Cambrian Empire officers, commoner officers meant a lack of professional competence, a lack of ability. After all, these noble lords were all high and mighty, constantly emphasizing bloodline honor, thinking they were born noble or something. How could their abilities be inferior to commoners? Coupled with the fact that the education level of most commoners in the Cambrian Empire was generally mediocre, and they lacked family traditions, they had not received relevant education. So, in many cases, in various schools and positions, they truly couldn't compete with noble offspring, to the extent that this theory of bloodline seemed to be further substantiated. Andrei felt no dissatisfaction that most of the officers under him were commoners, on the contrary, he thought it was better this way. Honestly, if he had been given a large group of aristocratic officers, he wouldn't know how to command those noble lords. After all, a bunch of noble lords were all very opinionated and caused a lot of trouble on the battlefield. He had seen it before at the army group headquarters. Some aristocratic generals even had to bring a retinue of servants to battle. He had to admit he was shallow. He used to scoff at the idea of drinking coffee in a command post as depicted in TV dramas, but when he actually witnessed it, he found that there truly were officers who would specifically bring servants to brew coffee with them to the battlefield. As for the vibration of artillery shells causing dirt to fall into the coffee cup? Please, what are servants for? Don't they know to cover it up? If servants were so unobservant, they would have been out of a job long ago. Because the vast majority of officers in the unit were commoners, and these people had heard of Andrei's heroic deeds in newspapers and learned many details from frontline soldiers. Therefore, the integration of the troops proceeded quite smoothly, and they did not encounter any insubordinate troublemakers. No foolish idiot would jump out at such a time to accuse Andrei of being young or of fabricating his military achievements, as groundlessly accusing a noble lord was a very serious crime. After some integration, Andrei's unit consisted of approximately 3 infantry brigades, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 armored regiment. Among these 3 infantry brigades, 1 infantry brigade could be mechanized, but the remaining 2 brigades could only travel on foot. Transportation primarily relied on various horses. If, before Andrei's transmigration, he was still that military novice who had only watched a few documentaries and had a superficial understanding of the battlefield, he would inevitably complain about the unreliability of war horses and believe that mechanization was the way to go. However, after coming to this world, he realized that mechanization isn't always reliable, especially in places with very poor road conditions like the Cambrian Empire, where mechanization often might not even be faster than horses. Especially in the coming months, after summer ends, they will face autumn and winter warfare, accompanied by rain and snow. The advantages of war horses would gradually become apparent. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly realized something. All armored vehicles in this world used mechanical legs for movement, and even if the chassis of mechanical legs was relatively large, it was ultimately not as large as the contact area of tracks. If even tracks could get stuck in the mud, wouldn't mechanical legs be even more prone to getting stuck in winter? Especially since these mechanical legs would require a large amount of lubricant for flexible movement, and when the harsh winter of the Cambrian Empire arrived, wouldn't that lubricant freeze solid? Ordinary lubricants freeze at -10 to -30 degrees Celsius. He wasn't sure how cold the Cambrian Empire's winter truly was, but he believed it wouldn't be warmer than the Soviet Union in winter. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt an urge to laugh. When winter arrived, his advantages would be fully displayed. After all, players' armored vehicles wouldn't be affected by these temperature and terrain factors. As long as they weren't directly attacked, players' armored vehicles could continue to operate normally. Didn't this mean that when all the enemy's mechs froze, his tanks could still operate as usual and even march quickly through the snow? Because Andrei's troops were basically units that had retreated from the front line, or rather, had been routed, their current task was to integrate and rest, with no immediate combat missions. During these days, Andrei also thoroughly enjoyed the decadent life of a nobleman in his castle, while daily issuing some routine tasks to players to prevent them from getting bored. For example, to prepare for a potential siege, Petrograd needed a large number of additional defensive fortifications. The task of building these fortifications was entrusted to the players by Andrei. In these days, a large number of new players became concrete workers, with their daily tasks being various concrete pouring, then building bunkers outside the city, and also constructing fortress cannons. Due to the naval defeat and the loss of air superiority, the Cambrian Empire's navy had now fully retreated to the port of Petrograd, no longer seeking a decisive battle with the enemy at sea. The good news was that a large number of elite marines were incorporated into the army, becoming the backbone of the army as elite infantry. In addition, the cannons from several warships were also dismantled and were being gradually converted into fortress cannons by players. Besides the concrete work, a large number of new players also received transportation tasks. Frontline troops needed a large amount of material supplies every day, while a large amount of supplies from the rear needed to be transported to Petrograd. Due to the enemy's frantic air raids, many railway lines were bombed, so often transportation tasks had to be carried out by road. At such times, the versatile players became the most excellent candidates for truck drivers. Give players a truck and a wrench, and they could transport supplies to the front line completely, with minimal losses along the way. Many truck breakdown issues were not a problem for players, a few turns with a wrench could fix the truck, as long as they didn't tighten it the wrong way. Even the enemy's air raids were not as lethal against players, as players had many rather absurd anti-aircraft methods. For example, some players could drive while pulling out an rocket launcher, firing a shot at the small airships preparing for a dive bombing. Other players carried engineer shovels with them. When enemy airships prepared to descend, they would quickly hammer out an anti-aircraft gun on the spot in front of the enemy, and then furiously bombard the sky with it. As a result, along the road from Petrograd to the front line, after players' continuous transportation, countless small anti-aircraft positions appeared, reassuring passing transport teams, and also making many generals complain. Such good anti-aircraft guns, why are they all placed by the roadside? Someone reported this issue to the Front Army Command, and then Andrei's adoptive father kicked the ball back to him. Andrei himself stated that all these anti-aircraft guns were his private property, and he could deploy them however he wished. Of course, if anyone wanted these anti-aircraft guns, they could exchange them for other things. So, in these days, Andrei's troops acquired a large amount of supplies that other units simply didn't have, including a large quantity of high-quality canned goods and sausages, and even live pigs and chickens. Seeing this, Andrei could only say that these officers understood logistics. Anyway, these things were all logistics supplies, not paid for out of their own pockets. Exchanging these items for equipment from Andrei's hands. That was to incorporate them into their private armed forces. That's right, according to Andrei's investigation, a considerable number of the generals and officers who exchanged anti-aircraft guns from him did not move these anti-aircraft guns to the front lines, but instead used them to defend their own residences. Good heavens, Andrei using these anti-aircraft guns to maintain the rear supply lines was considered improper use, but their use of these items to guard their own residences resulted in proper use. Regarding this, he could only say that these guys might as well have left the anti-aircraft guns where they were, allowing him to use them to cover road transport. Although Andrei was very dissatisfied with the actions of these officers, under their operations, the logistics of Andrei's unit were directly maximized. The soldiers' weapons and such were fine, with the ammunition boxes dropped by players, he already had no shortage of bullets. However, the various food treatments, which were simply unavailable in other units, greatly boosted the morale of Andrei's unit. Although he knew that morale boosted by food was only temporary, and the morale that food could boost was ultimately limited. The motivation brought by food, one could say, after a certain basic need is met, the remaining motivational effect becomes negligible. But the premise of all this was that basic needs had to be met, and the food supply for most Cambrian Empire soldiers could not meet basic needs. In their daily lives, let alone how good their military rations were, their primary concern was whether they could eat their fill. During combat, most Cambrian soldiers could only eat 2 meals a day, because the food they could obtain simply could not support 3 meals a day. It wasn't until they arrived at Andrei's unit that they learned that the Empire actually had units that could eat their fill, and even had unlimited supplies of stewed meat and canned goods. While securing food for his own troops, Andrei also specifically suggested to his adoptive father that he, as the front army commander, should transport as many supplies as possible to Petrograd. Old man, don't blame me for being alarmist, I think you can see for yourself that our defense line on the Luga River will eventually be unable to hold. Once the enemy's armored forces break through our defense line and bypass from the southeast all the way to northeast Petrograd, we will be completely surrounded by the enemy. The Black Eagle Empire only needs to surround the east and south of Petrograd, with the remaining encirclement handled by the forces of Otrania, bypassing from the northwest. Petrograd will be completely blockaded into an isolated city. At that time, famine will inevitably break out in this city. At this point, Andrei's expression was worried. He had not forgotten how severe the famine in Leningrad was during the siege of Leningrad in history. According to Soviet official figures, a total of 640,000 people died of starvation during the siege of Leningrad. Besides this, there were other various claims, with the most exaggerated stating that as many as 1.5 million people died of starvation in the Leningrad region. Andrei certainly did not wish for the current Petrograd to suffer such an fate in the future. Even if a siege was inevitable, he hoped to stockpile as many supplies as possible beforehand. After listening to Andrei's explanation, the general lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and turned his gaze towards the Otranian army, which was also advancing towards Petrograd. In the previous Great Northern War, although their Cambrian Empire had defeated Otrania and seized a large amount of their land, in that war, more than 300,000 people from the Cambrian Empire had fallen on Otranian soil. Even his severed hand was lost on Otranian territory. Now, Otrania, an ally of the Black Eagle Empire, had returned. Although their offensive was not as swift as the Black Hawks, they were also steadily pressing towards Petrograd. After a few puffs of his pipe, the general patted Andrei on the shoulder and said, "In that case, Major General Vorontsov, I'm about to give you a mission. I wonder if you can complete it." Andrei did not speak, merely saluted respectfully. Given the situation, Could he still refuse? The general nodded, then drew a line on the map with a pen and said. Next, I need your troops to go north and defend the SAA region as much as possible. You must hold the port and railway of Murmansk. I will try to use some personal connections, though I can't guarantee success, but I will try my best to have people transport supplies to Petrograd via Murmansk, and your mission is to hold this place firmly for me. I don't know how many supplies I can transport, but I will do my best to make the upcoming siege a little easier. As soon as he finished speaking, the general suddenly coughed dramatically twice, subtly wiping his eyes. He felt a pang of sympathy for Andrei. Andrei had only returned half a month ago, and at most had only rested for 2 weeks. In such circumstances, his troops had just arrived, and hadn't even had time for further reorganization and integration, yet they had to return to the front lines. But there was no choice. They simply couldn't spare more troops to defend Otrania in the north. In this war, Otrania seemed prepared to avenge its defeat in the Great Northern War, having mobilized its entire national military force for a massive offensive. Ready to wipe away the shame of the past. But the general did not notice that Andrei, upon receiving this mission, had a smile on his face. Another war? This is excellent. If there's no war, where would his influence points come from? If he couldn't kill enemies or make any major moves, where would he get more influence points to unlock more weapon units? Moreover, if there was no war, his players would revolt. Andrei also knew that only through war could his military rank continuously rise, allowing him to gain more players, a larger team, and greater influence. He couldn't quite explain why, but he had a bad feeling. He always felt that besides facing foreign aggression, there was a huge undercurrent surging within the Cambrian Empire. The country's system itself was built on a powder keg. He believed that once the Cambrian Empire experienced some astonishing change, it would inevitably usher in a new round of turmoil. He didn't know how he would face such turmoil then, but he believed that having strong power in his hands would never be a bad thing. To put it bluntly, even if he wanted to remain neutral at that time, he would need sufficient strength. What kind of neutral faction could he be without strength? Chapter 205, The Creek Death Corps First Battle. After a simple mobilization speech, Andrei's troops set off. For this mission, Andrei's troops' primary objective was to defend the Karelia region, specifically to protect the railway connecting Murmansk to Petrograd. In the coming days, a significant portion of supplies would be transported by sea to Murmansk, and then retransported to Petrograd, making this railway a crucial lifeline for Petrograd. Theoretically, if supplies needed to be transported to Petrograd from the rear, such as the Ural Industrial Zone and Moscow, there would be no need to use sea routes. The Arctic Ocean is not that easy to navigate. Direct land-based rail transport should be a more convenient and cost-effective option. However, there was no alternative. In this world, the Black Eagle Empire's bombing capabilities had vastly improved. Their strategic bombing level was incomparable to that of the German Empire in World War I. Under continuous bombing, the railway from Moscow to Petrograd was almost completely severed. Even though railway workers along the Moscow line were working tirelessly to repair it, their efforts were still largely ineffective, making Andrei even consider leading his troops to reinforce Moscow. However, such a thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Because his current troops were subordinate to the Petrograd Front Army, he only needed to consider the defense of Petrograd, not the aid of Moscow. Even if his elderly father was the commander-in-chief of the Petrograd Front Army, he could not simply transfer a reorganized large mixed division to Moscow without a valid reason. From the current situation, the combat situation north of Petrograd was quite grim. Compared to historical events where Finland reclaimed its lost territories and then ceased its advance, in this world, Ostrania, roughly equivalent to Finland, was continuously pushing forward, with its army directly threatening Petrozavodsk. This was a vital town north of Petrograd. If it were captured by the enemy, it would not only mean that the heart of the Karelia region had been completely overrun, but also that the Murmansk railway would be cut off by the enemy. Therefore, Andrei's mission was to defend Petrozavodsk with all his might, and under no circumstances allow the enemy to capture it. On the military train, Andrei was reviewing the latest battle reports. In previous battles, the defenders of Petrozavodsk had successfully repelled a fierce enemy assault, but the enemy had almost reached the city's outskirts. This also meant that Andrei's train might encounter the enemy upon entering the station. This is bad. The situation isn't looking good. Why is the fighting on the front so poorly managed? In my impression, Ostrania people's combat strength wasn't this formidable, was it? Andrei scratched his head while asking the staff officer next to him. He had no impression of Ostrania people, but if he considered them as the Finns he remembered, then Andrei did have some impressions. He remembered that the Finns had quite a few decent elite infantry, or rather, they were more tactically proficient, often pulling off impressive maneuvers in small-scale conflicts and being extremely adept at guerrilla warfare. However, at the same time, the Finnish army's weaponry and equipment were relatively outdated. Due to their limited domestic production capacity, their troops generally lacked heavy equipment and had limited ammunition. General, it's mainly because the two army groups we deployed had extremely poor combat effectiveness. They struggled to engage with the experienced Ostrania people in small-scale battles. A young staff officer named Alexander, who had recently joined Andrei's team, meticulously analyzed the battle report for Andrei. According to our intelligence from the front, Ostrania people's offensives tend to be weaker in areas near cities and fortresses. They find it difficult to directly contend with our firepower. However, the terrain in the Karelia region is extremely complex, with numerous lakes and forests fragmenting it, making it difficult for our troops to deploy effectively in these areas. Once we need to engage the enemy's infantry in close quarters combat within various villages and small paths, our infantry will show signs of weakness, and this weakness will become even more pronounced when follow-up firepower cannot keep pace. Then, Alexander suddenly paused, seemingly pondering something, and then said with some uncertainty. Additionally, I suspect that Ostrania people may have received some military assistance from the Black Eagle Empire. Andrei shook his head, a dismissive smile on his face. You don't need to suspect, this has already been confirmed by our command. A large number of Black Eagle Empire's standard equipment has appeared among Ostrania people's forces, including various mechs and some individual weapons. So much so that many units now refer to Ostrania people as Little Black Hawk people, feeling as if they are fighting a weakened version of the Black Hawk army. However, after hearing Andrei's words, Alexander shook his head and said, General, my point is that the Black Eagle Empire's support for Ostrania people might be more than just these things. I suspect that the Black Eagle Empire might have deployed their elite special forces and battle mages to Ostrania, because many frontline battle reports are truly inexplicable. At this point, Alexander pointed to several entries in the battle report and said, for example, several of our infantry battalions almost mysteriously disappeared on the front line while counterattacking the enemy. We only found their bodies during subsequent searches. I don't believe Ostrania people possess such powerful combat capabilities that they could eliminate an infantry battalion in an instant, not even with an ambush. They must have used some unknown power, such as the magic that the Black Eagle Empire particularly favors. Hearing Alexander's words, Andrei took the matter a little more seriously. He took the battle report and carefully examined several areas. You know, it's very possible. For instance, some units actually ended up dying from friendly fire, which seems a bit bizarre. Andrei frowned, unsure what kind of strange magic this was. But it didn't matter, if the enemy was limited to this level, he had full confidence in his players. It should be known that the battles his players engaged in during their daily gaming sessions were primarily small unit skirmishes in various complex terrains. While these players might not perform exceptionally well in large-scale battlefields, charging into enemy fire alongside other soldiers. However, in complex terrain and small-scale combat, he was fully confident that his players could beat the enemy senseless. Just then, Andrei suddenly heard the roar of airplane engines in the sky. Alexander, with a hint of curiosity, leaned out the window and happened to see a squadron of fighter jets streaking across the sky. His face showed a look of longing, as if he desperately wanted to understand how these strangely bird-like flying machines could achieve such speeds. Divisional Commander, by the way, I don't understand. Are you sure this unit in our division should be called an armored regiment? Hearing the voice behind him, Andrei turned around and saw Colonel Yuri, looking slightly fatigued. Seeing the bloodshot eyes and heavy dark circles under Yuri's eyes, Andrei gave a slightly awkward smile. There was nothing he could do, after all, he had pushed many tasks that should have been handled by him, the divisional commander, onto Yuri, the deputy divisional commander, under the pretense that the capable should do more. In these days, Yuri had put in a lot of effort to integrate Andrei's mixed division. What? Do you think the configuration of our armored regiment is a bit strange? Andrei shrugged and countered. Upon hearing this, Yuri's expression immediately became agitated. Please, regimental commander, divisional commander, strange doesn't even begin to describe it. The armored regiment has armored vehicles, those armored vehicles you call tanks, and multi-legged mechs, all of those are fine. But what's with the air squadron? This is the first time I've heard of an armored regiment being equipped with an air squadron. And besides that air squadron, where did a unit called the Creek Death Corps come from? To Yuri's questions, Andrei chuckled and said. Well, I can't help it. According to the Empire's rules, I should theoretically be a front army commander to command Air Force units, but you've seen what the Air Force units are like. At least I don't trust our own Air Force to protect our skies. Moreover, all these planes were bought with my family's real money, I paid for them out of my own pocket. So, I'll organize this armored regiment however I want. Don't just talk about an additional air squadron now, in the future, I might even equip this armored regiment with warships. The armored regiment in Andrei's unit was, in fact, the players. Although the entire armored regiment comprised 3,000 people, its equipment was incredibly diverse. Various miscellaneous armored vehicles and tanks were given, and a new batch of multi-legged mechs transported from the rear had also been distributed among the players. Including the Air Force and anti-aircraft artillery units, all these were also assigned by Andrei to the armored regiment. Andrei was somewhat surprised that the players' top-up rate was even higher than he had imagined. A total of approximately 500 players purchased the Creek Death Corps skin, and these players were uniformly organized by him into the Creek Death Corps. He never expected that he could actually cosplay the famous Creek unit from Warhammer in this game. When the players who obtained the skin received the designation granted by Andrei, they immediately became excited. At the same time, other players, seeing that these Krieg not only had their appearance visible to NPCs but could also genuinely acquire a unit named Krieg, immediately became excited. Subsequently, nearly 200 more players chose to top up and purchase the skin, and Andrei ultimately acquired nearly 700 Krieg soldiers. Of course, the background story of this Krieg Death Corps could not remain the same as the original Warhammer lore. So Andrei simply fabricated an explanation for Colonel Yuri. Regarding the origin of the Krieg unit, I'll tell you, but don't spread it around. It involves something a bit unsavory. Hearing Andrei say this, Colonel Yuri quickly exited Andrei's compartment, looked around, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to them, re-entered. As for Staff Officer Alexander, he had very consciously exited the compartment when he saw the Deputy Divisional Commander arrive. Seeing Yuri staring intently at him without a word, Andrei nodded and said. You know, because the war broke out, the Black Hawk people within the Cambrian Empire became quite awkward. Originally, many Black Hawk people had immigrated to the Empire and taken root there. Adding to that, a while ago, many traitors among these Black Hawk people colluded with the Black Eagle Empire. There was a group of muddle-headed fools who actually thought they were a noble race. At this point, Andrei couldn't help but let out two cold laughs. It must be said that the Black Eagle Empire's ethnic policy was very brainwashing. The identity of a superior race was placed before them. And it instantly attracted countless people. Compared to staying in the Cambrian Empire and toiling for the Tsar, these people were undoubtedly more willing to let the Black Hawk people invade and then go to the Black Eagle Empire to become a superior people. This, in turn, naturally led to the Cambrian Empire having extreme distrust of the Black Hawk people within its borders. Some had even begun to persuade the Tsar, hoping to establish special communities to centralize and manage them. In short, there are currently two different opinions on how to deal with these people domestically. Some believe they should be treated equally, while others believe they should be imprisoned like criminals, or even executed. After some Black Hawk people learned of this news, they were willing to prove their loyalty with their blood and lives, which is why they organized such a force. It can be said that this unit is the assault team and cannon fodder of our entire division. Whenever there's a tough nut to crack, they're sent in to fight. After listening to Andrei's explanation, Yuri frowned slightly, unsure what to say. On one hand, he felt it was unfair to the Black Hawk people in the country, but on the other hand, he felt that if these people were not restricted, it was very likely to cause even greater trouble. After much thought, he finally just let out a heavy sigh and said nothing. He wasn't sure if this Creek Death Corps was reliable in combat, but he knew that this unit had to perform heroically on the battlefield, and even more heroically than other units. To put it bluntly, this unit was essentially a penal battalion. They needed to prove their loyalty with blood and wash away the sins of their compatriots. Colonel Yuri felt sympathy for the soldiers in this Death Corps, and even felt a bit sad for them. But he didn't know that, completely unlike what he imagined, the soldiers of this Creek Death Corps were clearly enjoying this setup. After all, in Warhammer, the Creek Corps was essentially a penitent crusade, and they also needed to atone for their past betrayal of the Emperor with their own blood and that of their descendants. So, for this setting, players' acceptance was quite high, especially with the opportunity to lead the charge on the battlefield. This feeling made them incredibly excited. Leading the charge is great, which player doesn't want to lead the charge? Having obtained such a skin, with all bonuses applied to charging, if they didn't have the opportunity to lead the charge, wouldn't this skin be useless? Because of the fighter escort, Andrei's military train arrived smoothly, without encountering any bombing along the way. In previous battles, Ostrania had organized its air force to conduct multiple rounds of bombing on this railway, but clearly, their air force's capabilities were far inferior to the Black Eagle Empire's. Despite continuous bombing, the railway was damaged in many places, but with the urgent repairs by the engineers, it still remained clear and unobstructed. Andrei's military train transported a total of 800 people to this location. After all, the transport capacity of one train is limited, and 800 people already made it very crowded. Among these 800 people, besides an officer corps of 40, all the remaining soldiers were Andrei's newly formed Creek Death Corps. Of course, in addition to this Creek Corps, Andrei's military train also carried two newly recruited 9.2-inch siege cannons. Actually, according to Andrei's original idea, he hadn't planned to recruit these two heavy siege cannons before reaching the battlefield. He originally intended to have them produced in local factories after arriving in the city. But because players suddenly saw such a large item in the exchange list, and there were always players who were eager to try things out. So, even before reaching the battlefield, two wealthy players exchanged for two heavy siege cannons. Only after they had exchanged for them did they realize an awkward problem: how were they going to transport these things? During World War I, these types of artillery were fixed cannons, usually disassembled into parts and transported in batches, then reassembled at the designated location. But obviously, the artillery exchanged by players was not like this, and they didn't know how to disassemble this type of artillery into detailed parts. If they turned the wrench in reverse, they would only directly dismantle these two cannons. But at this moment, among the factory equipment that Andrei and his team had withdrawn from the front line earlier, a newly produced heavy walking machine chassis caught the players' attention. Compared to previous walking machines, this model had a total of 6 mechanical legs, each very short but exceptionally sturdy. It was clear that this chassis was intended for some kind of heavy mech, but players who got their hands on it unceremoniously appropriated it first. Andrei didn't quite understand how the players operated it, he could only say the entire process looked quite, I suppose. Through the unremitting efforts of the player engineers, the two exchanged siege cannons were thus installed onto the walking machines in a peculiar way, becoming a kind of magical self-propelled artillery. Each of these heavy cannons weighed up to 12 tons, but since the players didn't add any armor or other items to them, and the large chassis had a very strong load-bearing capacity, this self-propelled artillery operated quite stably. After testing by players, this thing could reach a moving speed of about 20 km per hour on flat terrain, which was already quite impressive. It can be said that with these two high-speed heavy cannons, the firepower of this Creek Corps was completely formed. Just as he jumped off the train, Andrei suddenly heard the sound of cannons in the distance. What's going on? Where are the cannons firing? Andrei looked at a civilian military officer responsible for receiving him and asked loudly. Point out the enemy's position for me, I'll lead my troops into battle right now. The civilian military officer was startled by Andrei's decisive manner and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Goodness, according to his previous understanding, Major General Vorontsov, as a young hero of frontline propaganda, was actually a scion of a great noble family, and his past could only be described as difficult to explain. So, according to his plan, he should first have Andrei rest for 2 days in the city's best hotel, and then attend 2 days of banquets with the nobles in the city. These noble lords were all like this, they felt uncomfortable if they didn't have a banquet for a day. Moreover, Andrei's main force hadn't arrived yet, only an advance party had. At this time, letting him rest for 2 days was nothing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Andrei, as a division commander, to charge out with just the advance party, right? However, from the current situation, the rumors seem to be wrong. General, please rest assured, it's impossible for the enemy to destroy our railway and fight their way into the city. Our garrison in the city has repelled multiple rounds of their attacks. Please follow me now, I will take you and your soldiers to the station. But Andrei merely waved his hand and said expressionlessly. Tell me where the enemy is. My men and I are here to participate in the battle, not to rest. After we defeat the enemy, we will have plenty of time to rest as much as we want. Seeing Andrei's murderous look, the officer quickly pointed him in a direction, then tried to dissuade him further. But Andrei didn't listen to him. Instead, he immediately blew the whistle on his chest, gathering his Krieg. Warriors of the Krieg Corps, we have just received the latest battle report. Enemy forces are launching a large-scale advance on our defense line, attempting to seize our railway and destroy our logistics. The Outlandians claim to be the bravest warriors, but we will never agree. It's time to launch a counterattack. Krieg, prove your loyalty with your blood and the enemy's. As soon as he finished speaking, Andrei waved his hand and led the Krieg running towards the distant direction. At the same time, all players wearing the Krieg skin marched in silence, following Andrei and running into the distance, even forming neat columns. When Yuri saw Andrei's decisive action, he initially wanted to catch up and stop him. After all, he was already a division commander, and rushing into battle so eagerly with his troops seemed too risky. However, Andrei and his group ran extremely fast, disappearing in a short while, so Yuri couldn't catch up. Damn it! Does this guy still think he's a regimental commander? Yuri cursed vehemently, then immediately gathered the other officers and had them proceed to the station. Since Andrei wanted to fight, let Andrei fight at his own pace. After fighting with Andrei for so long, he had gradually come to understand one thing. Do not stop Andrei and his guards from charging. Although every one of their attacks is very risky, they just managed to achieve victory in incredible ways. The large contingent of Krieg charged forward. While they initially maintained their formation, as they ran, their formation gradually began to scatter. Looking at the Krieg rushing forward one by one around him, Andrei's expression was momentarily hard to maintain. He always felt that the scene before him looked strange no matter how he viewed it. To better cosplay Krieg, Andrei even made the rifles in these players' hands into the shape of Lucius pattern lasguns. Of course, in reality, the rifle used by the skin was the M1916 semi-automatic rifle from Battlefield 1. At least in terms of damage and usage effects, their rifles, aside from firing lasers, were identical in all other aspects to the M1916's in-game effects. The front line of engagement was already very close to the train station where Andrei was. Their unit ran at top speed, covering about 5 kilometers to reach the frontline combat zone. Andrei's unit was the first to reach the artillery position behind the combat zone. The artillerymen, who were firing at a distance, were suddenly startled to see a large group of soldiers wearing gas masks and iron-black greatcoats running towards them. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Eagle Empire's helmets during this period were mainly the spiked helmets from the Prussian era, which looked somewhat different from the Krieg's German-style helmets, their unit might have been mistaken for the Black Eagle Empire's army immediately. Stop at once, or we'll open fire. State your unit number. Andrei quickly reported his unit's number. Officially, his Krieg Death Corps was actually the Vorontsov Battle Group, 1st Armored Regiment, 1st Infantry Battalion. After reporting his unit number, Andrei immediately shouted loudly. Don't shoot, we are friendly forces. We are here to support you from Petrograd. You should have already received the message. Hearing Andrei, the artillery officer paused. He had indeed heard that reinforcements had been dispatched from Petrograd and that a seemingly powerful mixed division was on its way. But he never expected the reinforcements to arrive so quickly. After verifying the identity information, the artillery officer breathed a sigh of relief. From the woods behind him, a large group of individuals dressed very similarly to the Black Eagle Empire style suddenly emerged. He hadn't opened fire immediately because he had seen the red military flag. Major General, your unit's attire is certainly unique. Andrei nodded, about to explain the background of the Krieg Death Corps, but just then, a heavily wounded soldier rode up on a horse, then fell off. Sir, quick, we need support. The enemy has charged. They have battle mages. After saying this, the soldier collapsed to the ground and was quickly helped up by Andrei. Medic, quickly bandage him, he's losing too much blood. Andrei gestured behind him, and immediately a player ran over, pulling out a medical kit from somewhere. He skillfully bandaged the common soldier. Andrei later realized that when these medics treated regular soldiers, a medical icon, similar to a wrench icon for an engineer, would appear before their eyes. They only needed to click this icon to automatically enter a healing state and treat the NPC. It was only then that Andrei understood why these medics' bandaging movements were so practiced. It was an automatic action. This was like players' bayonet charging, every single one was a master of the thrust, but they didn't have such bayonet skills in reality. Although treating NPCs was more troublesome, they could still earn some corresponding merit, so they were quite willing to treat NPCs. After tossing the bandaged wounded soldier aside, Andrei looked up and saw the officer's troubled expression. All the reserve forces they could spare had already been deployed. The only reserves they could use now were these newly arrived reinforcements. But he was very surprised that the officer personally leading this unit was a Major General Division commander. So, should he order this unit to charge, or what should he do? After all, he was only a Lieutenant Colonel regimental commander and couldn't command a division commander. Moreover, what kind of Lieutenant Colonel regimental commander would order a Major General Division commander to charge? Just as he was about to grit his teeth and charge forward with his bodyguards, Andrei spoke first. You stay here and continue to command the battle. I'll take my men up to repel the enemy. We can discuss any problems later. Immediately after, before the Lieutenant Colonel could even try to stop him, Andrei and the Krieg quickly ran towards the trenches ahead. Holy crap, I'm watching Andrei, a Major General, charge forward like that. The regimental commander felt no relief, only a prickling sensation on his scalp. Good heavens, what if this Major General died directly on the front line? What would he do then? He felt like he might end up in a court-martial. Andrei, leading the players in a charge, also knew that charging forward like this was somewhat inappropriate, but there was no point in him staying behind to command now. Compared to hiding in the rear, being among the players was the safest. There was nothing for him to command from behind. These players fought completely on their own. If he stayed behind, at most he could only command players by issuing quests, and it was less intuitive than being at the front. As long as he was a little careful when these Krieg charged forward, and didn't charge forward when he saw shells falling overhead, he wouldn't inexplicably fall. Moreover, Andrei, who could use various elite soldiers, combined with the Tsianch's chosen skill he carried, was now somewhat considered a boss unit. Facing battle mages in the enemy ranks, a player like him was simply a mage bane. Charging to the front along the communication trench, Andrei and his men hadn't even entered the second trench when enemies were already rushing towards them along the communication trench. Seeing this unit, whose uniforms were completely different from the surrounding soldiers, the Ostrania soldier, dressed in white, froze, unsure whether to open fire. These guys came from who knows where, and their attire was too similar to Black Hawk soldiers, wasn't it? Could it be that this unit was actually a friendly force from the Black Eagle Empire, and these guys had just fought through the enemy's rear to link up with them? These soldiers were stunned, but the players were not. Their laser rifles unleashed a barrage of shots, instantly felling several Ostrania soldiers in the communication trench. However, this fierce volley also made the other Ostrania soldiers realize that this unit was indeed the enemy. An intense firefight instantly erupted, with more enemy forces surging into the communication trench, and some even trying to bring up heavy machine guns. At such a close distance, facing each other in a straight communication trench, neither side had anywhere to hide and could only tough it out, exchanging fire. However, their shooting skills were clearly not as good as the players, or rather, they were far less resolute than the players. Players at the front kept firing, and players at the back immediately threw medical kits forward, some even ready with small needles. In contrast, under the dense firepower of a dozen automatic rifles, Ostrania soldiers fell one after another. No one could stand in such a battle for more than 3 seconds. The 3 soldiers who had just brought up the machine gun saw their comrades constantly falling in front, and they were completely numb. What's going on? Where did this group of suicidal maniacs come from? They almost instinctively wanted to run, not even caring about the machine gun. Everyone in front was dead, and these guys were charging forward with bayonets. By the time they set up the machine gun, their bodies would be cold. But before they could escape, Andrei, wielding a Model 3 pistol, shot them down one by one. Krieg, don't stop, keep charging. Fix bayonets. Clear out all the enemies in this trench for me, kill all these invaders. No sooner had he spoken than Andrei pulled out his trench raider baton and charged forward. The trench raider's movement speed bonus made him feel like he was flying through the trenches. But when he looked back, he saw that all the Krieg with movement speed bonuses were also right beside him. Bayonets instantly transformed into a sea of bayonets. The sight of so many people packed into the trench and charging together was quite terrifying. An Ostrania soldier, hearing the commotion, just rounded a corner and was impaled by a bayonet thrust directly at him. Even in the snaking, twisting trenches, the movement speed of these Krieg was astonishing, so much so that the Ostrania soldiers in the trenches simply couldn't react. Often, by the time they saw the enemy appear from a trench corner, they were already less than 10 meters from the enemy. Most soldiers could not accurately shoot at players at such a short distance, and even if 1 or 2 shots were fired, a player's health bar was rarely emptied on the spot. And the bayonet charge, continuously pushing forward, swept through the entire trench like a brush, stabbing one white-clad soldier after another. No one's bayonet charge could be as decisive and neat as the players. They could neither achieve the players' precise and deadly stabs, nor could they achieve the players' constant high-speed movement in the trenches. Most importantly, they could not achieve the same courage as the players. Player losses were almost zero along the way, and even if there were scattered losses, they were quickly revived by the medic's small needles. The Ostrania soldiers who had just charged into this trench were almost completely routed by the players. After quickly clearing the second trench, the players did not stop their charge but continued to push forward, eagerly rushing towards the first trench and dealing with it in the same manner. These 700+ Krieg were scattered throughout the trenches, like brushes, quickly cleaning out the winding and twisting trenches. Many Cambrian soldiers, still busy fighting the Ostrania soldiers, only felt a black shadow flash beside them, and then the Ostrania soldiers in front of them were brutally stabbed to death. Facing such an enemy, the Ostrania people, who had originally thought they could successfully capture the enemy's position, collapsed on the spot. Some soldiers tried to raise their hands and surrender, but their hands weren't as fast as the players' bayonet thrusts. Other soldiers frantically jumped out of the trenches, attempting to flee back to their own positions, but were immediately picked off by the players' precise laser rifle shots, eliminated one by one. Some hot-headed players even charged out with bayonets, wanting to pursue from behind, but the accurate marksmen from the opposite Ostrania position caused these hot-headed players to constantly fall. When Andrei had completely cleared the first trench, a group of Cambrian soldiers looked at this unit with suspicion until they clearly saw Andrei's unit's military flag, and then they cheered excitedly. "Thank you, friends, you fought beautifully. It's my first time seeing such a perfect blade." A captain excitedly ran towards Andrei, about to embrace him, but Andrei expressionlessly stopped him. Pulling out an identification, proving his rank as Major General, Andrei quickly said to the officer. "Captain, proceed immediately to the artillery position and have our artillery launch the most ferocious artillery barrage against the enemy. Tell them, they must remember, no matter what they see next, the artillery fire must never stop, even if they see our soldiers charging into the artillery fire, they absolutely must not stop firing." Chapter 206, The Silent Figure Charging Out of the Hellish Barrage. "General. You." Hearing Andrei's command, the captain, who had just been marveling at the general leading the charge, instantly had a look of horror on his face. What did this mean? Was he going to throw this elite force into a desperate fight? After hearing Andrei's order, how could he not understand what was being prepared? Andrei was clearly preparing to have these soldiers charge forward under their own artillery fire. "Captain, execute the order." Seeing the captain's face turn pale, seemingly with an idea to object, Andrei frowned slightly and reprimanded him sternly. It had to be said that the quality of the army here in the north was not as good as the previous troops. If it were the troops Andrei himself commanded, no matter how absurd the order he gave, these people would never casually come over to question him. Even if they questioned him, they would choose an appropriate time, such as after the battle, quietly asking in private, rather than raising questions at a time when speed was of the essence. Hearing Andrei's rebuke, the captain awoke as if from a dream. He then realized that the young man in front of him was a general. Damn it, this general was probably several years younger than him. How on earth did he become a general at such a young age? Which great noble family's son was he? However, he dared not argue with a general with such a background. These young men from great noble families were often arrogant and acted recklessly. If the person in front of him really pulled out a pistol and shot him for disobeying a military order, he would have no room to reason. After realizing this, he quickly scrambled back, deciding to honestly report the order and not concern himself with anything else. Noble officers treating human lives as expendable was not a new occurrence, intervening would be useless and only bring him trouble. Seeing the captain's panicked expression, Andrei rubbed his face, wondering why this fellow was so scared. Could it be that when he smashed the enemy's head with his saber, he accidentally splashed blood on his face? He touched his face, but he didn't find any bloodstains. Not wanting to think about it anymore, he turned to look at the eager players behind him, raised the saber in his hand high, and said. "Very good, warriors of Krieg, you have fully proven your abilities with the enemy's blood, but next, you will face an even more severe test. The Empire's northern front is in peril, and we don't have time to waste. Next, we will launch a deadly artillery bombardment, and your mission is to charge alongside the artillery fire during this bombardment. Soldiers, polish your bayonets and prepare." Hearing Andrei's words, a group of deeply immersed Krieg, though silent, nodded in agreement. Several even casually grabbed a piece of clothing from the corpses on the ground and wiped the blood from their bayonets. There was no way around it, the scene before them was too consistent with the Krieg's combat style. Neatly aligned teammates, everyone wearing gas masks, their individual appearances indiscernible. They charged in silence, died in silence, accompanied by rumbling artillery fire, and the commissars who followed them, occasionally telling them to slow down. Such a scene, coupled with some bizarre armored vehicle wrecks and the wails of dying enemies, was truly captivating. Especially since they actually had laser rifles. Although Andrei was not their commissar but their general at the moment, such a minor detail was not worth bothering about. While the players were outwardly silent, they were already chatting away in the chat area. Changfencat, damn, this Krieg skin was really worth buying. The authenticity of the design is too high, even the laser rifle is replicated. The Emperor's ass is cold and fiery, it's a pity that our laser rifle doesn't seem to have the power replicated. It feels like hitting an enemy with it is no different from a regular rifle. Tai Ritien, isn't that normal? This laser rifle is just a weapon skin. The actual killing effect feels similar to a semi-automatic. If we really had the original laser rifle, we wouldn't even need anti-tank weapons. Seeing Tai Ritien's words, Andrei's lips curved into a smile, and he nodded. Indeed, this laser rifle was also part of the skin. In reality, it was just a reskin of the M1916 semi-automatic rifle. Of course, in the eyes of the enemy, these Krieg soldiers were not using laser rifles, but just ordinary M1916s. It wasn't that Andrei didn't want to give the enemy the shock of laser rifles, the main reason was that without an increase in power, making it a laser rifle would actually make it easier for soldiers to suffer. The enemy could instantly determine the trajectory of a bullet by following the light, which meant that firing a shot would expose the soldier's position. Compared to cooler special effects, Andrei was more willing to play it safe, increase the player's survival rate, and lower the game's difficulty. Otherwise, if the laser exposed the player's position so blatantly, it wouldn't be showing off, but becoming an idiot. A few Austrania soldiers who had luckily escaped back to their positions explained everything they had experienced to their comrades in a panic, and officers who had survived the ordeal were even unable to stand steadily after reaching the position. Ollie, what happened just now? How did you suddenly get broken? A Finnish officer, holding a slender sniper rifle, carefully walked to his comrade's side, crouching down and looking at his comrade's shaken face. In his memory, this tall man, who had enlisted with him, had always been brave. Every time they fought, he liked to lead the charge at the very front, and he had come out unscathed from several consecutive charges. For this reason, he had almost become the mascot of their team. Everyone usually wanted to come closer to catch some of his luck. This time was no different. Lucky Ollie had not suffered any physical harm, but his spirit had been severely traumatized. It was terrifying. You have no idea what we encountered there. As soon as Ollie finished speaking, his emotions suddenly became agitated. Damn it, those black-clad devils. They are a bunch of monsters. I don't know where these soldiers came from. Their uniforms look more like the Black Eagle Empire's style. When charging, everyone remained silent, not saying a word. These people were like a bunch of meat grinders, knowing nothing but to charge, launching a desperate charge at us with bayonets. At a distance of a few meters, we desperately shot at their bodies with our rifles. I can't describe the scene. Can you imagine someone charging without slowing down even when facing a dozen rifles aiming at them simultaneously? Even though his chest had been riddled with holes, before falling, that devil still stabbed a soldier to death with his bayonet. Hearing Ollie's words, the officer who had come to ask fell silent for a moment. He found it hard to imagine what kind of suicidal madman would fight such a crazy tactic in the trenches. But just then, Ollie suddenly grabbed his hand, his eyes wide open. If it were just that, it would be fine. Perhaps they used religion or some other means to brainwash the soldiers. After all, Cambrian soldiers are inherently ignorant and numb. But Elias, do you know what I saw? That soldier, whose entire chest had been blown apart by a dozen rifles, after falling, another person immediately gave him a fierce injection. I don't know what that person injected him with, but the corpse, whose chest had been rotten, stood up again, and all its injuries were restored to their original state. Damn it, I seriously suspect now that these guys might be a bunch of undead, a bunch of walking dead. Hearing such a statement, Elias couldn't help but gasp. In the current war, the Black Eagle Empire extensively using the undead in combat was almost a semi-public fact. So, could it be that the Cambrian Empire also used necromancy to fight fire with fire against the Black Eagle Empire? Ollie, do you mean that those soldiers are actually a bunch of walking zombies? Elias asked Ollie. I'm not sure, but I strongly suspect it now. Otherwise, besides zombies, who else could charge so fiercely through such dense gunfire, ignoring pain and death? Their vitality is truly as tenacious as zombies, and not a single one of them spoke, even their walking was silent. They are probably a bunch of living dead. Not only Ollie suspected this, but many of the retreating soldiers also suspected that they might have encountered an army of the living dead. A fearful aura permeated Austrania's positions, making the other Austrania soldiers who remained in the positions and didn't charge immediately feel a chill. The artillery bombardment began. Because the previous charge was repelled by the enemy, Austrania launched a retaliatory bombardment against the front positions this time. But almost at the same time their bombardment began, the Cambrian Empire's artillery also roared at their positions. Large numbers of shells fell on both sides' positions simultaneously, explosions rising and falling, and from time to time, unlucky soldiers who hadn't hidden well or had bad luck were blown into the sky by shells. Andre and the players wearing Kriegskins beside him hid in the trenches, feeling the artillery bombardment overhead, their expressions subtly becoming a little strange. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel like this round of bombardment is a bit weak? Compared to the bombardments he had encountered when facing the Black Eagle Empire before, Andre always felt that the current bombardment was like some kind of strange castrated version. Neither in shell density nor in power could Austrania's artillery compare to the Black Eagle Empire's. The current bombardment could only be described as sporadic. In contrast, the Cambrian Empire's counterattack against the Austrania forces in front seemed much more formidable. Several 152mm heavy mortars continuously fired, slamming heavy shells onto the opposing positions, making the earth itself seem to tremble. However, this was not the most astonishing thing. The bombardment that truly made the Austrania forces shudder had to come from the players' two 234mm siege cannons. After a wave of I'll figure it out modifications by the players, these two heavy cannons were all converted into extremely bizarre self-propelled artillery. Although they looked ugly no matter how you viewed them, and the upper and lower parts had very inconsistent art styles. But when firing, the shells launched by these two heavy cannons were truly ferocious. With the overhead view when firing, the players quickly corrected the trajectories of these two cannons, accurately slamming heavy shells onto several fortresses in the enemy's positions. Facing heavy cannons of this caliber, the temporary fortresses built by Austrania had no resistance whatsoever, instantly turning to dust under the heavy cannons' fierce bombardment. Just like a roll call, heavy artillery shells continuously landed on the Austrania positions. Wherever soldiers gathered or a fortress appeared, that spot would become a key target for heavy artillery. Although there were only two siege cannons, in the hands of the players, their rate of fire reached an incredibly terrifying level. In World War I, the rate of fire for such siege cannons could reach about 2 rounds per minute, but this was all predicated on having an auxiliary loading machine nearby. However, for the players, even without an auxiliary loading machine, the players operating the artillery were like Hercules, easily pushing 234mm heavy shells into the breach. From firing to reloading, the players' movements were incredibly smooth, so much so that these two cannons, despite having no auxiliary loading machine, achieved a rate of fire of one shot every 15 seconds. Next to these two heavy cannons, a group of Cambrian artillerymen shivered as they watched the players' operations, wondering what kind of outrageous freaks the Krieg Corps artillerymen were. Good heavens, I'm also wondering what these guys eat to grow up so monstrous? They're too much. A Cambrian Empire artilleryman took a deep puff from his pipe, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but complain to his companion, gritting his teeth. Beside him, another Cambrian artilleryman was already stunned by the bizarre sight before him. Goodness, they had previously wondered why this Krieg Corps had such fierce combat power. Now they understood, this Krieg Corps must have been blessed by the cold-blooded lady. Just then, the captain responsible for relaying messages finally ran to the artillery commander and delivered this extremely absurd order. What? Are you joking? You want us not to stop firing even when the soldiers are charging? The artillery commander looked at the captain, frowning, and said, I need to remind you that the artillerymen around me are not highly trained. They have never received training in infantry artillery coordination. Doing this will definitely lead to friendly fire. But the captain, after 2 gasps, said somewhat fearfully, No, Major, you've misunderstood. The general's meaning isn't for us to perform infantry artillery coordination, but for us not to stop firing even when his soldiers have charged onto the enemy's positions. The general will only allow us to stop shelling when our soldiers have completely captured the enemy's positions, or when all the soldiers have died in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding officers immediately burst into an uproar. What a joke, has Major General Vorontsov gone mad? How could he treat his soldiers like this? Damn it, these noble brats who treat human lives like grass. Someone couldn't help but frown and curse, feeling that fighting this way was too excessive. They allowed soldiers to sacrifice, but they could not accept soldiers dying at the hands of their own people, because for the charging soldiers, this was undoubtedly a betrayal. However, the captain continued, I'm sorry, everyone, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The general's order has been given, and we must execute it immediately. His soldiers are ready to charge, we don't have time to hesitate. Hearing this, the artillery officers couldn't help but fall silent. Just then, they suddenly heard a whistle from the front line. Damn it, he really is crazy. An officer stomped his foot fiercely, then shouted loudly at the other artillerymen. Everyone, listen up. Fire with all your might at the front line, and don't stop, no matter what. Even if our soldiers have charged onto the enemy's positions, you must continue firing. Without my order, anyone who stops firing will be shot. Hearing this absurd order, the artillerymen, busy operating the cannons, were momentarily dumbfounded. Immediately after, they couldn't help but curse the officers above, feeling that these officers were truly reckless with human lives. But there was no choice, on the battlefield, military orders were supreme. They could not defy military orders. No fool would think of preaching humanitarianism and openly disobeying orders at such a time. At the urging of the officers, the artillery fire erupting from the Cambrian Empire positions became even fiercer. If it had been before, their artillery fire would not have been so intense, but with the first batch of supplies from Murmansk arriving, their shells suddenly became plentiful. Especially since the city behind them was an important transit point, if it were breached, all supplies would become meaningless. With this thought in mind, the artillerymen fired desperately, not at all intending to save shells, because if the enemy broke through here, all the shells they saved would belong to the enemy. The sudden fierce artillery fire made the Ostrania on the opposite side feel their scalps tingle. They didn't understand what the Cambrian Empire was up to unleash such fierce artillery fire. However, at this moment, a soldier, leaning on a bucket, listened intently and suddenly heard some unusual sounds. Officer, I hear footsteps on the ground, it seems enemy soldiers are charging this way. Hearing this, the officer hiding in the dugout was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily and said, What a joke. With such fierce artillery fire overhead, are they charging up to commit suicide? You must have misheard, no soldier would charge up at a time like this. But at this moment, another officer's expression became somewhat tense. No, do you remember what those soldiers who retreated earlier said? This Cambrian Empire army that's attacking is very likely a special elite force. I suspect they are playing some high-end tactic of rolling barrage and infantry artillery coordination. It's very possible they plan to use the cover of the barrage to allow their soldiers to approach our positions. Thinking of this possibility, all the officers frowned slightly. They weren't sure if the Cambrian Empire would suddenly use such a high-end tactic, as it didn't quite fit their perception of the Cambrian Empire's cannon fodder. But after thinking about it, they felt that this situation was highly possible, otherwise, where did the footsteps heard by the reconnaissance soldier come from? All soldiers get ready. As soon as the shelling stops, we will immediately rush out of the dugout, and our speed must be fast. An officer whispered to the other soldiers, while gripping the pistol at his waist. To deal with this infantry artillery coordination tactic, the most direct method was to react quickly enough and rush out swiftly enough. As long as they reached the machine gun a step before the enemy soldiers jumped into the trench, the problem would not be big. At that time, the enemy soldiers who hadn't rushed into the trench would only be slaughtered in droves by them. But just as they were waiting for the shelling to end and preparing to rush out at maximum speed, a large shadow suddenly passed over their heads. Immediately after, to the dumbfounded gaze of these Ostrania soldiers, a group of soldiers wearing thick black military greatcoats and holding semi-automatic rifles suddenly appeared at the entrance of their dugout. Before they even had time to raise their rifles, these powerful semi-automatics began to fire madly inside. After a fierce burst of fire, all 5 soldiers hiding in the entire dugout were killed. Until their dying breath, they still didn't understand what had happened. This was illogical. The artillery fire outside was so fierce, how unafraid of death must these soldiers be to charge up now? Some players, having just rushed into the enemy's trench, were blown to death by shells falling from above before they even reached the enemy's dugout. But in fact, the number of players killed by explosions was really not many. If it was just ordinary small-caliber artillery, without directly hitting a player, it would often only cause a certain amount of damage, but it wouldn't kill the player on the spot. And for players, as long as they weren't blown to death on the spot, they could quickly revive to full health by using a few medical kits. As for large-caliber artillery, currently, apart from a few 152mm howitzers in the rear, the largest caliber artillery were the 2 giant siege cannons they brought with them. These 2 9.2-inch siege cannons were indeed ferocious. One shell exploding on the position created a huge crater, capable of blowing people directly into fragments, scattered within dozens of meters. However, players could easily see where their other teammates were through the overhead view, and then automatically avoid those teammates' positions during shelling. On this basis, most players really didn't encounter much shelling, at least they weren't blown to death on the spot. Even if a few unlucky ones were accidentally blown to death, they would only curse their bad luck. After all, they were Krieg now. Wasn't it normal for Krieg soldiers to have continuous artillery support from the rear during a charge? When the players rushed into the trenches, they instantly entered a terrain where they were in their element. The firepower of their semi-automatic rifles gave them a significant advantage against enemies holding ordinary rifles, and their mini-maps often allowed them to observe enemy positions first. Some more reckless players would rush directly to the entrance of the dugout and fire inside before the enemy could react, but most players preferred to throw 2 grenades in first. 2 grenades going in, even if they didn't kill the people inside on the spot, would disorient the hiding soldiers, leaving only for them to be quickly picked off with rifles. Devils. The devils of the Cambrian Empire have charged. Hearing the screams of their companions, and that very peculiar, continuous rifle fire, the Austrania soldiers who had just retreated from the opposite position immediately fell into a panic. They stared dumbfounded at the outside. Shells were still falling, and the trench before them was simply a human purgatory. But these black devils, like ghosts, emerged from the artillery fire, completely disregarding their own deaths, and thus began to slaughter the unsuspecting soldiers hiding in their dugouts. Some Austrania soldiers rushed out, wanting to put up a desperate resistance, but just as an entire squad gathered, giant shells falling from the sky blew them all into the air. As for not forming a squad, but charging individually at this group of black devils? What a joke! Against such a group of cold monsters, how could they charge head-on? Retreat, retreat! Quickly retreat to the second trench. Hurry up and set up the machine guns, we must stop them. Some Austrania officers led their soldiers to bravely rush out, completely ignoring the shells continuously falling overhead, desperately trying to rush into the second trench. Staying put was certain death, rushing out might lead to being blown up by shells, but at least it offered a chance at survival. However, they didn't know when the Cambrian Empire had deployed 2 heavy cannons, to be able to fire with such precision. They felt as if the enemy had opened a heavenly eye, as if watching them from the sky, with every shell precisely hitting the clusters of people gathered in their trenches. The rate of fire of these 2 heavy cannons was extremely terrifying, with a 15-second interval, like death calling names, striking fear into the Austrania soldiers. Because the sound of these siege cannons firing was even more deafening, compared to the sound of the nearby howitzers, it was like a dull thunderclap. Therefore, whenever these 2 heavy cannons fired shells, the Austrania soldiers hiding in the trenches could clearly hear the sound of the enemy firing, and that hammer-like sound was like striking their hearts, making them almost vomit blood. When the enemy withdrew from the battle, players immediately rushed up to give chase, but the 2 machine guns the enemy had set up at the corner of the trench formed a terrible crossfire blockade. Grenade, quick! A player immediately swapped out the classic Kriegskin weapon, turned around, and picked up an anti-tank carrot launcher, firing a shot across the trench at the enemy. The trajectory of this carrot launcher was very high, so its effect was quite good when used in such trenches. Although its range was not that far, and it couldn't compare to a mortar for long-distance targets, for close-range situations, this thing was much more convenient to use than a mortar. After continuously firing several grenades, the 2 machine guns the enemy had just set up were instantly destroyed, and then several players chased after them into the distant communication trench. However, unfortunately, there were also hidden shooters in the enemy's communication trenches. Although these communication trenches were straighter inside compared to regular trenches, they had several depressions dug into both sides of the trench. Shooters holding submachine guns could hide completely here, and through a small observation port set up opposite, they could clearly see who was running towards them. As soon as players rushed up, the submachine gunners hidden in these depressions would immediately open fire on them, causing several players who had just charged to fall, with none able to get close. Andrei, who had charged up with the Krieg soldiers, first found a place to hide, then raised the military flag and said to the other players, "Immediately contact the rear, notify our artillery to extend their bombardment further back. Krieg, assemble. Bayonet charge, but don't stop the artillery fire." Through the player chat, the players operating the heavy cannons in the rear immediately received the information from the front line, and then Andrei's order was quickly relayed to the artillery positions. As for how these artillerymen suddenly received orders from the front, the officers at the artillery position didn't pay much attention, Perhaps these special self-propelled artilleries were equipped with radios. They quickly resumed shelling, extending their bombardment to the rear positions, and at the same time, they couldn't help but pray in their hearts that the group of people who charged up wouldn't all die. After receiving the player's reply, Andrei sighed slightly. The quality of these artillerymen was still not good enough. If it were well-trained artillerymen, they wouldn't need him to remind them. These people should have, after completing a round of shelling, started to advance the barrage forward, continuously extending it to the enemy's rear positions. Even if they were more skilled, they could segment the shelling. The enemy hiding in the dugouts would just think the shelling was over, emerge disheveled, only to find that the enemy hadn't charged with the artillery fire. Instead, a new round of shelling came, which would definitely be torturous for people. But there was no choice. Who made these artillerymen pressed into service? As the artillery fire extended towards the communication trenches and the second line of trenches, the players on Andrei's side also regrouped. Mass charge, quick! For the Empire! Hearing this fanatical shout, the Kriegs, for once, shouted along with Andrei, as this war cry was indeed quite exciting. Too bad it wasn't for the Emperor, otherwise, the shout would have been even more exciting. Large numbers of Kriegs converged into a sea of bayonets. Players charged directly into the front trenches in a suicidal posture, completely disregarding the artillery fire falling overhead. Although people were continuously wounded along the way, next to Andrei's military flag, resurrected players would occasionally rejoin the battle. So much so that from the perspective of the Ostrania people, the charge of these black-clad soldiers seemed endless. They were simply undead emerging from the artillery fire. Under Andrei's fierce pursuit, the second line of trenches also quickly fell. Before the artillery fire in the rear could extend further to the third line of trenches, Andrei and his group prematurely launched a fierce assault. The enemy had completely collapsed now, with no time to counterattack. They were simply running forward like ducks being herded. If not now, when? Seeing the sky full of artillery fire on the front line, and the several red double-headed eagle banners continuously rising on the enemy's positions, a cheer immediately erupted on the Cambrian soldiers' positions in the rear. The Ostrania people's artillery had stopped its fierce bombardment. There was no choice, because the front line was about to fall, and the enemy would soon rush into their hidden artillery positions in the rear. At such a time, if they didn't run quickly, were they waiting to be completely captured by the enemy? Beautiful, truly beautiful. I never thought we could defeat the enemy's defenses so easily. In the command post in the rear, the colonel, upon learning of the astonishing reversal on the front line, laughed heartily, and the gloom in his heart was instantly swept away. They had originally thought their positions were very likely to be completely lost, but unexpectedly, less than an hour had passed. The entire battle situation had been completely reversed by the sudden arrival of troops. Soldier, where is your general? That's wonderful, I must thank your general properly. I still have 2 good bottles of wine here that I brought from my hometown. The enthusiastic colonel came to a still-firing siege cannon and greeted an artilleryman. That player glanced at him and simply said, "The general is on the enemy's position, leading the soldiers in a continuous charge." What? What did you just say? My goodness! Hearing this, the enthusiastic colonel first paused slightly, then he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, instantly sending a chill down his spine. Wait, you mean, your general, leading other soldiers, charged to the very front and rushed up with them. Seeing the soldier in front of him, who was constantly wearing a gas mask, nod slightly, the colonel's expression became somewhat distorted. Are you kidding me? We're still shelling the front line, and your general has already charged up with the other people. The Creek did not speak, only nodded repeatedly. Realizing that the highest-ranking officer in this unit, a major general, had actually charged up with the other people, and before that, he had actually allowed the artillery to shell over the major general's head, the colonel immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Bad news, he remembered that general seemed to come from a prominent noble family, seemingly with a strong background. So, where on earth did your general come from? He's truly fearless. Before this, he had always thought that the general of this unit was a resolute but brutal commander, which was why he would order soldiers to charge through artillery fire. But from the current situation, this guy was no longer merely brutal in his command style, but utterly vicious. Being ruthless to others was nothing. The Cambrian Empire had too many officers who knew how to send soldiers to their deaths. But a ruthless character who makes artillery shell over the heads of soldiers, yet also leads the charge himself, showing no fear of the artillery fire overhead, that is truly ruthless. The colonel felt his life turn bleak at the thought that his previous shelling might have killed one of their own generals. He just wanted to ask, which noble family did this idiot come from? How did he graduate from the military academy? Who taught him to fight like this? The colonel's face was pale, feeling that his life was hopeless, but he didn't know that Andrei felt it was much safer to charge with the players than to stay at the position. The players had already charged up, and the position only had a bunch of new recruits who had been routed by the enemy. At such a time, if the enemy suddenly launched a countercharge with a unit towards this position, wanting to play a tactical base swap, then he would be in trouble. Moreover, staying at their own position also meant enduring shelling, and charging up with others also meant enduring shelling. Both sides actually had to endure shelling. Although staying at their own position had dugouts for cover, when charging with players, they had medical kits and syringes. As long as he wasn't blown to pieces on the spot, players could easily revive him. Furthermore, relying on his danger perception ability from being a divine chosen, Andrei would immediately react and quickly move if a fatal heavy cannon shell was about to land on his head. Through this method, Andrei was actually very difficult to be directly hit by heavy cannons. He had long anticipated the dispersion of large-caliber artillery, so even though it seemed very dangerous for him to charge up with the players, in reality, charging with the players was actually safer. The colonel's face was ashen, and he staggered back to his command post. As soon as he returned, he suddenly received a call from divisional headquarters. "Hello, is this the 89th Regiment command post? I am Major General Pavlov, the commander of the 71st Division. Let your commander answer the phone." "Commander, I am Platon. May I ask why you are calling suddenly?" "Oh, I didn't expect it to be the commander directly answering the phone instead of a staff officer. It seems the frontline battle wasn't that intense. Otherwise, according to Platon's usual style, he would definitely be busy commanding the battle and wouldn't rush to answer the phone immediately." "All right, Platon, I hear the shelling on your side seems quite intense. It looks like the few heavy cannons sent to support you are working well." Major General Pavlov joked, then his expression became serious and he said, "Let's not talk about these for now. Major General Vorontsov should have already arrived at your position, right? I remember hearing other officers say that Major General Vorontsov heard about the front line being attacked and immediately rushed over from the train station with his troops. Listen carefully, no matter what, even if you lose your entire army, you must protect the Major General. He is currently the Empire's most important war celebrity." Hearing the division commander's words on the phone, Colonel Platon's face turned pale. The unfortunate colonel didn't know how to answer him for a moment. He worried that if he told the division commander that His Excellency the Major General had personally led the troops to the front, and he had just had the artillery conduct a 10-minute bombardment over the Major General's head. Upon hearing this information, an enraged division commander might even execute him over the phone. Chapter 207, The General has charged forward, what are you still doing here? Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you silent? Speak up. Platon, what's the matter? I'm talking to you. Has something happened? Major General Pavlov had been giving instructions for a long time, but suddenly realized that he had been the only one speaking for so long. What was the regimental commander on the other end of the phone doing, being silent for so long? Was he slacking off? Division commander, I'm here. Please give your orders. Lieutenant Colonel Platon quickly snapped back to reality and spoke cautiously to the division commander on the other end. This was truly bad. He hadn't expected that Major General to have such a powerful background, causing the division commander to bypass their brigade commander and call here personally. The thought of the Major General charging into the artillery fire earlier, and now very likely being dead, sent shivers down his spine. No instructions. Just remember this, you absolutely must protect the Major General. If anything happens to him, I'll have the brigade commander execute you. After Major General Pavlov reiterated the matter, he suddenly thought of something, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Platon, what's wrong with you, kid? I feel like something's not quite right with you. Tell me, where exactly is Major General Vorontsov? Let him answer the phone. Oh my god. Division commander, do you have to be so sharp? Lieutenant Colonel Platon had originally intended to quietly muddle through, but he never expected the division commander to directly ask the Major General to answer the phone. What should he do now? I'm very sorry, Division Commander, Major General Vorontsov cannot answer the phone right now. He just led his soldiers in a charge towards the enemy's position. On the other end of the line, Major General Pavlov, who had been drinking coffee at headquarters, almost spat out all the coffee in his mouth when he heard this news. The immense shock made his heart twitch for a moment. What did you say? Explain clearly, what exactly is going on? I don't understand. What do you mean the Major General personally led his soldiers in a charge? Major General Pavlov was a bit confused. To what extent did the battle situation have to be critical to require a general to lead his soldiers in a charge? What exactly was happening at the front? He hadn't heard of any enemy army group launching a large-scale attack. Facing the soon-to-be enraged division commander, Platon dared not conceal anything and quickly recounted the previous events in detail. In short, Division Commander, that's the situation. You really can't blame me. I was just looking for their division commander, wondering where he had run off to, but how was I to know that Major General Vorontsov would actually lead his soldiers directly in a charge towards the enemy's position? And when he launched the charge, he also demanded that our artillery fire not stop for a moment, even if it landed on the heads of our soldiers, it must continue to bombard the enemy's positions. It's over. It's completely over. What kind of suicidal fighting style is this? Is Major General Vorontsov's combat style this brutal? Recalling some rumors he had heard in the past, it was said that Major General Vorontsov's soldiers fought very fiercely, but he never expected the Major General himself to be so desperate. Good heavens, a general who directly used himself as a suicide squad. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Major General Pavlov expressed his utter shock. He just wanted to ask, how did Andrei, this fellow, manage to climb to the rank of Major General? Could it be that he always led his troops to charge like a suicide squad, everyone else died, and he was the only one left alive, so he naturally got promoted to Major General? Idiot. Fool. Then what are you still doing here? Damn it. Platon, I really should execute you. Without time to think too much, Major General Pavlov immediately vented his anger on his poor subordinate, the regimental commander. Damn it, the Major General, your division commander, has already led his soldiers to charge, and you're still here talking to me? How dare you? It's truly comical. I've fought wars for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard that a lieutenant colonel officer can still sit calmly in the command post while a general personally leads the charge. Having been scolded relentlessly, Lieutenant Colonel Platon also felt a bit wronged. Could he be blamed for this? He only learned that the Major General had personally led the charge 3 minutes before receiving the call. At that moment, he almost died of fright. And with the current density of artillery fire, how could he dare to lead his men forward? Was this not seeking death? There was no other way. To avoid being executed as soon as he returned, Lieutenant Colonel Platon could only personally rush to the front line trenches. After blowing the whistle around his neck, he led his soldiers in a fierce charge forward. However, before the charge, he did stop all the artillerymen in the rear, ordering them to cease firing. He did not have the courage to charge forward into his own artillery fire. If he were forced to charge forward like that, to his death, he couldn't accept it. Unfortunately, although he could command his own artillerymen, he had no way to command the 2 heavy cannons attached to the Krieg regiment. Although the silent Krieg soldiers didn't care why their allies had stopped firing, their actions of firing their cannons didn't stop at all. For Krieg, they wanted this atmosphere of close combat with the enemy amidst artillery fire. Without this atmosphere, what would it be called Krieg? What's more, scoring points with these siege cannons was truly exhilarating. Charging all the way to the 3rd trench, which was the Ostrania's last command trench, Andrei and his men encountered no obstacles. The completely collapsed Ostrania were unable to mount an effective counterattack. They were like herding sheep, driving these enemies all the way, causing them to break up the formation of the rear soldiers. A few soldiers, holding submachine guns, had already aimed at the enemies charging towards them, but they didn't know what to do for a moment. In front of those soldiers in black uniforms were all friendly forces in white uniforms. If he were to spray a burst of fire, before killing the enemies, he would have to kill all the friendly forces in front of him first. Not everyone could make the decision to shoot at comrades in such a situation. Clearly, these Ostrania lacked that ruthless ability. As a result, by the time the routed soldiers ran into their ranks, the players close behind had already charged up with bayonets, then mercilessly cut down the Ostrania in front of them. Changfen Cat, awesome. This Krieg set is truly amazing, this is the feeling I want. But I always feel like our set is missing something. Krieg soldiers not using engineer shovels just feels a bit off. Lords High Woe, I think this might be because our skin is wrong. The name displayed on our skin is Krieg Grenadier, not Krieg Engineer, so is it possible that to use an engineer shovel, we have to wait until we buy the engineer skin? Upon hearing this, the other players were all stunned for a moment, but then immediately suspected that the dog planner was very likely to do this. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't let go of the popular Krieg tag. They would surely have to make several more sets of skins. After seeing the content in the chat area, Andrei nodded, feeling that these players made a lot of sense. When he got back, he would create the other Krieg skins as well. However, it was indeed so. On the one hand, for the sake of needing to recharge, it was best for him to create several series of skins. On the other hand, it was also because he couldn't make one skin encompass so many troop types. If he made a Krieg engineer, he would definitely have to enhance the engineer's skill of using an engineer shovel, otherwise, the effect of the skin wouldn't be apparent. But in that case, the cost of making the skin would skyrocket. It would be better to just open up an additional new skin. Making a new skin of this level only cost him 20,000 influence points, but if he added another function to an existing skin, he would have to spend another 20,000 influence points. Without a doubt, making an additional new one was more cost-effective. At that time, arrange an engineer, arrange a cavalryman, and when he returns, arrange a siege cannon as well, and by the way, make a commissar. This wave would be perfect. Once he had created all of this series of skins, he believed they would surely sell well. He might even be able to put together an independent Krieg regiment. Unfortunately, other skins were relatively easy to make, but the Krieg commissar skin was not so easy. Because according to the setting, Krieg commissars on the battlefield were supposed to persuade other soldiers to slow down when charging, telling them not to charge blindly, rather than charging with them. After all, Krieg people charged too desperately, truly not caring about their own lives. So Andrei had a headache for a moment, unsure how to add skills to the commissar. Surely, a commissar's command couldn't just slow down the charging speed of surrounding soldiers, could it? Wouldn't that become a negative buff? Forget it, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'll think about these problems later. Just keep an eye on the players' chat area. I have to say, idiotic players have broad minds. Looking at the players' chat area has its benefits, it helps to spark inspiration. Andrei couldn't help but sigh, then turned to look behind him. He didn't know what was happening behind him, the artillery bombardment suddenly stopped. At first, it startled him, and he thought the enemy had ambushed the artillery positions in the rear. But then, when he saw the other soldiers charging towards him, he understood. It seemed that the other friendly forces were inspired and had followed him in the charge. In reality, the other friendly soldiers should have charged up long ago. Andrei and his men had achieved such a huge advantage at the front. Any sane friendly force would know that at such a time, they should follow the vanguard and charge to further expand their gains. But there was no other way, the brutal artillery bombardment just now had truly frightened the other friendly forces, so much so that they dared not charge forward. Regimental Commander Platon, desperately leading others in the charge, anxiously searched for the Major General's figure on the battlefield, fearing that he might see the Major General's fallen body in some corner. At the same time, he couldn't help but look back. The two heavy cannons in the rear were still firing, and the terrifying sound of the artillery was like a heavy hammer, making his heart tremble. May the cold-blooded lady protect me, please don't let me be hit by this cannon. If I get hit by such a cannon, I'm afraid I won't even find a complete corpse. While muttering to himself, Platon felt a slight sense of emotion. He didn't know where this unit got these self-propelled artillery pieces from, they truly looked astonishing. Such a large caliber, if he could use it, he couldn't even imagine how exhilarating it would be. However, he was also a bit puzzled. He had no recollection of the Cambrian Empire ever producing this type of artillery. The heavy cannon mounted on a walking machine in front of him looked strange no matter how he looked at it. Was it some unknown new product? Andre, no, this was purely thought up by a bunch of crazy engineer players. To this day, he still hadn't figured out how those players managed to fix heavy cannons onto two heavy walking machines. He didn't know if the cold-blooded lady truly blessed him, or if it was for some other reason, but the shells from those two giant cannons never landed on their heads. Logically, the accuracy of such short-barreled siege cannons shouldn't be high, yet as they charged all the way to the enemy's position, they watched the shells continuously fall, but not a single one landed on their heads. This made many people can't help but exclaim that the cold-blooded lady had blessed them, because they had heard others say. If one sincerely believes in the cold-blooded lady, then on the battlefield, the cold-blooded lady will help them avoid some long-range bullets, making it difficult for them to be hit by the enemy. Andre had heard such rumors before, and his assessment was, damn, the more I hear about this the cold-blooded lady, the more she sounds like Gurn. If he remembered correctly, Gurn's demons all seemed to have extremely high-ranged resistance, they were all masters of dodging bullets. In the third trench, the Ostrania soldiers, with no retreat route, were resisting desperately, but they only felt the battlefield before them was a chaotic mess, completely unsure how to resist. Some soldiers, in their fear, even jumped directly out of the trench, wanting to escape, not even bothering to retreat through the communication trenches. But the precise point shooting from the players mercilessly shattered these soldiers' dreams of escape, letting them know that fleeing at such a time would only lead to a faster death. At the Ostrania headquarters, a brigade commander was glaring at the mages beside him. What's going on? The enemy is almost upon us, why aren't you acting yet? Damn it, you wouldn't think that after we're all wiped out, these Cambrians will let you go, would you? Looking at the mages before him, the brigade commander felt a surge of displeasure. These mage advisors had always acted arrogantly in front of him, completely disregarding his orders as a brigade commander. If it weren't for the fact that these fellows were battle mages from the Black Eagle Empire, why would he need to be polite with them? He would have long since ordered the military police beside him to drag them out and execute them. Brigade commander, don't be anxious, being anxious now is useless. According to the descriptions of the retreating soldiers, I strongly suspect that the unit charging at us is very likely a zombie unit. A necromancer excitedly told the brigade commander, and the more he spoke, the more he felt his speculation was very reasonable. Look, first of all, this unit is fearless of death and pain, which is very similar to the characteristics of the undead. And besides that, even though it's hot, these soldiers insist on wrapping themselves tightly in military coats, and even if we haven't launched any gas attacks, they wear gas masks and even have their hands covered by gloves. Why do these soldiers make themselves look like this? It must be to avoid others seeing their exposed bodies, while blocking the sun and avoiding exposure. Add to that their ability to stand firm even after suffering heavy damage in combat, with some soldiers even claiming they can revive, and despite being such elites, the Cambrian Empire doesn't care about them at all, even letting cannons continue to bombard them during their charge. All of this indicates that they are actually a group of hidden undead. They are very likely a zombie unit secretly formed by the Cambrian Empire. Hearing the mage's explanation, the Ostrania brigade commander blinked, indicating that he didn't understand all this convoluted stuff. But he had to admit, what the mage said really made a lot of sense. So what are you going to do? Are you planning to awaken my fallen soldiers? Looking at the mage's eager hands, the brigade commander sternly warned him. I warn you, don't even think about it. If you dare to desecrate the bodies of these brave men, I will immediately have the military police shoot you. Even if the Black Eagle Empire stands behind you, it won't matter. The necromancer shrugged, indicating that he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Although he did have the impulse, he knew that if he did so, it would inevitably cause great disgust among the Ostrania people. If the Empire lost an important ally because of such a matter, his sin would be great. Moreover, the Black Eagle Empire's necromancers also would not awaken the bodies of fallen comrades on the battlefield. Don't worry, I won't revive your soldiers. I'm going to wait until this group gets closer, then try to contend with the opposing necromancer for control of the zombies. These zombies are able to act so flexibly in combat, there must be a necromancer mixed among them manipulating them at close range. And we only need to seize control of a portion of the zombies to make them fight among themselves. At this point, a cold smile appeared on the necromancer's lips. When he was training at the academy, he had learned how to contend for control of the undead, because this spell was a mandatory spell for all necromancers. However, in everyday use, this spell was used to quickly take over the undead manipulated by comrades when they fell in battle. He had never seized control from an opposing necromancer before. There was no way around it. The Black Eagle Empire was the one that extensively used necromancers on the battlefield. They had never encountered other opponents who also liked to use necromancers. Not long after, Andre and his group discovered the enemy's regimental headquarters and then launched a fierce assault towards it. It must be said that their regimental headquarters was truly well hidden. The Ostrania people not only dug a huge underground bunker, but they also dug numerous tunnels for escape. He didn't know how these guys managed their earthworks, to be able to dig out such a position in such a short amount of time. Andrei suspected they might have used necromancers to summon a large number of skeletons as laborers. Otherwise, it couldn't be that some concrete pouring players had run over to the Ostrania camp, could it? Just then, Andrei suddenly keenly felt a wave of magical fluctuations coming from inside the bunker. Oh no, there's magic. Despite not feeling any danger, Andrei instinctively dodged to the side. Then he realized he had dodged for nothing. The magical fluctuations inside this bunker were extremely strong, one could tell at a glance that multiple mages were jointly casting a spell, and it might even be some kind of combined spell. But for some unknown reason, Andrei didn't see any magical effects. It was as if that wave of casting had just been for nothing, and nothing had appeared. What the hell? Andrei was puzzled, momentarily wondering if the enemy mages had gone crazy, so he casually threw a silencing spell over, directly silencing the mages on the other side. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Hiding in the bunker, several Black Hawk mages, who were casting spells outwards through the firing ports, watched as the large contingent of Krieg soldiers continued to charge at them, and their spells had missed, achieving nothing. Suddenly, these mages panicked a little. No way, are those guys all living people? They aren't zombies after all. Looking at these soldiers who were silently charging towards them, occasionally falling under machine gun fire, a mage's forehead was slightly sweating. If everything before could be explained by undead and zombies, then this unit would seem very reasonable. But if this unit was entirely made of flesh and blood living people, he dared not imagine what kind of belief a unit must possess to display such ferocity on the battlefield. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness in his body. Some strange power was rapidly draining his magic power. Besides him, the other mages also felt this sensation. They almost instantly collapsed to the ground, feeling incredibly weak. Damn it! These useless mages! The brigade commander saw these Black Hawk mages all fall to the ground, while the enemy outside showed no change. He immediately couldn't help but curse. He didn't know what these mages had experienced. He thought these mages had failed in a magical duel with the enemy, which was why they ended up in this state. Damn it, we can't rely on the mages. Close all the gates. He quickly ordered the soldiers to swiftly close the bunker's iron doors, then had the signalman send a message to the rear, requesting support. The enemy's charge was too fast, so much so that he couldn't even retreat and was trapped here. In the current situation, he definitely couldn't break out. With just a dozen guards and a bunch of staff officers inside the bunker, what could they use to break out? The only solution now, besides having the artillery in the rear quickly retreat, was to wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, the players outside didn't seem to have any intention of forcefully assaulting this bunker. One player hesitated, wondering whether to first change out of his Kriegskin and put on a flame trooper suit. He had previously purchased a flame trooper suit, and it hadn't been damaged in combat, so he could still use it. But just then, another player threw a signal flare first, and red smoke quickly rose, marking the bunker's location. After the artillery in the rear noticed the commotion, they immediately adjusted their gun barrels and then heavily bombarded the area. 2 heavy shells, 234 mm in caliber and even loaded with concrete piercing warheads, slammed onto the bunker's roof with a boom, directly penetrating the thick ground. Under the massive explosion, the entire bunker instantly collapsed. The officers and soldiers inside were instantly killed or wounded by the shock, almost completely wiped out. A few unlucky ones who weren't killed on the spot struggled out of the rubble, but as they looked up, they saw the players. Watching this Krieg soldier, like a black devil, raise his rifle and aim it at his head, the Ostrania let out a pig-like scream. But Andrei stopped the soldier from pulling the trigger and instead told him, "Don't kill him. First, bandage his wounds. Later, have the people in the back interrogate this guy for intelligence. Especially those special forces, tell those guys to stop focusing all their attention on their own people. They should be doing something useful." Honestly, the intelligence on the Ostrania people at the front was a complete mess. To what extent the Ostrania army had advanced, what tactics they employed, the reports from various units were completely different. If all the reports from all units at the front were combined, the Ostrania people would have had to deploy over 5 million troops. They would probably have to mobilize the entire country's population to gather so many people. So, it was a good opportunity to capture a tongue and ask for their intelligence before proceeding. However, regarding this aspect, professional matters should be handled by professionals. It's time to find work for those spies in the special forces. The enemy's artillery unit managed to retreat, and although they tried their best to pack up their cannons and quickly withdraw, they were ultimately discovered by Andrei's air force. With the battle so intense here, and a large number of players constantly calling out locations in the chat, how could there not be Air Force brothers coming to support? Although most of Andrei's Air Force brothers don't know where they've flown to right now, as there are battles in more than one location, with various skirmishes breaking out everywhere. However, seeing as there's a large concentration of players here, many Air Force brothers were still willing to come and provide support. From the very beginning, the enemy's artillery was hidden in a forest clearing, and with the help of camouflage nets and some technology that Andrei couldn't even understand, they successfully evaded the eyes of our artillery. Even the players operating the heavy cannons couldn't see the enemy's position and they had an overhead view. But it didn't matter. After roughly judging the trajectory of the incoming enemy shells, the players had a general idea of the enemy's artillery position. Although there were other areas with more influence points and valuable targets, the 2 heavy cannons did not conduct a saturation bombardment of that area. But a fighter jet that had just flown over, after dropping 2 flares, quickly succeeded in marking the enemy artillery in this area. Then, under the fierce attack of several other incoming fighter jets, the artillery here was practically an open-air target. After a wave of chaotic battles, Andrei discovered that a large number of players using fighter jets were more inclined to use the bomber-killer configuration. Perhaps it's because this configuration allows them to fire rockets at the enemy, resulting in higher burst damage in a short period of time. Under continuous rocket barrages, the enemy artillery still in the forest suffered heavy casualties, and several ammunition vehicles were even detonated. The detonation of these ammunition vehicles seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with constantly exploding shells flying everywhere, occasionally sending fireballs onto nearby vehicles. And unfortunately, the Autranians apparently did not pay attention to safety procedures during their retreat, so their ammunition vehicles were almost all piled together. As a result, the chain reaction from this round of explosions was incredible. Even several kilometers away, Andrei and his men could see huge fireballs erupting from the distant forest. Good heavens, that scene over there is truly spectacular. What did the Air Force ignite? After a sigh of emotion, Andrei led his soldiers to continue clearing the current position. For those with status, such as non-commissioned officers and officers, Andrei ordered them to be captured first. As for ordinary soldiers, that was up to the players. Given the players' personalities, it was unlikely they would assign too many people to guard prisoners. Capturing a few valuable individuals would be enough. Otherwise, if too many were captured, and then they saw too few players guarding them, these guys would scatter and disappear again, in which case it would have been better to eliminate them from the start. Not all armies are like the Apennine Kingdom's army, where one person can capture thousands of their troops, and they can even spontaneously build prisoner of war camps. If all prisoners of war in this world were so obedient, then war would be much easier to fight. Phew, General, are you all right? Just then, Colonel Platon finally rushed over with his soldiers and saw Andrei standing among the crowd, giving orders. Although Andrei's current attire looked a bit strange, and he wasn't wearing a gleaming general's star on his shoulder, among a group of silent, gas-masked soldiers, there was one person constantly speaking. If he wasn't the leader, who was? Andrei glanced at the lieutenant colonel, frowned slightly, and said, "I'm fine, everything's good. But your soldiers' reaction speed is a bit slow. To be honest, you should have seized the opportunity in time just now. If you had followed closely after we broke through the enemy's first trench, we definitely could have controlled the situation much faster." Hearing Andrei's reprimand, the colonel couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling that the general in front of him truly had a different way of thinking than normal people. With the sky full of artillery fire earlier, how dared he charge forward? If he had that kind of courage, he wouldn't be a colonel now, but a pile of rotten flesh in a grave. He also didn't understand where General Andrei got the nerve to charge forward into artillery fire. Fortunately, Andrei just mentioned it casually and didn't really care, as Andrei also knew that his charge had indeed been a bit exaggerated. He just complained a bit, feeling that it wasn't good for the Allied forces to just stand by. Compared to the issue of the Allied forces not charging with him, Andrei was now concerned about a new notification he had received. He didn't know if it was because he had absorbed the magic of multiple mages, plus the magic accumulated before, but after he used a series of spells, the progress bar on his God-chosen interface actually increased. In fact, Andrei hadn't even noticed at first that this interface had a progress bar. He thought there was only a skill tree. It wasn't until he saw several branches on the skill tree gradually turning blue, with one completely blue branch leading up to the next tier, that he realized this thing actually had a progress bar. The improvement of his God-chosen ability, this was a good thing. Although Andrei had always worried that some big blue bird would come and give him prophetic dreams, as of now, it seemed his system had simply created 8 skill trees. At least he ate and drank as usual, slept well at night, and had never noticed any strange influences. Since there were no side effects, and no prophetic dreams from a big blue bird, then keep leveling up skills. Regarding the God-chosen interface, what he currently lacked most was a set of direct attack skills, and the 3 skills that appeared this time were all attack types. The first skill was called Xiancha's Blue Flames, nothing special, it just allowed him to throw a series of blue fireballs for long-range single-target attacks. The second skill was called Xiancha's Pink Flames, also nothing special, it could unleash a fan-shaped sea of fire, but with a shorter attack range. The third skill was called Mana Burn, it could make the enemy's magic power rapidly burn up, causing the enemy to directly enter a state of self-immolation. After some hesitation, Andrei ultimately chose the second skill, because he felt the second skill was more practical. The first skill seemed good, but if he had the ability to throw a bunch of fireballs at distant enemies, why not just have players fire a mortar at them? The third skill actually overlapped with his Mana Drain spell, both were mage killer types, and their versatility was far inferior to the first 2 skills. In contrast, although the second skill had a short attack range, a sea of fire that could appear randomly on the battlefield, if used well, would be very effective for both killing enemies and area denial. At least according to the animation demonstration on the skill icon, he felt that even if he brought over a flame trooper tank, it would absolutely not be able to burn out such a sea of fire in a short time. After acquiring the new skill, Andrei felt a bit itchy and urgently wanted to find a target to try it out. However, he looked for a long time and found that there really wasn't any suitable target. There was nothing he could do, this position was almost completely occupied by him, and the scattered red enemy markers around were also being rapidly annihilated by other players and soldiers. If he used an area of effect damage skill at this time, the number of his own people he killed would definitely be more than the number of enemies killed. So he could only put it aside for now, hoping to find a suitable target sometime to properly test his new skill. Just then, Lieutenant Colonel Platon suddenly said to Andrei, "General, my division commander, Major General Pavlov, tried to contact you earlier, but since you had already arrived at the front and entered combat, his several calls didn't go through. Andrei nodded, asking with a slight curiosity. What's the matter? What does Major General Pavlov want with me? Colonel Platon hesitated, then whispered. General, our division commander suggests that if it's not absolutely necessary, you should return to headquarters in the rear. The Empire cannot afford to have a major general casually perish on the battlefield like this. But Andrei just waved his hand, rejecting the suggestion. Forget it, there's no point in me returning to headquarters now. I brought the troops here to launch a counterattack. If possible, I hope you can help me deliver a message to Major General Pavlov. Seeing Colonel Platon listening attentively, Andrei pointed to the surrounding troops and said. If I were to command, I would choose to concentrate the main forces in key urban areas, rather than letting the enemy engage in chaotic combat in terrains like forests and lakes. That is not a wise choice. We can completely concentrate our forces in important cities and fortify them, while also setting up multiple satellite positions around them, allowing these positions to form interlocking fields of fire. Relying on this defensive model, we should be able to hold this city and prevent the enemy from completely cutting off the railway. The rest can only be left to our railway patrolmen and armored trains. Regarding the enemy's desire to destroy this railway, Andrei truly had no particularly good defensive methods. The defensive strategy he proposed earlier was mainly conceived considering the Cambrian Empire's current backward communication and the relatively low individual quality of its soldiers. The more they engaged in small-scale chaotic combat with the enemy in complex terrain, the less advantage the Cambrian Empire had. In complex terrains like jungles, they would absolutely not be a match for Autranian infantry. However, if they concentrated on urban areas for key defensive operations, then the Cambrian Empire could fully utilize its heavy firepower advantage. Concentrating all the heavy artillery of an entire army group and relying on the railway lifeline to defend to the death, he didn't believe the railway hub could still fall. As for the remaining, more complex combat tasks, those could be handed over to his players at that time. Chapter 208. At this point, we can only rely on the skin changers. Well, Major General, I will convey your suggestion to headquarters, but I can't guarantee that headquarters will adopt it. After listening to Andrei's description, Platon, the regimental commander, felt a bit confused. It sounded impressive, but he couldn't quite grasp how effective it would be in practice. Andrei nodded, saying nonchalantly. It's all right. When I return to headquarters, I will discuss this matter in detail with your divisional commander and army group commander. A decision will naturally be reached then. He didn't expect that merely reporting his suggestion to his superior would result in its complete adoption. To put it bluntly, he wasn't the father of the 7th Army Group commander, so why would they listen to him so readily? Even if he were the 7th Army Group commander's father, it would be impossible for the Army Group commander to simply do whatever he said. Moreover, Andrei knew that his suggestion still had quite a few loopholes. Armored trains were indeed suitable for defending railways, or rather, for acting as a mobile firepower output point along the railway line, but armored trains were not invincible. A frontal assault on an armored train was absolutely foolish. This thing was akin to a land battleship. Anyone attempting a frontal assault would have to be prepared for heavy losses. The simplest way to deal with an armored train was to destroy the railway directly. As long as the railway was severed, the armored train would be reduced to a stationary, immobile target, unable to advance. However, this tactic worked well against ordinary armored trains but was less effective against the players under Andrei's command. Because the players under Andrei could repair railways. Although Andrei had previously experienced the tragedy of his train being destroyed by enemy air force, which led to a march on foot and even an additional order to engage enemy paratroopers in a midfield firefight. But at that time, the enemy hadn't destroyed his railway, they had destroyed his train. A completely scrapped train, according to the system's judgment, was considered a fallen unit and could not be repaired by players with wrenches. However, if it was just a section of railway, according to the system's judgment, it should only be simple mechanical damage and easily reparable. Using this method, it would take the enemy tens of minutes to dismantle a section of railway, but players could rebuild that section in just a few seconds. So, if they were truly so inclined, let them dismantle it. As long as a few engineer players constantly followed the armored train around, given a task to continuously repair the railway, the enemy would be unable to restrict the armored train in this manner. Furthermore, even if the Cambrian Empire couldn't immediately spare a dedicated armored train, it didn't matter. It should be known that among all the war beasts in Battlefield I, the armored train was also a type of war beast. It was unclear how the system's technology tree was determined, but the armored train was categorized under the armored unit technology tree alongside tanks and similar vehicles. In other words, if needed, Andrei could completely unlock the armored train, a war beast from Battlefield I, and then allow players to exchange for and use it. Before this, the main reason he hadn't unlocked the war beasts from Battlefield I was that he felt most of them weren't very practical. The Zeppelin airship, needless to say, was entirely reliant on its engines for output, and compared to the various absurd airships of the Cambrian Empire and Black Eagle Empire, which resembled aerial fleets, the airships of World War I had no advantages whatsoever. The Zeppelin airship, though seemingly massive, didn't even have a void shield. How could it compete with their airships? The armored train was limited because it had to operate on railways, and Andrei hadn't encountered many railway-dependent operations before. Therefore, even if he exchanged for an armored train, there didn't seem to be a suitable battlefield to use it on. As for dreadnoughts, there was no need to mention them, he hadn't reached the naval warfare stage yet. And then there was the French Char 2C super heavy tank, that thing was only considered super heavy from a World War I perspective. Its 45mm thick frontal armor was indeed thick in World War I, but on the battlefield of this era, the Black Eagle Empire's dreadnought mechs could easily penetrate it. That long-barreled 75mm cannon was no joke. However, now that he was here, he felt he could exchange for an armored train, because his mission here, besides counterattacking, was to defend the railway in front of him. Or rather, the core objective of his counterattack mission was actually to defend the railway. As long as the railway could be secured, whether or not to counterattack was irrelevant. Although the Cambrian Empire had lost large swathes of territory, those barren swamps truly had no impact on the Cambrian Empire. The Autranians would gain nothing by occupying those lands. What truly affected the Cambrian Empire was primarily this railway connecting Murmansk to Petrograd. Checking the system list, Andrei found that the unlock price for the armored train was not as expensive as he had imagined. Although the armored train was a war beast, it was a World War I weapon. Placed within the World War I technology tree, it wasn't that expensive, costing only 30,000 influence points to unlock. Comparatively, unlocking an armored train was less expensive than unlocking a T-34-76 tank. However, after unlocking it, Andrei studied the recruitment price and discovered a major problem with the armored train. Its recruitment price was extremely high. Recruiting an armored train would cost Andrei a total of 5,000 influence points, and for players, 5,000 merit points, which made it even more expensive. While it was normal for a war beast unit to have a high recruitment price, Andrei suddenly discovered a rather awkward problem. Most players probably couldn't afford this thing, and even those who could would likely not go all in and invest all their savings into a single battle. However, after some thought, Andrei made an adjustment. He simply set the exchange for the armored train to be a joint exchange among players, with shared merit point expenditure, allowing multiple players to pool their merit points and collectively exchange for an armored train. Each player would only need to spend 1,000 merit points, totaling 5 players, which would add up to 5,000 merit points. This way, 5 players could collectively exchange for an armored train and operate it together. Andrei knew that while this approach would certainly have other issues, such as varying levels of fun for different positions, such problems could be entirely resolved by players within a squad coordinating among themselves. For example, if everyone wanted to use the mortar at the front of the armored train, they could discuss and take turns, just like playing a battlefield game, right? This way, although the exchange price of the armored train was still relatively high, at the very least, it would no longer be unaffordable for players. At the same time, this thing couldn't be operated by a single player anyway, so this arrangement perfectly allowed players to team up, exchange for it, and then operate it together. After unlocking this project, Andrei checked the player chat area and found that other players were still arriving here by military train, under the cover of a Cambrian Empire armored train. After some thought, Andrei directly opened this exchange project. Perfect, let the players get the armored train out and slowly fight with it. With an armored train, especially one controlled by players, its performance was simply explosive. The only drawback was that, as a war beast in the game, the armored train did not benefit from player repairs. Once destroyed by the enemy, players could not manually repair it, which was rather troublesome. However, in the game, armored trains did have an auto-repair function. For example, if a turret in the game was disabled by the enemy, it would restore to its initial state after 30 seconds. But overall, once an armored train was recruited, it would eventually be destroyed by the enemy. It was impossible for this thing to become an immortal monster under the cover of engineers. Alas, what a pity. If this thing could be repaired by engineers, the effect would be incredible. Andrei sighed softly, unable to help but fantasize. This thing was different from a tank, completely destroying an armored train in one go was almost impossible due to its enormous size. So, this also meant that if players could repair it, with their utterly unscientific repair speed, this thing could truly become an eternally immortal land battleship. Alas, the game balance of Battlefield was ultimately brought here, making it impossible for him to have an immortal monster. When the armored train exchange unit suddenly appeared, accompanied by an announcement, players were first stunned, then erupted in excitement in the chat area. This was the first redeemable war beast to appear in this game. They never expected that by coming here to fight the Autranians, they would actually unlock a war beast. Meanwhile, the Creek soldiers remaining in this position alongside Andrei, while maintaining silence on the surface, were lamenting in the chat area behind the scenes. Because they suddenly discovered an awkward problem, even if they wanted to exchange for an armored train now, there was no place to do so. To exchange for an armored train, it had to be recruited at a train station. And even if they ran back to the train station at top speed, it would take at least 10 minutes. What made them even more upset was that war beasts, just like in Battlefield I settings, only one could appear on a map. In other words, if someone had already exchanged for an armored train, others could not continue to exchange for new ones. Unless that armored train was destroyed by the enemy. Seeing the players' complaints, Andrei frowned slightly, as he had only just discovered that war beasts actually had such a limitation. However, after a careful study, he breathed a sigh of relief, because the war beast limitation applied to him was not quite the same as the quantity limitation in the game. In the game, only one war beast could appear on a map, this was a basic setting. But if applied to reality, this setting was clearly problematic. Andrei's current military rank was not high enough, and his controlled area was not large enough, so having one armored train in this battle zone seemed barely sufficient. If, in the future, he were to be promoted to general or a higher rank, leading a front or an army group, he would be responsible for thousands of kilometers of vast battlefields. At that point, having only one armored train in the entire battle zone would clearly be unreasonable. After his investigation, in fact, this game limitation, when applied here, became, each large train station could exchange for one armored train. If there were multiple large train stations within the player's current activity area, they could exchange for multiple armored trains. This was good news, because within Andrei's current control, besides a large train station used for military transit in the outskirts of Petrograd, there was also a large train station in Petrozavodsk. As an important transportation hub, this city naturally also had a large train station, so Andrei could actually now exchange for 2 armored trains. Seeing that the players had already queued up the exchange for both train stations, Andrei also quickly exchanged for 2 armored trains. In the battlefield game, armored trains were divided into 2 main categories, 4-seater and 6-seater armored trains. The configuration of armored trains that spawned on different maps also varied. Of course, the configuration of 6-seater armored trains was always the same. When it came to Andrei, all the armored trains he could exchange for became 6-seater, which meant fully equipped armored trains, with all sorts of firepower from anti-aircraft to mortars. When the armored trains were exchanged, watching the war beasts suddenly appear from an unknown distance and slowly drive into the train station, all the players in both train stations were excited. Although war beasts did not necessarily equate to combat power, armored trains were often easily destroyed by the enemy. But no matter what, this thing looked cool. Looking cool was enough. The design of this thing was so exaggerated that even if it could only move on tracks, the visual impact it brought was enough to amaze players. Undoubtedly, until the enemy produced some overly outrageous units, this thing was the ruler of the land, a true beast. The players who exchanged for the armored trains quickly discussed their respective operating positions and then swiftly entered the trains. As for the other players, some simply looked at the war beasts in envy, while others directly climbed onto the armored trains, ready to depart with the trains. Because when these 2 armored trains spawned, they all immediately received a mission to repair the railway, requiring them to repair the railway along the way and cover the advance of the armored trains. At the same time, the station masters of both train stations also coincidentally received documents indicating that armored trains were coming to support. When they saw the documents on their desks, both station masters were startled. Oh, damn it, by the summer goddess, I must be losing my mind. How could I forget such an important matter? Both station masters slapped their foreheads, trying to clear their heads, while frantically calling the headquarters of nearby armies, urging them to pay attention to the approaching armored trains. In short, these armored trains were their own units, so they must not accidentally be mistaken for enemies and be shelled by them. Besides that, other trains responsible for transportation also had to be careful not to accidentally collide with their own trains. Andrei did not know that the 2 train stations had fallen into chaos because of the armored trains exchanged by the players, and the station masters of both train stations were even reprimanded severely. He only knew that a group of players on trains had already departed. It wouldn't be long before he would receive an additional batch of powerful reinforcements, and at the same time, have a strong force to protect the railway. Sitting in this newly occupied enemy position, Andrei flipped through the documents salvaged from the enemy's shelled command post, frowning slightly. Although he couldn't read the text on them, according to the map on this document, it seemed the Ostrania had come prepared this time. As of now, they were continuously gathering troops via roads. Besides the vanguard troops initially used for infiltration and assault, a total of 2 Ostrania artillery divisions were heading this way. What were these 2 artillery divisions for? Andrei didn't even need to think to know that they were definitely heading for Petrozavodsk, otherwise, what other target besides this city was worth shelling here? Besides the artillery divisions in the rear, which he didn't know when they would arrive, Andrei also saw the insignia of a mechanized infantry division on the map. There was no other way, he didn't know what the Ostrania were thinking, but their markings on the map were too obvious. The artillery division had a cannon drawn directly on it, while the mechanized infantry division had an infantryman followed by a truck. Considering the intensity of this operation, Andrei could naturally tell that the markings on it definitely represented a division. Otherwise, they wouldn't just send a few regiments to their deaths. Standing beside Andrei, Colonel Platon saw that an enemy mechanized infantry division was about to arrive here and would launch an assault on them soon. His face immediately turned extremely pale. In the previous battles, his infantry regiment had already suffered heavy losses. Now, only about 600 soldiers capable of fighting remained. Even if the silent but exceptionally fierce unit beside him was added, he could only muster a little over 1,000 soldiers. So, with such a small number of people, how could they stop an enemy mechanized infantry division? Seeing Colonel Platon's forehead covered in cold sweat, Andrei said somewhat playfully. What, Colonel, are you a bit nervous? Colonel Platon nodded, saying earnestly. General, the enemy's main force is coming fiercely, and I simply cannot stop them. What I need to do most now is to request support from the rear, and then... At this point, he paused, not continuing. But Andrei knew that he definitely wanted to lead the troops to retreat. Have you requested support from the rear? When will the other reinforcements arrive? Hearing Andrei's question, Colonel Platon shook his head. General, I have already requested support from the division headquarters. They said reinforcements are on their way, but I don't know when they will arrive. According to my understanding, the main force of the 71st Division should still be elsewhere, probably pursuing the enemy on another road. It would take them at least a day to return. Besides the main force of the division headquarters, there aren't too many troops in Petrozavodsk, at least not too many that can be mobilized by the division commander. Andrei frowned slightly, thinking about it. It seemed that was indeed the case. The troops currently stationed in Petrozavodsk were the 237th Infantry Division, and this infantry division had only recently been formed, almost entirely composed of new recruits. Before this, Andrei's adoptive father had judged that this infantry division essentially had no field combat capability. At most, they could defend in positions in fortress fortifications. In fact, they were still busy training in the city and basically did not possess much combat power. So, even if he made a phone call and managed to get the army headquarters to send this infantry division over, they might not be able to play much of a role. Thinking this, Andrei quickly pulled out the map he carried with him, then carefully checked it and marked the locations. According to the news from the player chat area, all players had now boarded military trains and departed for this area. At this speed, the fastest players should arrive in a few hours, and the slowest should not exceed 10 p.m. tonight. This also meant that they would only need to hold this position for about 3 to 4 hours before a new batch of players would join the battle here. And among the first players to arrive, there would definitely be a large number of armored units, because these armored vehicles and tanks were all dispatched on military trains by Andrei in advance. Colonel Platon, I am entrusting you with a grave task. From now on, I need you to lead your soldiers to firmly defend this position. If all goes well, in about 3 to 4 hours, my mixed division will arrive here for support. If you can hold on and prevent the enemy from occupying our train station, then you will be a war hero. By then, I guarantee you will definitely be commended by the headquarters, and even receive a series of honors. You will become a rising star. Andrei patted the colonel's shoulder, unceremoniously making grand promises, even though the colonel in front of him was almost twice his age. However, this did not prevent him from making the promises as grand and appealing as possible. However, Colonel Platon was not swayed by the series of grand promises Andrei threw at him. If luck was good and the enemy's troops arrived slowly, he might still have a chance to hold the position for 3 to 4 hours. But if he really had to withstand the full might of an entire enemy mechanized infantry division, he felt it would be difficult to hold this position for even half an hour. General, you must be joking. My regiment only has this many men left. What can we use to resist the enemy? Seeing the colonel's worried expression, Andrei gave a thumbs up and then pointed to himself, saying, Don't worry, I'm here too. My troops will stand with you. You should have full confidence in my troops. In the previous battles, you also saw how brave these soldiers were. Seeing the brilliant smile on Andrei's face, Colonel Platon only felt like the sky was falling. How did he end up with such a mad general? Charging directly into the bombing zone with infantry, facing friendly artillery fire, was already astonishing enough for him. And now, this guy was going to use the strength of one regiment to resist the advance of an enemy division? He no longer envied this man's general rank at all. At this moment, he only felt that it was truly the cold-blooded lady's blessing that this guy hadn't died on the battlefield. If it were a normal person, fighting with such a crazy style, they would have died countless times over by now. He didn't know how this young man's life could be so tough, he went through so much and still didn't die. Although Colonel Platon was extremely reluctant, military orders were like mountains. His division commander had already issued an order to defend this position, demanding that he must not retreat, not to mention having Major General Andrei here. Although Major General Andrei was not his direct superior, a higher rank could crush people. Faced with such a general, what could he do besides obey? He didn't want to be shot on the spot by the general pulling out a pistol for disobeying a military order. After assigning the task to Colonel Platon, Andrei then gave tasks to his Krieg subordinates. The Krieg were best at trench warfare, at least that was the setting. But Andrei was not going to let all these Krieg engage in a meat grinder with the enemy on the position. So, besides half of the players remaining on the position to defend with other soldiers, Andrei also organized the remaining several teams of players into assault teams. Their mission was simple: when the enemy began to outflank this position, they would come from the outside to meet them and launch a flank attack on the enemy's outflanking troops. Having them charge head-on would be foolish, but having them charge from the side, suddenly emerging, would definitely catch the enemy off guard. At the same time, the 2 mortars Andrei brought received a very important mission: to move along the edge of the battlefield and fire. After some mechanical modifications, these 2 mortars had incredible mobility, especially after being cobbled together by players. They were even recognized as some kind of system vehicle unit. This meant that these 2 mortars would not experience any mechanical failures under normal circumstances, unless they encountered enemy attacks. Given such mobility, how could Andrei not maximize the mobility of these 2 mortars? 2 heavy mortars that could reach speeds of over 10 km per hour, and a maximum of 20 km per hour, would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the enemy as long as they were kept constantly moving on the outskirts of the battlefield. Unless the enemy had air superiority, they would be helpless against such fast-moving heavy mortars. They couldn't even catch up. At this moment, although air superiority over this battlefield couldn't be said to be entirely controlled by Andrei, it was certainly not under the control of the Australians. Especially as the battle here erupted, more and more aircraft were converging, and with these planes, Andrei could completely ensure his airspace was secure. Just then, fighter jets in the distance suddenly dropped signal flares towards the ground, and immediately after, from Andrei and the player's perspective, a dense cluster of red dots appeared behind the forest there. Commander, attention! The enemy has arrived. Have our mortar soldiers bombard the location marked by the signal flares. All soldiers, quickly enter your positions and prepare to meet the enemy. Hearing Andrei's command, the sharp shouts of officers of all ranks were also heard at the same time. These soldiers quickly rushed into their positions, swiftly setting up their machine guns in suitable locations. Meanwhile, the mortar soldiers, who had just relocated from the rear and re-established their positions, were rapidly adjusting the parameters of their mortars, aiming at the location marked by the distant signal flares. They weren't entirely sure if the distant signal flares represented enemy forces, but since Andre had already given the order, they would just fire in the direction of the signal flares. Behind the distant forest, on the forest road, trucks equipped with anti-aircraft guns were desperately firing at the planes in the sky. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound of anti-aircraft guns roared, and a barrage of bullets shot into the sky, trying with all their might to lock onto the fighter jets above. However, it was clear that the Autronians were encountering these novel aircraft for the first time, making it difficult for them to adapt to aiming at such small and agile contraptions. Compared to airships, fighter jets were not only much smaller but also much more agile. Coupled with the players' skillful maneuvering, it was extremely difficult for them to track the distant fighter jets. The fighter jets, which had just dropped signal flares and marked a large area of enemy troops, immediately made a wide turn, circled behind the enemy, and then came around again, initiating a dive towards the road. The Autronian soldiers' evasion speed was very fast. When they saw the fighter jets diving towards them, everyone ran into the dense forest as quickly as possible. With the cover of the forest, and the fleeing soldiers being too dispersed, the players lost interest in strafing these soldiers, but they focused their target on the anti-aircraft trucks. The machine guns on the front of the fighter jets unleashed a precise and deadly volley of fire on the trucks, and a large barrage of bullets continuously poured into the trucks, easily shredding the soldiers operating the anti-aircraft guns. Immediately after, as the fighter jets dove over the trucks, with the activation of a skill, a large shower of explosive metal spikes was instantly dropped, falling to the ground and exploding like fireworks, creating a chaotic scene. Just a few consecutive dives, and the players' fighter jets dismantled the enemy's anti-aircraft fire, simultaneously throwing the enemy's troops into complete disarray. Damn it, where is our Air Force? We need Air Force support. I'm sorry, Division Commander, our Air Force is still preparing and may take at least 6 hours to arrive. Looking at the planes wreaking havoc in the sky, the Division Commander of this mechanized infantry division was filled with hatred, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little envious of these aircraft. It was his first time seeing such an agile and fast aircraft. The attack efficiency of this thing was much stronger than an airship. If Australia could replicate such an aircraft, wouldn't they quickly regain the advantage in aerial combat? Damn it, 6 hours. By the time 6 hours pass, the battle here will already be over. The division commander cursed the unreliable Air Force, then immediately issued orders to his soldiers. Brave warriors, our moment of trial has arrived. From now on, we need to trek through this forest and then launch an attack on the enemy outside the forest. According to reliable intelligence, the enemy's defenses on the other side of the forest are very weak. We can easily occupy their positions and then seize their transportation hub. By then, we will quickly be able to blockade the city's supplies, completely cutting off Petrograd's northern lifeline. Hearing this command, a group of soldiers in white uniforms looked exasperated, feeling that the division commander was truly speaking without considering the difficulty. Starting from here, they would have to traverse at least 5 kilometers of forest, and moving through such dense forest was very troublesome. Even if they had all received jungle warfare training, it would probably take them 2 hours to get through. Just then, a familiar screeching sound suddenly echoed. Hearing the loud sound of mortar shells tearing through the air, these soldiers all looked up, their faces filled with terror. Damn it! How did the Cambrians' heavy mortars get here so fast? No sooner had the words fallen than a volley of high explosive shells slammed into the road and the nearby dense forest. Having already suffered an airstrike and being in chaos from the previous attack, now with a barrage of mortar shells raining down on their heads, these Autronian soldiers felt utterly unlucky. Especially among them, the firepower of the enemy's 2 heavy mortars was particularly brutal. One shell exploding would create a huge crater, and the shockwave from the explosion could knock down a swath of surrounding trees. Division Commander, do we really still need to keep pushing forward now? To avoid the mortar fire just now, a staff officer quickly tackled the division commander to the ground, pressing down on him, and asked with a pale face. Facing this situation, the division commander was also somewhat at a loss. That's right, the signal flares just now exposed their position, and the enemy's mortar soldiers were now heavily bombarding this area. But what was the configuration of the Cambrian army on the other side? How could they have so many heavy mortars? Especially those 2 heavy mortars just now, they nearly scared the soul out of him. Charge, we must charge. We must leave here as quickly as possible. Staying here will only lead to constant bombardment. Retreating or advancing along the road, the enemy above us will constantly strafe us. Only this forest is safe. Under the division commander's command, a large number of soldiers reluctantly got up, enduring the continuous mortar shells falling overhead, and began to force their way into the forest ahead. As they pushed aside the branches blocking their path, some soldiers couldn't help but complain in their hearts. They shouldn't have ventured so deep, continuing to attack the Cambrians' city. Facing an enemy with obvious firepower superiority, could they succeed in a large-scale offensive? If they were going to spend this effort on continuing the attack, they might as well have just sent small elite units to constantly raid the enemy's railways, as they did before. Just then, the division commander suddenly asked a special group of soldiers in the ranks. Shifters, do you have any way to bring down those aircraft? Compared to other soldiers, these soldiers were dressed a bit strangely. Each wore a set of camouflage military uniforms, with a ghillie suit over them. The leading officer, whose attire was no different from the other soldiers, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sir, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee it. I've never seen that kind of aircraft before, its flying speed is a bit fast, and I can hardly guarantee that I can catch up with it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the officer suddenly let out a low growl, and then, before everyone's eyes, he himself transformed into a large eagle. Behind him, several other soldiers did the same. With a low growl, they quickly transformed into various large birds, such as different types of eagles and cranes, and one even turned into a swan. Immediately after, these birds flew out of the forest and soared towards the fighter jets overhead. Looking at these soldiers, the surrounding Australians were full of envy, because they also wanted to become shifters, but unfortunately, they lacked the talent, or rather, the courage to risk their lives. Every shifter was a brave warrior, because they had only an extremely low probability of successfully awakening. If they failed to awaken, their fate would be very tragic. Soldiers who voluntarily signed up to become shifters would take a transformation potion, and after a series of complex rituals and potion modifications, they would begin their transformation. They needed to take the final awakening potion during a thunderstorm and then visualize the animal they intended to transform into in their minds. During this process, some would fail. For example, their thoughts might be too scattered, accidentally turning into a combination of various animals, simply becoming a hybrid monster. Others might accidentally get lost. After transforming into an animal, their minds would be completely animalized by the beast's wildness, and they would ultimately only be able to live in animal form, never able to turn back into a human. Only warriors who could transform into an animal and then transform back into a human could ultimately become a qualified shifter, meaning they could fully switch between human and beast forms. These successful warriors accounted for only about 1/3 of the total number. Australia had not yet fully understood the principle behind this magic. They only knew that when a shifter transformed into a beast, they could also transform their clothes and tools with them. Therefore, every shifter was an excellent reconnaissance soldier and the best jungle warrior, as it was very difficult for a single person to guard against wild beasts in the jungle. This time, the division commander was also forced into a corner, which is why he thought of having his shifter squad try to take down the aircraft in the sky. Otherwise, with those never-before-seen strange aircraft constantly strafing from the sky, and even marking their troops with signal flares, this battle simply couldn't be fought. Chapter 209, How does this game have animagi? Alright, I'm becoming more and more convinced that we seem to have arrived in a relatively simple instance. A newly arrived bomber, dropping bombs below, had its pilot complain to his companion, the Austrania anti-air firepower is too weak. Compared to the Black Eagle Empire, their anti-air is not just a little bit worse. The player, who was operating the bomber's tail gun and continuously strafing the ground, casually replied while shooting, "That's normal. If we look at the corresponding real-world prototype, these guys should be Finnish. It's perfectly normal for the Finnish army's equipment to not be as good as the German army's, isn't it?" It must be said that this battlefield seemed to be specifically designed for them to rack up points. The enemy's anti-air capabilities were truly terrible. Those few anti-air trucks at the beginning might have caused some trouble for the fighter planes, but that was just for a moment. They quickly and easily took out those anti-air trucks, and then this army was almost at their mercy. By continuously marking enemies below with the plane's skills, even if they hid in dense forests, players could roughly locate them. At that point, whether using machine guns or dropping a large area of bombs, they could earn a lot of influence points. Even Andrei was somewhat surprised watching the influence points continuously accumulating on his system interface. He only felt that his coming here wasn't to take on a mission in a time of crisis, to hold out and not retreat. This battlefield was too comfortable. This was the ideal battlefield in his mind. But then again, the minimap function in our game is truly a rip-off. Immediately after, the pilot in the bomber suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but complain to the player behind him. A minimap should clearly be a basic function, but here it's a paid feature, and even after unlocking it, the range is only 100 meters, which is simply not enough for everyday use. It's barely useful on the ground, but in aerial combat, what's the use of a 100-meter minimap? My own observation range is better than that. Especially since this minimap is only a two-dimensional map. Even if an enemy approaches, I still have to figure out the enemy's altitude, which isn't displayed on it at all. At this point, he couldn't help but fiercely complain about the game designer's greed. It just goes to show that different games have different absurdities. Of course, despite his endless complaints, he still grudgingly bought the minimap function. On one hand, it was because other in-game purchases were equally absurd. In comparison, at least this game had solid quality and wasn't plagued by too many random monetization schemes, preventing it from becoming a game solely for whales. On the other hand, it was also because this game wasn't legitimate, it was secretly developed by some small company and hadn't even gone through official distribution channels. So he was also worried that the company might accidentally go out of business due to poor management one day, and such a fun game would simply disappear. At least compared to other war games on the market, he felt that this game, in terms of visuals, was definitely at the industry's pinnacle. At least he couldn't think of any other game that could achieve such detail. It's imaginable that this game company likely spent a lot of money to release this game. Just as the three players in the bomber were busy complaining to each other, a goshawk, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly flew towards the bomber. Although the bomber was flying quite fast, the hawk's speed was even greater. Despite a strenuous chase, the hawk slowly closed in, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The Austrania shapeshifter captain, Ralph, let out a sinister laugh in his heart. Almost there, almost there. He would soon make contact with this strange flying machine, then immediately transform and launch an attack on the enemies inside. All along, their shapeshifter combat modes had proven effective time and again. First, they would approach the enemy in various animal forms while the enemy's guard was down, then suddenly transform into human form and launch an attack. In most cases, enemies found it difficult to react immediately, and their attacks almost always succeeded. For instance, right now, who would guard against a large bird approaching them in the sky? Although it seemed a bit suspicious for this bird to try and approach despite such loud noise, perhaps the bird was just tired. Did it want to find a place to land and rest for a bit? But just as he was approaching the bomber and preparing to try and land on it, Ralph's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Because for some reason, the enemy pilots, who had been busy chatting and joking earlier, suddenly all turned their gaze towards him at this moment. Clearly, these guys must have become wary of something. Could it be him? As the players were chatting, they suddenly and simultaneously saw a red dot appear on each of their mini-maps, continuously approaching them. Following the direction of the red dot, they immediately locked their gaze on the large bird in front of them, and then their eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Is this bird an enemy too? It was the first time they had seen the minimap classify a wild animal as an enemy. However, besides this hawk, they didn't see any other enemies nearby. They looked up and down for a long time but didn't see any enemy air units here, and based on the distance comparison, that red dot was the hawk right in front of them. Without any hesitation, the player operating the machine gun in the gunner's seat clicked, aimed the machine gun at the large hawk in front of him, and then mercilessly opened fire in a fierce strafing attack. Although he didn't understand what was happening, his minimap had already identified the thing in front of him as an enemy. Didn't that mean they would get influence points if they blew it up? Although Ralph had tried his best to dodge when he saw the bomber's tail gunner aiming at him, he still couldn't successfully evade. The gunner's aim was incredibly precise, and it seemed he was determined to kill him, holding down the trigger without stopping. Under these circumstances, even if he exerted all his agility, he couldn't dodge the machine gun fire in front of him. So, to the player's astonished gazes, the large bird was hit by multiple machine gun bullets in succession, and then, in a twist, it transformed into a tall man in camouflage, who then plummeted downwards. At the same time, other planes also encountered similar situations, facing enemies like the one here. What's going on? How are there enemies here that can transform into animals? This is a bit absurd. Isn't this like Animagi from Harry Potter making a guest appearance here? Did the game pay Rowling for the copyright? You're overthinking it. That book is so old, the copyright should have expired long ago. How many years has Rowling been dead? Players discussed animatedly in the chat, while nervously paying attention to their surroundings, fearing that a large bird might suddenly approach and attack them. In previous battles, although most players easily dealt with approaching shapeshifters, some players were still unexpectedly taken down by them. One shapeshifter showed astonishing skill. Before even getting close to the player, he immediately transformed into human form in midair and, holding a submachine gun, began strafing the cockpit of the distant plane. After a burst of fire, having successfully killed the player in the cockpit, the shapeshifter transformed back into a large bird before hitting the ground, and then died under the strafing fire of another fighter jet. Although he wanted to leave gracefully like that, the player's fighter jet was not to be underestimated. While it might be difficult to shoot down a large bird from the sky with a machine gun, skilled player pilots could even use their wings to decapitate an enemy during a dive, and such an operation wasn't overly difficult. Damn it, I suspect the game designer might have planned this all along. This unit is clearly forcing us to buy the minimap. Suddenly, a player thought of something and said in the chat. This enemy unit called Shapeshifter can disguise itself as an animal and approach us silently. Without a minimap, such enemies are simply impossible to defend against. Besides using the red dots on the minimap to identify friend or foe, what other way do we have to distinguish an animal? Damn it, this designer is so devious. Seeing this, a group of players couldn't help but condemn the game designer in the chat, feeling that this dog designer was truly a dog. To create such a unit that could only be dealt with using the minimap to suppress them, wasn't this forcing them to spend money to buy the minimap? What a ripoff, truly a ripoff. Watching a series of kill records, Andre also learned about this strange unit called the Shapeshifter. Although he hadn't fully understood what was happening on the front lines, judging from the players' chat logs, these people seemed to have encountered some kind of enemy that could transform into animals. Because he had seen the word animagus more than once in the chat logs, and combined with some of the things players were saying, Andre roughly pieced things together. How strange, why does every country in this world seem to have some absurd units? And this is clearly unfair to me. I didn't want such a unit to appear. The sudden appearance of an animagus is not something I can control. Andre couldn't help but complain, feeling that he had inexplicably taken the blame for something big. He had to admit that he, as a designer, was indeed a bit unscrupulous in some aspects, but this unit was truly not his creation. If he could freely use a modifier to edit the units of various countries, he guaranteed he would first edit the Cambrian Empire's units to be extremely powerful, and then lead the Cambrian Empire to flatten everything. Although doing so would break game balance and lead to poor player experience, why should he care so much? He wasn't making money from this game, he was surviving because of it. Immediately after thinking for a moment, Andre shouted to the soldiers around him. Soldiers, stay vigilant. I just received the latest intelligence that the enemy has some units capable of using witchcraft, who can disguise themselves as wild animals to approach us. Pay attention. If anyone discovers any strange animals near the positions, open fire immediately, without any hesitation. In these times, there were no animal protection laws, so Andre naturally didn't care about hunting wild animals. Moreover, even if there were animal protection laws, facing such a peculiar enemy, they certainly wouldn't be able to worry about such things. Andrei's biggest concern now was not knowing to what extent this unit called the shapeshifter could transform. If the opponent could only transform into larger animals, then everything would be fine, but if they could turn into things like small mice, then it would be dangerous. If they could disguise themselves as a small mouse, even with Andrei's mini-map, he might not be able to find the enemy. Wouldn't they just hide if they found a random corner to conceal themselves in? Mice or beetles, these things are simply ubiquitous. He could only say that Peter Pettigrew from Harry Potter really didn't know how to play, turning such a huge advantage into a pile of dung. Just then, Andrei suddenly noticed an almost imperceptible red dot appearing on the edge of his mini-map. He quickly looked into the distance, using binoculars to carefully search the edge of the dense forest 1,000 meters away, and soon spotted a peculiar creature. He wondered which genius would actually transform himself into a wildebeest. Honestly, for a wildebeest to suddenly appear in such a cold, northern forest, it seemed far too conspicuous, didn't it? However, as Andrei thought this, he overlooked a problem: the education level of people during this period. To date, only the Black Eagle Empire had completed preliminary compulsory education. No other country had achieved this feat, as the social development of this world seemed to be more backward. It's hard to say about others, but with these big-head soldiers of the Cambrian Empire, how could they recognize a creature like a wildebeest, and how could they identify that its habitat was wrong? If they truly had such knowledge, they wouldn't just be ordinary big-head soldiers, they would probably already be biology teachers. However, while ordinary Cambrian soldiers might not recognize it, players could still tell that something was amiss. Although players' mini-maps only had a range of 100 meters, they couldn't see the wildebeest at the edge of the distant forest was an enemy. But Andrei had just reminded them from behind, and immediately afterward, an extremely out-of-place wildebeest appeared opposite them. What else could it be but an enemy? So, the unlucky wildebeest had only just appeared for a moment, preparing to slowly approach while pretending to graze, when a machine gun already opened fire in its direction. The sudden sound of the machine gun startled the other soldiers in the trench. And when they saw the wildebeest in the distance, pierced by machine gun fire, twisting and transforming into a soldier, these Cambrian soldiers' expressions changed dramatically. If, from the beginning, they hadn't been vigilant despite Andrei's warning, then after witnessing this scene, their vigilance was thoroughly heightened. An enemy capable of transforming into an animal was truly troublesome. They never expected the Austrania people to have such a peculiar type of soldier. They didn't know that although the Austrania people had this type of soldier before, it had never been widely adopted. Because in the past, no more than 10 people in all of Austrania knew how to concoct the potion, and the total number of shapeshifters nationwide might not even reach 100. But ever since they began cooperating with the Black Eagle Empire, the situation changed. The Black Eagle Empire semi-forcibly confiscated some of their country's magical heritage, and then a group of academy-trained mass-production alchemists began attempting to decipher this potion. As a result, this potion can now be produced on assembly lines in factories, with a success rate incomparably higher than when it was slowly brewed in large pots. If it weren't for the high risks involved in becoming a shapeshifter, with only a very few willing to gamble their lives, the Austrania people, with the support of the Black Eagle Empire, could even have everyone become shapeshifters. However, the Black Eagle Empire felt very frustrated because they themselves couldn't use this potion. They didn't know the exact principle. Perhaps the Austrania people had a special bloodline? Only native-born Austrania people could use this potion. All of the Black Eagle Empire's experimental personnel who used it, without exception, transformed into grotesque and twisted aliens. Upon learning of this, the Black Hawk Emperor was furious. The scrawny, small Austrania people, whom the Empire classified as an inferior race, could use this potion, while the Empire's pure and noble bloodline could not. What did this signify? Did this imply that the Empire's so-called pure and noble bloodline was actually a joke? Therefore, this potion became a top-secret project within the Black Eagle Empire. Apart from a very few individuals, no one knew that they could even produce this item. After all, if this thing were to spread, it could easily challenge the Emperor's racial theories. Besides this wildebeest, other red dots appeared on the edge of the dense forest one after another, but without exception, Andrei directed the players to eliminate them. After observing for a while, Andrei gradually relaxed. He found that the shapeshifter soldier type seemed only able to transform into relatively large animals, at least not those with too great a size difference from humans. Up until now, the smallest animals he had seen, apart from the large birds mentioned by players, was a sika deer. If it was only like this, then he wasn't too worried about the shapeshifter soldier type anymore. Because with his mini-map, those larger animals had nowhere to hide, he was only afraid of things like small ants. After several companions sacrificed themselves, the remaining shapeshifters retreated dejectedly, reporting their various encounters to the division commander. What? How is this possible? You were all discovered. The division commander's expression was exceptionally grim. He found it somewhat difficult to accept. If the Cambrian Empire had indeed found a way to detect shapeshifters and could widely implement it for soldiers on the battlefield, then things would be dire. Why were these shapeshifters they cultivated given such high treatment? Besides their bravery, the biggest reason was their sufficient stealth, making them natural reconnaissance soldiers and assassins. Once this stealth was lost, their ability to transform into animals became utterly meaningless. Humans were already the most formidable animals. As humans, they could use various weapons, but as animals, what could they use? Even if they turned into an elephant, they would be brought down by a single shot from the enemy. Just as the division commander was about to say something more, a cannon shot suddenly rang out, and a huge explosion occurred not far from him. The deafening explosion almost knocked the division commander to the ground. Looking at the fallen trees and the soldiers blown to pieces, the expression on his face was exceptionally grim. The enemy had 2 heavy cannons and were constantly firing at them. This was a problem they had already discovered. What surprised him was that these 2 heavy cannons seemed to have unlimited ammunition, and their barrels didn't seem to worry about wear and tear, as they kept firing at them. 1 shot every 15 seconds, 4 shots per minute. One cannon could fire 240 shells in just 1 hour. Furthermore, their positions were always exposed by flare guns from aircraft in the sky, leading to their current heavy casualties. The division commander didn't know how many soldiers had been killed by artillery fire on their journey so far, because his unit had become scattered. But under the precise bombardment of those 2 heavy cannons, the furious shelling from other artillery, and the constant attacks and bombing from aircraft overhead, their unit was virtually trapped here. Some brave soldiers continued to press forward, while others chose to simply find a place to hide. But no matter what they chose, they were now caught between a rock and a hard place. Damn it, how did a perfectly good battle turn out like this? He couldn't help but want to curse, but for a moment, he didn't know whom to curse. However, just then, his nearby communications soldier suddenly received a telegram, bringing him good news. Division commander, it's great. An artillery division has already taken up position behind us. Before this, we had shapeshifters fly into the sky and successfully observed the enemy's artillery positions. We can now launch a counterattack against their artillery. Hearing this news, the division commander paused slightly, then revealed a look of wild joy. But he suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Wait a moment, immediately send a telegram to inform our artillery to be careful of the enemy's air force, they must prioritize anti-aircraft defense. Although he very much hoped that the artillery in the rear would quickly unleash their power and blast all the enemy artillery to death in one go, he was still more concerned about the safety of these artillery units. Ostrania had a weak industrial base and not such strong productivity, so every one of their cannons was precious. The entire Ostrania didn't have many artillery divisions, and heavy cannons were even scarcer. If several heavy cannons were destroyed by the enemy's air force here, or if the artillery in the rear suffered heavy casualties, then this battle would be a complete loss. Their cannons still needed to be used to deal with the enemy's strong fortifications and other artillery. How could they be casually expended in such a war? They quickly sent a telegram to inquire and soon received a reply. Good news, the artillery division that had just arrived in their rear also brought an anti-aircraft regiment, with absolutely sufficient anti-aircraft firepower, and more than a dozen battle mages from the Black Eagle Empire were also present. Unlike their infantry division, which only had 2 necromancers in total, the artillery division in the rear had a very luxurious mage corps and also sufficient anti-aircraft capabilities. Theoretically, they should be able to cope with the enemy's bombing. As the artillery unit quickly corrected the coordinates of the Cambrian artillery position, a fierce bombardment immediately began. Over 100 cannons poured down furious firepower on the Cambrian Empire's artillery position, with multiple 150mm heavy cannons demonstrating extremely terrifying lethality. Andrei, hiding in the trench, suddenly heard the whistling sound of shells. Just as he was feeling fortunate that he hadn't foreseen any life-threatening danger, he saw the distant artillery position explode. That's right, it exploded in the literal sense of the word. Overwhelming shells continuously fell in the direction of that artillery position, and a large amount of artillery fire instantly covered the area. Andrei didn't know the casualties of the artillery there, because his minimap didn't cover such a long distance. But he knew that the artillery unit that came to support this infantry regiment was completely finished. If anyone could survive such artillery fire, they would have to be cheating. Damn it, how did they find our artillery? Andrei was a bit puzzled, not understanding what went wrong with the deployment of this artillery position. However, there was no time to think too much now. He quickly checked the chat area, confirmed that his 2 Krieg heavy cannons had not been destroyed by the enemy, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of anything else, he was only afraid that Krieg's 2 heavy cannons would be destroyed by the enemy, and then he would only be able to rely on the air force. Of course, if he ordered his players to launch a frantic charge directly at the enemy's artillery position, it probably wouldn't be impossible to get there. But after such a round of fighting, not to mention how heavy the player casualties would be, he estimated that his allied forces would be completely wiped out. It's not like when their Krieg Corps launched a charge, the allied forces would just stand by and watch, right? They were the reinforcements. After all, the war here should have been the responsibility of Platon's infantry regiment. General, what should we do next? The enemy's artillery unit has arrived. Just then, Colonel Platon suddenly leaned next to Andrei, his face showing a bewildered and helpless expression, almost writing retreat in his eyes. General, I really think if it doesn't work, perhaps we should retreat. Otherwise, we will all be buried under the enemy's artillery fire. Their artillery fire is too fierce. They actually concentrated such exaggerated firepower, this must be an artillery division. Hearing this, Andrei frowned slightly. Silence. Don't forget my order. Hold this position for 3 hours, and our reinforcements should arrive. If the enemy occupies the train station and quickly tears up the railway, then our reinforcements might not arrive for a while. Although Andrei knew that even if the railway was torn up, his engineers could repair it as quickly as possible, this did not stop him from exaggerating. Retreat? What retreat? His soldiers were all fighting desperately, busy racking up points. If they retreated now, what about the lost merits? Who would compensate for the lost influence points? Andrei didn't mind fighting a messy battle with the enemy as long as there was no real danger. Players were just consumables. For these soldiers who could revive, what they feared most was casualties. Only by staying and fighting a brutal, meat grinder like war could Andrei gain more influence points and merits, and also get promoted quickly. Colonel Platon, listen carefully. I'm warning you for the last time, don't say retreat in front of me. I, your general, am still on the front line, fighting alongside you. Are you planning to desert first? If you dare to mention retreat again, I'll shoot you on the spot. Seeing Andrei fiercely pull out his pistol, Colonel Platon was instantly stunned. Heaven help him, why was this noble general so stubborn? To be fair, he didn't have many beliefs when he joined the army, he just wanted to get an identity and military pay. Although the Ostrania had attacked, they hadn't gone too far yet, at least they weren't massacring everywhere or playing with necromancy like the Black Eagle Empire. So, if it was about fighting for life and death, he didn't have such a belief yet, and thus, his will to fight was truly not very firm. Andrei ignored this guy and instead told two players to go to the back and set up machine guns. At such a time, it was time to bring out the execution squad. Although they might not actually use such brutal methods, setting up the execution squad could effectively deter soldiers from fleeing. Although the enemy's artillery fire was fierce, Andrei's artillery was not to be trifled with. Those two siege cannons had been running around all over the place. So much so that he didn't even know where those two cannons had gone. But he knew that as long as these two heavy cannons were still active, the enemy's artillery positions could never completely suppress them. However, on second thought, Andrei suddenly had a doubt. In his impression, World War II Finland didn't seem to have units like artillery divisions, did it? Could it be that Ostrania in this period was also strengthened, and even artillery divisions popped out? While thinking, Andrei gave a speech about holding the position on the front line, then said to a player next to him. Tell our artillery to try to keep moving and constantly attack the enemy's artillery positions on the edge of the battlefield. Have the Air Force cooperate and quickly find the enemy's artillery positions. It's time to launch a counterattack against them. Colonel Platon was somewhat baffled by Andrei's actions, not understanding what Andrei was saying to the soldier next to him. He didn't see the soldier holding a telegraph machine, either. Although the players didn't have telegraph machines, through the internal system channel, they immediately conveyed Andrei's words to the Air Force and artillery, and also received a reward for relaying the order. At the same time, the Air Force and artillery units simultaneously received the same mission, destroy the enemy's artillery division. In the newly arrived artillery division, Lieutenant General Hakra, who served as the division commander, showed a contented smile, pulled out a wine bottle, took a swig, and then laughed heartily, saying, "Refreshing, truly refreshing. After firing a shot, one should have a good 2 drinks. Now, the Cambrians' artillery has been completely destroyed by us. The only thing we need to worry about now is those flying machines in the sky, right?" But beside him, a battle mage advisor from the Black Eagle Empire grumbled. "General, please do not let your guard down. The Cambrian army is far stronger than we imagine. The Empire suffered many setbacks in previous wars. Although we are bound to win this war, our enemies are by no means pushovers that can be easily manipulated. Especially those flying machines. According to our Air Force officer's analysis, this thing is a very advanced weapon with extremely high flexibility advantages in aerial combat. Please be very careful." Being lectured by the mage advisor, Lieutenant General Hakra showed a hint of displeasure on his face. However, he didn't retort, just nodded casually, and then took another sip of his drink. Arguing with this guy was pointless. This guy was an envoy sent by the Black Eagle Empire, and whether he won or lost the argument, he would be at a disadvantage. Although with the support of the Black Eagle Empire, their Ostrania had achieved great development and recovered from the economic crisis. But at the same time, they were now almost completely tied to the Black Eagle Empire, so much so that he naturally felt inferior when facing the Black Hawk advisor beside him. Just then, the anti-aircraft guns in front of the artillery position suddenly roared to life, a continuous barrage of gunfire erupting as they fiercely pounded the sky. Watching the 2 fighter jets that had just approached only managed to drop a few flares before spiraling down, Lieutenant General Hakra's face showed a look of disdain. These things were nothing special, they didn't even have void shields and were particularly fragile, with a very low survival rate when facing dense anti-aircraft fire. These things didn't even get much of a chance to strafe before being shot down by anti-aircraft fire. One could only say they came for nothing. As for those few flares that fell, what could those things do by falling down? They had already destroyed the enemy's artillery positions. Could the falling flares still kill people? The Black Hawk people had always said how difficult these flying machines were to deal with, but at least in his opinion, they were just so-so, not as exaggerated as the Black Eagle advisor made them out to be. But just then, as one of the planes crashed, the Cambrian pilot inside jumped out. This was nothing, it was normal for pilots to parachute when shot down. Everyone would do it because pilots were a very valuable branch of service and would definitely be equipped with parachutes. However, the next scene made Lieutenant General Hakra's eyes widen instantly. The pilot who jumped out of the plane didn't open his parachute immediately. Instead, he pulled out a strangely shaped cannon from his back and fired a shot straight ahead. A small, radish-shaped grenade flew out of the cannon, arcing in a parabolic trajectory, and directly exploded towards an anti-aircraft gun position not far away. Immediately after, accompanied by a loud bang, that anti-aircraft gun was blown to pieces by the radish-like grenade. What the hell, where did that guy pull out that cannon from? Lieutenant General Hakra couldn't help but curse. He didn't know what kind of absurd fighting style this was, it was the first time he had ever seen it. He couldn't understand how the Cambrian Empire's pilots were trained on a daily basis. Shouldn't these guys just honestly fly their aircraft? What the hell was carrying a cannon into the sky? After firing a shot with a flourish, the player immediately deployed his parachute and swayed as he fell towards the ground. Several soldiers on the ground had originally planned to capture this enemy pilot and interrogate him for some information. But when they saw this pilot pull out a cannon and blow up one of their anti-aircraft positions with one shot, they were all stunned. And in the very next moment, the pilot, still hanging from his parachute, pulled out a submachine gun from who knows where and unleashed a fierce barrage at several white-clad soldiers on the ground, turning them into bloodied, fallen figures. Seeing this, the officer at the anti-aircraft position was both anxious and angry, and quickly ordered more soldiers to rush forward, demanding that they quickly capture this guy. Damn it, this guy jumped out of the aircraft, how could he kill enemies even more effectively than when he was flying that aircraft? If they couldn't capture him and interrogate him for some useful intelligence, then this wave would be a complete loss for them. The player who had just landed saw several more soldiers rushing towards him, grinned, and unhesitatingly opened fire from the hip with his submachine gun. The intense firepower suppressed the rushing soldiers, preventing them from raising their heads. 2 of them were killed on the spot by the submachine gun. Seeing this, the other white-clad soldiers still approaching felt their hearts sink. No, this guy's resistance is too fierce, it's probably impossible to capture him alive. They weren't prepared to charge into such fierce firepower and have a bunch of people die just to pin this guy down. A sniper fired a bullet, and with a bang, it pierced through the player's head, killing the player pilot instantly. However, before falling, the player still gave a middle finger gesture, looking at these Austrania, his expression full of mockery. You little punks, you're all going to be finished next. Do you really think our bombers and 2 heavy cannons in the rear are just for show? Almost at the exact moment the pilot player died, a huge whistling sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Lieutenant General Hakra, who had been somewhat drunk and nonchalant earlier, instantly sobered up upon hearing this sound. Quick, take cover, it's the enemy's heavy artillery. Without hesitation, he quickly dived under a table in the command post, curling himself into a corner, his eyes filled with shock. Based on his many years of artillery experience, he could confirm that for a shell to make such a huge whistling sound, what was falling was definitely a heavy cannon of a considerable caliber. But he didn't understand. The enemy's artillery positions had already been destroyed, so where did this sudden heavy artillery come from? Could it be that there was an enemy fortress nearby? Chapter 210, Can Animagus still be used for boarding? Lieutenant General Hakla had just hidden himself when 2 massive cannonballs landed on the ground, causing a tremor. The heavy explosions, like sledgehammers, struck everyone's hearts, and when they saw 2 150mm heavy cannons being blown into the air, the Austranians' hearts shattered. Damn it, do you know how expensive these heavy cannons are? These were all their hard-earned savings. Due to Austrania's backward industry, their heavy weaponry has always relied almost entirely on imports. For example, the artillery in their army was mainly imported from the Black Eagle Empire, and most of their armored vehicles came from the Wuxiao Empire. Although the Black Eagle Empire had plans to support Austrania, these black-hearted fellows never did business at a loss. The price for such large-caliber heavy cannons, if not several times the market price, would simply be a disservice to their conscience. It didn't matter if they didn't want to buy them, not to mention which other country they could buy enough heavy cannons from, just the Black Eagle Empire's embargo on materials and blockade of transportation would be enough to make them quite uncomfortable. If they were choked by the Black Eagle Empire, they would have no choice but to turn to the Cambrian Empire once again, but thinking of the Cambrian Empire's past rule, they couldn't help but feel a surge of annoyance. Austrania had once existed as a vassal of the Cambrian Empire, or rather, a constituent state within the Cambrian Empire. Since ancient times, the Tsar's policy towards them had actually been quite lenient, managing almost nothing except collecting taxes. It wasn't until the Cambrian Empire began its serfdom reforms that, in order to shift domestic conflicts, the Tsar turned his gaze to their westernmost constituent state. At that time, the Tsar not only imposed a large amount of additional taxes but also forcibly demanded that all Austranians learn the Cambrian language, abolished their own script, and even dispatched a large number of so-called pioneer teams to encroach on their territory. Damn it, if these guys wanted to liberate the serfs, then liberate them. Why were a bunch of landless serfs all thrown onto their territory, coming over to seize their land? From then on, the Austranians, to defend their national dignity, and also because the domestic bourgeoisie and nobility wanted to avoid completely losing power, launched a war of independence. Under normal circumstances, they could never have been an opponent to the vast Cambrian Empire. But not long after, a civil war broke out in the Cambrian Empire, with Prince Nicola, representing the interests of the landed aristocracy, engaging in a fierce war with Prince Constantine, representing the interests of the new nobility. Although Nicola ultimately won the civil war, the 3-year conflict severely weakened the Cambrian Empire, which eventually had to abandon its war against Austrania and recognize their independence. However, a great northern war that broke out more than a decade ago once again made the Austranians feel immense oppression, and at the same time, further intensified their hatred for the Cambrian Empire. Wait a minute, why was he suddenly thinking about historical issues? Lieutenant General Hakla shook his head, quickly clearing his mind of jumbled thoughts, and looked at the 2 completely wrecked heavy cannons with a pained expression. Quick, have our shapeshifters continue to search for the enemy's position, tell them to report the location quickly, and retaliate against the enemy's artillery. Lieutenant General Hakla had just roared, but then he heard the deafening sound of artillery again. When 2 heavy shells once again landed on his artillery position and destroyed 2 more of his heavy cannons, he was completely distraught. What the hell? How could the enemy's heavy cannons be so accurate? And he also didn't understand what technique the enemy was using to achieve such an exaggerated rate of fire with such heavy cannons. The unlucky division commander didn't know that the various abilities these players used when firing were utterly unscientific. After all, these players, using the previous signal flare markers and the overhead view when firing, could see large red dots on the ground. So they only needed to make slight adjustments to ensure their shells hit their targets every time. As for reloading, that could only be attributed to the player's completely absurd strength. The player's strength had always been a mystery, for example, when handling these cannonballs. God knows how these players managed it. A 9.2-inch siege cannon shell weighed a full 130 kilograms, yet such a heavy shell could be casually tossed by a player and then pushed into the breach with one hand. This absurd speed was faster than any auto-loader, almost making the artillery fire so fast it left after images. A shapeshifter cautiously took to the air, observed the distant area, then descended again, and said to the division commander with a look of horror. General, I've roughly confirmed the enemy's position, but they're constantly moving. Their position keeps changing, what should we do? Lieutenant General Hawkla waved his hand impatiently and then questioned them. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying that such exaggerated heavy artillery is actually a self-propelled gun? Seeing the shapeshifter nod, Lieutenant General Hawkla immediately felt dizzy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When did the Cambrian Empire get such black technology? With such exaggerated heavy artillery, how did the enemy ensure that the chassis could bear the weight and not collapse from the recoil? Andrei was actually very curious about this question. He also didn't know what the players had done to the six-legged heavy chassis to enable this walking machine to withstand the recoil of a 9.2-inch siege cannon when it fired. After much thought, he could only attribute it all to the game system's special judgment on vehicles and various weapons. Unless attacked, these weapons would not be damaged for some inexplicable reasons and would not be rendered useless by their own recoil or mechanical failures. So, once this heavy cannon was mounted by players and successfully recognized as a weapon, its recoil was forcibly negated by the game system. Tell me, how fast can that monstrous thing run? Roughly estimate its moving speed, then conduct a saturation strike on those two cannons. Self-propelled artillery, humph, what about self-propelled artillery? He refused to believe that his artillery's saturation bombardment couldn't hit the enemy's self-propelled artillery. Division Commander, according to preliminary calculations with our rangefinders, that heavy artillery can reach a speed of about 20 km per hour. That's outrageous. Lieutenant General Hawkla slammed his binoculars to the ground, looked at the shapeshifter in front of him, and asked incredulously. How much? Repeat that again, how fast is that thing? Division Commander, 20 km per hour, that's about right, at least there won't be much deviation. Tired, just let it all be destroyed. Good heavens, people say the Black Eagle Empire and the Wuxiao Empire are skilled at making various black tech products, with the best scientific and technological strength in the world, but from this perspective, the Cambrian Empire's technological strength isn't bad either. He thought and thought but couldn't imagine what a behemoth capable of over 20 km per hour with firepower comparable to a fortress cannon would look like. He could only say this thing was beyond his comprehension. As he was speaking, several more rounds of heavy artillery shells slammed into his position, continuously destroying many of his cannons. Moreover, not only that, but every time such a heavy shell landed on the ground, the shockwave it created could instantly kill a group of soldiers in the vicinity through overpressure. These soldiers, who were literally shaken to death, appeared outwardly fine, but in reality, their internal organs were shattered, and their stomachs were full of ruptured blood vessels. If they were dissected at this time, the military doctors would surely see a very spectacular scene. Facing such an attack, Lieutenant General Hawkla wanted to retreat, but at the same time, he also wanted to quickly take out the enemy's heavy artillery. If just two heavy cannons' suppression could break his artillery division, then his artillery division would be too disgraceful. He could never accept the outcome of his proud and powerful artillery force being shattered by the enemy with just two cannons. Besides, he had so many cannons on the ground, even if they were packed and cleared on the spot, how many could ultimately be evacuated? Instead of gambling on how many cannons he could ultimately evacuate, he might as well gamble on his good luck, that a single round of saturation strike could take out the enemy's heavy cannons. According to the shapeshifter's reconnaissance, the enemy artillery's position was definitely no more than 10 kilometers from his own. Whether it was the 120 mm howitzers or the 150 mm heavy cannons at his position, all could easily cover that range. So this also meant that there was absolutely no situation where he would be hit by the enemy without being able to retaliate. If the enemy's artillery could hit him, he could also hit the enemy. No choice, the 9.2-inch siege cannon used by the players was, after all, only a short-barreled heavy cannon. This thing was not designed to engage in artillery duels with enemy artillery but rather to attack enemy strong fortresses. Therefore, this artillery only considered power and not range. Its maximum range was only 12.7 kilometers, similar to the range of the 120 mm howitzers equipped by Ostrania. Continuous artillery fire, one after another, shot towards the direction of the two distant heavy cannons, attempting to destroy these two heavy cannons outright through saturation bombardment. The forest around these two large cannons was unlucky, countless trees were utterly destroyed by the heavy cannons, and large areas of dense forest collapsed under the continuous bombardment. But even after enduring a barrage of indiscriminate bombing, these two heavy cannons were still not destroyed. Instead, they continued to fire at the enemy. No choice, the mobility of these two heavy cannons was simply maximized. At a distance of about 10 kilometers, Trying to hit two objects moving at 20 km per hour with a cluster of howitzers was truly not an easy task. Furthermore, on these two heavy cannons, in addition to the artillerymen operating them, there were naturally engineers responsible for repairs. Although compared to firing cannons, repairing them was undoubtedly a rather uninteresting and unrewarding task, there was no alternative. If there were no engineers to repair these two cannons, they would eventually be scrapped under the intense bombardment. So after some discussion, the players themselves internally decided who would be responsible for repairing the cannons, and they rotated roles at regular intervals. Everyone preferred to fire cannons, so they took turns using this heavy cannon. After this arrangement, everyone was satisfied. When shells falling from the sky landed near these two heavy cannons, the flying shrapnel and huge shockwaves not only injured the soldiers on the cannons but also damaged the walking machine structure of the cannons themselves. Although the walking machines in this world seemed to be very stable machinery, they were not stable enough to withstand multiple rounds of heavy artillery bombardment, still showing no damage. However, under the operation of the player engineers, even if the walking machine experienced some malfunction, they could repair it in minutes, then turn around and take the two heavy mortars to an unknown location. As for casualties, the players had made some modifications when they originally built these two cannons, including, for example, a flag stuck on top of the walking machine. As long as this military flag was present, and a player continuously held it, other players could immediately respawn through the flag bearer and continue to operate the mortar. Whether they died or not had little impact on them, because they could respawn from here immediately after dying. As for whether it was possible for all the soldiers on a single mortar to be eliminated at the same time, with no one able to serve as the flag bearer? If such a situation truly occurred, it could only mean that the heavy mortar was directly hit by an enemy shell. Facing such a situation, the players wouldn't even need to repair it, because the heavy mortar would be instantly destroyed by one shot. After all, this thing had no armor protection, it could only be described as a self-propelled artillery piece that was practically naked. To expect this thing to withstand a direct hit from a heavy mortar was to overestimate its mechanical strength. Andrei, located at the position, continuously monitored the messages in the player chat area, feeling a slight worry in his heart. He didn't know if the enemy's heavy mortars would accidentally hit these two cannons directly, now he could only rely on luck. However, according to his estimation, unless they had exceptionally bad luck, the probability of directly hitting these two cannons with such a large-scale saturation bombardment should be quite low. Just like during World War I, the Germans also tried to bombard British tanks with saturation shelling from howitzers. It wasn't entirely ineffective, but even with thousands of cannons concentrated for continuous bombardment, the Germans could only destroy a dozen or so British tanks, completely failing to scrap all of them. From this perspective, it was enough to show how low the hit rate of such attacks was. For players to make high-angle curved shots and hit a target 10 kilometers away with every shot, that was the truly abnormal situation. Continuous shelling relentlessly fell near both sides' artillery, and the more they bombarded, the more despair the Australians' artillerymen felt. Damn it, the enemy's cannons must be cursed with witchcraft. How are they not destroyed yet? This is unscientific. When did the Cambrian Empire become capable of building such advanced cannons? Many Australians at once doubted life, feeling that all the education they had received before was a deception. In order to inspire the Australians' confidence in war, their new generation, as they grew up, received various forms of education that constantly belittled the Cambrian Empire. Therefore, in the minds of these artillerymen, the Cambrian Empire was a vast and bloated, feudal, and backward country. In their view, this country was filled with feudal superstitions, did not value the development of science and technology at all, and also did not focus on talent cultivation. Their people were numb and dull, like livestock, and besides relying on numbers for victory, they should have no other advantages. But it must be said that the current war truly refreshed the Australians' worldview. Back then, they were defeated by the Cambrian Empire with an absolute numerical advantage in the Great Northern War, and many Australians felt indignant about it. But now, this war was becoming increasingly strange. When did the Cambrian Empire, which could only fight with numerical superiority, transform into such a high-tech contender? No, this can't go on. It's time for the shapeshifters to attack. After some thought, Lieutenant General Hawkla came up with a relatively risky maneuver. He ordered the shapeshifter squad in his unit to quickly go near the enemy's artillery and board their artillery. After transforming into birds, the shapeshifters and their team would only need a few minutes to fly over the enemy's artillery. Then, descending from the sky, they would kill their artillerymen as quickly as possible and seize their mortars. This was the real strategy. Thinking of this tactic, Lieutenant General Hawkla was both grateful for his ingenuity and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He should have thought of this tactic earlier, why hadn't he thought of it before? His thinking was still constrained by traditional artillery engagement modes, causing him to overlook the advantage of his shapeshifters. After all, under normal circumstances, when they engaged in a bombardment with the enemy's artillery, the number of troops on the enemy's artillery position would certainly not be small. Throwing valuable shapeshifters over there would at most cause some confusion for the enemy, but it would be impossible to completely capture the enemy's artillery position. But now it was different. The enemy only had 2 cannons in total, and these 2 cannons could only engage them in a bombardment by relying on their high-speed mobility. Therefore, facing a boarding attack by elite soldiers, the artillerymen on these 2 cannons should be completely defenseless. Upon hearing Lieutenant General Hawkla's order, shapeshifters immediately transformed into giant eagles and flew into the distance. Some shapeshifters even wondered if they could bring the Black Eagle Empire's magic advisors along. Undoubtedly, at least in small-scale individual combat, these mages possessed extremely strong combat capabilities. If they could join the boarding party, it was believed that this boarding operation would certainly achieve a great victory. Unfortunately, facing the Autranians' invitation, the Black Eagle Empire's magic advisors all chose to refuse, absolutely unwilling to leave their hiding places. Please, they were just ordinary battle mages, only here as advisors in an observation group to study how the Autranians fought. Why should they take such a big risk? Being carried by a bunch of birds, lifted into the sky, and then thrown down, it was amazing these imaginative fellows could even think of such a thing. They weren't prepared to go crazy with this group of Autranians, and besides, it was just about eliminating a small number of enemy artillerymen. Weren't these elite shapeshifter soldiers enough? The shapeshifters quickly transformed into birds in the air and advanced towards the distant artillery, while also dodging a new batch of enemy aircraft approaching them. It was truly adding insult to injury. Just as they were still worried about the enemy's artillery, the enemy's bombers and a new batch of fighter jets were already flying towards them. Seeing the number of this aircraft group, they were momentarily unsure if their anti-aircraft fire on the artillery position could hold up. In a full-strength state, they would have sufficient confidence in their anti-aircraft fire, but now, the war could only be described as complicated. Their anti-aircraft guns on the position had also been bombed by the enemy and were in chaos. To exert full firepower at such a time was unrealistic no matter how one thought about it. What's more, those Black Eagle Empire magic advisors were cowards, not a single one of them dared to take risks and step forward. A player's fighter jet noticed the flock of birds in the distance and suddenly remembered what he had seen in the chat area, flying towards the birds with an excited look. He didn't know if these birds were shapeshifters, but these large birds appearing on the battlefield looked very suspicious. There was heavy shelling here, why were a bunch of large birds flying right into it instead of quickly getting away from this terrible place? It couldn't be that these large birds liked to listen to the noise, could it? Oh no, we've been discovered. A shapeshifter's heart pounded. He frantically dived down, trying his best to constantly perform difficult aerial maneuvers to evade the fighter jet flying towards them. It was absolutely impossible to outmatch these planes in speed. These planes generally flew at speeds of over 200 km per hour, especially the fighter jets piloted by players, which were inherently faster than normal World War I biplanes. To expect to fly at such a speed as a bird, unless they could transform into peregrine falcons, they could never race against these planes. And when they transformed, they couldn't control what they turned into. Who knew what animal they would subconsciously think of and successfully transform into? Sure enough, I knew these birds were animagus. Taste my knees to chest. Seeing the birds' abnormally intelligent evasive maneuvers, the player, who had only been slightly suspicious before, immediately became convinced that something was truly abnormal about these things. What kind of bird could perform a cobra maneuver when facing a fighter jet? It couldn't be that Autranian birds were naturally trained in ace combat, could it? Continuous machine gun fire quickly hit a shapeshifter who was too slow to dodge. Watching the shot bird twist and deform in the sky, turning into the likeness of a soldier and falling to the ground, the player became even more excited. Several fighter jets simply abandoned the artillery position on the ground and went to play bird hunting. Bombing howitzers on the ground, how could that be as fun as strafing these animagus? It was much more interesting to outwit these magical soldiers, especially since these guys occasionally pulled off surprising maneuvers. For example, a shapeshifter had somehow gotten behind the player's plane, rapidly transformed in the air, pulled out a gun, and unleashed a burst of gunfire. Although the player quickly flew away, his burst of fire caused no damage and couldn't catch up to the player flying ahead. But it had to be said, the maneuvers of these enemies already had a hint of a player's style. They seemed absurd no matter how you looked at them. However, these shapeshifters quickly found a new countermeasure. Since flying in the air made them too easily exposed, they would travel through the forest. Immediately, several birds plunged into the dense forest below, beginning to weave and fly back and forth through the forest. Although doing so would significantly increase the risk and make them prone to accidental collisions, at least it could shake off the pursuit of enemy aircraft and prevent them from being continuously riddled with machine gun bullets. Seeing the enemies hide in the forest, the player's interest immediately waned, and he flew back towards the artillery position. There was no other way, these guys were truly hard to find once they hid in the forest. Trying to chase down a bird that had burrowed into the forest with a fighter jet was really asking too much. The current fighter jets and bombers were still busy dealing with enemy anti-aircraft fire while dropping bombs on the artillery position below. And after some struggle, more than a dozen shapeshifters finally reached the other side's artillery. Seeing the huge war machines, like giant beetles, constantly moving across the open ground, with their mortars still continuously firing, a hint of shock flashed in the eyes of these Autranians. Although they had seen the enemy's artillery from a distance during their reconnaissance, when they saw it up close, they truly felt that it looked eerie no matter how they viewed it. According to their engineering knowledge, they could be certain that such heavy mortars could never be operated normally by simply being crudely welded onto a walking machine, as they saw before them. The chassis of these two heavy mortars and the walking machine below them didn't seem to match at all. Even though it looked and felt absurd to them, there was nothing they could do. Under the player's almost orc-like ability to get things done, this strange heavy artillery was painstakingly manufactured. When the shapeshifters approached these two cannons, the player's minimap immediately detected them. One player, who had been moving shells, suddenly pulled out a submachine gun and sprayed bullets at a bird flying swiftly in the sky. An unlucky heron had just barely escaped the pursuit of the fighter jets. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to land here, he unexpectedly encountered the submachine gun fire head-on. Caught off guard, this shapeshifter was killed by the player on the spot, but the other shapeshifters had already landed on the gun platform. Bang! 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 One shapeshifter had just transformed when he pulled out a pistol and fired a 3-round burst into the abdomen of a nearby player. To his astonishment, the player, whose abdomen had just suffered a severe blow, seemed completely unaffected. He utterly ignored the intense pain, swiftly drew a bayonet, and plunged it into the shapeshifter's chest. Thud. The sharp bayonet quickly pierced the heart, causing the soldier's blood to gush out. As he slowly fell, he couldn't comprehend what kind of monster the artilleryman before him was. The Creek-dressed artilleryman wore a black military greatcoat and a gas mask on his face. Such heavy attire, coupled with the fact that no Creek soldier spoke, made the shapeshifter feel as if he were fighting zombies. One player was killed by a submachine gun, his body sliding off the gun platform and hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The other artilleryman operating the cannon quickly stopped, grabbing an engineer's shovel from who knows where, and fiercely charged forward. With a loud bang, the shapeshifter's head was almost smashed, but another shapeshifter took the opportunity to fiercely stab the player's chest with a bayonet. After a short but intense battle, these shapeshifters, after sacrificing 6 men, successfully captured one heavy cannon. On the other heavy cannon, they were also on the verge of success, with only one severely wounded enemy soldier still standing, holding the red military flag of the Cambrian Empire. Surrender, lay down your weapons. A shapeshifter tried to persuade him to surrender, but to his surprise, the red flag in the wounded soldier's hand suddenly lit up. An almost imperceptible light flashed, causing him to squint slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that 7 or 8 more soldiers had appeared around the soldier at some point. A fierce burst of chaotic gunfire ensued. Because the other shapeshifters were unprepared, the players who had RESP'd on the other cannon after being eliminated managed to wipe out the enemy with just a volley of intense shooting. Immediately after, these guys silently and swiftly boarded the cannon that had been captured by the enemy, recapturing the heavy cannon, and continued to fire at the distant enemy artillery positions. The enemy's heavy artillery bombardment finally stopped, almost bringing the artillery division commander to tears. Heaven help him, he had almost been bombed into a state of helplessness by the enemy. Excellent, brave men. Our elite soldiers have successfully eliminated the enemy's artillery. It's time to launch a counterattack against them. Unleash your fury on their positions. Lieutenant General Hawkla roared excitedly at the surrounding artillerymen, trying to vent all the previous losses and humiliations onto the enemy's front line. He just wanted to go on a killing spree now, he just wanted to blast all these Cambrians to death. As for the planes in the sky, he couldn't control those things, he could only put his trust in the anti-aircraft guns. However, before he could finish speaking, the damn sound of heavy artillery reappeared. Listening to the huge whistle overhead, and watching as another heavy shell once again landed on his position, blowing up a cannon on the spot, Lieutenant General Hawkla let out a meaningless roar of anger. Damn it, this was going to kill him. Why were those artillerymen so persistent? Were his shapeshifters really that unreliable? He couldn't understand. He had sent out more than 20 elite shapeshifters. Even if they encountered enemy Air Force interception, at least 10 should have reached the other side, right? 10 battle-hardened and well-trained elite soldiers, to deal with the artillerymen operating the 2 heavy cannons behind them. Was that really so difficult? Damn it. 10 elite soldiers, in close-quarters combat, couldn't even defeat the artillerymen of 2 heavy cannons. What kind of elites were these? These people were a disgrace to the shapeshifters. If Lieutenant General Hawkla's roar had been heard by the fallen shapeshifters, they would surely have been unable to resist complaining. Oh, right, you try it if you are so capable. Normal artillerymen are indeed easy to deal with, but facing these monsters who are like unkillable cockroaches, able to fire several shots back even when dying, how could they be so easy to deal with? What's more, these guys can revive. They were just killed, and then a whole new batch respawned on the other side. Who can stand that? Under the continuous bombardment of anti-aircraft guns, 2 more fighter jets and 1 bomber were shot down, but this did not mean the crisis was over. Other planes were still bombing, and planes falling to the ground could also hit people below. And what was more troublesome was that destroying the enemy's planes did not mean the enemy's pilots were also destroyed. These Austrania anti-aircraft teams now only wanted to know how the Cambrian Empire trained its pilots. They wanted to ask what kind of training these pilots received daily, that they had to carry submachine guns when boarding planes, and also carry a mortar tube on their backs. Watching these pilots parachute down after their planes were destroyed, transforming into elite special forces veterans, the Australians were utterly bewildered. Several of their anti-aircraft positions were not destroyed by enemy planes, but rather, after the enemy planes were destroyed, the pilots parachuted down near the anti-aircraft positions, and then each with a gun, killed all their anti-aircraft team members. Where did these lone heroes come from? Even movies wouldn't dare to film it like this. Although the Australian artillery division suffered an unprecedented blow and was on the verge of collapse, they did provide cover for the heavily battered infantry division on the front line. Because the Cambrian Empire's artillery positions were directly destroyed at the outset, and Andre's 2 cannons also focused their efforts on dealing with the enemy's artillery division. Therefore, the Australians, who were struggling through the dense forest, were finally no longer suppressed by the artillery fire from the front, and even the Air Force's attention was drawn away by the artillery division. Artillery brothers, thank you for helping us draw fire. When this is over, we will never forget you. Hearing the continuous artillery fire from the rear, an Australian soldier advancing through the dense forest couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Although from the perspective of the higher UPS, they would rather sacrifice 5 infantry divisions than 1 valuable artillery division. If given a choice, they would absolutely push out the infantry division without hesitation, rather than let the artillery division take the fall for the infantry division. But from the perspective of ordinary soldiers, how could they consider so much? They only needed to know that no shells were falling on their heads, and all the shells were falling on others' heads. That was enough. For them, self-preservation on the battlefield was the most important thing, everything else could wait. Soldiers, push harder. We're about to emerge from the forest. It's time. Charge and capture their positions. A military officer, holding a pistol, loudly encouraged the surrounding soldiers. Seeing their disheveled appearance, he couldn't help but frown slightly. There was no other way. These guys had just experienced all sorts of abnormal enemy firepower, bombed by planes from the sky, bombarded by cannons, and then spent a long time traversing the forest. Expecting them to maintain a sharp appearance now was asking too much. However, his biggest concern now was that his infantry unit had no artillery support, so attacking enemy positions might be somewhat difficult. There was no other way, they had retreated in too much haste, and all the cannons belonging to the infantry divisions had been abandoned on the road. As it stood, they couldn't even produce a few mortars, as transporting these mortars was quite physically demanding. Soldiers busy fleeing for their lives wouldn't bother to pick up a mortar weighing dozens of pounds and then run. When the first Australian soldier emerged from the dense forest and saw the light reappear before his eyes, he couldn't help but well up with tears. The path through the forest was the most oppressive path he had ever walked in his life. Listening to the continuous sound of artillery, watching shells and bombs fall from above from time to time, he felt as if he could die at any moment. He had even given up hope, thinking he would die in the dense forest, becoming an unmourned corpse. He never expected that he would actually have the chance to see the sunlight again. But just as this soldier was overcome with emotion, a wicked bullet suddenly shot out, directly piercing his head. A reconnaissance soldier player coldly pulled the bolt, and after firing one shot, he once again dove into the trench, looking for the next suitable firing position. At the same time, several machine guns on the position all fired in unison, and a massive amount of bullets rained down on the enemies in the dense forest. Soldiers, don't panic. Hit them hard. The enemy has just emerged from the forest, they are exhausted. There's no way they can break through our positions. Battalion Commander Platon watched the enemy pouring out of the forest like a tide, gathered his courage, and roared at the surrounding soldiers. As it was, he could only stay here and fight. He didn't want to be shot by Andrei, nor did he want to be killed by the enemy. However, he had already made up his mind that when they fought again in the future, he would definitely inquire thoroughly and make sure not to run into Andrei again. Fighting alongside such allies, he could only say it was a heart-stopping experience, he was completely worn out. Under the fierce machine gun fire, large numbers of Australian soldiers who had just charged out continuously fell, their blood particularly striking against their white uniforms. However, perhaps because they had been suppressed so badly before, these Australian people seemed to have gone mad. Even facing the machine guns in front, they continued to charge forward relentlessly. Chapter 211, Fries, Papa Tank is here. No way, are these guys crazy? Hiding in the command post, Andrei looked at the enemy troops continuously charging towards the front lines in the distance, his expression one of great shock. I'm a bit puzzled. Did they take something weird before the battle? How did they manage to ignite such a charging morale? Andrei didn't know that there were two main reasons why the enemy could maintain their current charging momentum. One reason was that they did indeed take something weird before the charge, a potion called wolf blood, produced in Austrania, which every soldier in front of them had consumed at that moment. This stuff was different from the Black Eagle Empire's abyss magic, which could force soldiers into a bizarre mental enhancement state. This was more about stimulating the physical body. After drinking it, adrenaline and other hormones would surge dramatically, putting the soldier into a state of intense excitement, and physical fatigue would be swept away. However, as a trade-off, this potion had certain side effects. Besides being prone to future dependency, using it placed a heavy burden on the body, easily leading to cardiac arrest. There was no other way. Although they had tried to improve it through various means, this potion, originally from the United States of Constellations, still had somewhat exaggerated effects. They also didn't know how those New Worlders from the United States of Constellations managed it. Did they always party this hard? But considering that a series of extremely abnormal laws, such as the mandatory entertainment law, had inexplicably appeared in the United States of Constellations over a decade ago, they seem to have become abnormal in many ways since then. Ordinary soldiers naturally didn't know about the severe side effects of this potion. They only knew that drinking it could greatly enhance their physical functions and make them forget the fear on the battlefield. Anyway, side effects were nothing compared to the bloody battlefield slaughter before them. If cardiac arrest occurred, it would just be treated as being killed by the enemy. Any dependency issues that arose later would simply be considered war trauma. Besides the enemy using certain unethical potions, another reason for their desperate charge was what their officers told them before the battle. Warriors of Austrania, listen up. You only have two choices, victory or death. If we retreat, we'll have to go back into the forest, endure enemy bombing and artillery, and travel an unknown distance to get back. Soldiers, would you rather fight desperately to capture the enemy's position, utterly defeating the enemy before you as victors, or would you rather let all our previous sacrifices be in vain, accomplishing nothing, and then slink back down this path of death again? Hearing such words, these Austrania soldiers also fought with all their might. They certainly didn't want to go back into the forest again. This time's forest journey was the biggest nightmare of their lives. The shells that occasionally fell on their heads, and the strange aircraft in the sky constantly dropping various bombs, made many of them think they would never make it out of the forest. At this moment, many soldiers even developed sylvophobia, they probably never wanted to go into the forest again in their lives. Although the enemy's charge was fierce, the players' firepower was equally intense. Almost all machine gun positions on the front line were taken by players, who sat at the machine gun posts, firing with extremely brutal postures. Watching these guys fire, the Cambrian soldiers hiding behind them wanted to say something, but for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Brother, if you fire like that, never mind the wasted bullets, aren't you afraid of being directly shot down? When others use heavy machine guns, don't they usually duck their heads while firing, afraid of being shot dead by the enemy's marksman? Looking at your stance, you're practically about to lift the heavy machine gun and fire it from your hands. Don't you have any thoughts of ducking your head? Unfortunately, for players, what is ducking your head? Don't stop me. I finally managed to grab a machine gun. If I don't have fun with it, how can I justify the time I spent queuing behind the machine gun post? Being killed by the enemy wasn't a problem, at worst, they could revive in the nearby shell-proof bunkers or at the flag bearer's position on the front line. But if they grabbed a machine gun post and didn't have fun with the heavy machine gun, that would be a huge problem. The charging posture of these Autronians was extremely brutal, almost like they were delivering points. If they didn't seize the opportunity to harvest more merit, they would be letting their consciences down. As for feeling guilty when firing? Killing so many people repeatedly, would it create a psychological shadow? Are you kidding? When have players ever felt guilty for killing NPCs? A certain famous vampire once said, "Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten?" So at this moment, in the eyes of the other Cambrian soldiers on the front line, this battle had completely gone mad, everyone had gone mad. The enemy was mad when charging, and their own people were mad when shooting. They would rather be shot dead 30 seconds later than have any thought of ducking away from the machine gun post. To make aiming easier, they even removed the gun shield in front of the machine gun. Just then, several faint artillery sounds suddenly came, and several mortar shells landed directly in the front line, immediately silencing several machine gun posts. Some players couldn't help but curse. The person in front had just been killed, and it was finally their turn to operate the machine gun. But before they could even fire 2 shots, this broken machine gun post was blown up by the enemy. Damn it, they're targeting me. Aren't they targeting me? After muttering a few curses, this player pulled out a large wrench and quickly tightened it. In just a blink of an eye, the machine gun, which had just been a pile of broken parts, was restored to its original state. Fixed machine guns, such things were probably judged by the game as some kind of defensive fortification, so players could actually restore them using a large wrench. Seeing this, Andre quickly checked the system and found that there really was a fixed machine gun option in his unlockable projects, but it was hidden under the artillery section. Damn it, how is this calculated? Whose fixed machine gun is considered artillery? Andre couldn't help but curse under his breath and quickly unlocked the fixed machine gun. With this, he would no longer have to worry about players lacking firepower. The Austrania artillery, who had just finished a round of shelling, were excitedly pointing and gesturing. Thanks to the Cambrians' reckless use of machine guns, which exposed their positions, they were able to quickly discover and destroy the enemy's machine gun positions. Otherwise, they would probably have had to put in some effort to take out the enemy's machine guns. But in the next instant, under the incredulous gaze of the mortar soldiers, the machine gun positions they had just destroyed actually resumed firing. Watching the continuous spewing flames, an officer harshly slapped a mortar soldier on the head. "Idiot, how did you fire your cannon? Is this what you call taking out the enemy? Damn it, you're wasting our soldiers' lives." The mortar soldier, who was inexplicably slapped, looked aggrieved. He was also puzzled, he clearly saw the enemy's machine gun just blown up, so how did another machine gun appear when he turned around? Without time to think, he quickly continued to load shells, but before he could load the next shell, a mortar shell from the opposite side took him out first. A player casually put away the mortar and ran to the side, preparing to change locations and find a safer spot to continue shelling. Artillery battles were great, he loved artillery battles the most. After fighting these NPCs for so long, unless there was a huge equipment disparity, they had never lost in artillery battles. It was a pity that the 2 heavy cannons in the team were currently being moved to attack the enemy's artillery positions, otherwise, letting them fire a heavy shell at the crowd here would be an incredibly satisfying sight. Firing a 9.2-inch heavy cannon into so many charging infantry would be more than just a simple massacre. If a suitable landing spot was chosen in advance, a single shot could easily wipe out an entire company. Under the desperate and continuous charges of the Autronians, although the road ahead was almost covered with the corpses of soldiers in white uniforms, a large number of soldiers still rushed into the trench. Immediately after, they engaged in a brutal close-quarters struggle with the players. A player had just been stabbed to death by an Austrania with a bayonet, and then another player rushed around the corner of the trench, plunging a bayonet deeply into his chest. Another player had just used an engineer shovel to almost flatten an Austrania's head, but the sound of a submachine gun from the side made this player curse in the comms channel as he fell. Watching the 2 sides fight like gods, almost completely exchanging lives, the other Cambrian soldiers on the front line were completely stunned. Compared to Andre's other soldiers, the morale of these Cambrian soldiers was clearly not very reliable. It was unclear whether it was because no players were leading their charge, or because they were scared by the enemy before them, but their performance in close combat in the trench warfare was quite poor. "Warriors of the Empire, charge with me. Are we just going to stand by and watch?" A brave officer drew his pistol, roared at the surrounding soldiers, and then led the charge. But in less than 3 seconds, he died in the chaotic battle before him. A flurry of bullets from somewhere took his life, and also mowed down 2 players and an Austrania soldier next to him. A shapeshifter who had just rushed into the front line was gasping for breath, looking at the brutal battlefield before him. Strong as a bear, he held a light machine gun and unleashed a fierce volley at the crowded area. But just then, he suddenly heard a dense sound of footsteps behind him, and his light machine gun had just run out of bullets. Without even thinking, he transformed into a large white bear at the fastest speed, and fiercely slapped the guy rushing at him from behind with an engineer's shovel. The immense force immediately sent this player flying. Before he could get up from where he fell, a huge bear paw slammed down hard on his chest, instantly killing the player. But just then, a strangely dressed guy with a large tank on his back rushed up from somewhere and sprayed a burst of fire at the large white bear before him. The shapeshifter had no idea that such a fierce person would rush out from around the corner. Caught off guard, he was drenched by the flamethrower. Watching his body instantly burst into flames, the shapeshifter let out an incomparably shrill scream. He writhed on the ground, constantly changing his form, transforming from bear to human and back again, trying to alleviate his pain in this way. But no matter how he transformed, the flames burning on him remained unchanged. In just a short while, he turned into a charred corpse lying on the ground. The brutal close-quarters combat before them truly lived up to its name as a meat grinder. Soldier after soldier, armed with various weapons, rushed into the fray, only to fall in the slaughter, some even dismembered on the spot. No one could stand for more than a minute in such a battle, whether players or ordinary soldiers. They charged forward one after another, only to fall one by one. Damn it, this really is a meat grinder. Watching this scene, Andrei, hiding in the command post, held his number 3 pistol and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Beside him, Platon, the regimental commander, was completely stunned, looking at the scene before him in a daze. His slightly chubby body trembled incessantly at this moment, clearly displaying the words weak, pitiful, and helpless on his face. Andrei ignored this coward. At a time like this, as long as he didn't cause trouble, it was fine. He didn't expect this person to suddenly burst with power or anything. Moreover, apart from him, the other Cambrian soldiers on the position were in relatively good condition. Although they were stunned by the scene before them, with players holding the front, they at least hadn't shown any signs of retreating. Outside the command post, 2 players with machine guns set up were constantly firing. As soon as enemies appeared in the trench, they would use their machine guns to eliminate them as quickly as possible. These 2 players had received orders from Andrei to protect the command post and had come to guard this communication trench. They didn't care if there were allies in the communication trench. As long as they saw white figures rushing towards them, they would immediately open fire without hesitation. This kind of brutal battle was also a bit challenging for the Krieg soldiers. Although with charge enhancements and their already incredibly fast bayonet charges, these Krieg soldiers, once they locked onto an enemy, could almost always succeed with a bayonet charge. However, in complex terrains like trenches, it wasn't always suitable to launch a bayonet charge. Especially in extremely chaotic areas, they truly couldn't charge, there were people everywhere in front of them. Fortunately, the player's ability to constantly respawn from the surroundings, and the occasional elite soldier set joining the battlefield to provide support, managed to barely turn the tide of the current disadvantage. In such an environment, flamethrowers, trench raiders, and charge sentinels using dual submachine guns, these 3 types of elite soldiers, proved to be the best performers. In addition to them, several players who chose the invader suit were constantly firing signal flares towards the front under the protection of others. Facing the charging crowd, several signal flares were launched in quick succession, instantly creating a large bombing zone on the spot. With just 1 round of artillery fire, a section of the charging enemies would be cleared, and the efficiency of killing was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that invaders firing signal flares on the battlefield caused too much commotion, often getting them targeted by enemies and subjected to various weapon attacks, these invaders would be practically invincible. As long as the enemies didn't charge into the trench, these invaders constantly firing signal flares would truly be invincible on the spot. Every invader at this moment was practically a human artillery company. They're crazy, absolutely crazy. Is this the combat will of the Cambrian Empire? An Austranian officer observing all this from the rear couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just then, a major officer suddenly ran over, crying, and loudly said to the officer. Regimental commander, please give the order for the men to retreat quickly, my men truly can't hold on. An entire battalion went up, and almost every minute a platoon of men dies. In just a few minutes, my soldiers will be wiped out. Those Cambrians are devils, they are completely insane. I even saw some people willing to die with our men using grenades, and even carrying a strange explosive spear, detonating it directly against our soldiers who had just charged up. The soldiers in the melee, because they had just used wolf blood potions, were in a state of extreme excitement at this moment, so they didn't notice anything unusual about the enemies before them. But the major, who had been observing from the rear, had already realized that the enemies they faced were simply a bunch of madmen. He had never seen such a brutal meat grinder battlefield in his life. It was as if everyone's heart was left with only the thought of killing the enemy, with no other thoughts remaining. At this moment, soldiers could no longer be treated as humans, they were simply a group of beasts in human skin. Shut up, let your soldiers continue to charge and completely overwhelm the enemy. They don't have that many defenders on this position. There won't be more than a brigade here. Even if we pile up bodies, occupy their position for me, otherwise all our previous attacks will be in vain. Facing the major's tearful plea, his regimental commander merely gave orders with cold indifference, but the hand holding the binoculars trembled incessantly. The soldiers dying before him were not only his company commander's soldiers, but also his own soldiers. Although as a regimental commander, he usually didn't interact much with his soldiers, the thought of so many soldiers not surviving after this battle made his heart bleed. But there was no choice, they had to charge now. Their previous sunk costs were too high. If they retreated now, all their previous sacrifices would be in vain. In the artillery bombardment and air raids, they had lost at least over 2,000 soldiers. To charge the enemy's position, they would lose almost the same number again. If they couldn't charge the enemy's position and chose to retreat immediately, then during the retreat, they would most likely lose over 2,000 men, and possibly even more forces. After such a round of fighting, how many people would their entire division even have left? Damn it, if it weren't for the previous air raids and subsequent artillery bombardments, their mechanized infantry division wouldn't have been so miserable. Normally, they should have advanced along the road in various military vehicles, then quickly broken through relying on the powerful firepower carried by these vehicles. The entire battle should have been as fast as lightning, quickly taking down the enemy's position before they could react, then celebrating victory amidst the enemy's confusion. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Their mechanized infantry division was almost completely crippled on this battlefield. When the enemy gained air superiority, no one wanted to continue advancing in military vehicles along the road. Such targets were simply too large, serving as easy targets for aircraft in the sky. As a result, they, originally an experimental unit of Ostrania, should have enjoyed high-level treatment in all aspects, but ended up fighting themselves into an ordinary line-filling division. Ask the command post if we have any other reinforcements that can reach here. In a temporarily constructed division command post in the forest, the division commander of this Autranian unit asked his adjutant. His adjutant hesitated for a moment, then said nothing and quickly ran to request support from the rear. He originally wanted to remind the division commander that they already had the support of an artillery division, or rather, they, along with the newly arrived artillery division, were originally the support force responsible for this area. Given the nature of the rear command post, they would most likely not commit more reinforcements to this bottomless pit of a battlefield. Once a large-scale troop concentration appeared here, the Cambrian Empire might very well launch a counterattack against them, as the Cambrian Empire had also gathered a large number of troops here. Andrei and another infantry division coming here for support didn't mean that only 2 divisions were truly meant to hold the entire Karelia region. His nominal father wasn't crazy, and the Empire's Karelian front army wasn't finished, they were just temporarily at a disadvantage, caught in the enemy's dispersed combat trap. As long as they weathered this wave and curbed the enemy's continuous offensive momentum, the Autranians would absolutely not be able to penetrate further. After all, Austrania's own domestic military-industrial strength was limited. With their population and poor industrial system, what would they use to make further breakthroughs? It's no exaggeration to say that their current heavy weapons were depleted with each use, with no way to replenish them. The Black Eagle Empire's heavy artillery and armored unit production lines were running at their maximum, but even so, they still struggled to supply their own military. Under these circumstances, how could Austrania obtain more weapons and equipment support from the Black Eagle Empire? As for the Wuxiao Empire, the Autranians were now in the Allied camp, while the Wuxiao Empire was in the Entente. The two sides were already in a full-blown state of hostility. Even if there were no direct military conflicts between them, the Wuxiao Empire could not continue to sell weapons to Austrania at this time. The sunk costs were too high, so much so that for these Autranian officers, the only acceptable outcome was to fight with all their might for a Pyrrhic victory. If they failed to achieve victory, failed to cut off the enemy's railway, and consequently failed to capture the enemy's suburban defense line, then all their previous sacrifices would be in vain. As for what they would do after capturing the train station and suburbs here, that was a problem for the rear to consider. Anyway, once they took this place, their mission would be considered complete. Even if the rear wanted to assign blame, it couldn't be laid at their feet. Damn it, is this the terror of human wave tactics? Looking at the increasing number of Autranians on the position before him, Andrei couldn't help but want to curse. He never expected that players would actually be gradually pushed back by the enemy using human wave tactics. It was his first time seeing players gradually being cornered by the enemy at their respawn point, then being killed inside the respawn point. Although the enemy's mentality was also collapsing, completely unable to understand why more than a dozen enemy soldiers kept emerging from such a small bomb shelter, and how more people could still come out. But the players' mentality was also quite explosive, they were truly fed up with being killed by NPCs camping their respawn point. One player, a charged sentinel, burst out from another bomb shelter, enduring constant incoming bullets, and unleashed a barrage of fire with his dual submachine guns at the enemies before him. The powerful firepower, with a theoretical rate of fire of 1,200 rounds per minute, though never actually used in World War I by the Italians, instantly cleared out a section of the enemies. But immediately after, 2 more Autranians charged over from behind him, bayonets fixed. The unlucky charged sentinel ran out of bullets just then. The player quickly retreated while reloading, fearing being stabbed by the bayonet before him. Although the NPC's bayonets in this game didn't have a special instant kill effect like those of battlefield players. However, if a soldier was accidentally stabbed in a vital spot by an enemy's bayonet, even if he was a heavily armored sentry, he would be severely wounded or die on the spot. Fortunately, another trench raider, who had retreated from the flank, managed to knock down these 2 guys with his trench raider club. But truthfully, these 2 players were already feeling a bit fatigued by the chaotic battlefield before them. The enemy numbers were simply too many, and they kept rushing forward endlessly, making them feel like they couldn't stop for a single moment. They had forgotten how many times they had revived, but in the course of this continuous fighting, they had accumulated enough merit to purchase the elite soldier set. Brothers, when will your military train arrive? We're about to collapse. Hurry up, come support us quickly. In the chat channel, the players here repeatedly urged the reinforcements that had not yet arrived. They were eager for the armored forces from the rear to arrive quickly and then drive tanks to wreak havoc. No, without armored support, they really couldn't hold on. The number of enemies outside was too great, even exceeding their endurance limit. Unfortunately, this location was not close enough to the train station, otherwise their armored train could have provided some support. Brothers, good news, our reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, get ready, reinforcements will be here soon. Just then, Andrei's eyes lit up as he saw the content in the player chat area. Great, the support he had been longing for had finally arrived. If the support didn't arrive soon, he would have had the urge to urgently recall the 2 heavy cannons and carry out indiscriminate shelling of the position. Although such indiscriminate shelling would inevitably cause huge casualties on the current position, both enemy and friendly. But it didn't matter, the players didn't care, and the Cambrian soldiers were already forced to the rear of the position, almost unable to hold on. From a cost-benefit perspective, such a round of shelling seemed truly worthwhile. However, if given a choice, it's generally better not to casually fire cannons over your own soldiers' heads. Especially since there were also ordinary Cambrian soldiers on this position. They couldn't revive like players, and being blown up by their own artillery would mean they were truly gone. At the train station where Andrei had arrived earlier, a group of soldiers looked on in surprise at the tanks being transported on the train. Although the transport capacity was limited, players couldn't transport all tanks and armored vehicles on a single train at once. However, the most advanced T-34 tanks in their unit, as well as some Saint Chamond tanks, had arrived first. Compared to the Saint Chamond tank, the T-34 tank's mobility was not just a little bit stronger. Historically, the T-34 tank could reach a road speed of 55 km per hour, and even off-road, it could reach over 40 km per hour. In the game, this tank's mobility seemed to have been further enhanced. The military train that had just arrived hadn't even come to a complete stop when the player drivers inside the tanks had already started their respective war chariots. The soldiers responsible for patrolling the train station and inspecting military supplies were preparing to routinely greet the train and check what it was transporting. But before they could run over, amidst a chorus of exclamations, those tanks suddenly sped up, rumbling down from the train car. Seeing the momentum of these peculiar armored war chariots as they started, and the thick gun barrels on them, the Cambrian soldiers who had just run over immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They had never seen this model of war chariot, nor had they heard of it anywhere else. Seeing these war chariots drive directly up like this, they thought these guys were here to raid the train station. Damn it, what were the patrol stations behind them doing? How could the enemy's armored vehicles ride on their own military train and so boldly drive into their own train station? A soldier blew his whistle in a panic, raising his rifle but feeling at a loss. Clearly, their rifles absolutely couldn't penetrate this thick iron turtle, and they didn't have any anti-armor weapons on hand. After all, they were just on inspection duty, just an ordinary patrol. What patrol team needs to carry anti-armor weapons while on patrol? However, to their surprise, these rumbling armored war chariots did not attack the people around them. After these war chariots drove down, they sped off in the distance at the fastest possible speed, leaving one after another marks on the ground and raising huge clouds of dust. From one of the war chariots, a player suddenly opened the hatch, climbed out of the vehicle, and shouted to the surrounding soldiers. Guys, don't be scared, we're allies too. We're here to support you, no time for small talk. After saying this, the player retracted his body back into the tank, leaving a group of Cambrian soldiers staring dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. If I'm not mistaken, I think this should be Major General Vorontsov's unit, right? A military officer suddenly thought of something and said to another officer next to him. Very likely. Looking at their decisive and swift manner, it's exactly like the general who jumped off the car earlier. They should be going to support the general. Recalling the frontline distress call they had received earlier, the two officers suddenly realized. No wonder these war chariots drove so exaggeratedly, it turned out they were going to rescue someone. These two officers had never seen the T-34 tanks before. Considering the young Major General's noble background, they quickly concocted a scenario in their minds. These steel war chariots might be a type of weapon secretly produced by the great nobles in the country, which is why they were equipped in Andrei's unit, as this was their family's private army. These war chariot drivers must have heard that their master was in danger, which is why they were so anxious. Thinking of this possibility, the two officers couldn't help but feel a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. They felt so envious of the noble lord's lives. If they encountered trouble on the battlefield, no one would desperately rush to save them. At most, an order would be given to hold their ground and await reinforcements. They had seen such orders too many times. After receiving such an order, the number of people who actually managed to wait for reinforcements was simply negligible. Yet, when it came to others, after encountering danger on the battlefield, such a formidable armored column would appear, rushing all the way to rescue them. Thinking this, the two men immediately felt as sour as if they had just eaten lemons. The T-34 column sped along, quickly leaving the Saint Chamond tanks behind, causing countless players still using older tanks to immediately feel disheartened. In previous battles, they hadn't felt that this World War I tank was bad in any way. Although its defense was relatively poor and it could easily be penetrated by enemies, under the engineers' repair skills, it was difficult for enemies to destroy their tanks with a single hit. Furthermore, this tank's firepower was quite good, and it had some strange skills to assist, and the tank's mobility issue was also compensated for by the game. So, honestly, they hadn't felt that the Saint Jamin tank was bad at all before, the big cutie was just too good. But at this moment, when they saw the sight of those T-34 tanks speeding by, the Saint Jamin, which had previously been widely praised by players, suddenly lost its appeal. Countless players silently vowed that when they returned, they would accumulate more merit and definitely buy new tanks. As for the old tanks they currently had. Speaking of which, when will this game develop a transfer system so everyone can transfer merit to each other? I think these Saint Jamin tanks we're using could actually be sold cheaply to other new players later on. I believe those who are short on funds would be willing to buy them. A player suddenly asked in the chat area, and then received a barrage of complaints from a group of new players. What's wrong with being a newbie? Isn't it just that they don't have enough merit? Do they have to be discriminated against like this? Damn it, don't underestimate them. They had been grinding for so long before, and they had accumulated some merit, more or less. Seeing this, Andrei's eyes lit up, and he felt he could research and create a similar trading system. It's like how in games, as versions update, veteran players move on to using the most powerful new equipment, and the old equipment naturally depreciates. But these gradually phased out old equipment aren't useless, at least for new players who are short on funds. If they can find a channel to buy equipment cheaply, that's still very good. After some research, Andrei quickly created a trading system that allowed players to sell and trade items with each other. He didn't make the system overly complex, as long as both parties agreed, the transaction could proceed. As for whether old players would bully newcomers in the game under such circumstances, forcing them to buy their items at high prices? Andrei stated, did they really think his admin privileges were just for show? If such a situation occurred, he would simply ban the account. Anyway, even if an account was permanently banned, that slot could be used to recruit a new player. Because of the T-34 tank's incredible speed, the 5 to 6 kilometer journey was completed in less than 5 minutes. The Austrania soldiers still in the midst of their charge suddenly felt the ground tremble. An officer looked into the distance and suddenly noticed a large amount of dust appearing. What is that? It's making a huge commotion. In his confusion, he carefully observed the dust, then his face turned pale with shock. Because he suddenly saw a group of strange-looking, unique war machines without any mechanical legs, but with steel plates rotating underneath to move, rapidly approaching their position. Although he didn't know the actual combat strength of these war machines, based purely on their speed and the large gun barrels on them, he could confirm that their combat effectiveness was absolutely not low. With such mobility and firepower, this thing might not be inferior to the Black Eagle Empire's dreadnought mech. Just then, a tank in the distance suddenly raised its barrel and fired a shot fiercely in his direction. Chapter 212, Major General Vorontsov achieves another astonishing victory. With a roar, the shell shot out of the cannon at an extremely high speed towards the officer, but it missed. There was no other way, tanks of that era didn't have stabilizers. Firing while moving at high speed naturally caused the shell's dispersion to be very large, which was even reflected in the game. Seeing the shell explode a considerable distance behind him, although the officer wasn't hit, he still felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Watching a steel beast fire a cannon at him was a truly terrifying sight, comparable to being executed without a blindfold. The officer hesitated, tempted to retreat, as he felt as if he was being targeted by the armored vehicles on the other side. However, retreating at such a moment would undoubtedly lead to him being treated as a deserter. An officer leading a retreat was far more serious than a soldier retreating without orders. If his superior didn't execute him, that would be a miracle. While he was hesitating, several other players continuously fired multiple shells in his direction. Players had no other advantage except for having many tanks and unlimited ammunition. Since they were idle anyway, they might as well fire while moving. If they missed, so be it. But if they were lucky enough to hit, wouldn't that be a gain? Under multiple shellings, there were always some players who were lucky enough to hit targets by chance. This unlucky officer was hit by a high explosive shell at his feet, instantly blowing him away. As he struggled to lift his upper body from the ground, trying to stand, he immediately felt a sharp pain from below him. He looked down and found that his lower body had been blown off at some point. Although artillery had a long range, its efficiency in clearing enemy infantry was not high enough. Some players simply poked their heads out, directly operating the machine guns on the tank turrets, using the hatches for cover, and began to strafe at a distance. Under continuous machine gun fire, the momentum of the Austrania soldiers, who were still charging, was instantly halted. And when they saw these rumbling steel behemoths approaching from a distance, many Austrania soldiers, who had previously been fanatical, suddenly sobered up for a moment. Although the effects of the drugs on them had not completely worn off, facing such steel behemoths, they naturally felt an almost instinctive fear. Watching such a mass of steel war machines speeding towards them while continuously spitting out a metal storm, if they didn't feel fear, it could only mean the effect of the potion they used was too abnormal. And when fear appeared, when firepower was in place, the Austrania charge immediately seemed less terrifying. The soldiers still busy fighting players in close combat in the trenches suddenly felt their offensive strength had weakened considerably. They looked back and realized that at some point, the troops behind them had not kept up. These cowards, these faint-hearted men. They actually deserted in the face of the enemy. An officer turned around and saw no one behind him, his expression instantly turning to one of shock and anger. Damn it, the enemy had deployed an unknown number of troops in the trenches, with a large group of soldiers in black, wearing gas masks, charging at their faces with bayonets, seemingly unafraid of death. At such a moment, if they wanted to completely suppress the enemy and occupy this position, what else could they rely on besides their individual bravery? Now that their courage was faltering, it made those who had just jumped into the trenches very awkward. Players didn't care about awkwardness, the flame troopers' flames covered the sky and earth, continuously spraying at the enemies in the trenches. At this moment, these flame troopers had completely gone berserk. They didn't even care if there were comrades in front of them, just gripping the trigger tightly, letting their flamethrowers spray non-stop, and then charging forward amidst large sheets of flame. Anyway, these flame troopers also had their own fire resistance and wouldn't be burned to death by their own flames, so they just charged forward head first. Under such a crazy offensive, even the Ostrania people couldn't hold on anymore. Although flame troopers charging in this manner usually didn't survive for more than a minute, in that 1 minute, they could take down an unknown number of enemies. The players guarding near the command post finally couldn't hold out against the large numbers of enemies. Although the machine gun nests they had set up there had strong firepower, they were immobile, which allowed the Ostrania people to target them with mortars and unleash a fierce bombardment. After the mortars destroyed the machine gun nests in front, a large group of soldiers who had hidden around the corner rushed forward at an extremely high speed, shouting various things Andrei couldn't understand, and ran towards the iron door of the command post. Andrei didn't know how long the iron door of his command post would hold, but he clearly had no intention of simply defending. So, through the door, Andrei merely raised his hand and suddenly released a large burst of 3 pink fire. It's somewhat counterintuitive. When Andrei cast this spell, the effect wasn't like a human flamethrower, releasing flames directly from his hands. When he used this spell, a virtual fan-shaped area would suddenly appear in his vision, much like the spell-casting mode in Warhammer Total War. As long as his mind moved, a large amount of pink flames would appear out of thin air in this fan-shaped area. Therefore, when this squad of Ostrania soldiers thought they finally had a chance to attack the enemy's command post, the pink flames appearing from behind them instantly snatched away all their hope. The flames appeared so abruptly that not a single Ostrania soldier anticipated the scene before their eyes. When they saw large patches of flame suddenly engulfing their squad and felt an intense burning sensation, it was already too late. Watching over a dozen soldiers scream in agony in this pink sea of fire, Andrei frowned. Honestly, he always felt that the scale of the flames he released seemed a bit small. Although the magic power consumed was indeed relatively little, this wasn't the flame skill he had hoped for. Could it be that his adjustment of magic power consumption wasn't precise enough? Because he had previously used spell steal, drawing magic power from several battle mages, Andrei's body was currently quite rich in magic power. Although this magic power didn't seem to regenerate through meditation or other means, it didn't matter. There were so many enemy battle mages, he could just catch a few more and drain them later. There was no need to be stingy with magic power. With that thought, Andrei aimed at another area where enemies were more concentrated. Seeing the last player and 2 soldiers responsible for defense there fall under enemy gunfire, Andrei no longer hesitated, but immediately injected the maximum magic power he could release into this spell. Unfortunately, he seemed unable to release all his magic power at once, perhaps because this spell had a limited capacity for magic power. He wondered if raising the level of this spell in the future, or unlocking some new, strange enhancements, would further increase its power. But at this moment, looking at the huge fan-shaped pink flames that extended for dozens of meters, almost turning an entire trench into a sea of fire, Andrei couldn't help but widen his mouth. Oh my goodness, this power seems to be beyond imagination. Seeing this scene, Andrei felt as if he wasn't just spraying fire, but directly dropping a heavy napalm bomb. The terrifying scene before him, even if a howitzer loaded with special white phosphorus incendiary shells were to relentlessly pound this area twice, it probably wouldn't produce such a brutal effect. At least at this moment, Andrei saw looks of utter horror in the eyes of the distant enemies. Accompanied by screams, large numbers of Ostrania soldiers, disregarding the inferno in front, turned and ran backward. Damn it, they joined the army to serve their country, but they never thought of serving it to this extent. What kind of outrageous attack method was this? It was even more terrifying than the abyssal flames of the abyssal mage advisors they had seen. A wave of sulphurous rain from them didn't even cover such a brutal area. The destructive range of this thing was almost comparable to naval artillery. Andrei, who was just stunned by his own spell, heard the exclamations from behind him and turned to see the officers in the command post staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. Hey, what are those expressions? Hearing Andrei's voice, these officers finally came to their senses, and a series of deep breaths sounded one after another. Some, due to extreme surprise, even forgot to breathe for a moment, instinctively holding their breath. Sir, is that a spell? I didn't expect that you had actually studied magic with mages. An officer looked at Andrei with a gaze full of reverence. He didn't know how noble Andrei's status as a noble scion was, but he knew that mages were absolutely extraordinary individuals. Those mages in the Cambrian Empire, as long as they were willing to serve the Tsar, each could enjoy high positions and generous salaries. Even when just starting out, a mage advisor could be equivalent to a civil official of 6th rank or higher. This was also a cultural difference. If it were in the neighboring Black Eagle Empire, the Black Hawk people generally would not consider mages to be valuable, at most equivalent to university students. In contrast, noble lords were much more valuable than mages. Mages in the Black Eagle Empire were pure consumables. Andrei shook his head in response to the officer's question, saying, "No, I have never studied with a mage. The ability I used earlier was bestowed upon me by the goddess of magic. Perhaps it's because the goddess of magic took a liking to me somewhere." Andrei had heard before that the goddess of magic in the Cambrian Empire was rumored to have the ability to bestow spells upon others. After being blessed by the goddess of magic, Even if he was a muggle who knew nothing, he could very likely instantly learn to use powerful spells, but whether he could skillfully use such spells was another matter. Some blessed individuals might accidentally cause terrible accidents, such as burning down their own houses. Fortunately, the blessings of the goddess of magic were extremely rare, so such incidents were very uncommon, and it also didn't take away the livelihood of the mage lords. Otherwise, if this goddess were to randomly bestow blessings all the time, the fun would be immense. Upon hearing Andrei's explanation, the officers present breathed a sigh of relief, their faces seemingly showing expressions of regret. Although being blessed by a goddess allowed self-taught abilities, the powers they could master were often very limited. At least compared to mages with ancient inheritances and extensive training, most of these blessed individuals were merely a flash in the pan. After bluffing about the source of his blessing, Andrei refocused his attention on the battlefield before him. However, he felt that his words weren't entirely misleading. After all, the god-chosen abilities he was pointing out were, to a large extent, very similar to divine blessings. Considering the abilities corresponding to the four goddesses of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in the Cambrian Empire, Andrei strongly suspected that the goddess of summer might actually be a big blue bird who enjoyed mischief. So, thinking about it this way, what was wrong with him saying he was blessed by the goddess of summer? His blessing was clearly legitimate and came from a direct lineage. Andrei's expression was a mixture of amusement and helplessness as he thought of his current domain, the eight-pointed star of chaos. In terms of practical application, the Hellstorm domain was actually quite good. Chinook spells on the battlefield were very useful, whether for their destructive power or other characteristics, and they hadn't shown any particularly bizarre changes. At least, Andrei had studied for a long time and hadn't found any flesh mutations similar to chaos corruption on his body. He hadn't grown an extra eye or two on his face, nor had feathers suddenly sprouted anywhere on his body, or a hand suddenly turned into a claw. Precisely because there was no chaos mutation, and no big blue bird constantly chattering in his head, Andrei now felt completely at ease with these chaotic god-chosen abilities. Aren't they just the four chaos gods of the warp? Before the system daddy, the four chaos gods of the warp were nothing. Andrei comforted himself in this way, while also hoping to find an untouchable individual from the warmer world someday. Although he felt his system's functions were far superior to the warp's evil gods could at most summon demons, and he hadn't seen them conjure up so many chaotic fourth catastrophe players if he had the chance, he still wanted to test it out. He just hoped his system wouldn't be blocked by an untouchable. If an untouchable could really block the system, then that would be quite the spectacle. Andrei's powerful spell simultaneously stunned the enemies and startled the players. After seeing this scene, many players discussed in the chat group when they would be able to acquire spells. They felt they couldn't wait to unlock spellcasting professions. Although their firearms and various war machines were very effective, wielding a gun wasn't as cool as being a spellcaster. Looking at the players' discussions, Andrei reviewed the influence points he had accumulated and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. After this war, coupled with the influence points converted from players spending money to buy skins and other in-game purchases, he felt he could almost unlock some spell units. He would set it up then and see if he could create a class transfer for the players. As for how these units came about? Don't ask. If you ask, it's because he became a god chosen of the goddess of summer, a living saint of the goddess, and could bestow blessings on her behalf. What? You ask why the units bestowed by the living saint after a blessing are all sorts of chaotic ancient things? How should I know? You'll have to ask the goddess of summer yourself. Just as Andrei was contemplating how to open up the spell system to the players, the tank units leading the charge had already arrived. With the screams of the soldiers, large numbers of tanks rumbled over the trenches and mercilessly crushed everything in their path. Neither the barbed wire and chevaux de frise initially set up in front of the trenches nor the tripwires set by the players could inflict any damage on these T-34 tanks. Wait, no. Seeing the players charge directly over the position, Andrei's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat, because he remembered something. Earlier, some mischievous players had apparently placed anti-tank mines on the position. With a thunderous explosion, Andrei watched as a hapless T-34 tank accidentally ran over one of their own anti-tank mines, and one of its tracks was blown off with a clatter. Gigi King, holy crap, you idiot. Which old scoundrel had nothing better to do than bury anti-tank mines on our own position? Johnny Hand Silver, damn. We didn't think you'd drive directly over them. Those were for defending against enemies pushing onto the position. Gigi King, bro, I'm begging you, next time look first before you bury mines. Which eye of yours saw the enemy had armored units? Seeing the players bickering in the chat, Andrei couldn't bear to watch. He could only say that the coordination among these players truly needed improvement. With more people, the players' organizational ability was actually continuously declining. But there was nothing he could do about this situation. No matter how he operated, it was unlikely he could train these players into a real army. After all, players came with an entertainment mindset, and many of their actions would be impulsive. Fortunately, not all players were idle enough to throw a bunch of anti-tank mines onto their own position. Most players, when setting up defenses, apparently didn't bury anti-tank mines. Perhaps they felt it was more satisfying to throw mines directly at the enemy than to bury them beforehand. After all, they were Slavic supermen. In the battlefield, countless players, when using mines against enemy armored units, would throw them directly at the enemy's feet. The chance of hitting a buried mine was too low, throwing them directly had a higher hit rate. Despite a small mishap, the T-34 tank with the blown track was quickly repaired thanks to the efforts of the repair crew. It was also fortunate that the T-34 tank's frame was sturdy, otherwise, if it were an Italian dwarf tank, Andre suspected that tank might have flown directly into the sky. When the T-34 tanks rumbled onto the enemy's position and began a fierce barrage against the charging enemies, the Outlandian offensive was completely ruined. Facing the combined firepower of nearly 100 machine guns from these tanks, the Outlandian simply couldn't charge forward, let alone withstand the oppressive feeling these tanks brought them. On the contrary, now it was the players' armored units launching a countercharge against the enemy. Watching these steel behemoths brutally roll over the Cambrians' position, seemingly disregarding the safety of their own people, and heading straight for them, the Outlandian completely collapsed. At this moment, neither soldiers nor officers wanted to continue fighting. Large numbers of soldiers in white uniforms fled disheveled into the depths of the dense forest. People constantly fell under machine gun fire, but the remaining ones only cared about escaping. Seeing this, Andre directly kicked open the door of the command post, waving his pistol and shouting to the others. Warriors of the Cambrian Empire, charge with me. Crush these damned invaders in one fell swoop. It's time for revenge. Let us wipe away this humiliation. After shouting, Andre followed the Krieg soldiers who had initiated the charge, rushing forward. As he charged, he continuously fired his No. 3 pistol at the fleeing enemies in the distance. This large-caliber revolver was much more effective than his officer's sidearm. Although it wasn't as quick to draw as his officer's sidearm, its power was immense, and that was the most important thing. His officer's sidearm, at a certain distance, might not kill an enemy outright even after many shots. But with this large revolver, he could take down an enemy with a single shot. It must be said that so many people charging together was incredibly infectious. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even Andre and the other players, seeing so many people charging together around them, were greatly affected. At this moment, these players wearing Kriegskins felt a strong sense of immersion. Each of them raised their bayonets high, charging forward desperately, completely disregarding any potential enemy counterattacks. Seeing the fierce charge of Andre's Krieg regiment, the other Cambrian soldiers also mustered their courage again. Despite being reluctant to charge, Colonel Platon had to grit his teeth and lead the charge at such a time. Just as the division commander had said, even the general had already led the charge, so what was a mere colonel doing staying behind? Could it be that you, a colonel, still had to take over command from the general? Gentlemen, His Excellency the General has already led the charge. Do we still have anything to hesitate about? Warriors of the Empire, for victory, charge with me. Hearing their colonel shout, and thinking of Andre, who had directly plunged forward, these Cambrian soldiers no longer hesitated, shouting loudly and following those in front to launch the charge. They had the belief of defending their homeland, and they weren't so afraid of death on the battlefield. Especially as the colonel said, even the general had already charged. Were they to value their lives more than the general? They hated officers who only told them to charge, but they greatly admired officers who were willing to lead them in a charge. Sharing hardships was a valuable quality. Hearing the sudden, thunderous charge erupt from behind, the Outlandian felt even more broken. Damn it! What kind of strange things did these Cambrian soldiers eat? Why were they charging even more fiercely than them? They couldn't understand what deep-seated hatred the Cambrian Empire had for them. They had always been the ones getting beaten, yet looking at the current situation, the Cambrian soldiers seemed as if they wanted to flay them alive. There was no time to think too much, or rather, thinking was useless at this moment. Everyone was running. Even if one or two wanted to stop and fight back, it would only be in vain. Moreover, at such a time, those going against the flow might even be trampled to death by their comrades. Even if they weren't trampled to death on the spot, they would become conspicuous targets in the crowd, encountering enemy fire first. Many Outlandian soldiers at this moment shared the mentality of every man for himself. They didn't care whether they ran faster or slower than the Cambrian soldiers. They only cared if they ran faster than their comrades. As long as they ran faster than their comrades, someone would be left behind to take the bullets for them, and they would be temporarily safe. But as they continued to chase, these Outlandian soldiers became a little exasperated. Seriously, they hadn't desecrated the Cambrian ancestors' graves, so why were these guys so agitated? They had already rushed into the forest, so why were these guys still chasing? According to their past experience, if they ran into the forest, the Cambrian Empire shouldn't continue the pursuit, right? After all, previous combat experiences had proven everything. These soldiers of the Cambrian Empire simply had no jungle warfare capabilities. They would only get disoriented once they entered the forest. Even if an entire infantry battalion charged in, with their constant hunting and skin changing, these guys would often only face certain death in the end. Even if they managed to escape the forest alive, their ultimate fate would likely be to go mad from fright. Unfortunately, these players in front of them were not normal. Facing the dense forest blocking their charge route, the players simply didn't care. They would charge forward as much as possible, and only if they truly couldn't would they think of other methods. Things like branches scraping them were negligible. Players didn't feel pain, and these branches wouldn't cause them to lose health. They only needed to push forward with all their might, ignoring these obstacles in front of them. Given the players' abnormal charging speed, the Austrania soldiers in front had no time to find cover. If their steps slowed even slightly, they would instantly be impaled by a player's bayonet. What made them even more desperate was that the dense forest ahead had, in the end, become an obstacle that restricted them. They couldn't, like the players, simply charge straight through any branches or bushes that blocked their way, regardless of the obstruction. If they were to charge head-on like the players, their faces and bodies would surely be scraped raw and bloody by protruding branches, not to mention the possibility of tripping. Players wouldn't trip while running, they would only get stuck and stop due to certain obstacles, whereas ordinary Ostrania soldiers could easily trip. Once they fell to the ground, they were completely out of luck. They couldn't escape the pursuing Cambrian Empire forces, and at this point, some shapeshifters tried to transform into wild animals, attempting a desperate struggle using the terrain of the forest. One shapeshifter, who had just transformed into a leopard, was climbing a tree when a player, close behind, raised his gun and fired a burst, causing him to plummet from the tree with a splash. It proved that, against a large number of soldiers armed with rifles, wild animals were useless. No matter what wild animal they transformed into, from tigers to monkeys, from lions to cheetahs, or even an elephant, they would be shot dead on the spot by players with rifles. If they had a chance to escape the player's sight and run to a distant area, perhaps they would have a slim chance of survival by transforming into animals and fleeing. After all, players mostly relied on the minimap to determine whether the things in front of them were enemies or animals. Although for players who were already in a killing frenzy, any wild animal that appeared before them would be their enemy. Therefore, comparing wild animals appearing in the forest and fully armed soldiers appearing in the forest, the fully armed soldiers were undoubtedly more conspicuous and easier to spot. Tanks also rumbled into the forest, crushing large trees in their path without hesitation. Just as players wouldn't trip over these trees, the tanks driven by players also wouldn't get stuck in trees, nor would their tracks jam. If they encountered sufficiently large, towering trees, these tanks would only get stuck in place, but if they faced smaller trees that could be directly pushed over, the tanks would naturally encounter little obstruction. Watching those heavy steel beasts rumble into the forest, with one huge tree after another falling under their impact, the Ostrania forces truly felt their morale collapse. They completely couldn't understand why these Cambrian soldiers were acting like madmen, insisting on chasing them down. Andre didn't know how long this chase lasted, but it only stopped when they could no longer find any Ostrania soldiers in sight. Looking at the scattered corpses in the forest, Andre was momentarily surprised. He had to admit that the players' destructive power and lethality were truly formidable. When he was in the heat of the chase, his blood boiling, he hadn't felt much. But now, looking at the scene before him, he could only say that it was truly a bit too bloody. On the other side, the Ostrania artillery division was completely wiped out. While these artillerymen were busy engaging Andrei's air force and heavy artillery, some players, driving T-34 tanks, sped along the road and arrived at the enemy's artillery positions while they were unprepared. The heavy artillery, busy engaging the enemy, had no time to adjust their muzzles to target the armored vehicles charging towards them. Facing the tanks that came roaring in, the artillerymen on the heavy artillery positions had no choice but to flee, but even if they ran, how could they outrun the steel war machines before them? The battle was completely over, and by the time reinforcements arrived at the battlefield, Andrei's troops had almost finished clearing it. When the reinforcements saw the various corpses scattered across the battlefield and in the dense forest, as well as the trembling prisoners and the large quantities of destroyed or captured weapons and equipment, they were utterly stunned. By the cold-blooded lady, Major General Vorontsov, were all these battle results truly achieved by you? Looking at Major General Pavlov, the commander of the 71st Division, Andrei frowned slightly, pointed to Colonel Platon, who was excitedly describing everything that had happened to his comrades, and said to him, General Pavlov, if you don't believe the results of this battle, you can certainly ask your officers. Colonel Platon and I experienced this battle from beginning to end, and his soldiers also witnessed the start and end of this battle. Their words are the best testimony. Hearing Andrei's somewhat displeased tone, Major General Pavlov also realized that what he had just said was problematic. The question he had just asked was like questioning whether this Major General's combat achievements were falsified. Could he really claim credit for other units' achievements? Realizing this, Major General Pavlov's forehead lightly beaded with sweat. He had inadvertently made a very serious accusation. I apologize, I know I didn't mean that, I was just too shocked by your achievements. You, with only about 1 regiment of troops, together with one of my regiments, and with the support of an Air Force unit, managed to withstand an attack from 2 enemy divisions on the front lines for so long. And even after your armored regiment arrived on the battlefield, you were able to counterattack and eliminate the enemy. This is an incredible miracle. Andrei merely shrugged at Major General Pavlov's words. There's nothing incredible about it. As long as we are loyal to the Empire and have enough faith, the God of War will naturally grant us victory. Ultimately, all of this is the result of the soldiers' unwavering loyalty and brave fighting. You should believe in the miracles created by the Empire's loyal subjects. Hearing Andrei say this, Major General Pavlov quickly stopped talking. He absolutely could not question at this moment whether loyalty could achieve such battle results, because it involved the political correctness of the Cambrian Empire. What, you're saying that loyalty to the Tsar cannot bring miracles? If you dare to utter such words, you must be a rebel. Come with us to the special forces. Just thinking of such a scene made Major General Pavlov's scalp tingle. One must know that the scenes of those purges were still vivid in his mind. He did not want to test with his own head whether the Tsar's iron fist was still hard enough, nor did he want to probe the Tsar's current resolve. Throughout the entire battle, the various light weapons captured by Andrei's unit were countless, to say the least. Besides these light weapons, their greatest gain from this battle was the capture of 6 large-caliber anti-aircraft guns from the enemy, as well as over 30 usable howitzers of various calibers. Although the calibers of these howitzers did not match the Cambrian Empire's heavy artillery calibers, they were still genuine heavy artillery. Even if these artillery pieces were not used after being brought to the rear, they would still have weakened the enemy's artillery power, which in itself was an achievement. Andrei was unsure what rewards he would receive after this battle, but he didn't expect another promotion. Even if it were a promotion to a major general, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. if he were promoted at this rate, he would probably become a marshal before the year was out. Army promotions also had their rules. It was impossible to promote a major general to a lieutenant general simply for a minor military achievement or a single victory. Although this victory was extraordinary, considering Andrei's promotion speed, he estimated that he should receive other types of rewards next, and not be promoted again. After this battle, Andrei's unit returned to Petrozavodsk for garrison duty, temporarily resting there. Theoretically, Andrei's unit should have rested in this city first upon arrival before being deployed to the front lines. According to the original plan, Andrei's unit was supposed to be an elite mobile force, launching a fierce counterattack against the enemy. But no matter what, this battle ultimately resulted in a resounding victory. Therefore, the fact that Andrei rushed his troops into battle as soon as they arrived, without even fully assembling, no longer served as an example of his youthful impetuousness, but instead became a celebrated tale. This must be Major General Vorontsov's foresight at the beginning of the war, anticipating a potential large-scale enemy offensive, which allowed him to achieve such astonishing battle results. Listening to the effusive praise from the surrounding officers, Andrei smiled awkwardly while feeling a bit weary. Truthfully, he found it difficult to handle such celebratory banquets and similar events, and chatting with these noble officers at a banquet was far more exhausting than beheading enemies. Fortunately, as it was wartime, the celebratory banquet wasn't overly lavish and was simply held at a hotel in the city. After the banquet hastily concluded, Andrei found General Chertov, the commander-in-chief of the Karelian front, in Petrozavodsk. He then roughly drafted the concentrated defense tactic he had devised earlier into a report and submitted it to the general. Chertov, an old general, now appeared somewhat aged. When reading Andrei's report, he had to put on his reading glasses to see clearly. After reading Andrei's report, he nodded and then raised a question. Very good, your plan is indeed feasible. Since armored trains and such are handled by Petrograd, I won't consider them, but how will you ensure that the scattered small positions have sufficiently strong overlapping firepower? According to your plan, these outer positions must be able to mutually support each other to be effective. If these outer positions cannot form overlapping firepower, they will merely be pieces of fat meat for the enemy. Andrei's face showed a confident smile as he looked at the general. Chapter 213, Illegal Psychers? They're legal with us. General, it's simple. As long as we build more artillery fortresses, place large caliber heavy artillery inside, and supplement it with machine gun cover, such a defensive position can be formed. Just a few heavy cannons that can provide interlocking fire will allow us to blockade a considerable area. As you know, Austria's heavy weapon equipment is very scarce, so our artillery advantage causes them very severe damage. At this point, Andrei saw that the general in front of him was about to speak, so he quickly added. I know what you mean. There aren't that many heavy cannons, and it's impossible to dismantle the artillery units and specifically put them into fortresses for fixed defense. But it doesn't matter. The Vorontsov family happens to have a batch of old-fashioned artillery. Although their range is relatively short and they are heavy, unable to compare with the new advanced artillery, the advantage of this batch of artillery is their large caliber and sufficient power. The old general blinked, feeling that this young man in front of him was truly different from what he had imagined. Young people are still too young, they don't know how to hide good things and actually take out their family's assets. Do you know how much a heavy cannon is worth? Do you know that the front lines are lacking artillery everywhere now? You, young man, have heavy cannons in your hands, but instead of keeping them honestly, you actually want to move them to this front line? For some reason, General Sheltov suddenly felt that General Vorontsov also had it quite tough. To have a son who sells off his family's land without a care is truly hard to describe. Thinking of General Vorontsov cursing after hearing Andrei's news in the command center, he couldn't help but want to laugh, but halfway through, he couldn't laugh anymore. After all, he also had a son who was in the military, but he was already 40 years old this year, yet he had only been promoted to colonel, still a long way from being a general. Thinking of this, he looked at Andrei, who was only 20 years old and already a major general, and immediately felt as sour as if he had eaten a lemon, feeling that his own son was not as good as the relatively prodigal Andrei in front of him. At least Andrei, despite his prodigal ways, genuinely had the ability to win battles. Since Andrei was willing to pay out of his own pocket, and even the task of building defensive fortifications was undertaken by his heavy troops, General Sheltov naturally had no intention of stopping him. What a good person, truly a good person who dedicates himself selflessly. These reinforcements arrived just in time. He only wished that the general command in the rear would send him more such reinforcements, preferably a dozen at once. After walking out of General Sheltov's office, a smile also appeared on Andrei's lips. Didn't he know that his actions were prodigal? No, of course he knew. In the eyes of others, he was clearly a profligate young master who sold off his family's land without a care, practically a brain-damaged money-scattering boy. But for him, doing so was beneficial to himself. Since he could now recruit heavy artillery, he would naturally have to recruit more of them so that these heavy cannons could maximize their effectiveness in killing enemies. Concentrating all of them in his own troops and maneuvering with his troops was indeed an option, but he could only attack enemies in one area at a time. In contrast, leaving a small number of players in heavy cannons in fixed fortresses would allow them to occasionally bombard enemies from there. If enemies launched a large-scale attack occasionally, they could even engage in a tenacious tug-of-war counterattack. At that time, the battle results gradually achieved by these players would all be credited to him, and influence points would continuously flow in like water, which was much better than what he earned from single-line combat. Compared to the income that could be obtained from using heavy cannons after these players were dispersed, the influence points spent on the few cannons he distributed were nothing. A new batch of heavy cannons had already been transported over. To be precise, they should be considered as having been recruited on the spot by Andrei and his team, merely under the guise of being transported from Petrograd. Near Petrozavodsk, there was a factory that had been abandoned due to previous air raids. This place was occupied by Andrei's players and became a secret production base left by Andrei. Although Andrei's production required large-scale production lines to be completed, a mere empty factory could not produce weapons without a large-scale production line. However, Andrei was relatively lucky because they actually found a large-scale production line in this factory. This large-scale production line was already useless. In the previous bombing, this factory, along with the production line inside, was destroyed, at least to the extent that it could not be repaired in a short time. But it didn't matter. The engineer skills of the players allowed them to tinker and restore this production line. Andrei naturally had no intention of handing over this factory but instead directly claimed it as his own territory. With this factory, he could replenish weapons and equipment nearby at any time. Then, he would have these weapons and equipment parked next to the railway in advance, instructing players to quickly move the items over, and these equipment would naturally become equipment transported from Petrograd. It must be said that Andrei also had to thank the Cambrian Empire's chaotic logistics system. If it weren't for the Cambrian Empire's logistics being so chaotic that even the registration of these items became a problem, he really wouldn't have been able to casually fudge it like this. After producing another batch of brand new engineering cannons, Andrei used 4 of these artillery pieces as fixed artillery. The remaining 4 artillery pieces were once again converted by players into self-propelled artillery mode. It must be said that in previous battles, this type of self-propelled artillery played a huge role. Heavy artillery capable of high-mobility combat and heavy artillery for fixed combat have completely different strike capabilities and deterrent power against enemies on the battlefield. Moreover, Andrei urgently needed an artillery unit with sufficient mobility. His troops were diverse, but in terms of primary offensive mode, he still needed to rely on armored units as the main assault force, accompanied by a large number of mobile infantry. Therefore, he had to ensure that his artillery had sufficient mobility to keep up with the advance speed of the main forces. Otherwise, if all those slow old-fashioned artillery pieces were used, his troops would not be able to enjoy artillery support. In the past, when there was no war, Andrei didn't have a deep understanding of this aspect, but after coming here, he truly felt the difference between having artillery support and not having artillery support in a war. In addition to producing artillery, Andrei was also secretly producing more T-34 tanks, keeping them ready at all times. After a battle, the players also became wealthy, and naturally, some players would come to exchange for new tanks. Although St. Chamond tanks could still be used in current warfare and performed quite well on the battlefield, compared to the advanced T-34 tanks, the old-fashioned St. Chamond tanks naturally seemed less effective. After issuing a system announcement informing players about the opening of the player-to-player trading system, Andrei quickly saw veteran players busy trying to trick newbies, who had just entered the game and had little merit, into buying their St. Chamond tanks. Some newbies hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed to buy the St. Chamond tanks cheaply from the veteran players. After all, once they got into a tank, even if its combat power couldn't compare to a T-34, it was still much better than fighting outside with initial equipment. Once they got into a tank, their speed of accumulating merit would rapidly increase, and they would soon be able to save up more merit. At the same time, Andrei added a brand new unit and 2 new skins for the players. The newly added unit was the Psyker, which is a spellcaster unit. After developing for so long, Andrei calculated the existing merit points in the players' hands and decided to open up this low-level unit of the Tsianch faction to them. Of course, the low-level unit of the Tsianch faction would naturally not be ordinary Psykers, but so-called illegal Psykers. Or rather, unlucky individuals who inexplicably awakened their psychic talents but had not received systematic training or psychic suppressors, and would occasionally lose control. This unit, compared to the orthodox chaos sorcerers of the Tsianch faction, was vastly inferior in both strength and appearance. The two were worlds apart. If an analogy were to be made, the orthodox chaos sorcerers of the Tsianch faction would roughly be equivalent to the elite Kasrakan stormtroopers of the Astrum Militarum, while ordinary illegal Psykers could only be equivalent to petty thugs from the Underhive. But it didn't matter. This didn't stop Andrei from giving this unit a skin and changing its name, directly packaging the illegal Psyker as an orthodox Psyker and giving it to players to use. After putting on a classic Imperial Psyker skin, wearing a leather coat, holding a staff, and with a suppressor on his back, Andrei naturally unceremoniously changed the unit's name to Psyker. What a legal Psyker! Here with us, with our permission, this is a legal Psyker. Anyway, if there were no extra bonuses, and the skin merely changed the appearance, then the cost was still very cheap. To prevent this unit's appearance from being too shabby, like a beggar, Andrei thought it would be good to change its appearance and its name. As for this illegal Psyker unit's crisis value being particularly prone to overheating, with even a 1% chance of immediately losing control every time a psychic spell is used? Come on, don't you know that Psykers themselves are very unstable beings? It's normal for them to easily lose control, isn't it? Compared to the elite soldier, the Psyker unit's usage conditions are somewhat different. Initially, players had to unlock this unit with Andrei, and the unlock price cost a full 3,000 merit points. Once unlocked, this Psyker unit could become a permanent unit for players, costing only 100 merit points each time to enter the Psyker state. Although these 100 merit points were much higher than the cost of a player's regular revival, if this unit was treated as an elite soldier, then this unit was still very cost-effective. After all, players buying an elite soldier set was a one-time deal. After they died using this set, they could only revive as a regular soldier next time. However, after unlocking this unit, they essentially had a long-term elite soldier option. In the future, they would only need to spend a small amount of merit points to directly transform into a psyker. From a long-term perspective, this was undoubtedly more cost-effective. After unlocking this unit, Andre also researched what skills the psyker unit had when it transformed into a game unit. One good point was that even if a psyker transformed into a game unit, players could still use all the weapons used by ordinary soldiers, and they could use weapons from all 4 ordinary soldier professions. This means that even if players don't use these Shinik abilities, they can still fight on the battlefield as ordinary soldiers, and their combat effectiveness won't be affected. In addition to this, Andre's unlocked illegal Shiniks has a total of 3 skills. Boiling blood, select an enemy within the minimap range, causing the blood in their body to boil and evaporate. Shinik flame, unleash a large burst of flames forward, roughly equivalent to a flame trooper, but the crisis value will rapidly increase when spewing flames. Terror, select a 5-meter radius area within the minimap, causing all enemies there to experience illusions, instantly losing their combat effectiveness. Overall, Andre roughly assessed that this illegal Shiniks unit is essentially a close-range attack unit, with no long-range attack methods. Although the attack methods are flashy, overall, they don't significantly boost a soldier's combat effectiveness, they merely provide some more covered and sinister attack options. If compared to a flame trooper or other elite soldiers, Andre felt that this Shiniks unit was actually inferior to a regular elite soldier, as its skills aren't particularly powerful, and it lacks any defensive or movement speed bonuses. However, considering the unit's first skill, Andre realized that this troop type seemed perfectly suited for dealing with enemy armored forces. Selecting an enemy within the minimap range, no matter who they are, even a fear knight or an armored soldier inside a mech, they are, in the end, still flesh and blood. When the blood in their body directly boils, it would be a miracle if these guys didn't die. From this perspective, Shiniks can be considered to have an invisible anti-armor capability, able to attack regardless of enemy armor. Besides this Shiniks, the 2 new skins Andre created were a Creek Death Rider and a Creek Shiniks. After equipping the Creek Death Rider skin, the player's warhorse instantly transforms into a Death Assault Beast, and the spike grenade in their hand becomes a Creek Meltalance. The skin effect also provides a movement speed bonus. After much thought, Andre believed that for cavalry, speed is the most crucial factor. Other bonuses are not as good as speed, as long as the speed is fast enough, the cavalry is invincible. The Creek Shiniks skin bonus, on the other hand, reduces the rate at which their crisis value increases by 10%. This means they are less likely to overheat when using spells, giving them stronger endurance and sustained combat capabilities. Actually, Andre originally wanted to give the Creek Shiniks a group buff skill, but he calculated that the cost of adding an extra skill bonus to a skin was simply too expensive. Furthermore, since they are both part of the Creek series, he didn't want these entry-level troop skins to be too expensive, otherwise, a suddenly appearing high-level skin would seem very out of place. So, for now, he only gave this skin a simple small bonus and didn't add anything else. He plans to consider adding a similar skill when he creates the Commissar skin in the future, which would provide area of effect bonuses. It must be said, every player has the heart of a spellcaster. Or rather, being able to play the role of a mage in what is theoretically a shooting game truly excited many players. It's unclear what strange preference this is, perhaps it's like reading novels on a legitimate website but always wanting to see explicit content, yet when reading novels on an adult website, one starts to focus on the plot. Sometimes, players' contrasting psychology is truly strange, but this has led many players to switch to the Shiniks profession. For a time, the personnel ratio in Andre's team became bizarre. In a player team of 700 or 800 people, there were actually 400 or 500 Shiniks. However, he also knew that the reason this happened was because these players, who had previously been busy cosplaying Krieg, had earned a large amount of merit in the previous battles. If it weren't for the fact that they had indeed made a killing in the previous battles, allowing most of them to have the spare money to change professions, they wouldn't have produced so many Shiniks all at once. But watching his team inexplicably turn into a mage corps, Andre's expression was still a bit hard to maintain. After the previous battle, the Austrians' attack on the city immediately stalled, perhaps because they realized they couldn't take the city. The previous war caused their forces extremely heavy losses. Even though Austrians' army structure is relatively small, they lost nearly 20,000 soldiers in one battle, and also suffered heavy losses in equipment. Such severe losses have significantly crippled the Austrian army, especially since they only have 2 artillery divisions in their entire country, and losing one at once was a fatal blow. Although the Austrians' frontal assault slowed down, their guerrilla warfare became increasingly fierce. Squads of infantry, who had infiltrated at some unknown time, continuously attacked scattered Cambrian army units, and the hunting by shapeshifters and elite soldiers caused heavy casualties among these Cambrian army units. By now, many Cambrian soldiers were somewhat afraid to leave the town limits. Once they left a town or village and ventured into the open wilderness, they might inexplicably die at any moment, and many bodies couldn't even be found. Moreover, even within the city, they were not necessarily safe, at least, up to now. Andre heard that over 15 officers in Petrozavodsk had died under the hunting of shapeshifters. Andre had previously underestimated this troop type, as these shapeshifters performed quite poorly on the battlefield. However, he overlooked one thing: the reason players could counter shapeshifters was because players had a mini-map to prevent shapeshifters from approaching, and Andre also had a wide-range mini-map that could detect these shapeshifters in advance. Without the mini-map, they would never have been able to discover the enemy so easily. In those days, some shapeshifters would transform into birds or other animals, hiding secretly within the city. At night, they would silently launch hunting activities, causing many officers to die mysteriously. To cope with the shapeshifters' activities, the soldiers in the city not only tripled their patrol efforts but also organized special hunting teams. The mission of these hunting teams was to kill all large wild animals in and around the city. No matter what they found, if they discovered any large wild animals, they were to kill them immediately. Unfortunately, even with such teams dispatched, they still had little success. The large animals they usually found in the suburbs and city were genuinely just ordinary animals. When shapeshifters are killed, they automatically revert to human form, but none of the wild animals killed by these patrol teams showed any change. In this situation, Andrei simply found a group of idle players and had them join the patrol teams as well. According to the plan formulated by the command, some players needed to remain here to spread cement, beginning the construction of the heavy artillery fortress Andrei had planned. The other group of players, mostly Krieg or other highly mobile infantry with various armored vehicles, would follow Andrei's main force in a fierce assault. The city of Joensuu had previously fallen under the Austrians' military might, and Andrei's unit's mission was to retake the city with lightning speed. The reason he wanted to capture this city was partly because it was an important transportation hub, with numerous railways and roads converging there. If he captured this place, he could even have his armored train continuously counterattack into Ostrania territory, letting those guys experience the shock of an armored train. Although Andrei knew that if the Ostrania truly encountered such a situation, they would inevitably choose to dismantle the railways. But it didn't matter, if they dismantled the railways, Andrei would have the players repair them. He wanted to see whether the Ostrania's speed in dismantling railways was faster, or his speed in repairing them was faster. Furthermore, if Andrei and his forces could occupy this area, then the Ostrania's plan to advance on Petrograd would collapse on its own. Unless they could capture the city of Petrozavodsk and then use Petrozavodsk's railways to advance, they would have to recapture this area if they wanted to approach Petrograd. This was pretty much their best logistics base for advancing on Petrograd. Without the excellent transportation network here, even a large army would be unable to deploy. Yelena and other members of the divisional field hospital arrived in the city on the latest military train. As soon as she got off the train, Yelena hugged Andrei and said excitedly, "Andriusha, well done. I heard earlier that we achieved another glorious victory. Congratulations, you've now earned a brand new nickname. In the latest issue of the newspaper, you're collectively called the Miracle Worker by multiple papers, because according to their statistics, almost every battle you've won can be considered a miracle." Hearing Yelena say this, Andrei's grin was harder to suppress than a heavy machine gun. He pretended to be calm and waved his hand, but the smile on his face was uncontrollable. He, low-key, the newspapers are just being too kind. Ultimately, achieving such results is thanks to the efforts of the soldiers. These are achievements earned by the soldiers fighting to the death. Seeing the smile on Andrei's face, Yelena playfully pinched his arm and said, "Yes, my miracle worker, you really made the soldiers fight to the death, but why did you, a major general, also rush to the front line with them? I thought you, a major general, should honestly stay in the command post, drinking coffee while listening to the staff report on the battle, and occasionally making a phone call. Why did you burrow into the front line trenches again?" Hearing this, Andrei's expression became slightly awkward. How should he answer this question? Could he say that he could foresee danger, wasn't easily killed, and even if he died, he had a chance to be resurrected? Moreover, he couldn't say that the number of soldiers he brought was so small. A so-called divisional commander was not much different from a battalion or regimental commander, so there was no need to stay in the rear command post. Therefore, even though Andrei rushing to the front line indeed had his own considerations, when faced with Yelena's questioning, he could only play dumb, smiling very awkwardly. Seeing Andrei's appearance, Yelena knew that her persuasion was useless. She snorted impatiently and said, "Humph, I wonder where that poet went. Now, you look exactly like Uncle Konstantin, even more desperate in battle than Uncle Konstantin was in his youth. You should take it easy. What kind of general fights like you? I think I need to supervise you closely to prevent you from getting a hot head and personally leading a charge again. Besides, you haven't even married Katiusha yet. Don't let Katiusha become a widow before she even gets married." Andrei shrugged, simply brushing the matter aside with a laugh. After returning to Petrograd, he even took the time to ask his cheap old man about the whereabouts of his fiancée. Unfortunately, it seemed his fiancée wouldn't be coming to find him anytime soon, as Katiusha's Titan Society was currently deployed in Moscow for defense. Not only did the Cambrian Empire have Titans, but the Black Eagle Empire also had them. However, both nations had some reservations when manufacturing these massive war machines, so they didn't produce too many. But after a previous Titan battle, both sides fully demonstrated the terrifying assault capabilities of these colossal war machines. Although a pure Titan charge without other troop types was very vulnerable, if they could be combined with other armored units and various mechanized infantry, these Titans would be like walking mobile fortresses. Unfortunately, to this day, Andrei had not seen any blueprints for a Titan. So much so that after fighting for so long, he still didn't know what the Titans in the Titan Legion looked like. He could only hope that one day, a Lord-class Titan wouldn't suddenly smash down on the battlefield during a fight. If a noble's church really stood up then, it would be quite the spectacle. Wait, he seemed to have already experienced a church standing up once before. Although that undead church didn't cause too much damage, it must be said that the visual impact of that thing was truly breathtaking. Oh, right, Yelena, don't stay with the other medical soldiers these days. Just move into the officer's dormitory next to mine. I've decided to clear a room for you. Don't stay too far from me." Just then, Andrei suddenly thought of something and said to Yelena with a serious expression. Evidently, Andrei's words sounded a bit ambiguous, at least Yelena herself certainly misinterpreted them. Under Andrei's gaze, her small face visibly flushed, and she asked with a somewhat shy expression. Andrei, you wouldn't be planning anything bad, would you? But unfortunately, Andrei's answer was vastly different from what Yelena had imagined. You're overthinking it. In these past few days, enemy shapeshifters have infiltrated this city, and 15 officers have already been assassinated. Although I will send a special team to guard the medical team, I always feel that it's not safe enough. Being with me is much safer than staying with the medical team. As he spoke, Andrei pointed to the Krieg soldiers gathered in small groups in the distance, meticulously searching their surroundings, and said. With these soldiers protecting me, my safety is absolutely guaranteed. I believe there isn't a single place in this city that's safer than where I am. After hearing Andrei's words, Yelena rolled her eyes slightly. She had thought Andrei wanted something to happen between them. But then, she asked with a hint of worry. Is that so? Is the situation really that serious now? So many officers have already been killed, so you and your officers. Before Yelena could finish, Andrei waved his hand. Although it sounds a bit arrogant to say this, I fully trust the abilities of my soldiers. Those guys who want to assassinate me are simply deluding themselves. You don't need to worry either. The reason the enemy is using such methods precisely indicates that they have no other way to deal with us. The infiltrated shapeshifters can't hide forever, they will be caught by us very soon. Hearing Andrei say this, Yelena no longer worried. Then, she turned her head and began to ask Andrei about the Chosen. After all, Andrei's use of magic on the battlefield had been witnessed by many, so rumors about the goddess of summer's Chosen naturally spread. Especially in these past few days, so many players had come to Andrei to change their profession to psychers. After these guys changed professions, they immediately ran to the training ground to test their abilities, which further boosted Andrei's reputation as a Chosen. After all, other Chosen could only use magic themselves, but Andrei, as a Chosen, could even grant magic to others. This seemed truly outrageous. Even a Chosen shouldn't be that amazing, right? Andrei simply gave vague answers to Yelena's questions, as he truly didn't know how to explain. He didn't know what abilities ordinary Chosen possessed, nor how ordinary Chosen were chosen. He could only say that he inexplicably heard a voice on the battlefield and then gained this ability, and could even bestow this spell-casting ability upon others, though only to a portion of his own soldiers. As for why there was such a restriction, don't ask me, ask the goddess of summer. That's just how the goddess's blessings are. What can I do? However, Yelena seemed quite convinced by Andrei's explanation, because according to Yelena, the Chosen were inherently mysterious. Such a thing is entirely possible. I remember when I became a medical sister, I inexplicably received the goddess of spring's blessing, and my healing ability was discovered. I don't even remember how I originally received this blessing. Anyway, it was just discovered, and the situation was probably as confused as yours is now, right? Recalling her past, Yelena also couldn't quite remember how she became a medical sister. There was no way around it, she was discovered to have this talent too early, at around 3 or 4 years old. At that time, she barely even remembered things. She just remembered suddenly awakening this talent, and then her family sent her to the monastery, and she never returned home. However, life in the monastery was also quite good. Although it was a bit dull, everyone was friendly, and the monastery where Yelena stayed was next to Andrei's family's territory, and Andrei would often visit. At this point, Yelena suddenly thought of something, glanced around, and then whispered to Andrei. Oh, right, Andrei, I'll tell you a secret. This is internal information from the church. You absolutely must not tell anyone else. Good gracious, such a familiar routine. Hearing the first half of that sentence, Andrei thought of the jokes he'd seen online. Everyone says this when telling a secret to someone else, but as they say it, the secret spreads everywhere and is no longer a secret. But even so, he listened patiently, because he was very curious, what new trouble was the church stirring up now? Do you know? Sophia, the living saint who fought alongside us, died on the battlefield, but the goddess of winter's crusaders searched everywhere on the battlefield and couldn't find Saint Sophia's sacred relic. The loss of a sacred relic is very serious, because it relates to the inheritance of a living saint. So the church is now expanding its search area, looking everywhere for Saint Sophia's lost sacred relic. And your troops happen to be fighting on that battlefield before, so theoretically, your troops should also be within their search scope. Andrei blinked, feigning surprise, but his mind began to race. He knew about Saint Sophia's death, and he also knew. It was precisely because Saint Sophia died with a player that the player inexplicably obtained a sacred relic, which is why Andrei unlocked the Chosen project. If not for that, he wouldn't inexplicably be the Chosen of the Blue Bird now, worrying every day about being visited in dreams by a certain large blue bird. Yelena, could you first tell me what a sacred relic is? Andrei asked with some curiosity. He really wanted to know what this sacred relic thing was for. His player had obtained this item, but it hadn't shown any use on the battlefield. But if this thing was useless, then when the player died and resurrected, the player still carried that sacred relic, and it didn't seem to disappear due to the player's death. Now, that player had tried every possible way to search for or, rather, harass NPCs, investigating clues about the sacred relic everywhere, and even came to harass Andrei. So he was also very curious, what exactly was this sacred relic, and what was it for? Seeing the confusion in Andrei's eyes, Yelena slapped her forehead. She had actually forgotten that Andrei, who was neither a church member nor interested in the church, had no idea what a sacred relic was. As for what a sacred relic specifically is, I can't quite say for sure. I once heard someone in the church say that, compared to humans, living saints are no longer human on certain levels. This doesn't just refer to their power, but also to the bodies of living saints, where often a part of their organs has entered the divine realm, becoming some indescribable existence. And it is precisely this organ, coupled with the living saint's own piety, that allows them to communicate with deities and obtain immense power, and to ensure that their bodies can bear this power. Andrei nodded, but more doubts arose in his mind. So, which came first, the living saint or the sacred relic? Is it that one must possess a sacred relic to become a living saint? Yelena thought for a moment, then said with some uncertainty. I don't know about that either. There are rumors that the earliest sacred relics all came from living saints who cultivated them through asceticism in the past, but there's also a saying that sacred relics are things bestowed upon living saints by deities. However, as things stand now, obtaining a sacred relic is equivalent to gaining the entry ticket to becoming a living saint, so the Winter Church will not, under any circumstances, allow a sacred relic to remain lost out there. Chapter 214, Night Raid on the Train Station, Encountering a 5-player group. So that's it. Since they want to search, let them take their time. As long as these guys don't interfere with my normal operations. Andrei shrugged. There were some things he didn't say directly. Theoretically, he shouldn't know that one of his soldiers had obtained a sacred relic, he didn't even know what the thing was. But then again, if a soldier under his command truly could be trained into a living saint after obtaining a sacred relic, that would be truly heaven-defying. Recalling the terrifying, ice-covered scene on the battlefield earlier, Andrei couldn't help but drool a little. If he had a player who had been transformed into a living saint fighting for him, how abnormal would that scene be? However, considering that the transformation of a living saint seemed very troublesome, apparently requiring faith in gods, he felt a headache. Overall, although this living saint had an extra strange thing called a sacred relic, at its core, it was still no different from a living saint in the warmer world. It was a higher form of divine selection. Without the approval of a god, it was clear that these living saints would have no power. After receiving Yelena in the division headquarters field hospital, Andrei once again plunged into a busy schedule. It must be said that after becoming a division commander, he had many more things to do than as a regimental commander. If it weren't for his deputy and a group of staff officers assisting him, with the staff helping to arrange everything from operational plans to logistical preparations, he felt he might have fainted on the spot. There was nothing he could do, he hadn't received formal military training after all. His previous self's education in the military academy had long been forgotten with his amnesia. Moreover, his previous self didn't seem to have studied properly in the military academy either. But it didn't matter. Andrei had a full understanding of himself, so he handed most of the work to his staff officers. As the division commander, he only needed to choose one of the plans made by the staff. Or rather, this was the true purpose of staff officers. The staff group's analysis could help commanders notice many details they usually overlooked, and at the same time, they could offer advice to the commander. What the commander needed to do was make decisions on these strategies. This was similar to ancient military advisors. Ancient military advisors, in plain terms, were responsible for offering strategies, but the actual command of troops to execute these plans still depended on the main general. If the main general disagreed, or if the main general thought another military advisor's strategy was better, then the original military advisor's strategy would be useless. He couldn't directly bypass the general to command the army. According to Andrei's understanding, the staff officers of the Cambrian Empire did not perform very well in this regard. Many times, the noble lords liked to assign their own children to staff positions. After all, staff officers had military ranks, usually stayed in the command post, and wouldn't encounter any danger. Even if they were incompetent, it wasn't so easy to be discovered in a staff position. As long as they said and did little, quietly acting as transparent figures, they would at least not make any mistakes and thus avoid big trouble for themselves. Thinking of this, Andrei couldn't help but thank his old father for the troops he had supplemented him with. After all, most of the officers in his army were commoners or fallen nobles, the kind with no family background who had to fight their way up on their own. Therefore, these people, having reached their current positions, must have excellent standards. They could never have climbed to their current positions simply by flattery. To put it bluntly, there were too many people who could flatter. In this era, if you wanted to flatter the noble lords above, you weren't even qualified without sufficient status and connections. This also meant that Andrei's genuinely capable staff officers formed a truly effective staff group, so Andrei only needed to make decisions based on the analyses from these staff groups. For trivial matters, he didn't need to do anything himself. This avoided exposing his poor basic military literacy and also saved him a lot of trouble. In his daily life, Andrei's self-positioning, besides being a player summoner and quest giver, was more about boosting morale in the army. After multiple victories in wars, coupled with propaganda from various newspapers, whenever Andrei appeared before his soldiers, they would develop fervent adoration. After all, everything is relative. When all other officers were losing battles, an officer like Andrei, who could lead them to victory, and quite absurd victories at that, naturally became a banner. So, Andrei would often show his face to the soldiers, saying encouraging words and caring about small details in their daily lives. Although these matters were small, even trivial, many soldiers lacked precisely this kind of care, or rather, respect. By consistently watching his soldiers train during their collective training sessions and chatting with them during breaks, the morale of Andrei's unit was soaring. The constantly rising morale, combined with his beginner leadership skill, made Andrei's unit look nothing like a Cambrian's unit. Compared to other Cambrians' armies, the soldiers in Andrei's unit were not at all numb, their eyes sparkled with hope. Although superficially, the difference between the two armies was not significant, Andrei believed that this internal difference would naturally manifest itself in the future. In the evening, players composed of patrol teams started roaming the city again. It must be said that after these players activated their mini-map, they seemed to have unlocked some new abilities, such as the knack for catching spies. Although they hadn't caught any enemy shapeshifters hidden in the past 2 days, using the mini-map's marking function, they had caught over 100 various spies hidden in the city. Some were spies infiltrated from Ostrania and the Black Eagle Empire, while others were simply saboteurs, or traitors who had taken enemy money. From the very beginning, these player patrol teams caused quite a stir in the city. Many captured spies and traitors, facing arrest by players, repeatedly protested, loudly claiming their innocence. Unfortunately, the players who caught them had no interest in listening to their explanations and instead gleefully escorted them to Andrei's command post to collect rewards. Because when they caught the first hidden traitor, all players suddenly received a new quest. Capture hidden spies and enemy saboteurs in the city. The first person caught by the players was a spy sent by the Black Eagle Empire, who had been lurking there for a long time. This individual had years of experience living in the Cambrian Empire, not only understanding Cambrians' culture and daily life very well but also having no problems with the language, even mastering the northern accent perfectly. When he was suddenly apprehended by soldiers under Andrei's command, he struggled and shouted, proclaiming his innocence and strongly accusing these soldiers of clearly trying to rob him. But when the military police arrived and unhesitatingly rushed into his home, searching out a radio from within, his expression instantly stiffened. This is unscientific. He hadn't exposed himself anywhere. He was sleeping soundly at night when a group of people suddenly broke in and dragged him out. And looking at the soldier's attire, he knew he certainly hadn't been exposed, otherwise, those who came to arrest him would never have been these soldiers forming a patrol, but rather the Tsar's special forces. But facing this situation, the arriving military police surprisingly didn't stop these soldiers immediately, but instead immediately ran into his home to search. This was strange. Why didn't the arriving military police think that these soldiers were disturbing the public while on night patrol? Evidently, although this fellow had lived in the Cambrian Empire for several years, he still hadn't fully realized what kind of existence the great nobles of the Cambrian Empire truly were. The military police who arrived recognized the soldiers' uniforms and realized that these guys were Major General Vorontsov's troops, and specifically Vorontsov's personal guards. Vorontsov came from a great noble family and was a rising war hero. They, as ordinary military police, weren't qualified to provoke him. Moreover, since these were Vorontsov's soldiers, they certainly wouldn't casually disturb the populace. After all, for these noble soldiers, they wouldn't be easily shortchanged. Compared to wealth, they valued their noble lord's honor more. So, without a second thought, they assumed that the person who had been arrested must have been problematic, and decided to search first. Even if nothing was found and this unlucky citizen was truly misunderstood, at most, they would pay a small compensation. Could it be that this unlucky citizen could run to the Tsar and complain about it? After finding a radio in his home, there was no doubt, he was definitely a spy. With this precedent, whenever players made arrests afterward, the arriving military police would instinctively cooperate with them to search first, and then discuss other things. Unfortunately, except for a very few individuals with sufficiently strong professional skills, or those who were sufficiently vigilant, most of the people arrested could not escape the search. Whether it was finding a radio at home, or discovering certain inappropriate letters, or even certain inappropriate coins, all of these were sufficient evidence for their arrest. And in these days, Vorontsov's soldiers inexplicably gained another title, hounds, referring to their keen sense of smell, like a dog's nose, able to detect the scent of traitors and spies even through a door. And today, another player patrol team discovered a red marker on the map. Hee, here they come, here they come. Today, I finally ran into spies. Damn it, these days I've only been hearing you guys discuss espionage issues in the chat channel. I've never experienced what the espionage dungeon in this game is like. Seeing the red dot on the map, a player who had just joined the patrol team immediately became excited. In recent days, he had constantly heard various descriptions from other players, which made him itch with anticipation. If he had the chance, he also wanted to study the minimap's effectiveness in catching spies. But then, as this patrol team gradually approached the distant street corner, the expressions on their faces froze. Because they discovered that what they encountered in the suburbs this time didn't seem to be spies. Firstly, spies would most likely not wander all the way here during a night curfew, patrol teams elsewhere weren't slackers either. Secondly, what kind of legitimate spies would gather in groups of dozens at once? And gather near a train station? They couldn't possibly be here waiting for some night train. Bad news, it seems we didn't encounter spies this time. It should be an Ostrania sabotage squad. They infiltrated at some point and are probably trying to destroy the train station. That's strange, where did all the other soldiers along the way go? Did no one discover these guys? This isn't some plot kill, is it? The players communicated cautiously in the comms channel, while also notifying other players. Although their patrol team only consisted of 5 people in total, and the enemies in front of them numbered at least 50, they were not afraid at all. That's just how players are, when you encounter an enemy, don't be a coward, just go for it. Dying isn't a big deal, there's a resurrection point near the train station, and they can resurrect at any time. Before other players arrive, securing my own merits is the most important thing. So, while grumbling, these players launched an attack on the unsuspecting enemies nearby. Among this group of players, 2 had just unlocked the newest Shinix. They had been worried that, besides interrogating spies and traitors, there wasn't much use for their skills. Well, now they had ready-made targets to practice on. How could they not seize this opportunity to thoroughly test the Shinix abilities? Previously, when these guys caught hidden spies, they sometimes couldn't find direct physical evidence, and the rough-and-tumble officers in the barracks weren't good at interrogations. That's where the Shinix Dread skill came in handy. A Shinix illusion would instantly break a spy's mental defenses, and a sudden interrogation at such a moment would usually make most spies crack. Because of this, the Shinix under Andrei's command had, unknowingly, almost turned themselves into torturers. After silently killing the sentries stationed at the train station with the help of the shapeshifter, this group of Ostrania soldiers was quietly planting bombs on the railway tracks. According to the original plan, it shouldn't have been them performing this mission, but rather the spies stationed there and saboteurs bribed in the city beforehand. Prior to this, they had already used their secret channels to deliver bombs and corresponding weapons to these saboteurs in the city. As long as the timing was right, and some commotion was created elsewhere to draw away the patrol's attention, they had a high probability of blowing up this train station. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. It was unknown what had happened to the Cambrian Empire recently, but their intelligence network, originally lurking in the city, had inexplicably suffered a massive blow. In the blink of an eye, almost all the spies and bribed traitors they had left in the city were captured. Even if there were other stragglers who managed to escape in the city, they all became cowards, not daring to make contact again. There was no choice, they could only resort to this extremely risky method, sending an elite special forces unit to dismantle the railway and destroy the train station. Just then, an Ostrania soldier suddenly heard something and turned back with a grim expression. Careful, someone. We've been discovered. Looking at a player stealthily approaching, he whispered to the person next to him while quickly pulling the trigger of his hand crossbow. A crossbow bolt shot out with a whoosh, hitting the soldier's chest precisely, then emitted a crisp ding sound. Wait, where did that crisp sound come from? Just as he was wondering, the explosive sound of a machine gun suddenly erupted. Since the 5 players were preparing to take on this enemy force of 50 men, they naturally had to be prepared. The Shinix, needless to say, had already hidden themselves in a visual blind spot. The other players also equipped themselves with special weapons and gear. For example, one player directly equipped the sentry suit he had purchased earlier, instantly transforming into a heavily armored machine gun sentry. When the incredibly explosive machine gun fire rang out, several Ostrania soldiers who were still busy planting bombs were immediately shot down, and the others panicked, scrambling to the ground. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Because of the darkness, they couldn't clearly see the enemy's appearance. They could only barely make out, by the muzzle flash of the machine gun, that the figure standing opposite them seemed to be an iron-clad man completely covered in armor. Wearing such thick heavy armor, and even able to lift a water-cooled machine gun weighing dozens of pounds. What else could this be but a power-armored soldier? They must have been ambushed. Almost instantly, these Ostrania realized a possibility, perhaps a spy had betrayed them, or their movements along the way had been exposed. Although their current operation was a sudden development, according to the spies' confessions, the Cambrians might not have been able to guess that they were about to launch a sabotage operation here. Recalling how easily they had silently eliminated the sentries along the way, they suddenly couldn't help but wonder, did they really eliminate the sentries along the way so easily? Is there a possibility that the sacrifice of these sentries was merely a ruse prepared by the Cambrian officers, with the aim of making the soldiers' sacrifice lull them into a false sense of security, thereby preparing for the current raid? Damn it, what a despicable and evil Cambrian empire. Utterly heartless. Without time to think further, they quickly pulled out the submachine guns they carried and returned fire at the heavily armored sentry opposite them. Although the sentry had successfully suppressed the enemy with his machine gun, continuously sweeping away the enemies lying on the ground one by one, the combined fire from dozens of submachine guns was also more than he could bear. Therefore, after taking a barrage of bullets, this sentry had no choice but to retreat, while simultaneously cursing in the comms channel. Damn it! Shinix, what are you doing hiding there? The Shinix player was busy figuring out how to use his skills when he suddenly saw someone adding him in the chat channel. Hold on, I'm doing it right now. I was just figuring out how to use the skill. As he spoke, he aimed his crosshairs at the distant officer and silently used the boiling blood skill. In an instant, the officer felt an unparalleled agony surge through his body, a terrible pain that prevented him from even screaming. He had never experienced such torment. As the blood flowing through his entire body suddenly boiled, as if turning into scalding hot water, he felt like he was going insane from the pain. Fortunately, this sudden agony quickly subsided. The boiling blood not only burned the officer's internal organs but also directly cooked his brain, destroying his central nervous system in a flash. The several soldiers nearby were bewildered, they only heard their captain let out a muffled groan before he fell silently with a thud. One soldier crept over, wanting to see what was wrong with his captain, but he too suddenly felt the blood in his body boil. After killing 2 soldiers consecutively with the boiling blood skill, this Shinix player looked at the numbers in front of him with a somewhat speechless expression. No way, I only used 2 skills, and my crisis value has already risen to over 70. The Shinix crisis value increases too fast, the Dark Tide Shinix crisis value doesn't increase this exaggeratedly. Although his crisis value was rapidly cooling when he wasn't using spells, the player still couldn't help but complain. Overall, the Shinix unit indeed had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could hide in any corner and kill people by looking at the markers on the minimap. Moreover, after taking down 2 enemies in a row, the opponents didn't even detect his location. Killing invisibly, his stealth was very strong. But the downside was that the unit's sustain was too poor. He felt that in a group battle, he would probably find it very difficult to contend with swarms of enemies. After taking a few deep breaths and seeing his crisis value drop to over 30 points, the Shinix player this time chose the Dread skill. In an instant, enemy soldiers within a large area all saw various illusions appear before their eyes, corresponding to the things they feared most in their hearts. Some saw an incredibly ugly and enormous crawler, some saw their young child at home beheaded, and others saw their hard-earned savings accumulated over many years turned to ash under a ball of fire. All sorts of fears instantly shattered the mental defenses of these soldiers. Although many of them recovered after only about 10 seconds of fear, their sudden movements quickly made them live targets for the other players. The hidden reconnaissance soldier player shot down 3 Austrania soldiers one by one like target practice, while another assault soldier threw a barrage of grenades towards them. The continuous explosions and gunfire, combined with the machine gun fire from the heavy armored sentry in front, completely disoriented this special forces unit. Although they were well trained, asking them to engage in a direct firefight with the enemy in such a relatively open area was truly difficult, especially since the enemies around them were more inhuman than the last. The snipers who could silently hit them from hundreds of meters away in the dark, that goes without saying. But what about the guy who could throw a grenade every second, like a human artilleryman, and the power-armored heavy machine gunner in front of them? What kind of monsters were these? Making them exchange fire with such monstrous beings in open terrain, even if they were elite soldiers, it wouldn't work. Furthermore, their special forces unit was not like the professionally trained troops of the Black Eagle Empire. As of now, only the Black Hawk and Wuxiao empires in the entire world had systematically trained professional special forces, with a mix of many outrageous units, making their combat power extremely abnormal. Beyond that, units like theirs were at most infiltration teams made up of elite veterans, they truly couldn't fight against these non-human opponents. Retreat, quickly retreat, there's a mage here. There must be a hidden enemy mage in this place, I just encountered an illusion. An Austrania soldier shouted in panic, not even bothering with the half-planted bombs. If it were just fighting against a few strange enemy soldiers in front of him, he might still have some fighting will. But facing a superior and mysteriously skilled mage, wasn't that asking for the impossible? Hearing this, the other soldiers disregarded everything else, covering each other with suppressing fire while retreating with all their might into the forest in the distance. The situation was truly complex, and things had far exceeded their expectations. The enemy was definitely prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered so many strange enemies here. Damn it, they're running. Quick, quick, Shinix, use your control skills on them. Got it, coming right away. As he spoke, the Shinix once again cast a dread into the distance. He had now realized that the Shinix flame, which he had thought was his strongest damaging ability, was not as useful as he had imagined. There was no way around it. This skill, to be precise, allowed him to transform into a flame trooper with a cooldown and a tendency to overheat. And players who had played as flame trooper knew that this class was very reliant on terrain. If they engaged in long-range firefights with enemies in open terrain, this class was completely useless. Moreover, a flame trooper at least had a double-barreled shotgun, but this Shinix, apart from the scepter in his hand for melee combat, had nothing else. So, hiding in the shadows, he found that besides being able to use a single target damage skill for pinpoint kills, the most effective skill he had was this mental control ability. A wave of illusions appeared again, and immediately, soldiers fell to their knees with a thud, or performed other abstract actions. If it were peacetime, players might have been interested in seeing how many different abstract actions these NPCs could perform, and perhaps marvel at the variety of behavior patterns in the game's NPC library. But at a time like this, they were busy snatching kills, how could they spare the effort to study the abstract behavior of these guys? So, under a barrage of gunfire from the machine gun sentry, these unlucky fellows all met their demise. Despite being elite veterans, they were massacred by the machine gun without any power to resist. Hehe, not bad. I didn't expect the game's merits accumulation system to have changed, or perhaps my skill has some effect. Seeing a large sum of merits credited to his account, the Shinist, who had just used a skill and was waiting for its cooldown, chuckled. Because his assist had split the merits dropped by the enemy evenly with the machine gun sentry, instead of simply calculating merits based on kills as in the past. This is good, otherwise, his support skill would be useless. If he kept assisting teammates from behind, and the teammates took all the kills and all the merits went into their pockets, wouldn't it be very unprofitable for him to have worked so hard for nothing? The machine gun sentry ignored his teammates' words and continued to spray bullets with his machine gun, desperately chasing the enemies who were about to escape into the forest. He didn't want these guys to slip into the forest, only for him to then have to run into the forest and engage the enemy there. Not to mention the machine gun sentry's slow speed, the complex terrain of the forest alone made him reluctant to venture deep into it, as he could easily be counter-killed. Just as the machine gun sentry was busy firing, he suddenly heard a teammate at him, reminding him. Watch out for shapeshifters here. He looked back and found that the assault soldier and reconnaissance soldier in his team had already been silently eliminated by the enemy. He hadn't even noticed it just now, he had no idea when his two teammates had died. Just then, he saw a small red dot on the minimap rapidly approaching him. Without the slightest hesitation, the machine gun sentry quickly aimed his gun to his side, and then came a burst of bang 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 gunfire. Unfortunately, this volley of bullets all hit empty ground, missing any enemies. As he pondered what was going on, he suddenly thought of the sky. Immediately after, he saw a large bird descending from the sky, fluttering directly towards him. This large owl, which had flown in from who knows where, transformed into a tall man in a tight military uniform in midair. Using the momentum of his fall, he tightly gripped the dagger in his hand and then fiercely stabbed it into the body of the machine gun sentry in front of him. Click! With a stab, the pathetic dagger snapped, but the machine gun sentry suffered no damage and looked at the man who had descended from the sky with a surprised expression. Damn it! This is impossible. Seeing the knife in his hand break, the shapeshifter's expression was extremely surprised. This knife of his was a plated metal weapon imported from the Black Eagle Empire. Theoretically, with the force just now, even if the enemy was wearing power armor, he should have been able to stab through it. There was no reason why he couldn't stab through this iron-clad man in front of him. But clearly, he didn't know that the sentry's heavy armor was immune to melee attacks from the front. In the game, trench raiders couldn't damage sentries from the front, and cavalry wielding lances or sabers also couldn't cut down sentries from the front. This game characteristic seemed to have been inherited here as well. Glancing at the shapeshifter who had landed in front of him, and not knowing what he was doing here, the machine gun sentry felt that the deaths of his two teammates were unfair, and then picked up his machine gun and fired a burst of thump-thump at his chest. The shapeshifter, lying on the ground, looked at his utterly shattered chest with wide-eyed disbelief, then at his broken dagger, his eyes flashing with despair. Damn it, a master assassin like him would one day die because of an unreliable dagger. Damn it, they said weapons from Black Hawk were always excellent, so how could there be counterfeit and shoddy goods from the Black Eagle Empire? Although this shapeshifter's assassination attempt, due to the player's own characteristics, turned into a joke. However, during the battle, he did buy time for his teammates. Deprived of the machine gun sentry's cover, the remaining teammates fled into the forest, and in a blink of an eye, they were far away. The Shinist, hiding in the shadows, quickly used the boiling blood skill to eliminate two more guys, but he was no longer able to continue hunting. Glancing at his slowly decreasing crisis value, he couldn't help but wonder if he should just buy a Creationist skin. A skin only cost 18, which wasn't expensive, and it could also reduce his psychic overheating speed. But at this moment, it was most important to quickly round up the fleeing enemies in the distance. Just as he was urging the machine gun sentry to quickly set up his gun and continue firing, a roaring engine sound suddenly came. Hearing this commotion, the two players exchanged glances and instantly thought of their missing fifth teammate. Damn it, that old six! Where was he hiding before? Unable to resist cursing, the machine gun sentry looked into the distance furiously. Immediately after, he saw a T-34 tank emerging from the darkness, driving towards them like a roaring beast. The tank, suddenly bursting out from the open ground on the side of the train station, instantly stunned the fleeing Austrania soldiers. Before they could react, the hull machine gun at the front of the tank spewed fire, and a large number of bullets swept directly into their crowd. The machine gun fire from the side seemed even more lethal than the machine gun fire from the rear, because from a sideways angle, these fleeing enemies actually formed a relatively loose column. This also meant that a single machine gun bullet was very likely to penetrate multiple enemies, and enemies positioned relatively more densely would naturally suffer greater casualties when facing machine guns. Under such fierce machine gun fire, and the crossfire formed by the sentries in the rear, not a single Austrania soldier could escape the hunt of these people. The last Austrania soldier looked at the forest ahead, and a glimmer of hope erupted in his eyes, but the massive tank that directly crashed into him from the side mercilessly crushed that hope. By the time the other players arrived, the battle here was already over. A group of players looked at the corpses strewn everywhere, and the three surviving players, and all furiously cursed these guys in front of them as beasts. You beasts! So much merits, and you three actually hogged it all. A player who had rushed out of the barracks excitedly saw this scene, and his suspended heart finally died. He could swear that he had tried his best to rush over here, and with his creek skin, he had been charging with his bayonet all the way, running at a speed comparable to lightning. Even so, he still failed to catch the last of these Austrania soldiers, which made him let out a mournful cry. One who didn't know would have thought this guy was on the side of the Austrania people, feeling pain for his untimely support. Ahem, a reminder, our patrol team has a total of 5 people. The remaining 2 died, they didn't miss out on merits. As soon as the Shinist finished speaking, a soldier standing in the crowd immediately shouted at him. Nonsense, I didn't get many kills at all before I was taken out by a big bird from the sky. By the time I revived and rushed out again, I saw that all the people had been killed by you. Especially that old six driving the tank, you got all the last kills. The sudden battle that erupted here immediately alarmed the city's defenders. Not only players rushed over here, but also more troops were rushing over, and then they saw the corpses everywhere, and the explosives casually thrown by the roadside, which hadn't even had detonators inserted yet. Andre, awakened from his sleep by the sudden sound of gunfire and cannon fire outside, switched to trench raider mode with one click, grabbed his trench raider club, and rushed outside. He then happened to run into Yelena, who had just rushed out of the adjacent room. Looking at Andre, who was in heavy armor and holding a mace, Yelena's expression was extremely confused. Hey, Andre, you haven't developed some psychological trauma from continuous combat, have you? I suggest you apply to Uncle Constantin for some time off and go back to Peter to rest for a while. I think you're being a bit exaggerated now. Andre opened his mouth, unsure how to explain for a moment. He could swear that he was not the kind of pervert who slept in heavy armor and had to hold a mace in his hand. But besides this explanation, there didn't seem to be any other reason that could explain how he managed to put on this heavy armor and pick up the mace in 10 seconds. I swear, I really don't wear this thing when I sleep. I just put it on to feel it because I was bored. You know, men, they occasionally have some strange thoughts. Despite Andrei's desperate explanation, Yelena's expression clearly didn't believe him. It wasn't until an officer who suddenly rushed over reported what had just happened to Andrei that the awkwardness was broken. Andrei and his soldiers had inexplicably achieved another merit. Not only did they capture a bunch of spies and traitors, but they also thwarted the enemy's plot to blow up the train station. Many people looked at Andrei with strange eyes, and a group of officers just felt their scalps tingle. Damn it! Major General, why are your people appearing everywhere? Could it be that Major General Vorontsov was not only blessed by the goddess of summer but also favored by the goddess of winter? Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of world-shaking protagonist was this? Being the chosen one of two gods at the same time had only happened a few times in the history of the Cambrian Empire. And if Andrei wasn't the chosen one of the goddess of winter, wouldn't that be even more incredible? Without the blessing of the god of war, he could still achieve such astonishing military feats and repeatedly perform extraordinary services. If he really became a chosen one someday, wouldn't he just take off directly? Thinking of all the possibilities, many officers, old enough to be Andrei's father, suddenly had a dazzling glint in their eyes. If the timing weren't inappropriate, they would have already wanted to recommend their daughters to Andrei, and they wondered if such a young talent was married. It's fine, even if there's an engagement, it doesn't matter. At worst, he could still have a mistress. Among the noble children of the Cambrian Empire, there were too many who had mistresses outside of their engagements. This was all normal. The next morning, as soon as Andrei emerged from his room, he received a commendation from General Sheltov. However, along with the commendation, there also arrived the Winter Church's special forces, who had suddenly reached here. Chapter 215, The Damn Lucky Emperor Discovers a Hidden Class. Welcome, everyone. May I ask why you have come here? In front of the train station, Andrei approached a lavishly dressed old man and shook his hand, neither warm nor cold. This had become Andrei's habit. After all, after a handshake, there wouldn't suddenly be a cheek kiss. Otherwise, if the old man suddenly cupped his face for a passionate kiss, he would surely die on the spot. Andrei had no doubt that Cambrians would do such a thing. One only needed to think of the famous General Secretary of the Soviet Union. Especially after coming here, he often saw Cambrians greeting each other in this way. Even after being transmigrated for some time, he still couldn't adapt to this custom. After a brief handshake with Andrei, the old man spoke directly. Major General Vorontsov, to make a long story short, our floating winter church has an important item that may be on one of your soldiers, so we need to conduct a simple investigation. Andrei frowned slightly. With all due respect, what you are doing is probably against regulations. Without a superior's order, I absolutely cannot allow the church to search my soldiers one by one. This would greatly affect soldier morale. If it were anyone else, facing the northern cardinal and living saint of the floating winter church, they might prostrate themselves devoutly, obeying his every word. But no offense, Andrei didn't believe in this winter goddess, nor was he interested in what the old man said. Or rather, he wasn't particularly fond of these holy crusaders themselves. After all, these guys had been at war for so long, yet Andrei had never seen them on the battlefield. He wasn't sure how many holy crusaders the floating winter church had, but when he saw that each holy crusader was armed with a submachine gun and even wore a special breastplate, he knew that their equipment was definitely much better than that of ordinary soldiers. Yet, even so, these guys showed no signs of activity on the battlefield. At least, Andrei had never seen any. Up until now, except for the living saint, who seemed relatively active on the battlefield, he hadn't seen any other church armed forces participate in the fighting. The bishop in front of Andrei did not refute his words. He just nodded and said, "Please rest assured, we do not need to search these soldiers one by one. We only need to enter the barracks, walk around, and observe briefly while the soldiers are training. If the item we lost is truly within your army, we will surely be able to sense its presence." Hearing this, the expression on Andrei's face softened slightly. He shrugged and pointed to the barracks in the distance, saying, "In that case, please come with me to the barracks, but I hope the church's investigation does not last too long. My warriors need to launch new military operations tomorrow morning, and I don't want too many complications because of this, nor do I want it to affect my military operations." Andrei was a little surprised. Although he spoke rather impolitely, the bishop beside him didn't seem angry at all, his expression remaining perfectly calm. But then again, to reach the position of bishop, how could he casually show his emotions? Although there was no saying in the Cambrian Empire about not showing one's emotions, for important figures, they would definitely pay attention to their facial expressions. Otherwise, if everything in their hearts was seen through by others at a glance, it would be too demeaning. Only by maintaining mystery and distance could they establish their authority. Andrei led the way, with the bishop walking unhurriedly behind him, while quietly asking a person next to him. "Lavrenti, have you noticed anything special about him?" The man named Lavrenti, dressed in a blue and white robe, glanced with a pair of extremely cloudy white eyes that looked like he was blind, then shook his head. "I regret to say, Your Grace, I did not sense the presence of divine power in him. He does not seem to have received the blessing of the cold-blooded lady. And with all due respect, I sense no devotion to the cold-blooded lady in him. I do not believe such a person would be the cold-blooded lady's chosen." After hearing this, the bishop nodded, his eyes solemn as he whispered, "Indeed, I don't quite believe he is the cold-blooded lady's chosen either, yet he has achieved a series of astonishing accomplishments in war, as if he were blessed by the cold-blooded lady. So I especially hope he is the cold-blooded lady's chosen. If so, then all his victories would naturally be the work of God. The bishop sighed silently in his heart. Up until now, he could feel that the church's status was constantly being shaken. In past wars, warriors, in order to be invincible on the battlefield and to possess greater power, were all fervent supporters of the winter goddess. Because after becoming a chosen warrior, they could be invincible on the battlefield, completely transcending from mortals. But now, with the gradual development of technology, faith in deities seems to have become less important. Even if they could become chosen, become incredibly strong, and grow stronger the more they killed on the battlefield, what would it amount to in the end? In the end, they would still be shot down by an enemy's bullet or blown to pieces by an enemy's shell. Approximately 100 years ago, as the nature of warfare completely changed, this faith in the cold-blooded lady began to become less devout. Although even now, Cambrian Empire warriors still pray to the cold-blooded lady for protection when fighting, from the perspective of the Empire's high command, they had long since stopped placing their hopes for victory in battle on the church. After some thought, the bishop whispered to his attendant. Listen carefully. When we return, we must heavily publicize in all the newspapers controlled by our church that Major General Vorontsov is the cold-blooded lady's chosen. Although he is not a living saint, he is equally favored by the cold-blooded lady. It is precisely because of this that he can be invincible on the battlefield. This message must be spread. Hearing this, Lavrenti's expression showed a hint of surprise. But your grace, he is clearly not the cold-blooded lady's chosen. If we publicize this, will it not anger the cold-blooded lady? The bishop shook his head slightly, still looking calm. Don't worry, the cold-blooded lady cannot be angered by such trifles. Everything we do is merely a trivial and laughable act in the eyes of the divine. The cold-blooded lady does not care whether we can identify her chosen. This bloodthirsty war god has only one desire, for someone to sing her name and, in her name, dedicate more hot blood from her enemies on the battlefield. When others believe that this major general is invincible because of the cold-blooded lady's blessing, these minor issues will not be problems. Andrei did not know that the two church officials behind him were whispering about him, even preparing to assign him the identity of a chosen. After Andrei led them into the barracks, he continued to busy himself, observing the soldiers' training results and continuing to interact with his soldiers. Upon arriving, the blind Lavrenti immediately began to scan his surroundings. At the same time, a hidden chill erupted from the bishop beside him, and a special power, accompanied by a cold wind, swept across the training ground. Using this power, the two of them were quickly screening the soldiers in this area. If anyone had a sacred relic on them, they would immediately react upon contact with this power. At that time, with Lavrenti's unique investigative ability, that person would be unable to conceal themselves, no matter what. Indeed, just as he had predicted, in Lavrenti's gaze, a bright light suddenly erupted from the chest of an inconspicuous Cambrian soldier. Although this light would not be seen by others, in his eyes, it was as dazzling as someone suddenly turning on a flashlight in the dead of night. Bishop, it's that soldier, the one in the third row from the left. I can feel it, his heart has been transformed into a heart of winter. This is undoubtedly the sacred relic of Saint Sophia. Hearing this, the bishop, who had been busy continuously radiating his divine power, quickly reined in all his strength, a glint appearing in his eyes. He was somewhat puzzled as to how this sacred relic had ended up in the body of this soldier. Could it be that he was the new living saint chosen by the winter goddess? As for whether this heart of winter could have been stolen by this soldier? That was absolutely impossible. Such sacred relics, after the death of a living saint, often appear on other devout believers in a region, almost randomly triggered and chosen, with no possibility of theft. If they hadn't thoroughly searched several nearby churches and found no trace of the sacred relic, they would never have come to the army to investigate like searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, after much thought, besides the believers within the church who might have enough devotion to the winter goddess, it was probably only these warriors fighting on the battlefield who might pray to the winter goddess. Otherwise, why would ordinary civilians idly pray to the god of war? They couldn't possibly suddenly get the urge, out of boredom, to pray to the god of war and then prepare to personally go to the battlefield to kill a few enemies, could they? Major General Vorontsov, we have found that person. It's the first person in the third row from the left in your squad, that soldier. We sense the item the church needs on him. Having found their target, the two rushed to Andrei's side, pointing to the player standing in the distance, currently in an AFK state, and said. Hearing this, Andrei blinked, feigning confusion, and asked. Wait a moment, gentlemen, I'm not entirely sure I understand what you mean. Are you saying that soldier stole something from the floating winter church? Hearing Andrei's words, the two shook their heads repeatedly. Lavrenti's face showed a hint of excitement as he looked at Andrei and said. No, General, you misunderstand. This soldier did not steal anything from our church, he was chosen by our goddess. Undoubtedly, he has received the goddess's blessing and is very likely to become the new generation of living saint. Hearing this, Andrei immediately shouted to the player in the distance, telling him to come over here. Hearing Andrei's call, the player quickly snapped out of his AFK state, stunned for a moment, then saw Andrei waving him over, and the two people standing beside him. Although he didn't recognize these two people, their attire clearly indicated they were quite special, as they were dressed in church garments. Immediately after, the player thought of the sacred relic he had inexplicably obtained earlier, which had shown no magical properties. He suddenly considered a possibility, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Seeing the player hurrying towards him, Andre nodded, pointed to the 2 church members beside him, and said, "Soldier, this bishop of the Frostwinter Church and his attendant have something to discuss with you. You can talk it over, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics." As soon as Andre finished speaking, the white-haired bishop stepped forward, extended his hand to the unassuming soldier, and said with burning eyes, "Child, may the glory of the Winter Goddess forever protect you. I now need to solemnly ask you a question, are you willing to join the Frostwinter Church? Congratulations, we have discovered that you have been chosen by the Winter Goddess. You bear a glorious mission. If you are willing to join the Floating Winter Church, you can immediately become a brand new living saint of the Frostwinter Church." Hearing this, the player's mouth slightly agape, staring dumbfounded at the 2 church members in front of him, then at Andre, who stood by, watching the show. Sirs, what's going on? How did I inexplicably become a living saint? I don't feel like I've received any blessings. General, what's happening? How exactly was I chosen?" The player was a little surprised. Could this be the benefit of obtaining the sacred relic? To instantly become a living saint? Andre shrugged, indicating that he had no idea what was going on. "Don't ask me, you know, I never believed in religion, and I don't really understand how any of this works. Perhaps the divine truly favored you and bestowed some blessings upon you, but you just haven't noticed it yet." At the same time, a prompt automatically popped up in front of the player. "Congratulations, player, you have triggered a rare hidden class change option. If you agree to the class change, a series of class change quests will begin." Seeing this prompt box, the player naturally chose to agree to the class change without hesitation. Good heavens, he had triggered some hidden event or found an Easter egg in the game, he must have encountered some very rare reward. At a time like this, not clicking on the class change, would that be foolish? After clicking, a new prompt immediately appeared in front of the player. "Congratulations, player, you have officially started the class change quest. Quest 1, join the Frostwinter Church." Seeing this quest, the player looked up at the 2 people in front of him who were extending an olive branch and inviting him to join the Floating Winter Church, a smile he found hard to suppress on his lips. Well, isn't this quest practically a freebie? If it were someone else, they might have to put in some effort and figure out how to get into and join the church. But for him, he only needed to nod in agreement to immediately join the Frostwinter Church. Fathers, I accept your invitation. I am willing to join the Frostwinter Church." Hearing this, the 2 Floating Winter Church clergymen immediately smiled and enthusiastically pulled the player aside, beginning to introduce various matters concerning their Floating Winter Church. At the same time, a second class change prompt appeared before the player's eyes. Quest 2, accumulate 100 piety towards the Floating Winter Goddess. Once piety reaches 100, the class change quest will be complete, and you will receive the special class Living Saint of the Winter Goddess. Upon seeing this, even though the player had some mental preparation, when he saw that he could actually become a living saint, he was completely stunned. Holy cow! This is incredible. If he hadn't seen the living saint sweeping across the battlefield earlier, he wouldn't have cared so much. At most, he would have wondered what kind of strange new class this was. But after seeing how Saint Sophia had unleashed her power on the battlefield earlier, he immediately realized what a terrifying existence a living saint was. However, he really wanted to know how this piety was accumulated. Could it be that he had to go to church and worship the deity in his spare time, accumulating piety bit by bit? However, just as the player was still pondering how to accumulate piety, the 2 people from the Frostwinter Church beside him also felt something was amiss. Because after asking around, they learned from the player that he had not felt any divine power and had not displayed any abilities different from others. Of course, the player's various special skills on the battlefield didn't count, as these skills were common to every player and were considered player characteristics. After much deliberation, the 2 Frostwinter Church members still couldn't figure out what was going on. Why, despite the player having obtained Saint Sophia's sacred relic, had he not received the blessing of the Winter Goddess or had divine power bestowed upon him by the Winter Goddess? Could it be that this sacred relic was fake? The 2 church members discussed for a long time, finally coming to a somewhat uncertain conclusion. The reason the soldier in front of them had not displayed any divine power of the floating Winter Goddess was very likely because he did not believe in the Winter Goddess at all. Although he was a valiant warrior, chosen by the Winter Goddess on the battlefield for some unknown reason, and was granted Saint Sophia's sacred relic. However, because this person did not believe in the floating Winter Goddess, communication between him and the Winter Goddess was almost non-existent, which led to him not receiving any divine power from the goddess. Upon realizing this, the 2 floating Winter Church members were completely confused as to why the goddess would suddenly choose such a person with no faith as a potential living saint this time. Could it be that their devout faith, which they practiced daily, was ultimately less appealing to the goddess than this individual who lacked any faith? Although the group was extremely puzzled, they immediately took the player with them. A crowd quickly gathered around the soldier, rushing to the train station to prepare to leave by train. They didn't have much time to linger here, as the living saint who had come here was originally to investigate and had only ventured to such a northern front. He only had half a day to stay here. Because besides this front line, there were many other front lines in critical condition, and he still needed to exert his strength and kill enemies on those battlefields. Seeing the player inexplicably taken away by the church members, other players felt envious. Because before being taken away, the player had screenshot all the system prompts he had triggered and sent them to the other players' game pods. What was this? This was blatant showing off. Damn these lucky European players, why didn't they trigger such a magical class change? Many players felt heartbroken, never expecting that such an outrageous class change was hidden within this game. The thought of their companion, who had been hiding in trenches with them enduring artillery shells, soon transforming into a living saint who could sweep across battlefields, made these players' hearts ache. They feared their brother's suffering, yet also feared their brother getting rich. The thought of having such a lucky European player beside them, who had inexplicably obtained a god-tier class change, gave them an urge to drag the European player and burn him. Besides these players, other ordinary soldiers also looked at the taken soldier with expressions of surprise and envy. They had no idea what had happened to that soldier, but they knew that this soldier had been personally invited by two big figures from the Frostwinter Church to join the church. So, it was clear that this person joining the church was bound to lead to a meteoric rise. If he were just an ordinary junior priest, he wouldn't have been personally invited by two big figures. Especially since some soldiers had recognized the bishop's identity, knowing that this bishop was one of the Empire's renowned living saints, they were even more excited beyond words. The thought that a comrade beside them had been personally invited by a living saint to join the church, filled them with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. What does it mean to rise to prominence overnight? This is what it means to rise to prominence overnight. This was even more of a meteoric rise than inexplicably becoming a noble lord. However, their commotion didn't last long, because Andrei quickly stepped forward and called out to them to continue training, and after completing their morning exercises, to immediately return to the barracks to rest and prepare for the next day's campaign. Seeing Andrei step forward, these soldiers quickly stopped their discussions and instead systematically resumed the morning exercise training they hadn't finished earlier. After all, they had to give the division commander some face. Compared to these vague matters, they might as well consider tomorrow's war. In Andrei's unit, many soldiers had only just arrived here, and they hadn't participated in any battles on this battlefield yet. So, during the training, they also inquired with their other comrades and learned from other soldiers the astonishing achievements their unit had previously made here. The thought that their Vorontsov combat group had just arrived here and already achieved such astonishing and brilliant results, made these soldiers as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Truly worthy of being the famous miracle creator in the newspapers, this young general indeed possessed true ability. Even with only a small army, with just this small vanguard arriving on the battlefield, he could achieve such brilliant results. If he could lead all of them, wouldn't the achievements made in the future be even more glorious? In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Under the planning of Andrei and the front army headquarters, this large-scale raid would involve a total of 3 divisions. Andrei's combat group would serve as the spearhead assault division. Their subsequent forces would primarily split into 2 routes. The armored units and mechanized infantry would immediately advance along the highway towards the city of Joensuu, located in the northwest, while the remaining forces would advance by military train along the railway, under the cover of an armored train. From the very beginning, many soldiers and officers couldn't help but wonder how they would advance by military train along the railway. They didn't believe the enemy wouldn't destroy the railway here, giving them a chance to reach the city unhindered by rail. But Andrei adamantly assured them that these problems were not to be worried about, as he had already dispatched engineer units in advance to repair the railway. As long as the troops fought methodically, the enemy's destruction of the railway was not important at all. Their engineer troops had already cleared mines ahead and repaired the damaged railway. Hearing Andrei say this, although many still had doubts in their hearts, they could only temporarily follow Andrei's plan. Andrei's unit had no other mission than to break through the front lines as quickly as possible. The remaining 2 infantry divisions were to follow up swiftly after Andrei's breakthrough, occupy the towns and villages along the way, and ultimately cooperate with Andrei to capture the city of Joensuu. As long as they could capture Joensuu, they could not only cut off the enemy's attack front, preventing them from advancing further south to encircle Petrograd. At the same time, they could even threaten the enemy's capital, Helsinki. As long as they occupied Joensuu, this vital transportation hub, the armored units could then drive straight along the highway, heading directly towards Helsinki. Although they understood that even if they occupied this city, they couldn't possibly send a single unit to penetrate so deeply and attack the enemy's capital directly, that would be no different from sending troops to their deaths. But no matter what, as long as they could occupy the city, their offensive and defensive situation in the Karelian region would be reversed on the spot. By then, they could launch a full-scale counterattack against the enemy and reclaim the lost territories. Regarding General Sheltov's enthusiastic deployment, Andrei merely curled his lips indifferently, expressing great disdain for the arrangement. General Sheltov was too eager, he urgently wanted to achieve results and push the enemy back. But in fact, they currently lacked the ability to push the enemy back, even if they occupied Joensuu. Vast areas in the north were extremely desolate plains, along with various complex forest terrains, and countless large and small lakes dotted the landscape. In such terrain, their main forces could not deploy at all, only allowing a small number of infantry to infiltrate the front, slowly advancing along small paths. Fighting the enemy in such terrain was completely suicidal. The enemy only needed to deploy some troops randomly in the jungle to easily cut off the Cambrian army's routes and logistical supplies. Therefore, in Andrei's view, achieving a breakthrough in Joensuu was easy, but achieving a breakthrough in the north was almost impossible. Unless they had the ability to truly make Ostrania feel the pain, or even force them to withdraw from this war, otherwise, relying on a direct attack to reclaim the lost northern territories, the probability was extremely slim. There was no other way, the quality gap between the soldiers of both sides was too great, not to mention the opponent's home field advantage. Due to their backward industry and lack of heavy weaponry, coupled with their past need to defend against the Cambrian Empire's invasion rather than launch a counterattack against it. Therefore, the Outlandians had always placed great importance on guerrilla warfare training, being particularly adept at small-scale combat against the enemy in various complex terrains. If soldiers were truly sent to fight the enemy in such complex terrain, it would be like the German army charging into Stalingrad in 42. By then, these Cambrian soldiers would definitely fully experience what it means for the trees in the forest to speak and what it feels like to be surrounded by enemies from all directions. It was precisely because of this that Andrei proposed his previous concentrated defense strategy, with heavy artillery fortresses in a few areas echoing each other. Wasn't it because, away from the towns and their home turf, they truly couldn't fight the enemy in the wilderness? However, since the front army commander had already set the counterattack plan, Andrei naturally couldn't jump out at this time and openly contradict him. Regardless of his background, he was currently just an ordinary major general, while the front army commander was an old general. Challenging the other party's authority at this time, was he afraid his military rank was too high and he wouldn't have a chance to be sidelined? After the offensive plan was decided, Andrei's troops began to act first. With the armored units as the spearhead, followed closely by a large number of mechanized infantry, Andrei's mixed armored unit set off first, driving majestically along the highway. But even faster than the armored units were Andrei's Air Force units, which had departed earlier from the field airport, and an armored train carrying a large number of player engineers. As of now, Andrei had a total of 2 armored trains. One was assigned to patrol the railway along the Murmansk line, doing its utmost to destroy saboteurs on the railway and ensure its smooth operation, while the other armored train was assigned to attack Joensuu along the railway. As for the armored train that was originally responsible for clearing the way for his army before these 2 armored trains were recruited, unfortunately, that armored train had already been destroyed by the enemy. Although armored trains were indeed powerful, they were not omnipotent and were subject to many restrictions. The most troublesome point was that their travel path was fixed, so the enemy had plenty of ways to set up an ambush in advance in front of an armored train. That armored train was an example. On its way to Murmansk, an Outlandian sabotage team had planted a large amount of explosives on the tracks in advance. When the armored train passed by, they immediately detonated the explosives, blowing up the massive armored locomotive and a section of the track into the sky. There was no other way. Although the spies in the city had been caught, they had still played some role before Andrei apprehended them. For example, they had sent out the armored train's timetable, informing the sabotage team when it would arrive. Although they hadn't been able to infiltrate enough undercover agents into the train station, and no agent could directly access something like a train timetable. The problem was, the Cambrian Empire's armored train was simply too punctual. These spies in the city only needed to record daily when the armored train arrived at the station, when it arrived at other stations, and then, by marking on a map and calculating its speed, they could naturally determine when the train would reach which location and arrange for the sabotage team to destroy it. So before setting off, Andrei had warned the players to be extremely careful and to pay attention to potential bombs planted on the tracks. If they found an enemy ambush near the tracks, they were not to hesitate, they were to immediately send engineers to patrol ahead of the tracks, while using the armored train's firepower to clear out nearby enemies. Anyway, players had a mini-map, so they weren't afraid of enemies ambushing from the grass. And according to Andrei's understanding, these guys didn't seem to have developed any long-distance detonation technology yet. Hoping to press a button from a far distance to detonate was clearly impossible. Therefore, if they wanted to ambush an armored train, they would have to hide near the tracks in advance. As Andrei's troops began their operation, at the same time, the Outlandians also launched a new round of military action. They had not anticipated that the enemy might attack along the already damaged railway, nor had they expected that the enemy's speed in repairing the railway could even be faster than their speed in destroying it. So this time, after learning through certain channels that the enemy was launching an attack with a large number of armored vehicles and mechanized infantry, the Outlandians immediately began preparing ambushes near the highway, with artillery units, landmines, and specialized anti-armor infantry units all concentrated in the jungles near the highway. The vast forest in this area provided their best cover, they only needed to hide in these woods, and it would be very difficult for the enemy to discover their presence. Ha ha ha, it seems the Cambrian army still hasn't learned its lesson this time. In the command post, the Outlandian Lieutenant General, General Megining, who served as the commander of the Karelian army group, was gesticulating on the map, letting out bursts of hearty laughter. It seems they have forgotten how our troops severely crushed them in the last war. They actually want to replicate the previous military operation. Sending large numbers of main forces along these narrow roads, through dense forests, to attack us, this is absolutely a huge blunder. It's time for our troops hidden in the forest to show off and give them a little shock. But no sooner had Lieutenant General Megining finished speaking than a telegram from the front line suddenly arrived at the command post. When he saw the telegram from the front, the general, who had just been laughing heartily, instantly turned grim, fully demonstrating a face-changing act in front of all the staff officers. "General, what happened?" Seeing his general's grim face, a staff officer stepped forward and cautiously inquired from the side. "Damn it, the enemy's air force silently launched an airstrike against our troops hidden in the forest, dropping a large number of incendiary bombs. Our ambush hidden in the forest was discovered by the enemy in advance, and we are now suffering heavy losses. This is completely unscientific. How could they see soldiers hidden in the forest from the sky?" At this point, Lieutenant General Megining cast a suspicious glance around, but he said nothing else. He now strongly suspected that there might be traitors within his troops, and the betrayer could very well be in the command post. Unless they knew about this operation plan in advance, how else could the enemy know exactly where their hidden army was located in the forest? Cambrian's people didn't have X-ray vision, their air force shouldn't be able to see troops hidden in dense forests. The general did not know that while the Cambrians did not have X-ray vision, the players did. The Air Force, having just arrived at the battlefield from the air and preparing to launch airstrikes on enemy targets, immediately noticed a large number of red dots in the forest below on their minimap. At such a time, how could they not quickly throw 2 signal flares to mark them, and at the same time, drop more bombs down there? Chapter 216 The enemy withdrew an armored train and called in the Air Force. The players' sudden impact completely disrupted the Austrania army's carefully planned ambush, leaving them somewhat flustered. Their frontline troops had been almost completely annihilated, and even the few soldiers who returned alive were like madmen, constantly shouting incomprehensible things. At least, Lieutenant General Megnan himself didn't understand what they meant by enemies crawling out of hell and a group of enemies like living dead attacking them. Unfortunately, Lieutenant General Megnan, who had never witnessed a Krieg-style attack, could not imagine that such a mad army could exist in this world. If he could see those Black Hawk people soldiers charging fearlessly through a hail of bullets and their own artillery fire, not making a sound even when hit by bullets or stabbed by bayonets, he would surely understand what was happening to these soldiers. There was no time to think about such things. He didn't have time to care about the psychological trauma suffered by the few escaped soldiers. He was busy issuing retreat orders to the ambush forces on the front line. Meanwhile, in Helsinki, a squadron of airships, finally resupplied and ready, slowly ascended and flew into the distance. The enemy suddenly gained strong air support on the battlefield, which inexplicably allowed the Cambrian Empire, previously at a disadvantage in air force, to regain air superiority. Facing these new types of aircraft, the Austrania people had no experience in dealing with them. But they believed that their air fleet could certainly defeat these new aircraft. There was no other reason, they simply had confidence in the industrial level of the Black Eagle Empire. The Austrania people themselves could only produce some small airships and, as it now appears, ordinary medium-sized airships of completely substandard quality. This left them almost helpless against the enemy's powerful air force, relying solely on purchases to acquire their air fleet. It can be said that the Black Eagle Empire had indeed been militarily supporting Austrania, but in this process, the Black Eagle Empire was also constantly exploiting the Austrania people through military aid. Unfortunately, the Austrania people's parliamentarians and big capitalists, in order to conceal the truth of all this, chose to incite national hatred to divert this contradiction. Most Austrania people believed that their economic backwardness was purely because they had been exploited by the Cambrian Empire for too long, and their wealth had been plundered by the Cambrians. This also made the Austrania people constantly crave a war of revenge and, consequently, join this offensive. What? The enemy's air force has been dispatched. On a T-34 tank, Andrei saw the telegram that had just arrived in his hand, nodded calmly, and then issued an order to the players to intercept the enemy's air force. Since the enemy's air force had been dispatched, it was a good opportunity to eliminate all of them and protect the skies above the troops. After arriving at this battlefield, Andrei increasingly felt the importance of air superiority. For example, in previous battles, he was clearly militarily weaker than the enemy, but with the planes operated by the players, he, holding absolute air superiority, could first launch a fierce bombing campaign against the enemy, causing them heavy losses. Not only that, the air force constantly circling overhead would greatly demoralize the enemy and make it difficult for them to organize. When they faced overwhelming bombings and couldn't gather their troops, no matter how many troops they had, they would just be a scattered mess. However, Andrei was very interested to know what level the Austrania People's Air Force was at. To be honest, the Black Hawk Air Force had indeed brought him quite a shock before, but overall, the enemy's airships clearly had limitations. If the Austrania People's Air Force had no special units and still followed the old pattern of the Black Eagle Empire, then he wouldn't worry about the player's air force. As for whether something would go wrong if his air force rushed into the enemy's depth before the enemy's air force even reached the front line? For example, accidentally exceeding the distance limit, causing players to go beyond the battle zone? Andrei was very confident about this. He still hadn't figured out the exact range of his air force's activities. However, regarding the ground forces, through the player's rail transport, he had already tested the approximate range of his current ground forces activities. Andrei was very pleased that after his promotion to general, the player's range of activity had indeed seen a qualitative improvement. Before this, when he was a lieutenant colonel, a player had traveled 20 kilometers but still hadn't exceeded the activity range. Now, according to current extreme tests, his players can be more than 400 kilometers away from him, with an activity range of about 500 kilometers. The reason he was able to measure this data was that Andrei discovered it when players were transporting troops by rail. When Andrei arrived at Petrozavodsk, the players, who were continuously transporting supplies to Luga city in southern Petrograd, suddenly received a notification that they had exceeded their activity range. Based on this, Andrei estimated that his players' current maximum activity range is about 500 kilometers. It must be said, this is truly a qualitative leap. He didn't know why his activity range had become so large after he was promoted to Major General. But then again, when he was a Lieutenant Colonel, he hadn't really tested how much his players' activity range had increased. Mainly, the battlefield at that time was only so large, and he wouldn't build a field airport too far away, nor would he idly send a group of people to launch a deep penetration attack. So at that time, he really didn't know how large his activity range was. If the player's activity range had already reached tens of kilometers back then an increase to 500 kilometers now seems quite normal. But it must be said, even after the activity range increased to 500 kilometers, Andrei was still surprised. Because within such a large activity range, his troops could even engage in multi-front warfare. If it weren't for insufficient troops, he would seriously consider engaging the enemy on multiple fronts. The player who was previously selected as a living saint candidate was relatively lucky and was not taken too far by the church, but directly to the floating winter church in Petrograd. Therefore, this player did not exceed Andrei's activity range and naturally joined the floating winter church, starting his living saint promotion mission. Unfortunately, from the current chat records, Andrei felt that this player's living saint promotion mission didn't seem to be going very smoothly. He prayed devoutly for a long time, but his piety didn't increase at all, which made him doubt life for a moment, wondering if the game had a bug. Andrei wasn't quite sure what was going on, but he wasn't worried, because the floating winter church was even more anxious than he was. The people of the floating winter church were also stumped. They completely failed to understand what was going on with the winter goddess this time, to choose such a fellow with almost zero faith to be the next living saint. But there was no choice, this guy had even obtained the heart of winter. What else could they do? The sacred relic of a living saint is not something that can be achieved through organ transplant surgery, it's almost entirely chosen by God. Otherwise, if the sacred relic of a living saint could be achieved through transplant surgery, the powerful figures within their church would have long monopolized the sacred relic within their own families. Now the people of the floating winter church are also wondering how to make this living saint candidate more intimate with the goddess. They also don't know if the goddess can communicate through dreams and directly enlighten him. Besides this method, they really don't know how to make this person develop faith in the goddess. This was the first time they had encountered such an oddity, a warrior who didn't believe in the winter goddess at all. The enemy forces hidden in the forest suffered heavy losses due to the previous air raid. To be precise, their soldier losses were not very high, but the losses of anti-tank guns and howitzers were severe. The loss of these heavy equipment was even more unacceptable to the Ostrania people than the loss of their soldiers. For the Ostrania people's military, ordinary soldiers could be easily mobilized. Their country had plenty of fanatical youths who could be sent to the battlefield after being given a gun and 2 days of training. But the problem was that their country really couldn't produce heavy artillery or similar items, not even anti-tank guns, because these things required extremely high barrel pressure. Now it was almost impossible for them to buy from the Black Eagle Empire, as the Black Eagle Empire's own production capacity couldn't keep up. The Wuxiao Empire had already cut off all trade ties with them, and many of the small surrounding countries had been annihilated by the Black Eagle Empire. After all this calculation, it seemed they really had no other channels to purchase weapons and equipment except through trade with the neutral country of Svea, but Svea was rich in iron ore, not weapons and equipment, so they had no heavy artillery to sell them. Deep in the dense forest, large numbers of Ostrania people soldiers were hastily retreating along the forest paths, preparing to change their tactics again. After some discussion, their various units decided to break up into smaller groups, scattering the entire force as quickly as possible, and fighting in the forest based on squads and platoons. This way, although it would be unlikely for them to gather powerful heavy firepower, such scattered units would be enough to become the enemy's nightmare. During the day, the sky and ground belonged to the enemy, but at night, they believed they could definitely become vengeful spirits. This was not just their imagination, but something they had put into practice in previous battles. When they first launched a fierce attack on the Cambrian army at the border, they discovered that launching strong attacks on the enemy during the day was quite ineffective. They found it difficult not to be suppressed by the enemy's firepower. If it weren't for the Cambrian Empire's air force having suffered too many losses from the Black Eagle Empire previously, thus losing air superiority all at once, their disadvantage during the day might have been even more pronounced. But at night, their elite infiltration teams and various assault teams could easily penetrate the enemy's positions, causing them huge losses. The Cambrians' people's psychological quality was too poor, many soldiers had barely even touched a gun. Facing their night raids, these guys were completely unable to organize an effective counterattack. Many soldiers, hearing the screams of their teammates beside them, would even suffer mental breakdowns on the spot. Therefore, this time they decided to replicate the previous war process. If the enemy's armored units wanted to advance, let them continue to advance. Once these armored units and the main army had passed, they would begin to attack the enemy's vulnerable rear. They also didn't believe that the enemy's armored units wouldn't need supplies and fuel from behind. Speaking of which, Andrei had indeed discovered a problem before. The tanks he recruited from the system also needed to burn fuel. If all these things replicated the original game's mechanics, then it's clear that tanks in the game wouldn't need fuel. After all, which battlefield tank crew, while driving a tank, runs out of fuel mid-battle and has to get out to refuel it? But after arriving here, Andrei's tank now had a fuel gauge. Once this bar, in the player's eyes, was depleted, the tank would immediately lose its mobility. So, from this perspective, Andrei's armored units truly couldn't operate without rear logistics, and the same went for the vehicles. Therefore, besides the players on the front line assaulting with Andrei, there was also a group of players in the rear specifically responsible for escorting the transport vehicles. To incentivize these players, Andrei even deliberately raised the rewards for escorting transport vehicles, ensuring they could earn ample merit for doing so. There was no other way, otherwise, all the players would run to the front lines to fight, leaving no one to guard the supply lines in the rear, and Andrei truly didn't trust other allied forces. Having witnessed the entire course of the Soviet-Finnish War, he naturally understood the Cambrian Empire's disadvantage in this conflict. Once troops advanced too deeply, enemies from the dense forest could easily cut off their supply lines. Before long, the trapped frontline armies would collapse and be utterly defeated. Compared to Andrei's force advancing along the central route, which remained cautious, the armored train moving along the railway on the other side adopted a much bolder stance. Through the mini-map, players could see the damaged tracks ahead one step in advance, and then engineers would jump off the train and run forward to repair the railway. It must be said that Australia's method of destroying railways was truly not very clever. They only chose a few small sections, digging up one rail to create a gap in the railway. If it were normal engineers, repairing such a gap wouldn't be easy, they would need to specifically dispatch a batch of rails from the rear to fix it. But for player engineers, such a minor issue could be solved simply by tightening it with a wrench. Compared to the Iris Empire's method of demolishing railways with railway demolition vehicles, Australia's railway demolition operations were simply too primitive. Relying on those special demolition vehicles, the Iris Empire could destroy over 800 kilometers of railway in a single day, making it impossible for the Black Eagle Empire to repair. If they could lay over 800 kilometers of railway in a day, they would have been invincible long ago. Why would infantry need to walk on two legs during wartime? Just have the engineers lay railways all the way, and the armored train pulls the main force forward all the way. That would solve the problem directly. If it weren't for the Iris Empire's severe misjudgment at the beginning of the war, leading to heavy losses for its main army, and the subsequent emergence of numerous peace faction traitors within the country, their war wouldn't have been fought so poorly. The player engineers quickly repaired the damaged railway, and the armored train continued to advance. But before long, they encountered a new problem. They discovered explosives already laid on the tracks. It was incredibly perilous. If the engineer players, while holding their wrenches, couldn't see where landmines and explosives were, with exclamation marks automatically appearing in their vision as alerts, they might have driven directly onto the explosives. The enemy's skill in burying explosives was far superior to their own skill in burying landmines in the game. When players placed landmines, they would just casually find a suitable spot and then simply throw the landmine onto the ground. However, the explosives laid by the enemy were all hidden on the side of the tracks. Unless someone specifically stood on the tracks and peered in, the explosives wouldn't be visible from other angles. Damn it, these Austrania are truly despicable, using this method to restrict the armored train. The driver in the armored train, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but curse. He felt that his journey was extremely unlucky. Be content. Didn't we also like to bury landmines on the railway when we played Battlefield? It's a shame their explosives here can't be blown up, they can only be slowly dismantled by engineers. Otherwise, I would have solved these problems directly with the autocannon. Another player operating an autocannon advised his companion with an indifferent expression. Compared to the landmines they habitually placed on the tracks, the bombs buried here by the enemy were all classic C4. This stuff was a typical inert bomb. Unless a detonator was inserted, it couldn't be detonated by shooting it with a gun. In the dense forest near the railway, a prepared Austrania unit watched the scene before them in stunned silence. Damn it, how did the enemy know we had buried explosives here? When did they discover them? A military officer holding a pistol, seeing this scene, was somewhat at a loss. He looked at his companions around him with a bewildered gaze, and the pistol in his hand unconsciously and quietly pointed at them. He now strongly suspected that there might be a traitor in his team. If someone hadn't tipped them off, how could he possibly know so much about the placement of the explosives? For a normal person, who, while a train is speeding, can look ahead and tell where explosives are? They didn't bury the explosives in the middle of the railway and then put up a sign. Captain, don't be rash. Perhaps the enemy has something like a mage. There's no time to think too much. Tell the brothers to quickly detonate the bombs and catch them off guard first. Seeing the captain's gaze, the adjutant beside him immediately understood what his superior was thinking. However, at such a critical moment, how could they worry about whether there was a traitor in their team? The most important thing now was to quickly eliminate the enemy and escape. But before they could make a move, the high-explosive autocannon on the armored train suddenly aimed in their direction and then unleashed a barrage of fierce bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Dense shells continuously shot into the forest. As soon as someone was hit by a shell, the exploding autocannon shells would instantly tear them to pieces. The terrifying firepower suppressed this small squad, making it impossible for them to lift their heads. Clutching his broken arm, the adjutant in the team grimaced in pain, struggling to find his superior. But when he looked back, he saw that the captain, who had been fine just moments before, had now been hit in the chest by a shell, and his entire body had been blown into 2 pieces. Damn it, this is impossible. How did they discover us? Examining his hiding spot, he completely couldn't understand how the enemy could possibly see them. For this attack, each of them wore ghillie suits, lying almost motionless in the grass, with a large amount of bushes providing cover in front. Could it be that the wires they used to detonate the explosives exposed their position? Just as he thought this, a cannon suddenly fired a shot at his position, instantly blowing him into the sky, and then he knew nothing more. The players in the armored train looked at the exploding scene in the distance, then at their constantly increasing merit, and their manner of operating the autocannon became increasingly brutal. They should have realized it long ago, since the enemy had placed explosives here, and these explosives required a detonator to explode, there must be enemies ambushing nearby. Before this, the players hadn't noticed the enemies on the side because their train was stopped at a relatively long distance, and the enemies hadn't entered the display range of their minimap. But just as the engineer rushed forward to dismantle the bomb, he suddenly saw several red dots appear on his minimap in a blink of an eye, so he quickly notified the armored train behind. Immediately after, the armored train fully demonstrated its powerful firepower. In fact, earlier, when the armored train stopped due to broken tracks, several Austrania soldiers wanted to ambush the armored train from the side. However, their superior mercilessly rejected this foolish suggestion, saying that if they had used even a little common sense when proposing this, they wouldn't have come up with such an absurd ambush plan. If it were another time, for example, if they only needed to hijack an ordinary train, they would certainly rush out from the side when the train stopped, and then swarm it. But facing such an armored train, which was like a mobile fortress, how were they supposed to fight it? Even if they had set up several anti-tank guns on the side beforehand, it would probably be difficult to inflict serious damage on this armored train, and immediately after, its fierce firepower would wipe them all out. That's why they formulated the strategy of using bombs to destroy the armored train, but their ambush was discovered by the enemy in advance. Ostrania had not only one ambush point on the railway but many. From time to time, soldiers who had placed bombs would hide nearby, ready to take out the armored train at any moment. However, they all encountered the exact same problem. As soon as the armored train approached, it noticed the bombs ahead and then found a place to stop. They completely couldn't understand how the enemy kept discovering the bombs they had placed. They had clearly taken special care of the wires when burying the bombs, covering them all with dirt and fallen leaves. Logically, from such a distance, they shouldn't have been able to observe such fine details. But in reality, players were able to discover their buried bombs in advance every time and launch a thunderous strike against the ambushing soldiers on their flanks at the fastest speed. And sometimes, after the armored train had traveled a section of railway, it would even choose to suddenly reverse, moving backward again. This sudden maneuver caught Ostrania off guard even more. Some of them had originally hoped to wait for the armored train to pass, and then they would go after the softer targets that followed behind. Things like military trains and transport vehicles generally didn't have very strong protection, and because the armored train was clearing the way ahead, they often relaxed their guard. At that time, by launching a sudden attack when their vigilance was at its lowest, they would surely be able to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Unfortunately, just as they gathered, they saw the armored train that had already passed by actually coming back. Ostrania truly couldn't figure out what mode of operation the enemy's armored train was following. How could they drive an armored train on the railway as casually as driving a car on a highway, going wherever they pleased? Clearly, Ostrania still hadn't figured out the players' activity patterns. For these players, when they were fighting, they naturally wanted to go wherever they wanted. Sometimes, if a player felt they were moving too far ahead and were somewhat disconnected from other military trains rushing towards them from behind, they would naturally start moving backward again. Anyway, when driving an armored train, they needed to constantly sweep the tracks along the way. Who knew when new enemies would spawn behind them? Under the fierce assault of the armored train, Ostrania truly couldn't sit still. They had toiled for a long time, and the damage they inflicted on this railway was almost zero. What made them even more bewildered was that the enemy repaired the damaged railway at an incredible speed. The other side had somehow mastered some strange special technique. Their speed in repairing railways completely exceeded their expectations, and this couldn't continue. If this trend continued, this armored train might even drive all the way to Helsinki and directly bombard their capital. Therefore, to deal with this armored train, the Ottlandians went all out. A howitzer regiment, risking being taken out by the Air Force, urgently arrived here, ready to bombard the armored train on the tracks. Although the probability of hitting a high-speed train on tracks with this method was minuscule, they had no other choice. If they truly disregarded the cost, they might send out armored forces to directly confront the armored train, but doing so would likely wipe out their forces entirely. Unless they were insane, why would they mobilize an army to directly clash with an armored train? If it weren't for their failure to ambush the armored train on the railway due to their inability to destroy the tracks, they wouldn't have had to urgently deploy an artillery unit. After roughly calculating the enemy armored train's speed, this howitzer regiment quickly moved to a position and deployed, then aimed their cannons at the distant tracks. They didn't know when the enemy's train would arrive, so near the tracks, there were suicide squads holding signal flares, ready to launch them at any moment. As soon as the enemy's armored train appeared, they would immediately send out a signal. But even so, they knew that given the armored train's speed, it would quickly move out of their bombardment zone. Although the howitzer's range of over 10 kilometers seemed far, for a high-speed armored train, it wouldn't take long to escape their firing range. So, in that limited time, they could only bombard a very few times, and had to rely everything on luck. As the armored train rumbled into the artillery position's firing range, a soldier hiding in the forest nervously gripped a signal flare. He had already seen the enemy's train, but he didn't fire the signal flare immediately. Instead, he waited for the train to go a bit deeper before launching it. Otherwise, he worried about alerting the enemy, and the train might reverse and flee as soon as it saw the signal flare. But at that moment, the sentry was horrified to discover that a cannon on the side of the armored train was aimed directly at him. Damn it! He hadn't done anything, just been lying here quietly. How did they find him? Before he could pull the signal flare, the distant armored train took out this hidden daredevil with a single shot. However, the Ottlandians obviously wouldn't set up only one observation post here. As this unlucky fellow was taken out, another nearby observation post quickly fired a signal flare to alert the artillery behind them. Attention! Aim at the direction of the signal flare and hit them hard. Standing on a small high ground, the artillery officer, who had been waiting for the signal, immediately ordered the artillery to fire urgently towards the red smoke column that finally rose in the distance. Boom! 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 A series of cannon shots rang out, and multiple 120mm howitzers continuously fired, sending shell after shell towards the distance. Although they had seen the location of the signal flare, they still couldn't be sure exactly where the enemy's armored train was, because that thing moved, and moved very fast. Once the signal flare was launched, the opposing train would only need a few seconds to quickly move past, and what bothered them most was that they didn't know whether the armored train would continue forward or quickly reverse and move backward. Considering the armored train's inertia, they believed it was unlikely for the opponent to reverse at such a moment, as reversing would take even more time. Compared to the Cambrian Empire, an Ottlandian howitzer regiment was noticeably less well equipped. In this regiment, they only had a total of 36 120mm howitzers. 36 heavy cannons projecting firepower simultaneously into the distance looked earth-shattering, but the final dispersion was very scattered. On one hand, howitzers are not that precise to begin with, on the other hand, the Ottlandians needed to make the shells more dispersed to increase the strike area. After all that effort, their fierce bombardment ultimately failed to land a single shell on the armored train. If anything, the closest shell landed about 30 meters from the armored train, and even some shrapnel flew over. But such small shrapnel had no substantial killing power against the armored train's thick armor. The sudden shelling startled the player, who quickly reversed the armored train and simultaneously asked the player operating the mortar in the front. Quick, quick, where are the enemies? Can our mortar hit them? After firing 2 trial shots towards the origin of the shells, the player in charge of the front mortar shook his head. Not really, they're too far from us, out of range. We need to retreat quickly. Let's pull back for now. Once our artillery catches up, we'll go after their artillery position. The player gestured, realizing that from the overhead view of his cannon, he couldn't find the enemy's howitzer position at all. Clearly, the enemy was already out of their range. But this was understandable, as the mortar equipped on their armored train was actually a 76mm mountain gun. The maximum range of this Russian-made cannon was only 5,500 meters, so it couldn't reach the enemy no matter what. Another player asked, puzzled. Why are we retreating already? Aren't we going to charge straight through? Please, is your head that hard? What if we accidentally take too many hits up front, or there's some other nasty surprise waiting for us that traps us? What then? Who knows how many cannons the enemy has deployed here? I don't want to be scurrying around in a hail of gunfire the whole way. Due to the unrepairable nature of the armored train, the player was relatively cautious when driving this big baby, fearing that the enemy might accidentally destroy the train. Of course, the armored train wasn't entirely unrepairable. If a tank with repair skills stopped next to the train, it could exploit a bug and receive some slow repairs. In a game like Battlefield, this repair method wasn't practical, as a tank would only restore a tiny bit of the armored train's health after much effort, and in combat, players obviously couldn't spare a large number of tanks specifically to repair a single train. But here, the situation was irrelevant. It wasn't a constant war here, they also had opportunities to retreat to the rear for rest, not to mention the map was so large and there were so many tanks. If they retreated to the rear first, gathered a dozen tanks for repairs, the entire armored train could be fully restored in minutes. So, completely different from what the Ottlandians imagined. The player's armored train didn't have the severe inertial limitations of reality, reversing at a surprisingly fast speed, plus they were unwilling to take risks. Thus, the armored train, which was expected to charge forward, unknowingly withdrew from the howitzer's firing range, while the artillery regiment was still continuously firing forward. Having almost suffered a loss here, the player naturally wouldn't fail to seek revenge. Are you kidding? They were inexplicably shelled by the enemy, were they going to let these artillerymen celebrate the new year? So, in the players' chat area, players immediately started tagging Air Force comrades, telling them to hurry over and bomb the enemy's howitzers. But at this moment, the Air Force said they were busy too, because they had already engaged the Ottlandian Air Force. Hehehe, good, really good. The Ottlandian Air Force is much weaker than the Black Hawk People's Air Force. Strange, I wonder what's going on with their shields? Why is there such a big difference compared to the Black Hawk side's airship shields? A player sat in the bomber's cockpit, continuously firing at an enemy airship with the high explosive cannon located in the nose, actually managing to shoot down this medium-sized airship. When he saw the airship slowly falling to the ground, he was momentarily puzzled. Don't these airships all have void shields or something? When did void shields become so fragile? Meanwhile, the Ottlandians inside the airship were also cursing loudly. On one hand, they cursed the surrounding strange aircraft for being too agile, like large, buzzing flies. On the other hand, they also bitterly cursed the Black Eagle Empire for selling them shoddy airships. Clearly, when the Black Eagle Empire sold weapons externally, they naturally withheld their best items and instead sold some monkey versions of things. For example, the airships the Black Eagle Empire sold to the Ottlandians had a shield system that lacked the most crucial magic crystal power supply, and only had a void shield spell slot. And then the trouble began. The reason the Black Eagle Empire's airship shields were so sturdy, able to withstand overwhelming bombardment for a long time, was because their shields were powered by magic crystals. Mages would preemptively infuse magic into the magic crystals, like carrying a bunch of batteries. At critical moments, these batteries had extremely strong endurance. But the Ottlandian airships lacked this most crucial component, they could only send mages to the airships to provide power. Although, by relying on the deflection shield spell pre-engraved on the spellboard, Ostrania didn't need to find someone who understood the spell, only mages with sufficient magic power. But even if they had mages dispatched to their airships, their power supply was still very weak, as a mage's magic power was ultimately limited. If it weren't for this, the Cambrian Empire's living saints wouldn't seem so powerful. Isn't it because living saints have immense power? At this moment, the Ottlandians realized they were facing unprecedented obstacles. Especially against these extremely agile aircraft and pilots with unbelievably powerful abilities, they suddenly discovered that their proud shapeshifter tactics were no longer effective. In the past, the Ottlandians, relying on shapeshifters, had specially trained a batch of boarding teams for airship combat, keeping this unit a secret and never revealing it to anyone. They had originally planned to bring a huge surprise to the Cambrian Empire's airships when the war started, but only then did they realize that facing those small, circling aircraft, they couldn't board them at all. Chapter 217. Why is Austrania's airship bombing its own capital? Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. On a large airship, Austrania's artilleries were desperately operating anti-aircraft guns, continuously firing into the sky, while a spellcaster, dressed like a savage pulled from a forest, was doing his utmost to maintain the void shield. Master, just hold on a little longer, our artilleries will take down the enemy soon. Beside this spellcaster, an officer cheered him on while telling someone to quickly bring a small bottle of potion. This colorless and transparent potion was produced by the Wuxiao Empire's Royal Mage Association and could be used to quickly restore magic, but using this potion also came with a very dangerous price: magic addiction. Once spellcasters became accustomed to the taste of suddenly gaining a large amount of magic, they were highly likely to become addicted to this short-term boost of power, leading to a reliance on this potion. Moreover, excessive use of this potion would also reduce the efficiency of a mage's own meditation for magic recovery. Because when their bodies got used to this efficient method of magic replenishment, they would subconsciously feel uncomfortable trying to draw magic from the great source through meditation again. This was like people who were pampered daily and accustomed to refined food suddenly being forced to eat coarse food. Their digestive systems would immediately suffer from indigestion. But in such a critical moment, how could the spellcaster care about so much? He quickly grabbed the potion, skillfully flicked open the cap with one hand, and then drank the transparent liquid in the small test tube in one gulp. There was no other way. If he didn't continuously replenish his magic in this manner, he would have already been unable to maintain the shield before him. Damn it, he felt he shouldn't have participated in this war. It was a huge loss. If it weren't for the council offering their treasured spell inheritances as an enticement, hiring a group of mages to join the war, they really wouldn't have been able to maintain the void shields of these airships. As for letting noble mage lords join other battlefields, that was even more unthinkable. Other battlefields posed greater threats. In comparison, hiding in a shielded airship was relatively safer, and the environment inside the airship was much better than being outside. Although being in an airship and enduring the cold wind wasn't a pleasant experience, one could always just wear more clothes. But on the ground, whether it was the shells constantly raining down, or constantly huddling in dirty, cramped trenches, or the foul-smelling field hospitals, all made the mage lords feel even more unacceptable. As a fresh surge of magic was injected into the shield system, the previously precarious void shield solidified once again, returning to a stable state. Seeing this, the player operating the fighter jets, constantly bombarding the airship, couldn't help but want to curse. How many times has this happened? Every time, he felt as if he only needed to push a little harder to directly shatter the airship's shield and then easily destroy the airship. But in reality, the airship would always inexplicably flash its shield and then return to its full state. He wondered if there was a bug in the game or if this airship had some special function. Without time to think too much, another player parachuted from a bomber, initiating a boarding action on the airship below. It was the player with the ID Brotherhunen who led the charge. Relying on his skilled techniques and extensive experience in boarding actions, he once again landed steadily on the airship's gas bag, then quickly stood up and shot down the enemy operating the anti-aircraft machine gun on the gas bag. Using a flag, Brotherhunen quickly gathered several players who had voluntarily revived there, and then, just like before, systematically led these players to infiltrate the airship. It was a pity that because the current battle wasn't very intense, the number of players killed or wounded on this battlefield wasn't that high. Only a few recently deceased pilots had revived here. So, apart from Brotherhunen, he only managed to gather 3 players in total. But it didn't matter. Based on his past experience boarding enemy airships, 3 players should be enough to deal with the enemy. As long as he had a net tube in hand, ready to launch a bayonet charge at any moment, even if there were power-armored soldiers on the airship, he was confident he could easily take them down. In the narrow confines of an airship, where there isn't much space, a bayonet charge is simply a divine skill. Whoever gets stabbed dies. They quickly infiltrated the corridor of the airship's gas bag without encountering any obstacles or hidden power-armored soldiers. But then again, they had never seen Austrania people with power-armored soldiers. Perhaps Austrania people simply didn't have this type of soldier? If one were to compare Austrania to Finland in the early World War II, it would become clear that Austrania's industrial base was actually very weak, so it was normal for them not to be able to produce such heavy weapons. Without encountering any obstacles, the players quickly broke into the airship's cabin, but as soon as they entered, they encountered an unexpected situation. A falcon, appearing from nowhere, leaped into the air, and before one player could react, he was tackled by the enemy from the side. The steel claw set, specially designed for this falcon, savagely tore through the player's throat. The other players were just about to spray the enemy with submachine guns, but before they could even fire, the enemy on the opposite side opened fire first, and the fierce suppressive fire forced the players to retreat. The support soldier casually threw a medical kit on the ground, recovering some of his health, his expression slightly grim. What's going on? Why is Austrania's defensive power on the airship so much stronger than the Black Hawk people's? In my impression, the Black Hawk people's flight cabins are almost undefended. Those soldiers all hide in the turrets and shoot, with no one guarding against enemy boarding. Another medic player next to him shrugged, saying indifferently. Who knows, maybe they heard about the situation with the Black Hawk people and strengthened their armaments after getting the news. It's a pity this game lacks a narrative voiceover. We can't understand any of this, we can only guess. Then, he held his rifle grenade, looking eager to try it, and said. Otherwise, I'll just blast 2 grenades in there. I don't believe that if I blow this entire cabin to smithereens, the soldiers inside will still be able to save the airship. Seeing this, the remaining 2 players quickly stopped him, both reprimanding this grenade quack. Why would a medic, who is supposed to use needles, carry a rifle grenade? Wouldn't it be better to just honestly revive them? As a result, their fallen comrades couldn't be saved. But there was no other way. This player stated that he chose medic just to experience rifle grenades. If it weren't for that, why would he choose medic? The players didn't know that the Austrania people on this large airship had such strong armed forces because they originally planned to use this airship for boarding combat. In their opinion, the Cambrian Empire's airships would never expect them to use boarding methods to raid the airship's interior. By relying on this method, they could perfectly bypass the airship's void shield, and the few birds in the chaotic battlefield were also very inconspicuous. If nothing went wrong, perhaps they could even capture the Cambrians' airship this way? It wasn't until they saw the players' incredible boarding method, and witnessed players descending from the sky and then inexplicably infiltrating their airship, that these Austrania people were truly bewildered. Marty, what's happening? How did these Cambrians infiltrate us? Looking at the corpses lying on the ground, several Austrania soldiers all had grim expressions. They had never expected that before they could even launch a boarding action against the enemy had already launched one against them. This was also due to the incomplete intelligence sharing between the Black Eagle Empire and Austrania, which led to their lack of understanding of the players' tactics. After all, the Black Eagle Empire had already been humiliated enough by having 2 large airships continuously captured by the enemy because of this, so how could they possibly publicize such a shameful matter? I don't know, I suspect they might have parachuted in. Otherwise, it's not possible they're shapeshifters too, is it? The shapeshifter named Marty said cautiously, holding a submachine gun and looking towards the exit ahead, only feeling that the current situation was truly fantastical. He had considered other possibilities, but these people weren't seen with other equipment, so after much thought, he felt that parachutes were the most likely explanation. But how did he not know that the Cambrian Empire had such an elite paratrooper force? He hadn't heard of the Cambrian Empire having any particular strengths in paratroopers before. The 3rd and 4th shapeshifters in this cabin did not interject, both carefully guarded the mage at the very back, fearing any mishap to him. If this mage were gone, then they would have to step up themselves, as shapeshifters could barely be considered spell-casting units. But with the minuscule amount of magic contained within their bodies, such a shield probably couldn't be maintained for even 10 seconds, let alone withstand an enemy's fierce attack. Therefore, their biggest task was to protect their mage at all costs and absolutely not let him die. 2 Austrania artilleries emerged from the turret, holding pistols, and cautiously joined the defensive team. Currently, there were no enemies within range of their gun positions, the enemies had all gone above. Rather than staying in the cramped turret and being anxious, they might as well come out and contribute their strength. No Austrania people went through the narrow passage ahead, they were all waiting for the enemy to show their heads. Trying to go through such a place when there were several enemies ambushing with automatic weapons on the other side would absolutely be seeking death. Even elite veterans would be useless. There was no place to hide in such an area, unless a soldier in power armor charged forward, otherwise they would never be able to break through the small door ahead. However, in their opinion, these enemies should also not show their heads casually, because for the enemies, they faced the same predicament. So now it was a test of patience, whoever couldn't hold their patience first and poke their body out would face the thunderous strike from the other side. Unfortunately, they still underestimated creatures like players too much. After a few arguments, the grenade quack put away his rifle grenade and did not execute his grenade team wipe plan. Because they came to this airship not just to destroy it, but also to capture it for their own use. Brotherhood hesitated for a moment, then simply chose to immediately exchange and become a psyker. He had previously seen other players' comments about the psyker's operations in the chat area and felt that this unit didn't seem as useful as he imagined, so he hadn't bought it directly but was preparing to observe it further. But now, he felt it was better to use merit points to exchange for psykers to fight. It was only then that he realized how incredibly useful psykers, unhindered by cover and armor, were in such complex terrain warfare. Of course, if he had switched to a heavy armored sentry or trench raider at this point, he might have been able to charge through. But from a long-term perspective, buying an elite soldier set was really not as cost-effective as unlocking the psyker profession. After all, once unlocked, the more it was used, the cheaper the psyker profession became. After switching to a psyker, Brotherhood, under the envious gazes of the 2 poor players next to him, raised his position staff and used the boiling blood skill on an enemy inside. A shapeshifter, waiting patiently, suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body, couldn't help but let out a terrified scream, and then fell to the ground, twitching twice before becoming still. A soldier next to him quickly went to touch him, but as soon as he touched his skin, he was startled by the scorching temperature. Damn it, this person was practically steamed alive. Be careful, I sense the presence of a spellcaster in the enemy team. Just then, the wizard busy constantly supplying energy to the shield system suddenly turned around and said. The burst of magic power fluctuations a moment ago definitely couldn't escape his perception. Upon hearing that there was a spellcaster, the expressions on the faces of the remaining few soldiers became even more panicked. They were just ordinary soldiers, mortals of flesh and blood. How could they fight the enemy's wizard? They had personally witnessed how powerful and bizarre a wizard's spells could be, especially now that their companion had died so inexplicably, his blood inexplicably boiling. While several Austrania soldiers were still hesitating, another soldier suddenly let out a scream and also met a tragic end. 2 elite shapeshifter special forces soldiers died so inexplicably, leaving the two remaining shapeshifters and two artilleries with extremely grim expressions. One of the artilleries couldn't hold back. He screamed and rushed towards the door ahead, wanting to fire a few shots inside as quickly as possible and then run. But as soon as his body leaned over, a bayonet thrust from the side fiercely pierced his neck. The other artillery quickly fired, but hit nothing. The player who stabbed from the side did not expose his position, he only showed a rifle. It was impossible to hit with a pistol at this time. Immediately after slightly calming his crisis value, Brother Hunan struck again, repeating the same trick, eliminating the last artillery. The two shapeshifter guards looked panicked. Although they had hidden in the corner, aiming their submachine guns crosswise at the door, ready to unleash powerful lethality at any moment. But at this moment, they had no confidence in killing the enemy, and didn't even know when they would die, because for them, they didn't know how the enemy had found their position. They only felt that their companions were like being choked by the Grim Reaper, suddenly falling to the ground inexplicably. This eerie magic, killing invisibly, was truly terrifying, seemingly even more terrifying than their wizard's magic. But just then, the wizard suddenly made his move. He knew that at this moment, it was imperative for him, a spellcaster, to confront the enemy's spellcaster, otherwise, setting aside everything else, morale would first collapse. And at the same time, he also had his own selfish motive. He didn't know what was going on with the guy hiding in the dark casting magic, but clearly, this guy had his own legacy. If he could kill this mage and obtain his legacy, wouldn't that mean he could learn an additional spell? In Austrania, a country with an extremely closed magical learning environment, every magical legacy was crucial. As long as he could kill this mage, he could obtain some information from his mind by devouring the opponent's brain, and perhaps find the location of the legacy in his memory. With a wave of his large hand, two tentacles, made of unknown material, extended rapidly from his tattered robe sleeves like two venomous snakes. But before his two tentacles could reach the enemy hiding behind the corner, a sudden psyker force swept over these three people who were not far apart. Damn it, it's a mental attack. Seeing the black-robed wizard who had once violated him but was also his guide, the tattered-clothed wizard immediately realized something. He had clearly killed his teacher, this guy could never be resurrected again and come to violate him. But the terrifying thing about mental attacks is that even if one realizes what it is, one will unconsciously experience a period of distraction. The two players hiding around the corner saw Brother Hunan's gesture. When he cast the spell, these two rushed out at the fastest speed and then fiercely launched a bayonet charge. The two shapeshifters, whose scalps were tingling from the fear spell, had no time to figure out what was happening before two bayonets were brutally plunged into their chests. The last wizard still wanted to do something, but it was too late. In that instant of his daze, a boiling blood spell, closely following, descended upon him, making him experience extreme pain. Even if the spell didn't kill him instantly on the spot, this unimaginable pain quickly made him lose his combat effectiveness. At the moment he fell, he suddenly felt some regret. Why did he have to fight so desperately for those people in the council? Wouldn't it be better to wield his current power and be a respected spellcaster? It was all the fault of wanting to improve. But who made him want to improve so much? After dealing with these guys, Brother Hunan quickly took control of the airship and then prepared to fly it into enemy territory to bomb the enemy forces. There was no other way. If he had a choice, he would have liked to fly the airship back. However, according to his understanding, there was no airship base in the city of Petrozavodsk. In previous battles, air support for this war zone had all come from the Petrograd region. Unless he suddenly returned to Petrograd at this time, he simply couldn't fly the airship back, but Petrograd was too far from here. Therefore, he decided to use what he had taken from them against them. Throwing a wave of bombs fiercely at the enemy's heads with this thing would be more effective than anything. The Austrania on the other airships didn't know what was happening on this large airship, they only saw its shield suddenly go out. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Run. The officer on the adjacent airship, seeing this scene, felt his heart clench and urged desperately in his mind. Austrania didn't have many large airships like this one. If this airship were destroyed by the enemy, they would suffer a huge loss. Damn it, had their wizard run out of magic so quickly? But what relieved him was that for some reason, after destroying the airship's shield, the enemy's aircraft stopped attacking it. Moreover, this airship seemed to be rapidly disengaging from the battlefield. From the looks of it, this airship should be able to return to their capital soon. Great, they successfully saved this airship. Although they were forced to retreat by the enemy, which led to a complete failure of the Air Force mission, this seemed very embarrassing. But no matter what, they had preserved important Air Force weaponry and equipment, and that was the most crucial thing. To be safe, the remaining airships no longer continued to entangle with the enemy's air force but quickly, in an escort formation, tried to catch up with their large airship. But what infuriated them was that the enemy's special aircraft was too agile. They had no idea what principle this thing flew by, and it was impossible for them to shake it off. From the current situation, if they didn't want the enemy's air force to catch up and destroy their entire airship fleet, then the rest of them would probably have to stay here and try to hold back the enemy's air force. That is to say, to save this precious large airship, their remaining two escort airships and the remaining small airships all had to stay here to cover the retreat. Soldiers, for Austrania, it is time for us to dedicate ourselves. An officer fanatically shouted to the few soldiers beside him, then personally climbed into a turret and began operating the anti-aircraft gun. In the previous battle, this turret was swept by enemy machine guns, and the soldier inside the turret was killed on the spot. But to continuously hold back the enemy's air force and further enhance firepower output, This officer didn't care about the disgusting sight in front of him. He sat on the soldier's shattered corpse and regripped the anti-aircraft gun steering wheel. Boom boom boom. They were going all out. Even if all of them sacrificed, as long as that large airship could return intact, then they wouldn't have lost too badly. No matter what, they would not allow these enemy air force to advance a single step. The Ostrania on the other airships didn't know that after the shield of that large airship disappeared, it wasn't attacked by other players because, in the eyes of other players, this thing had already become a friendly unit. They naturally wouldn't idly go attack their own friendly units, especially Brother Hunan, who had specifically ed the other players and told them his plan. Because of this, these Ostrania in front of them thought they were holding back the enemy, but in reality, they were the ones being held back by the players. The players were worried that the large airship might accidentally expose itself and then be shot down by the anti-aircraft guns on the other airships. At this moment, letting the large airship controlled by the players fly back alone was the safest option. Through the telegrams on the airships, the Ostrania quickly learned of the Air Force's defeat and also that the ambushing forces on the front line had failed to have an effect. Their artillery bombardment apparently failed to destroy the enemy's armored train, and the airships prepared to bomb the enemy from the air also encountered interception by the enemy's Special Air Force aircraft. All battle reports looked very bad, but at least there was one piece of not so bad news: their most valuable large airship had successfully retreated. Small airships were fine, the Ostrania themselves had some capability to produce small airships. But for those large airships, they truly had no way to produce them. The industrial difficulty of producing such things was simply too great. Fortunately, this precious treasure had barely managed to retreat successfully. Although it suffered some damage, it was at least still usable. When this large airship returned, the Ostrania Air Force immediately sent them a telegram, informing them to immediately proceed to the airship base, preparing to send the airship in and then cease operations. However, for some unknown reason, their telegrams had not received a reply. What's going on? Why haven't they replied to our telegrams? In the Karelian Army Group Command, Lieutenant General Mi Jining frowned, a sudden ominous premonition stirring in his heart. He wasn't a prophet, knowing in advance that the enemy had already taken control of the airship. He was mainly worried that the airship might have fallen somewhere along the way. If the airship crashed somewhere before it could return to the Helsinki airship base, then the situation would be dire. Unfortunately, all the escorting airships had stayed behind to delay the enemy's air force, and there were no other airships accompanying this large airship. As a result, he had no idea what state the airship was currently in, or where it had gone. Just then, a communications soldier suddenly handed a received telegram to the general, an excited smile on his face. "General, good news. Our outpost observation point has spotted the airship. It seems our airship hasn't crashed." Hearing this, Lieutenant General Mi Jining nodded, a smile also appearing on his face. But then, his expression darkened again. If they haven't encountered any problems, then why aren't they replying to our telegrams? What do they mean by this? Are they protesting to the command? Lieutenant General Mi Jining strongly suspected that the Air Force, having suffered heavy losses, was dissatisfied with his orders and was using this method to express a silent protest. Damn it, how could he be blamed? What was the use of the Air Force staying in the base and not deploying? To stop the enemy's advance, shouldn't they send out the Air Force to bomb and cut off the enemy's routes and supplies? This military operation, in the final analysis, was because their Air Force was too useless, actually being unable to defeat the enemy's Air Force. If it weren't for this reason, how could they have suffered such heavy losses? "General, I suspect their radio might have been damaged in the battle." A staff officer quietly approached the general and whispered in his ear. Although the probability of such a thing happening might be low, anything can happen in battle. What if the communications soldier on the airship was killed, or the radio was destroyed? General Mi Jining pondered for a moment, then finally nodded with a stiff expression. Without knowing the exact situation, he could only handle the matter in this way for now. Antagonizing the Air Force would not be beneficial, his troops still needed Air Force cover. As for the possibility that the airship had already been captured by the enemy, and the enemy was flying it towards their capital? A joke, how could that be? Could the enemy fly directly onto their airship? They hadn't heard of any shapeshifter defecting to the Cambrian Empire. Not long after, the huge airship slowly passed over the command post. Looking at the giant cigar-like object in the distance, General Mi Jining's expression softened slightly. Excellent, it seems the airship hasn't suffered any serious damage, which is the most important thing. The telegram issue could be dealt with later. At worst, the communications soldier would be disciplined. It was precisely because they hadn't considered that the airship was now in enemy hands that they hadn't given any thought to whether the airship might have any problems. When this massive airship arrived at the capital of Ostrania, near Helsinki, many citizens stood at their windows, curiously looking at the behemoth in the sky. "I say, where should we bomb next? We can't just bomb wherever there are a lot of people, can we?" Next to Brother Hunan, Grenade Medic was idly studying the environment below the airship, looking at the city before him with a slight daze. It had to be said that the city before them looked quite beautiful, especially with the setting sun. The entire city seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. If it weren't for the fact that they had just left the war-torn front lines, with the smell of gunpowder still lingering on them, looking at the city before them, they really couldn't imagine that they were in the midst of war. Everything was too peaceful. The rear of the Outlandians seemed to have been largely unaffected by the war. Brother Hunan fiddled for a long time but couldn't find any ability on this airship to launch flares or take photos to mark enemies. But it didn't matter. From their current altitude, he could see the entire city clearly. "Search around. First, blow up the airship base here to eliminate the enemy's air force, and then look for enemy barracks, factories, and so on. Brother Hunan said while quickly observing the scene below. Not long after, he saw the airship base in the distance. There was no way around it, an airship base was simply too conspicuous, and he could hardly miss this behemoth. Compared to airplanes, landing an airship was a very troublesome matter because they needed to dock with the airship base. Trying to precisely maneuver an airship to the entrance of an airship base was simply too difficult, airships were far from that agile. Therefore, these airship bases adopted a method where the base sought out the airship. Each base could slowly rotate. By simply rotating to align with the direction the airship was arriving from, they could smoothly bring the airship into the base. Of course, rotating such a massive 200-meter structure was naturally very difficult. The huge chassis beneath this structure trembled as it rotated, and its movement was very slow. Typically, for an airship to successfully land, it often took 1 to 2 hours, with more than half of that time spent waiting for the structure to rotate. But for the players, they weren't here to land at the airship base, they were here to bomb the enemy's airship base. So, without waiting for the massive structure in the distance to rotate in their direction, the airship had already flown off towards the distance. Wait a minute, what is the Air Force up there doing? The base hasn't rotated yet. Inside the base, the commander in charge of ground crew looked at the slowly descending behemoth above his head, his face filled with surprise. What on earth were these guys doing? He had a feeling that this airship wasn't returning to base, but rather coming to bomb them. Just as he thought this, the large airship, which had already flown over the base, suddenly dropped a series of heavy bombs downwards. Such large airships had no other advantage except that they could carry an immense number of bombs. Especially the Black Eagle Empire and other mainstream countries, through various magic tech methods, had tried every means to increase the carrying capacity of airships, allowing them to carry even more bombs. When several tons of bombs rained down from the sky, everyone was shocked by the barrage falling like rain from above. Damn it, it's traitors. They have betrayed Austrania. The commander in the base let out a mournful scream, looking at the sky in disbelief. Every pilot was a chosen prodigy, carefully selected, having passed the most rigorous assessments and enjoying the highest treatment. Therefore, he could not believe, no matter what, that his own pilots had actually defected, and so completely, even coming to bomb their capital. Had these people gone mad, completely disregarding the most basic human decency? But he had no chance to delve deeper into this question. When several tons of bombs rained down on the ground, the entire airship base was instantly blown to smithereens. Huge bombs landed on the base's foundation, instantly jamming the massive mechanical device. It was certain that this colossal mechanical device would not be able to operate again in a short time, and the probability of it being repaired was not very high. After all, this thing had endured so many bombs that it was already shattered beyond recognition. The ground crew preparing to assist the airship in landing suffered even heavier losses, with an unknown number perishing in the bombing and inferno. At the same time, another large airship docked at this airship base was instantly turned into a large mass of wreckage by the bombing, then exploded violently. This airship was originally preparing to carry out a new round of bombing missions and was busy injecting hydrogen into it. Now it was really bad, the hydrogen-filled airship was simply a giant powder keg, instantly blowing up the entire base. The terrifying explosion, the rising flames, and the massive smoke could be seen clearly by the citizens in the city, even from tens of kilometers away. These Outlandians didn't know what had happened, they were still cheering for the return of their airship, so how did their airship start bombing the capital? But the airship's bombing did not stop there. After various modifications, this latest model of airship could carry a full 20 tons of bombs, and the players had only dropped a few tons earlier. The remaining bombs were to be used to bomb other locations in the city. To avoid being hit by ground anti-aircraft fire, after bombing this base, the players made the airship ascend at an extremely fast speed. Anyway, they didn't need to worry about whether their bombs would hit accurately, since there were so many bombs, they could just throw them randomly onto the ground. A huge barracks in the distance became the players' next bombing target. The soldiers in the barracks, and the cannon barrels exposed in the warehouses, fully indicated the identity of this building to the players. Especially, for some unknown reason, whether to instill a sense of honor in the military or for something else, there were even 2 mechs guarding the entrance of this barracks. Because of such a conspicuous appearance, the players quickly found the barracks and then swaggered towards it. But just then, Grenade Medic, who had been observing with binoculars, suddenly noticed unusual conditions in the surrounding sky. Prepare for battle. It should be the enemy's shapeshifters coming out. I see several large birds flying rapidly towards us, and those birds are clearly not normal. Chapter 218, The Tsar, young people progress too fast and will lose control. Although at a time like this, it's normal for birds to suddenly appear in the sky. Even if this airship is enormous and very noisy, there's no guarantee that some disoriented birds wouldn't fly over. However, after the previous war, the players had gained experience fighting the shapeshifters. At a time like this, seeing birds suddenly fly in the sky, they didn't care about anything else, they just fired a few shots first. So, facing the large birds in the distance, soldiers immediately operated the machine guns and fired furiously, and a large volley of bullets instantly killed 2 birds. The players couldn't tell what these large birds were, but when they saw the 2 falling birds transform into human form in midair, they knew they had shot correctly. Especially the kill notifications from the system, which made the players even more excited. These shapeshifters were much more valuable than ordinary soldiers, clearly an elite soldier type. Unfortunately, a major characteristic of these shapeshifters was their extreme agility. Especially when facing the airship's firepower, these guys knew exactly what to do. After all, many shapeshifters in Australia were trained to be boarding parties for capturing enemy airships, so they naturally received training in this area. They clearly understood the firing angles of every turret and machine gun on the airship, and through countless training sessions, they had developed muscle memory, knowing how to avoid this firepower. While their evasive maneuvers couldn't avoid all the firepower, simply adjusting their speed and trajectory to keep the enemies overwhelmed in the turrets was enough. From detecting their presence to aiming, locking on, and firing, it always took a bit of time, and they could use that time to find ways to break line of sight and escape the turret's firing arc. Of course, all of this had to wait until they were close enough to the airship. If they weren't close enough, they would be finished. So, during the approach, 2 more shapeshifters fell victim to the player's retribution, leaving only 6 members of a 10-person shapeshifter squad. Damn it, we still brought too few people. A player operating an anti-aircraft machine gun above the airship couldn't help but complain to a player operating an anti-aircraft turret below. If they could fill all the gun positions on this airship, the players were fully confident they could shoot down the enemy. Unfortunately, they couldn't fill them all, which made it very frustrating. Perhaps because the airship was too large, or due to some other restriction, they couldn't instantly switch gun positions here. This wasn't like being in their own armored vehicles where, if they had an idea and the other gun position was empty, players could instantly switch positions with a single click. On this airship, they had to run around to change positions, which inadvertently increased the time they wasted. Brother Hunan was concentrating on piloting the airship and preparing to drop bombs. But just then, he suddenly noticed something. A red dot suddenly appeared on his mini-map. Oh my god, aren't they just rushing to give me merit? Looking at the slowly moving enemy on the mini-map, Brother Hunan couldn't help but chuckle. He no longer felt that the Psyker class was difficult to use. If anyone said Psykers were bad, he would argue with them. This class was most suitable for combat in complex terrain, urgently needing to break line of sight. As long as the line of sight could be properly broken, allowing enemies to appear on the minimap without being able to attack him, then the Psyker was simply invincible. When the red dot appeared on the airship, the player at the machine gun position quickly disengaged and began to aim his rifle, firing furiously backward. But another large bird flying from the side suddenly transformed into human form in midair and slammed into him. As he crashed into him, the soldier's dagger had already pierced the player's chin and savagely twisted inside, instantly killing the player at the top of the airship. Good, clear. We've secured the top of the airship. The person who had just completed the kill whispered to his 5 teammates beside him, then made a gesture, preparing to descend from the exit on top of the airship. Actually, in another way, if they had breached the airship's side walls, it might have been faster, but they weren't confident they could crash through unscathed. All the glass on the airship's side walls was specially reinforced, thickened glass. Although they could break a bit of it in midair with rifles, it was impossible to completely shatter such glass with one shot. In this situation, if they directly crashed into it, they would most likely end up crashing to their own deaths first, and even if they succeeded in crashing in, they would be completely incapacitated. So, their attack route was almost the same as the players, first jumping to the top of the airship, then descending from the exit there. But before they even reached the exit, one of the shapeshifters ran into trouble. He suddenly let out a muffled groan, then inexplicably collapsed to his knees, twitched twice, and became still. The other shapeshifters instantly became alert, quickly pointing their guns around to check for any attacks. But just then, another shapeshifter screamed and died on the spot. A shapeshifter quickly went forward and tentatively felt the noses of the 2 men, instantly realizing how bizarre their deaths were. Officer, their blood seems to have boiled. I feel like their entire bodies have been steamed. As this shapeshifter was reporting, he suddenly felt that burning pain all over his body. Before he could finish his sentence, he followed in the footsteps of the other 2. The captain, who had led his men up, stared dumbfounded at his fallen comrades, completely at a loss as to what had happened. Earlier, when they forcibly initiated the boarding, 2 men were killed by enemy machine guns. He accepted such casualties, it was unavoidable. But what was this situation? How did his soldiers die so inexplicably? Officer, this must be witchcraft. The enemy has a spellcaster in the airship. One shapeshifter suddenly thought of something and cried out in terror. But as soon as he finished speaking, he instantly fell to the ground, dead. The remaining shapeshifter and the captain stood back to back, their expressions filled with panic. They didn't know what had killed their comrades. This method of killing invisibly was simply too bizarre. They would rather be blown to smithereens by a barrage of shells from the side than be killed by such a method. At least with shells from the side, they would know how the enemy was killing people. Within a few breaths, the 2 shapeshifters realized the enemy seemed to be inactive, as neither of them had died. Quick, rush in immediately. Eliminate the people inside at all costs, don't hesitate. The captain gestured to his remaining comrade, then ran towards the distant exit at top speed. Although they were at the top of the airship, enduring the rush of air, the captain could still move with astonishing speed in such an environment, almost like a superhuman. But even a superhuman was of no use, he was still flesh and blood, and his body still contained blood. After a wave of spells, he grunted and fell to the ground, dead, leaving only the last shapeshifter with a pale face. Seeing that all 5 of his comrades who had jumped up were dead, this shapeshifter, in a state of panic, almost instinctively wanted to transform and flee. He didn't have the mental capacity to think too much, he just needed to escape first. If he didn't even know how he died, how could he fight? But just as he had transformed into a bird and was about to take flight, the blood in his body also boiled. Without a doubt, the enemies were like targets, easily taken down by him in a 6 kill. Brother Hunan retracted his outstretched hand, calmly letting his slowly decreasing crisis value settle, while continuing to pilot the airship forward. It was too easy, killing enemies who jumped out in this terrain was effortless for him. He just needed to pinpoint a target on the mini-map, then use the boil blood spell, and it could instantly kill that guy. There was no other way. Although the enemies were within the range of the mini-map, they were separated by a large number of structures on the airship and would need to climb several layers to get down. By the time they did that, the player could have already killed them countless times with spells. While piloting the airship, Brother Hunan posted his previous combat video in the chat area, instantly receiving a flood of 666s. Meanwhile, Andre, still in his tank and marching with the main force, inexplicably saw a large number of players submitting requests to unlock the Psyker class, which startled him. What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be a gunfight game? Why are they all switching to spellcaster classes? Andre shrugged, not quite understanding the players' thoughts, until he scrolled through the chat history and saw Brother Hunan's stylish 6-kill combat on the airship. Damn, looking at it this way, Psykers are indeed a bit strong. Andre scratched his head. He also realized how powerful this ability to ignore terrain and kill people from a distance was. If it weren't for the fact that this move could only be used within the minimap's range and couldn't cause damage from further away, then this move would be incredible. If one could directly kill enemies hidden in trenches from hundreds of meters away, it would undoubtedly cause immense panic to the other side. When someone can kill from a distance, and you can't even hide, even the most seasoned veteran with the best psychological fortitude couldn't endure it. Thinking this, Andre also quickly exchanged for a Psyker class for himself. Although it was just a degraded version of an illegal Psyker, he didn't care about that now. This skill was indeed useful, who knew when it might come in handy. However, when he redeemed it, he found that the illegal Psyker class he had just redeemed immediately merged with his own chosen one status, as if he had never redeemed that class at all. The only two changes were that his previous skill tree suddenly gained two skills, Boil Blood and Dread. As for Psyker Flame, it simply merged with his Tsianch Pink Flame. It makes sense, I suppose. How can an illegal Psyker compare to my Tsianch chosen one? Andre nodded, feeling that the system's merge was perfectly fine. After all, compared to an illegal Psyker, his spell casting indeed had greater advantages. For example, when he cast spells, he didn't have to worry about spell backlash problems, there was no 1% chance of spell out of control. Besides that, his spell casting also didn't have a crisis value limit, but he mostly needed to mobilize magic, or should it be called Psyker energy. Shaking his head, Andre decided not to think too much for now. He didn't want to know where the Psyker energy on him came from. The warp was something that became more unsettling the more he thought about it. If he thought too much, he might dream of the Great Blue Bird. After seeing that the entire shapeshifter squad sent out failed to achieve any results, another shapeshifter squad was sent up. At the same time, a large amount of anti-aircraft fire was constantly bombarding the airship above. Perhaps because airships were also considered war beasts, the player's repair effects did not work on the airship, which made the current anti-aircraft fire very deadly. If the airship controlled by the players hadn't lost its shield system and could still maintain the void shield, they naturally wouldn't have to worry. As long as the void shield was operating at full power, they could completely withstand this period of artillery attack. But without the void shield, the situation became very awkward. Even if the players tried their best to dodge, they would still occasionally be hit by shells from below. There was nothing they could do, airships are large and slow. No matter how hard they tried to maneuver, where could they possibly steer it? Realizing they might not be able to hold on much longer, Brother Hunan roughly adjusted their direction and then said to his teammates. That's enough. Let's get ready to parachute. This airship isn't going to make it. As soon as he finished speaking, the grenade medic chuckled. Ha, these NPCs are too naive. They clearly haven't heard that saying. When a Zeppelin descends, output relies on the engine. What kind of proper airship relies on bombing for output? Doesn't it all rely on engine output? The few players exchanged smiles, except for the player who had just RESP'd from the previous battle, who was slightly displeased. He knew that this airship was going to crash right after he RESP'd. It looked like he might be out of luck again, so he shouldn't have RESP'd here. It was a waste of the merits he spent to respawn. Under the continuous bombardment of anti-aircraft fire, black smoke billowed from multiple points on the airship. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast, heavily wounded but still struggling in its death throes. Watching this giant beast continuously bleed, the Outlandians' faces showed excitement. Although they also felt pained by the loss of this airship, compared to the pain, the most important thing right now was to prevent this airship from bombing their city. Just then, a flash of fire suddenly erupted from the tail of the airship. This fire spread rapidly forward at an extremely fast pace, continuously emitting explosions, like firecrackers, causing the airship to explode in succession from tail to head. A resident watching the commotion from a window had even somehow acquired a telescope, and through it, he witnessed a shocking scene. At the very top of that airship, a Cambrian soldier was running for his life. The explosions relentlessly pursued him from behind, yet he ran like the wind, each step precisely dodging the blasts behind him. His movements were so agile they seemed inhuman. In the army barracks below, an officer, peering through binoculars, also saw this scene. He pulled his adjutant, pointing to the airship in the sky, and said, "Did you see that tough guy? How is he achieving that running speed?" "Sir, I don't know, he's practically a Superman." After a round of complaints, both men simultaneously thought of a superhero comic that had recently become popular across the ocean. Regardless of how super the Superman in the comic was, the soldier before them had truly redefined their understanding of humanity. But no amount of redefinition would help, that guy was already doomed. As the two officers watched the man at the top of the airship leap from its front, both wore victorious smiles. Good riddance, he deserved to die. Dangerous individuals like him, who hijacked their airship and even tried to bomb their capital, were better off dead, especially with the terrifying skills he displayed. But to their astonishment, this Cambrian soldier, who was about to plummet to the ground, suddenly deployed a parachute from his back. As if in mockery, the parachute carried the soldier, drifting and swaying, eventually descending slowly to the ground, landing precisely in another camp area. What the hell? It had come to this, and this guy still couldn't be killed? The two officers were shocked for a moment, then immediately blew the whistles on their chests, quickly gathering soldiers to capture that guy. That fellow had already landed in their camp. If they didn't catch him and publicly try and execute him, how would they explain themselves to the citizens? The Air Force, always boasted as the pride of the heavens in propaganda, had actually had an airship snatched by the enemy, and then that airship had come to bomb their capital. Although this airship only bombed the air base on the side of the capital and didn't harm any ordinary citizens, it was still a great humiliation for them. The last time their capital was bombed was during the Great Northern War when it was attacked by Cambrians' airships. But at least back then, they made the enemy pay a heavy price, unlike now, where the enemy stole their own Air Force airship and then used their own airship to bomb their own capital. Unfortunately, they couldn't capture the last few players who had successfully parachuted because the players' firepower was too fierce. The medic's rifle grenades, the support soldier's light machine gun, plus the psyker's unpredictable spells, made it impossible for them to contend. A squad of soldiers rushed up, and almost instantly, that entire squad was wiped out. They couldn't tell what spell the spellcaster had cast, that squad of people froze on the spot, and then the guy with the light machine gun jumped out and mowed down the entire squad. Another squad rushed up, but then took 2 more rifle grenades, forcing them to hug the corner, not daring to advance further. This scene made the commanding officer scream in rage. They had several hundred people, yet they couldn't take down 3 living individuals. What made him even more despairing was that the fiercely burning airship had already crashed to the ground, slamming into the barracks. He didn't know how many soldiers were crushed to death by the airship on impact, but judging by the huge explosion and the astonishing tremor underfoot, he felt his barracks might be in a more tragic state than if it had endured a heavy artillery bombardment from the enemy. Just as he was thinking this, an accident occurred. The officer hadn't expected that because he was shouting so loudly and was too close to where the players were, he instantly became the psyker's target. One boiling blood spell later, the officer was as dead as could be. There was no other way. Eventually, they had to bring in 2 mortars and start a frantic bombardment, aiming right behind the crates where the players were hiding. Otherwise, they couldn't charge forward, and rifle fire couldn't penetrate the large stack of crates in front of them. Damn it, who in the world stacked these crates here? Isn't this just providing the enemy with natural cover? Traitors, there must be a mole. When the Ottlandian Special Services, 4th Independent Battalion arrived and saw the chaotic scene, the person leading the team cursed at the regimental commander in front of him. Damn it, are you all pigs? Why is it so hard to just catch a few people? Bloody hell, only 4 people jumped from the airship in total, how can 1,000 of you not take them down? Facing the people from the 4th Battalion, the regimental commander retorted without mercy. Get lost, you idiots. If you're so capable, next time go yourselves. Lead your action squad and charge. Damn it, they have spells, machine guns, and even pulled out a mortar from somewhere in the end. How are my soldiers supposed to fight them? My soldiers are all living young men. Am I supposed to tell them to throw their lives away just to catch these few people? The regimental commander was furious, feeling that these special agents were all talk, no action. Catch them? Easier said than done. Facing such heavy firepower, and with the enemy looking like they'd rather die than surrender, what else could they do? If he let 1,000 men swarm them, he could indeed capture these few people, even if they had machine guns, it wouldn't matter. But in the process of capture, how many of them would die? Dozens, or hundreds? To catch a few audacious desperados, they would have to sacrifice so many soldiers' lives. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. Especially since after capturing the people, the credit would most likely go to these special agents, because his soldiers were not responsible for this area in the first place. Thinking of this, the regimental commander couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. He also wondered what was wrong with these Cambrian soldiers that they insisted on parachuting into his barracks. If they had parachuted outside the barracks, he could have completely ignored it. Any problems would then be for the 4th Battalion and the military police to resolve, and he wouldn't have to sacrifice so many lives in vain. Spies hidden in Helsinki quickly relayed the news, and before long, the Tsar in Moscow learned that the Karelian front had actually launched an airstrike on the Ottlandian capital. Ha 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 ha, excellent, absolutely excellent. The northern battlefield is fighting beautifully. Tsar Nicola III, looking at the battle report in his hand, laughed heartily. It had been some time since he had shown much joy. The continuous news of defeats on the front line truly made him feel depressed, and what made him feel most uncomfortable was that the Black Eagle Empire this time seemed unwilling to negotiate peace with him. He had repeatedly proposed peace to the Black Eagle Empire's emperor through private channels, even willing to cede some territory, because he knew that the Cambrian Empire currently had no ability to contend with the Black Eagle Empire. The Cambrian Empire's industry was backward, and internal conflicts were complex. Whether it was the conflict between old and new nobles, between nobles and religion, or between nobles and the Red Conclave, all of this left him physically and mentally exhausted. At such a time, if the Cambrian Empire, like a pile of loose sand, were to fight the Black Hawk, he saw no hope of victory. Unfortunately, the Black Hawk people seemed determined to destroy the Cambrian Empire. They had already occupied such a large area, yet they showed no sign of stopping their offensive. What was worse, no matter what channel he used to contact the Black Eagle Empire's emperor, he could not get a reply, which indicated that the Black Eagle Empire had no intention of negotiating peace with him at all. Damn it, how could these Black Hawk people be so arrogant? The sudden good news from the front line put Nicola III in a rare good mood, and he even specially held a celebration banquet for it. At the same time, several medals representing different military merits were also drafted by the Supreme Command, ready to be sent to the northern battlefield and awarded to the young Major General. A promotion in military rank was impossible now. The Major General, at his age, only achieved that rank because the current situation was too critical. If he were to be further promoted, not to mention the enormous upheaval it would cause in the military, from a purely command perspective, it would be very inappropriate. In the eyes of the military and the Tsar, his ability to command a division-level battle group was already considered very talented. To go higher, he would need to accumulate more experience. If, at this point, he were given a corps or even an army group to command, it would not only lead to command chaos but also potentially cause this genius's military career to be cut short. Unfortunately, Andrei did not know the thoughts of the Tsar and the military bigwigs, otherwise, he would definitely protest to these people. Please, even if he doesn't know how to command an army group, he can delegate many tasks to his subordinate officers and staff. If he were truly given the rank of lieutenant general, or even general, and put in command of an army group or a front army, he guarantees he could reverse the situation on the northern battlefield. He didn't know how many players he would gain by then, but if he could really gather tens of thousands of players, Andrei was confident he could contend with an enemy force of over 200,000. No need for anything else, just let these players engage the enemy in a chaotic battle. After this period of research, Andrei also discovered something. Unless he carefully selected some player squads and gave them sufficiently detailed and progressive tasks, their combat style on the battlefield would be chaotic and overwhelming. Therefore, it's impossible to expect players to compete with the enemy in tactics. Players are best at fighting chaotic battles and engaging in various forms of attrition in complex terrain. The more chaotic the battlefield situation, the more advantageous it is for players. They can constantly revive, and they have a mini-map and various bizarre, evil weapons, allowing them to gain a huge advantage in small-scale combat. Unfortunately, Andrei didn't know these thoughts in the Tsar's mind, nor did he know that he was about to receive a pile of honorable but ultimately not very useful medals. At least for Andrei, these honors were genuinely useless. He was neither a native Cambrian nor a proper Cambrian soldier. While these things might be the lifelong goal for other Cambrian soldiers, for Andrei, giving him such awards was truly like casting pearls before swine. Instead of medals, Andrei, apart from hoping for a promotion in rank, would rather be assigned more useful technical branches or see his father promoted. His surrogate father was very important. Having someone above you and having no one above you were two completely different concepts in the feudal army of the Cambrian Empire. The armored train's advance speed was much faster than the ground forces led by Andrei. If it weren't to avoid getting separated from the rear forces, the armored train even had the idea of pushing straight ahead along the railway without stopping. By now, the armored train had run back and forth countless times on the railway along the route, killing a large number of enemy troops with its shells. The enemy's concentrated howitzer regiments tried several times to hit the armored train, but they still failed, at most causing some minor damage to the armored train from the aftershocks of explosions. However, this trivial damage was not important to the entire armored train. They simply retreated slightly to the rear, found an armored unit that happened to be passing by rail, and recovered using the Saint Chamon tank's repair skill. It must be said that this bug was truly useful in the battlefield situation before Andrei. And a rather amusing point was that the Saint Chamon tank's collective repair skill could actually be used not only to repair war beasts but also to repair the war horses equipped by cavalry players. When Andrei saw a repair bar actually appearing above the war horses' heads, he couldn't help but crack up. Good heavens, the mystery is finally solved. He knew there was something wrong with the battlefield's war horses. Sure enough, they were bionic mechanized war horses. However, as the war continued, the armored train's advance speed also became slower and slower. There was no other way, as the Outlandians were very cunning, and they were also quickly organizing themselves. They would never confront the armored train head-on, because they knew that in any situation, it was extremely foolish to go head-to-head with an armored train using ground forces. So, to hinder the armored train's advance, they placed a large number of landmines, explosives, and various chaotic roadblocks on the railway. There was a special triangular iron roadblock that looked very inconspicuous. Stuck on the tracks, it was completely invisible from a distance. But this thing had an astonishing effect. Once the armored train crashed into it, it could immediately be derailed by it. If it weren't for the engineer players who could see these obstacles set on the tracks, with their obvious red exclamation marks, this armored train might well have been taken out by the enemy's dirty tricks. But after all this trouble, the armored train gradually slowed its pace of advance, and under Andrei's task assignments, a new plan was jointly formulated with his players. The armored train would primarily provide fire cover, coordinating with the mechanized forces' advance. When the mechanized forces launched an attack towards Joensuu, the armored train's biggest task would be to provide fire support for the troops. Night fell in the blink of an eye. During this push, players felt this battle was a great disappointment. They had originally hoped to drive tanks around, engaging in armor-piercing duels with the enemy, and launching a head-on armored assault. However, throughout the entire day, apart from some sporadic encounters with small enemy groups and various obstacles placed on the roads, they felt they hadn't encountered any real opponents. In most cases, players were simply in a marching AFK state. Even when battles did break out, they rarely felt satisfied. However, compared to the players, the ordinary soldiers in Andrei's team were quite satisfied with the day. They had advanced this far with almost no trouble, and were now on the verge of reaching an important enemy city. At this speed, they would officially arrive in Joensuyu on approximately the third day, and this was even considering the time lost due to rest. If they launched a night raid, they could arrive there by the second night. After finding an abandoned village, Andrei ordered his troops to temporarily settle down and set up camp there for the night. To guard against enemy surprise attacks, Andrei on one hand arranged for many players to act as patrol teams to scout the surroundings, and on the other hand, he had the players' armored units deploy a bit more dispersed. This way, no matter where the enemy attacked, players could drive their tanks over immediately and crush the enemy with armored forces. Even if they encountered a large number of enemy armored units, with the players' T-34 tanks, combined with various unscientific performances and skills, he had ample confidence to hold them off for a moment. Andrei, in a sufficiently wide house that served as his temporary command post, had not slept. Anyway, he had now semi-playerized his body. The data-driven body would not feel fatigue, and sleeping or not, besides causing mental fatigue, had no other significant effects. He had a premonition that the enemy was unlikely to let such a quiet night pass. A dark night, coupled with the complex surrounding forest, if the enemy didn't take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on him, it would be an insult to the Outlandians' military prowess. They had no way to contend with armored forces during the day, nor could they contend with the air force units above them. So, besides launching a night raid, what other chance did they have to turn the tide? However, to Andrei's surprise, he had waited for several hours and hadn't heard any movement. Not even his minimap had detected any enemies within 1,000 meters. Within the camp, many Cambrian soldiers had already fallen asleep. Although their division commander had specifically reminded them that day not to sleep too soundly at night and to keep their weapons close at hand, always ready for enemy sneak attacks. After a full day of continuous travel, these soldiers were already very tired. Seeing no activity around, many soldiers slept like dead pigs. However, fortunately, they hadn't forgotten Andrei's words, at least their uniforms were still on, and their rifles were all placed by their sides. While sleeping like this was indeed uncomfortable, in a critical moment, even if their reaction speed could be a few seconds faster, it would be enough to save lives. Just then, a player driving a truck from the rear, transporting supplies, suddenly sent a message. "Family, come save us. There's a Laolu, sneaky person, ambushing our rear. Quick, quick, quick. A whole convoy of oil we were transporting is blocked by the enemy. If you don't want the tanks to run out of fuel tomorrow, hurry over and help." At the same time, players also posted game screenshots in the chat area, allowing Andrei to see the general situation clearly. Unbeknownst to them, the enemy had gathered a large number of troops in the forest and deployed many anti-tank guns. Several trucks driving on the forest road were blown up, and even the fuel on some trucks ignited, causing raging fires. Although other players were stubbornly resisting the enemy using the trucks and their mini-maps, the situation was clearly critical. Not to mention, apart from the players, most of the soldiers in this unit were ordinary Cambrian soldiers from the rear. Most players actually didn't particularly like boring transport missions, so apart from a few players who came to experience it or earn stable merits, most of the soldiers in the transport team were just ordinary Cambrian soldiers. At this rate, if the standard bearers in the team were all killed, this convoy might well be completely wiped out. Seeing this, Andrei didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare. All infantry got up and immediately jumped onto trucks to support the rear with the armored forces. At the same time, he also ordered the air force to arrive here as quickly as possible. To provide quick support at such a time, besides relying on his own armored forces, the air force was the most crucial asset. The Outlandians probably hadn't realized how strong the players' night combat capabilities were, nor were they aware of the air force's marking ability. Under normal circumstances, no country's air force would be able to conduct large-scale bombing at night like this. Looking down from the sky, the ground would be completely dark, who would know if the people bombed were their own or the enemy's? So, at this moment, a sudden air force attack would undoubtedly bring great shock to the Outlandians. Thinking of this, Andrei immediately issued tasks to the ground forces players and air force players, instructing them to quickly cover the rear convoy and, while they were at it, clear out the enemies in the forest. These guys had been hiding in the forest, as annoying as rats. It was time to let them experience the players' jungle warfare capabilities. Chapter 219, Austrania's Chain Operations. Upon receiving the order, Andrei's soldiers quickly sprang into action. Numerous tanks started their engines, emitting loud noises in the night. Seeing these massive steel behemoths suddenly start up, many soldiers were jolted awake from their sleep, nervously clutching their guns as they ran out of their tents. "Don't panic, soldiers. We are not under a night attack. Our allies behind us are under attack, and we need to go rescue the rear supply unit." As soon as the soldiers emerged, an officer immediately shouted at them, calming their nerves. If an attack occurred at night, it would be extremely dangerous for a military camp, as soldiers are very prone to panicking. In the darkness, they had no idea where the enemy was hiding, nor could they clearly see who was on their side. Once an enemy fired at them, they would immediately return fire, accidentally injuring their own people and triggering a vicious cycle. If all the soldiers in Andrei's unit were veterans, the situation would be manageable, as most veterans could determine the enemy's position based on gunshots and identify the types of firearms used. But there was no choice. Andrei's unit was entirely made up of new recruits, many of whom hadn't even completed 6 weeks of training. Under such training conditions, it was already good enough that they knew how to shoot and understood various commands. Expecting them to react quickly and remain calm during a night attack was simply asking too much. Therefore, when Andrei started his armored units in preparation for battle, his first order was for officers at all levels to quickly calm their soldiers and prevent them from acting rashly. At the same time, Andrei also ordered all the searchlights they had brought to be turned on, illuminating the entire camp brightly. Since the fighting had already started in the rear and the tanks were already running, letting the soldiers go back to sleep at this point was unlikely to work anyway. Turning on the lights directly would prevent them from being attacked here, and also help the soldiers relax their tense nerves, preventing them from being scared by the surrounding darkness. With the huge searchlights illuminating the camp, the soldiers immediately felt at ease. Otherwise, they would constantly feel that with the tanks rumbling, enemies might rush out at any moment. Of course, after turning on the searchlights like this, they couldn't sleep. The entire camp was brighter than daytime, so how could anyone sleep? Andrei stayed in the command center, looking at the brightly lit camp, and couldn't help but wipe a bead of sweat from his forehead. Under normal circumstances, if someone suddenly attacked his camp, and the entire camp was so brightly lit, it would be a complete sitting duck. The other soldiers had just adapted to the immense light in the camp, and it was impossible for them to clearly see things in the darkness again. For at least a few minutes, they would be effectively blind when looking into the distant darkness. If, at such a moment, enemies emerged from the nearby forest to launch a sneak attack, or sniped from a distance, Andrei's side would be in a terrible situation. Of course, this was only true for ordinary soldiers. For players, their vision would not be affected at night, and they also had a mini-map. At the same time, Andrei himself had a large map with a radius of 1,000 meters, which could fully cover the surrounding forest. Although in some anti-Japanese dramas, there are marksmen who can take down enemies from 800 meters away, in reality, most snipers do not snipe from more than 500 meters. In most cases, skilled soldiers can maintain a very high hit rate within 200 meters, but beyond 300 meters, the soldier's hit rate will begin to decline sharply. Those who can maintain a relatively high hit rate at a distance of 400 to 500 meters are truly geniuses among geniuses. An entire infantry division might not even be able to produce many such marksmen. So, if there really were enemies who could snipe from 1,000 meters away, beyond his mini-map, Andrei would be impressed. If he encountered such a godlike opponent, normal methods would certainly not work. At that point, he could only call for Air Force support and have bombers directly bomb the guy to death. After a quick look, Andrei found that most of the players here had already withdrawn, with the vast majority having gone to the rear battlefield. However, it wasn't a big problem. Andrei had set up a total of 3 respawn points in this camp area, specifically for players to return quickly. If a problem arose, he only needed to quickly issue an urgent order, and players would immediately respawn here through the respawn points, quickly refreshing. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly thought of a completely new operation. If his battlefield scale expanded further in the future, requiring him to face 2-front warfare, could he use respawn points to have a unit fight back and forth on both fronts? Even with 2-front warfare, it was unlikely that enemies on both sides would launch attacks at the exact same time. There would always be some deviation. At that time, players on the left would have just dealt with the enemies there, and then they could immediately use the respawn point to reach the right side to deal with the incoming enemies. One unit could effectively serve the purpose of 2 units. Thinking of this, Andrei couldn't help but drool a little. With such an operation, player transfers would be incredibly fast. After all, no matter how fast a plane flew, flying hundreds of kilometers would still take almost an hour, but for players to respawn, they only needed to click on a respawn point icon. It must be said, this was an excellent operation for quickly deploying emergency responders, capable of transferring a unit of several thousand people in minutes. As Andrei thought this, the battle on the supply line had already entered a white-hot state. It must be said, both sides in this battle were shocked. The Cambrian soldiers in the unit were shocked by the ferocity of the Austrania. After fighting for so long, they felt like they were constantly losing men, but they couldn't find where the enemy was hiding at all. Previously, they largely dismissed those rumors, thinking, what's so special about enemies hiding in the forest? These young people had an excessive worship of the Cambrian Empire's military power, to the point where they completely failed to realize how incompetent they currently were. It wasn't until now, when they saw vehicles in their unit constantly being destroyed, and grenades occasionally blasting out from the dense forest, and snipers like venomous snakes taking their lives, that they truly felt what fear was. Facing an enemy head-on isn't scary. What's scary is this kind of enemy that appears and disappears without a trace, hiding in the forest and constantly firing, yet they fight for a long time without knowing where the enemy is hiding. Of course, these Cambrian soldiers were also shocked by the bravery of the soldiers named Krieg within their own unit. It was their first time seeing such a fierce mode of combat. On the other side, the Austrania soldiers who were ambushing were also shocked by the Cambrian soldiers in front of them. It must be said, the skill level of these Cambrian soldiers was simply at 2 extremes. Among this unit, those grey cannon fodder, who looked unremarkable and were just ordinary Cambrian soldiers, their combat skill could not be described as terrible, but rather indescribably bad. These guys fired their rifles for a long time, ping-ponging shots everywhere, but in the end, not a single one of their opponents died. Even though their gunshots and muzzle flashes had already revealed their positions when they fired, these guys seemed to be so scared that they just blindly sprayed bullets around. After fighting for a while, the Austrania even suspected that the number of Cambrian soldiers accidentally killed by their own side might be more than the number they had killed. Compared to these terrified wooden figures, the black-clad soldiers charging at them on the other side behaved completely differently. These guys, dressed entirely in black, with military uniform styles that looked more like the Black Eagle Empire, displayed astonishing combat will in battle, and their combat proficiency was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Although these guys did experience some confusion when attacked, their confusion wasn't about scrambling to hide, but rather directly charging into the forest with their guns. Watching them run and shoot at the same time, with extremely accurate marksmanship, killing several of their men while on the move, the Austrania found it incredibly bizarre. They had never seen such fierce characters. If an enemy stood still and shot, and could kill their men, they wouldn't find it strange. Although they kept moving after each shot, constantly changing their positions. However, experienced veterans could predict enemy positions based on gunshots and the location of muzzle flashes. But even so, no matter how experienced a veteran was, they shouldn't be able to shoot so accurately while running. It should be known that these people were holding rifles, although they were semi-automatic rifles, they were still just rifles. In other words, the opponents couldn't just spray and pray, yet they always managed to hit their soldiers, and they couldn't understand how their own people were being hit. Clearly, they didn't know about the player's mini-map function, nor did they know how abnormal the players' bodies were. For normal soldiers, if they ran while holding a rifle and shooting, the bullets they fired would surely fly off to who knows where. But for players, their retinas had crosshairs welded into them. When they fired, they just aimed at the crosshairs. Although the bullet spread would certainly be much larger when running compared to standing and shooting, even so, their bullets could still be fired very accurately. At the very least, this level of bullet spread could already reach the level of seasoned marksmen in a typical army, and they were even shooting while moving. This group of Austrania soldiers had never dealt with creatures like players before, so they didn't know that one of the big characteristics of players in battle was their fondness for constant movement. For players, while long-range sniping was indeed good, they still preferred close-quarters combat compared to long-range sniping. They didn't care if doing so would lead to death, as long as they had fun fighting, they could always respawn after dying. Therefore, these Austrania, who had set their ambush distance at around 100 meters, immediately suffered the consequences. Just seconds into the battle, a group of madmen, as if fearless of death, charged into the forest with bayonets, fiercely impaling several enemies in front of them. At the same time, other players behind them also provided covering fire for these charging individuals, or rather, they were each displaying their unique skills, dealing with the enemies in front using their preferred combat styles. Relying on players to cover teammates in battle wasn't actually very reliable. While there were some players who were very meticulous in combat, most players were only concerned with whether they were having fun. But unconsciously, they had managed to form a certain level of coordination. At least under such frantic player gunfire, the Austrania clearly felt that they were being suppressed by firepower. Damn it, why isn't our air force here yet? Are there any reconnaissance soldiers who can see the enemies hiding in the distant forest? A fallen player, who had just revived next to the flag bearer, asked a nearby comrade. It's not looking good. I'm a reconnaissance soldier, but I can't see the enemies in the distant forest. This forest has significant line of sight obstruction, and there's no way I can launch a flare that far. The reconnaissance soldier player shook his head. If he had a choice, he would also want to observe the enemies and report their positions to his comrades. It's just a pity that the enemy's snipers were indeed not to be trifled with. They were at least 200 to 300 meters away, and their marksmanship was extremely precise. Most Creek soldiers, relying on their reckless madness and astonishing explosiveness, could often charge to a distance of 100 meters, but few of them could charge to 200 meters. Because during their charge, snipers hidden in the forest would continuously pick them off, and even players couldn't withstand such continuous sniping. It was truly baffling. He didn't know what strange techniques these Austrania snipers had mastered to see so far in such darkness. Theoretically, it was almost impossible to snipe in such darkness. Even with scopes, they shouldn't be able to see distant enemies. But in fact, the enemy snipers were indeed like players, seemingly unaffected by the darkness of the night, and could even see better than players. At least their players had observed from behind for a long time and still hadn't found where the enemy snipers were hiding. Yet, the enemy snipers killed players with a single, accurate shot. And the most troublesome thing was that the number of flag bearers on their side was decreasing. A flag bearer, holding a flag, naturally became the most conspicuous target on the field, especially since the enemy snipers had some unknown night vision ability, displaying extremely exaggerated skill. Now, on this battlefield, the surviving flag bearers were all hiding behind the vehicles, making sure to huddle their bodies tightly. It was also thanks to the large wheels and sturdy axles of these big trucks, otherwise, they really wouldn't have found any suitable hiding spots. Hoping for cars to be bulletproof, like in anti-Japanese dramas, was almost impossible. Most cars, apart from the engine, had no other parts that could withstand bullets. Although these big trucks were a bit stronger, they could only be said to be strong to a limited extent. The players hiding behind the trucks weren't idle either, they directly fired mortars at the forest. It didn't matter if they couldn't see the enemies, they could just cover the area with mortars, and they weren't short on shells. Especially since the reconnaissance soldier couldn't throw flares that far, but their mortar flares could directly reach the forest. Relying on these flares, they would quickly see the marked enemies in the forest, and then the soldiers could pick off the red dots one by one. Under such an assault, even though the number of players wasn't very large, the Austrania still fell into a bitter struggle. Before this, Their orders were not to annihilate all the enemies in front of them, but to stall for time, keeping these enemies in a state of being surrounded but not destroyed as much as possible. Because their plan this time was not simply to eliminate the enemy's transport convoy, but to launch an encirclement and ambush. But from the current situation, they felt that they didn't need to pretend with the enemy, even if they tried their best, it seemed there was no way to completely annihilate the convoy in front of them. The current engagement zone between the two sides formed a strange tug-of-war line at the 100-meter mark. Whoever crossed that 100-meter line was sure to die. Both sides had countless soldiers who had verified this with their lives. Too many of them had died, dead bodies were everywhere in the forest and the open ground outside. An Austrania sniper hiding in the forest squatted on a tree, his eyes suddenly changing into a peculiar form, looking like a feline. After roughly locking onto an enemy, he immediately fired a shot with a bang. A bullet pierced through the enemy's chest, killing him with one shot. He didn't fire a second shot but quickly transformed into a leopard and fled the scene, desperately running through the forest. After finally escaping to the other end, he nimbly leaped onto a tree, transformed back into human form, held his sniper rifle, and continued to aim at enemies in other positions. The number of Austrania snipers participating in this operation was small, only 20 in total, but each of them was an elite carefully selected, and all were shapeshifters. These snipers were not only extremely accurate with their shots, but they also skillfully mastered their transformations, even capable of partial transformation. Compared to full body transformation, partial transformation was a more advanced technique, sometimes yielding miraculous effects. The most frequently utilized maneuver was relying on animal vision to act as a sniper at night. Many animals can see clearly at night, making it extremely suitable for snipers to operate in nocturnal combat. Just then, mortar shells suddenly landed in the forest, but this wave of mortar shells did not explode directly as the Austrania expected. Instead, a large amount of smoke and fire suddenly erupted. Damn it, these are flares. Their positions were exposed. The Austrania soldiers were startled, but the sniper suddenly noticed something. These flares seemed to have been fired randomly and did not land on their specific positions. Dozens of flares, almost simultaneously, fell into the forest, with smoke and fire rising everywhere. In this situation, how could the enemy launch an attack guided by flares? Wasn't this just nonsense? But just then, a bullet suddenly shot from a distance, precisely hitting the sniper hiding in the tree. Clutching his severely wounded chest, he slowly fell from the tree. Before dying, he looked with disbelief at a flare about 10 meters behind him. He didn't understand how this flare, so far from his position, could still expose him. Surely the enemy couldn't have determined his position from such a distance, just by the faint light emitted by the flare, could they? It wasn't just him. After these flares were thrown into the forest, the player's kill efficiency began to rise sharply. Watching soldier after soldier fall, and the enemy still continuously charging, as if completely indifferent to their own lives and deaths, the psychological defenses of many Austrania soldiers collapsed. They had never fought such an absurd ambush. They felt like they weren't ambushing the enemy, but rather being trapped by them. Looking at the scene before him, if the Cambrian army on the other side was fighting like cornered beasts, he couldn't believe it no matter how he looked at it. Just then, the Austrania soldiers suddenly heard the sound of airplane engines overhead. Upon hearing this sound, the soldiers who had been prepared to wear down the enemy suddenly turned pale, because they knew how difficult these Air Force units were to deal with. But they couldn't understand what was the point of the enemy deploying the Air Force at this time? Could the enemy still successfully attack them from such a high altitude, looking down at the pitch-black ground below? Just then, an Austrania suddenly thought of the flares next to them, and his expression became a little stiff. No way, even though we've been marked by flares, we're only 200 meters from the enemy's position. Do the enemy bombers dare to bomb at such a short distance? But when they heard the whistling sound of bombs being dropped from overhead, all the Austrania froze. Because they realized that the enemy truly didn't care about their own people's lives, actually launching a bombing run at such a moment. Large numbers of bombs fell into the dense forest, precise and deadly. But what was surprising was that even though the road in the forest looked very inconspicuous, the players simply didn't drop bombs on the road, not causing any friendly fire. A group of Cambrian new recruits huddled behind the vehicles, trembling, completely unaware of how incredible the bombers' targeting operation was. These guys had never even heard of bombers before, it was their first time seeing such a strange aircraft. Watching this scene, these Cambrian soldiers merely praised their pilots for being reliable and well-trained, completely oblivious to the fact that the pilots' skills were enough to make any country's pilots drop their jaws. After a brutal bombing, there were not many enemy forces left alive in the forest. The surviving enemy forces hastily retreated, not daring to stay in that place any longer. This battle was simply cursed. It wasn't as if they hadn't fought night battles with the Cambrians before. Every time, they could easily rout the enemy in night combat, but this was the first time they had encountered such an absurd night battle. Meanwhile, Andrei's armored forces were still pushing back. They didn't know that the enemy had been completely defeated. Or rather, according to the players' thinking. This wave of operations clearly involved some nocturnal activity. The enemy suddenly launched a large-scale attack on them, so how could they retreat so easily? The players' tanks moved quickly in a column on the forest road, followed by a large number of trucks transporting soldiers. But just then, a flash of fire suddenly appeared from the side of the forest, and in the next moment, a shell violently struck the tank's armor. Clang! The player in the tank only heard a huge sound from his side, the vehicle seemed to tremble slightly, and then there was no then. After taking a hit to the side, the T-34 tank driven by the player seemed to have no problems, it continued to drive as usual. What? How is this possible? The Austrania, who had just ambushed a player convoy with an anti-tank gun from within the forest, watched in disbelief as the tank, which had taken a hit, continued to drive normally. They completely failed to understand why their anti-tank gun was ineffective. Artillery, not believing it, quickly fired another shot at the T-34 tank, but it was still useless. Their shells, after hitting the enemy's vehicle, were instantly deflected. Several consecutive shots were all for naught. At this moment, they couldn't help but suspect the weapons supplied by the Black Eagle Empire. Could it be that the Black Eagle Empire had sold them fakes? But they didn't know that it wasn't that the Black Eagle Empire had sold them fakes, but that the caliber of the anti-tank guns they held was simply too small, no longer sufficient to deal with tanks like the T-34. The 37mm caliber anti-tank gun they were using could only penetrate about 30mm of vertical armor at 500 meters, while the side armor of the T-34-76 tank was not only 45mm thick but also sloped at a 49-degree angle. In other words, their shells simply could not penetrate the T-34's side armor. If the main tanks in this convoy were still St. Chamond, then this ambush might have caused heavy damage to the convoy. A player driving a tank originally wanted to rush into the forest, but seeing the dense jungle in front of him, he stopped again. Based on their understanding of the game, with terrain like this, tanks charging in would inevitably get stuck. It was unlikely they would be able to push straight through. Many games feature terrain kills, and even without them, a tank would normally not be able to rampage through a forest like this. However, it didn't matter. Their tanks carried many soldiers behind them, and these soldiers immediately began their charge into the forest. Generally speaking, soldiers riding on the back of tanks do not have a good time. This is not just because tanks are very bumpy, nor because they lack a proper point of support, but more so because the huge dust and mud splashed up by the moving tanks would all get on them. After all that trouble, it wasn't long before the soldiers would be covered in mud, and the dirt road in this forest was clearly not a clean path. However, the tanks driven by the players did not have such problems. After all, the physics engine and modeling of player tanks are completely different from real tanks. No matter the terrain, the tanks driven by players would not kick up too much dust, at least not enough to get themselves covered in mud, nor would the soldiers hiding behind the tanks be turned into mud people. Furthermore, players do not get fatigued like ordinary soldiers, nor do they stiffen from maintaining one posture for a long time. Therefore, carrying soldiers on tanks became a perfect match for players. The enemies ambushing with anti-tank guns from the side forest were found by the players before long. These artilleries still wanted to resist stubbornly, but unfortunately, facing the aggressive players, they had no power to resist at all. Even their shapeshifter artilleries, who were responsible for operating the artillery, trying to make a desperate stand at this time was useless. Facing the players' bayonets, no matter what form they transformed into, the end was still death. It seems the enemy intends to ambush our armored forces. Andrei also saw the general situation on the other end through the players' chat area. Regarding the rather awkward operations of these guys, Andrei could only say that their idea was good, but they underestimated his armored soldiers. If it were the previous thinly armored mechs, such as the reindeer mech produced by the Cambrian Empire, then a 37mm anti-tank gun could indeed achieve considerable damage. Andrei hadn't figured out the exact defense level of the reindeer mech, but based on the wreckage he found, he estimated that its frontal armor shouldn't exceed 20mm, and its side armor was probably even thinner. Therefore, equipment upgrades are very important, especially in wartime. A difference of just a few years can lead to a world of difference in equipment. At least back in the original timeline, before the outbreak of World War II, the German 37mm anti-tank gun was still quite effective, because most countries at that time used light tanks. It is estimated that the Austrania people purchased this type of artillery for the same reason. A 37mm anti-tank gun was already sufficient to deal with most armored units, so why would they spend more money to buy a larger caliber gun? Especially since the Black Eagle Empire at that time probably hadn't developed larger caliber anti-tank guns, so even if they wanted to buy them, there was nowhere to do so. So the final result was that their ambush achieved nothing, and instead, the players additionally captured a batch of anti-tank guns. Regarding this batch of anti-tank guns, Andrei studied them for a bit and then decided to leave them in the forest for now. He would call people to pull the guns out later. His armored forces still needed to support the convoy in the rear. He couldn't possibly have the tanks towing these guns, could he? Andrei wasn't sure if the T-34 tank could be used as a towing vehicle, but based on his experience, he felt that having a T-34 tank towing a gun around was definitely not a good option. In any case, it was unlikely that the enemy would take the guns left in the forest. The Austrania people were already preoccupied with their own troubles, so where would they find the time to think about taking these guns away? After receiving the order, the players' armored forces ignored the captured guns and continued to drive into the distance. Some infantry tried to move a gun, but they found that although it was light, it was still quite troublesome to move. It was impossible for a few infantry to carry this thing around. So, in the end, this batch of anti-tank guns, arranged in the forest, was ultimately abandoned in the forest, left untouched. However, two players, for some unknown reason perhaps thinking that enemies might come to operate these guns, did not follow the main force. Instead, they found two nearby bushes to hide in, quietly propping up their guns, and hid inside to be the Old Six, a term for someone who hides to ambush. Andrei. Well, from a gaming perspective, this being an enemy gun position, enemies would naturally keep running over to operate it. So, it doesn't seem strange for players to hide behind the gun position, ready to rack up kills. This is completely normal among players. But it must be said, the actions of these two players, if placed in reality, are indeed not very reliable. Enemy artilleries are not cabbages, nor can they continuously respawn. How could it be that just after the artilleries here were eliminated, a new batch of artilleries would emerge from the forest and continue to operate these artillery pieces? Furthermore, Andrei's armored soldiers had already driven their tanks away. Even if they emerged to continue operating the artillery, who would they shell? Just then, a player in the rear transport convoy suddenly sent a message, telling the other players that there was no need to come over, they seemed to have already finished off the enemy. After much effort, they tried to pursue deeper into the forest but found no other enemies. However, bomber reconnaissance soldiers successfully marked the enemies hiding in the forest through their photo-taking skill. But after a fierce battle, the enemies still hiding in the forest were now negligible, totaling no more than 50. Upon learning this news, the armored forces that had just rushed over for support expressed extreme displeasure. What is this? They were told their friendly forces were being besieged to draw out reinforcements, so why were the enemies so unresilient? Their tanks hadn't even reached the location, and their ambushed teammates had already dealt with all the enemies. What kind of situation was this? This clearly meant the game designers didn't plan well and made the enemies too weak. Seeing the players complaining in the chat area, Andrei's face darkened. Damn it, could he be blamed for this? How was he to know that the enemies attacking from the rear would be so easily defeated? Moreover, the situation described by those players in the chat area was extremely urgent. Andrei had thought his convoy was about to be wiped out. Who knew that a sudden assault by the players escorting the convoy would actually cause the enemy to collapse? But on second thought, Andrei felt that the enemy's collapse seemed quite normal. At night, coupled with complex terrain, fighting in such a place was a competition of who could spot the other first. As long as one could spot the enemy, killing them was almost a certainty. And if one's eyesight wasn't good enough, one truly wouldn't know how one died. It was clear that even if Ostrania's soldiers were well trained and even possessed some sinister techniques Andrei didn't understand, they ultimately couldn't compare to players in night combat. If it weren't for the fact that most of these players responsible for escorting were newcomers, leading to poor organization and proficiency, they wouldn't have been somewhat chaotic when initially attacked by the enemy. Otherwise, if these players were truly organized and went into the forest to fight the enemy, they could truly make the opponent so disoriented they wouldn't know which way was up. Just then, Andrei suddenly noticed a series of red dots appearing in the upper corner of the minimap in his field of vision. Looking at the direction of the red dots, Andrei turned his gaze to the due north, and then he saw a large, dense, dark forest. Damn it, how did enemies infiltrate again? It wasn't until this moment that Andrei roughly understood the Ostrania people's maneuver. The enemy ambushed the transport convoy first, with the aim of encircling and annihilating reinforcements, drawing his armored forces to support. If nothing went wrong, their anti-tank guns should have been able to block his armored forces on the forest path, and it was even possible to completely wipe out his armored regiment. On such a narrow road, once the head and tail of a tank column were ambushed, other tanks could easily be blocked by the wrecks of the tanks in front, leaving them unable to advance or retreat. At that time, the anti-tank guns hidden in the forest could truly pick off all the tanks like targets. The Soviet Union once used this method to destroy a German armored battalion. And not only that, when Andrei pulled out his elite troops and armored forces to support the rear, Andrei's camp would become the enemy's next target. Although they were unclear about the specific qualities of the soldiers in Andrei's unit, they could be certain that the defensive strength of the Vorontsov battle group would be at its weakest at this time. And they only needed to dispatch a sufficiently skilled elite unit to launch a surprise attack during this time, which could very likely cause the Vorontsov battle group to suffer heavy losses. Especially on the mini-map, there were several large red dots within the small red dots, indicating that the enemy seemed to have dispatched armored forces. Andrei didn't know how the enemy's armored forces were moving through the forest, but if he didn't have armored forces, and his soldiers were ambushed, then in this situation, without players, he really might be slaughtered by the enemy. Thinking of this, Andrei couldn't help but gasp. He finally understood how the Soviets lost during the Winter War. The previous offensive went smoothly, with armored forces busy driving deep, but then, the enemy had set up such a complex operation in the forest. If it were an ordinary unit, caught unprepared, they would truly be stunned on the spot. If it weren't for the players cheating, even if Andrei had received intelligence and was prepared, he probably would have ended up in a situation where he couldn't attend to both ends. But now, hee. Andrei quickly issued a mission to the players to defend the camp against invading enemies, and then issued another mission, requiring an elite player unit to immediately infiltrate the forest and ambush the enemy forces coming to launch a sneak attack. Hee, they want to ambush our camp, that's a good thought. Too bad. I'd like to see how big the difference is between Ostrania's elite soldiers and players when facing a real jungle night battle. Chapter 220, Creek Squad organized by Colonel Yulton. As soon as the mission was released, dozens of players immediately swarmed out of the building serving as the respawn point in the camp. Some Cambrian soldiers looked at these strange guys, their expressions a bit surprised. What the hell? What were they doing in that house just now? How did so many people go in all at once? I don't get it. Did they find something good in that house? Watching dozens of people instantly pour out of the distant wooden house, with more continuously emerging, the two Cambrian soldiers looked surprised and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Although the wooden house was a bit large, they thought that 10 people entering it would already seem like a lot. But who knew that nearly 100 people had already emerged from this house, and more were still pouring out. They couldn't help but wonder what state these people were in inside the house before. Could it be that these guys were squeezed into meat paste, or layered like pies? However, this group of Cambrian soldiers soon had no time to think about such things, because an officer quickly ran over to tell them that the enemy was slowly approaching the camp. Looking at the quiet, dim forest around them, these Cambrian soldiers were a bit confused. "Sir, how do you know enemies are coming? I don't see anyone." Hearing the question from a soldier behind him, the officer who had just run over to inform them said with some displeasure. "Shut up, soldier, execute orders. This is an order from above, we are under enemy attack." The soldier wanted to say something more, but his companion quickly pulled him back. "Why ask so many questions on the battlefield? Just obey orders." What kind of officer would constantly explain the specific reasons for an order to his soldiers? They weren't having a discussion. Upon receiving the order, a large number of Cambrian soldiers raised their rifles, looking nervously at the surrounding forest. Some soldiers immediately set up machine guns in concealed positions, ready to fire into the forest, but the forest looked eerily quiet, with no sign of enemies anywhere. Andrei observed the reaction speed of his soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that although the training level of these soldiers was very worrying, with many not even having completed 6 weeks of training in the rear, they had at least experienced actual combat. Andrei's Vorontsov battle group was a motley mixed unit, with an extremely complex composition, as it was reformed from countless small units that had retreated from the battlefield. In the previous brutal wars, the Black Eagle Empire almost annihilated the various armies of the Cambrian Empire in their entirety. Often, after a battle, not even a few hundred men from a division would escape. This also led to a large number of scattered Cambrian armies being unable to find their organizations, only to be hastily gathered in the rear, and then becoming Andrei's subordinates, as Andrei was not picky. Good, although their reactions are immature, and they lack experience in many areas, they already possess basic battlefield survival skills. Andrei nodded and muttered to himself. In his opinion, what were the basic battlefield survival skills a soldier needed? The first was to obey orders, and the second was to react quickly. Many times, low obedience among new recruits on the battlefield can lead to a series of problems, such as some new recruits having too many of their own ideas, or some new recruits being as stubborn as wood, not acting even after hearing commands. Often, a commander's orders need to be carried out in a flash, racing against time. Delaying even a little can render the order ineffective. The same logic applies to quick reactions. What if the enemy has already reached the doorstep, and these soldiers still haven't emerged from their tents? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Fortunately, most soldiers had carried out Andrei's previous order, which was to sleep in their clothes with their guns beside them. Coupled with the fact that they had just been disturbed by the armored unit's movements, these soldiers were mostly awake. As soon as the order was given, they immediately emerged from the camp. However, in this war, the ordinary soldiers under Andrei were merely part of the atmosphere. Looking at the surrounding forest, Andrei felt a chill. He had no intention of sending his soldiers to their deaths. Andrei knew the terrifying achievements of the White Death Simoheha, so he naturally understood that a group of veteran Ostrania soldiers in such a forest could easily kill dozens of times their number of ordinary Cambrian soldiers. So, his ordinary soldiers should just stay in the camp, don't let them enter the forest to die. The ones who truly need to enter the forest are the players. While Andrei was busy calming the officers and organizing the camp's defenses, the first batch of players to respawn had already silently infiltrated the forest. Among these players, one wearing a Kriegskin sent a communication to other players. "Colonel Yulton, everyone, I think we should organize this battle, don't charge blindly. The terrain in the forest is complex, blindly rushing in could very well lead to being counterattacked by the enemy. Let's form a squad. If you're willing, you can listen to my command, and I'll lead you into the forest to rack up kills." As he spoke, this player showed off his past achievements in battlefield games. The 100-star sniper veteran instantly made the surrounding newbies gasp. After a round of voting, a full 30+ players joined this squad, willing to follow the veterans' unified arrangements. The remaining players still preferred to fight independently. Of course, some had already teamed up with other teammates in advance, forming their own tactical squad. After some discussion, the talent in their team was quite impressive. There were those skilled with bayonets, those good at sniping, and also a group of psyker players among them. And perhaps because the player who initiated the invitation was named Colonel Yulton, all the players who eventually joined this team had purchased the Kriegsskin. Even those few psyker players were all equipped with Kriegspsyker skins. Well, it seems I really did bring out a Krieg Death Corps. Colonel Yulton mumbled softly, then noticed the only anomaly in his team. He hadn't equipped himself with a Kriegsskin, but not for any other reason than that he was currently in the state of an elite soldier, specifically an invader elite soldier. So what is an invader elite soldier best at? Isn't it just indiscriminate bombardment? A few flares down, instantly creating a bombing zone, directly shattering the distant enemy forces. Unfortunately, the invader in this game does not have friendly fire immunity, so the shells he fires will also hit his own people. This makes things more troublesome, they have to aim when using shells, rather than just indiscriminately bombing forward. Although their entire team wore Kriegskins, this did not mean they enjoyed shells from teammates raining down on their heads. After some discussion, the colonel decided to personally stay with the invader, responsible for directing where he should fire his mortar. After all, the invader class doesn't need to charge forward, this class is best at finding a hidden spot, hiding behind, and constantly firing mortars like a sixth man, a sneaky player. In a sense, the greatest victory for this class is simply to survive. The relentless mortar fire is enough to drive any enemy insane. Under the colonel's command, this squad of over 30 players quickly split into 8 teams, with roughly 4 players per team. different equipment complementing each other. At the same time, Colonel Yulton hid behind, holding a flag, trying to keep it draped close to the ground. This was a limitation for the flag bearer in the game. If he packed up the flag, its respawn effect would not activate. Even if he let the flag drape towards the ground, he had to ensure it didn't actually touch the ground and remained unfurled, only then could he become a mobile respawn point. Don't ask why this is the case, Andre was also very frustrated with this system setting. If it weren't for such troublesome matters, he would have long ago had players fold up the flag and secretly hide it in their clothes, making them mobile respawn points. Back then, why would he have needed to personally hold the flag? As if he wanted to be exposed to enemy gunfire, facing the risk of being shot at any moment. Although players did not have the extensive minimap that Andre did, and thus didn't know the exact direction from which the enemy was attacking, Andre did provide them with a directional arrow when he issued the mission. Following the general direction of the arrow, the player squads moved through the forest, their actions utterly silent. These players also noticed that if they crouched slightly and moved gently, they could walk silently. Of course, the drawback of doing this was that it was uncomfortable to move, and their movement speed couldn't be fast, so this method of movement was not suitable for normal combat. Aside from this group of players, there were other lone wolf players ahead, charging forward recklessly like brutes, completely disregarding the possibility of enemy sharpshooters. In the forest, an Austrania soldier heard movement ahead and was suddenly startled. He quickly and cautiously mimicked a bird call to warn his companions, alerting them that enemies were rapidly approaching their position. There was no other way, the rustling sound of the distant enemies moving through the trees as they ran towards them was too loud. In such a quiet night, the sound was almost deafening. These Austrania soldiers didn't know how the enemies had discovered their tracks in advance, as they were actually pushing back against their attack. But it didn't matter, they believed they were absolutely kings in this kind of jungle warfare. A group of Outlandians had full confidence in their jungle warfare abilities and didn't even consider the enemy. Especially given the way some enemies were charging like idiots, they felt that the new recruits of the Cambrian Empire were truly subpar. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out, and the player who was charging head-on fell. This unfortunate player was shot by an enemy sharpshooter at approximately 400 meters, before he even saw any enemies appear on his mini-map, resulting in his head being blown open. However, there are countless hotheads in the world, especially among players, the number of hotheads is truly too many. Even with a sniper ahead, these players showed no restraint in their charge, some even raised their bayonets and directly shouted, launching a bayonet charge. Yura! Hearing the bright sound of the charge from afar, Colonel Yulton couldn't help but cover his forehead. There was no need to think, a reckless player charging in like that would most likely be doomed. He had already felt it during the previous forest battle, it was very difficult for players to charge in directly while being targeted by enemy snipers. The enemy's marksmen were extremely accurate, often killing with a single shot. Even if they eventually managed to charge in, they would inevitably suffer huge casualties, which could lead to a very uneconomical battle, requiring them to be killed multiple times before taking down a single target. Sure enough, crisp gunshots continuously rang out in the forest, like the Grim Reaper calling names, and one charging player after another fell. They had thought that these few hundred meters would pass in an instant, and they could cross them with a single bayonet charge, but in reality, they couldn't charge through it all. The marksman units composed of elite shapeshifters were extremely terrifying. In such a pitch-black night where one couldn't see their own hand, they could still see targets from a great distance, and their keen hearing also aided their aiming. Their night vision was even better than a player's, so it was truly unrealistic for players to try and compete with these elite veterans in marksmanship. Some players set up mortars and directly fired flares at the opposite side, attempting to expose the enemy's positions. But to his surprise, he had fired several mortar shells, yet why did he only see one or two sporadic enemies? In fact, there weren't many Austrania soldiers who came here to launch a night raid. They had already learned from their experience in the Great Northern War that having a large number of people was not a good thing in this kind of forest warfare. What they needed were a small number of elites who could move swiftly through the forest and were precise marksmen capable of hitting targets from 100 paces. They needed these individuals to act like the most seasoned hunters, constantly hunting down Cambrian soldiers who ventured deep into the forest, rather than having their own large numbers of equally average new recruits engage in brawls with the enemy in the forest. Therefore, their night raid force here only totaled 200 or 300 people, most of the troops were still on standby in the rear. If the veterans leading the charge could cause panic among the enemies, or even achieve some incredible breakthrough, then the new recruits behind would immediately press forward, directly annihilating the entire division in front of them. But if their operation didn't go so smoothly, then this battle would turn into an extremely annoying guerrilla war. In any case, the Austrania people had plenty of energy to expend. With the Black Eagle Empire as an ally, they were not at all worried that the Cambrian Empire would gather more forces to counterattack. Although the mortar shells fired by the players were not very effective, some players even exposed themselves by operating the mortar, leading to them being killed by enemy snipers after firing just the first shot. However, it must be said that the flares they fired did expose some enemy positions. At this time, whoever exposed their position would die. Those Austrania soldiers marked by flares, with red dots appearing above their heads, basically all died within 10 seconds from the concentrated fire of the players. They didn't even have anywhere to hide. It must be said that the chaotic battle of scattered players on the main battlefield also provided cover for the colonel who was operating in the rear. He had mentioned several squads in the chat channel, telling them to quickly flank from the side. This opportunity was simply once in a blue moon, the enemy's attention was completely drawn to the reckless players fighting on the front. They would be difficult for the enemy to detect if they flanked from the side. After roughly estimating the distance, the colonel silently aimed at an enemy sniper, raised his semi-automatic rifle, and fired several bullets in quick succession. The enemy sniper, after all, was not experienced enough. Perhaps he found climbing trees laborious, but after climbing to the treetop, he fired several shots without changing position. If it were normal Cambrian soldiers, their vision would certainly not be enough to spot this guy. But for players, their night operations were not affected too much, at least vision was not a major factor. Therefore, in the colonel's eyes, this guy was practically a living target. 3 bullets were fired in quick succession, piercing the soldier's chest in an instant. The sniper in the treetop fell headfirst without a sound, but at the same time, another bullet suddenly shot towards the colonel's direction. Oh, come on! Hit in the abdomen by an enemy bullet, a red blur instantly appeared before the colonel's eyes, making him realize his health was in danger. Fortunately, a support soldier in his squad immediately threw a medical kit, restoring his health in an instant. Good heavens, the NPCs in this game are a bit malicious. He previously used his rookie companion as bait, clearly intending to trade lives. In the comms, the colonel said to his teammates with some emotion, then raised his gun and aimed in the direction from before. Unfortunately, that cunning fellow knew to shoot and move, and his figure had already disappeared. But it didn't matter, the squads that had reached the enemy's flank were all in position. It was time to start the hunt. Several players skilled in bayonet charges rushed forward first. Because they were all equipped with Krieg skins, their bayonet charges were silent. Before the battle, their running sounds would certainly have been heard by the enemies on the flank. However, because players on the main battlefield were constantly firing mortar shells randomly into the forest, the enemies in the forest had their attention completely focused on the front. A distance of over 100 meters passed in an instant, with Krieg's bayonet charge. Such a distance truly didn't take long. By the time an Austrania soldier noticed the bayonet coming from the flank, it was already too late. With a short, sharp scream, the bayonet was plunged savagely into his chest, then twisted forcefully, and the scream suddenly became earth-shattering. The Krieg, who had just stabbed a person with a bayonet, quickly dodged to the side while continuously deploying multiple smoke grenades. Bayonet fighting naturally had to be combined with smoke grenades, otherwise, how would one cover their approach to the enemy? The sudden smoke grenades, along with a companion's dying scream, naturally made the Austrania people aware that enemies had appeared on their flank. However, they didn't foolishly charge into the smoke grenades. Instead, they quickly retreated while fighting, preparing to use the forest's cover to flank the smoky area. But just then, 2 bullets suddenly shot from a distance, instantly taking the lives of 2 soldiers. The other Austrania people immediately became vigilant, completely unaware of where these bullets had come from. Not good, the other side also has marksmen, they should be on our flank. Get down, don't move, and whatever you do, don't expose your position. Several Austrania soldiers said cautiously while hiding behind thick trees. During training, they had already been taught how to evade enemy sniper lock-on. There was no other good way, it was simply a strategy of stalling. With enemy snipers watching them, they couldn't make any rash moves. Once they made any action that exposed themselves, the snipers on the other side would absolutely fire without hesitation. So, this often came down to a test of patience. Whoever's patience ran out first would win this duel. They didn't believe that Cambrian snipers would always target them, these guys would inevitably focus on other companions. But just then, several more bullets came from different directions, and 3 more Austrania soldiers fell without a sound. Damn it, where did these bullets come from? Looking at the trajectory of the bullets, one of the officers' faces turned ashen, because he realized he was surrounded by Cambrians. There were enemies on both sides, the opponent had formed a crossfire, and on the front, a group of reckless players was still breaking through. Some marksmen quickly transformed their eyes into beast pupils in the darkness, frantically searching for enemies, but after searching around, they couldn't find where the enemies were. But just as he deactivated his beast pupils, preparing to quietly move under the cover of darkness, a bullet from behind took his life. The player who had fired the sneak attack emerged silently from behind the tree trunk, quickly searching for the next target. With the mini-map open, players could see enemy positions once they were within 100 meters. Therefore, even if the opponent activated special abilities that allowed them to see clearly in the dark, he didn't have X-ray vision and couldn't see the Cambrian soldiers hiding behind the tree trunks. The Austrania people were a bit confused. As the battle continued, their losses became more and more severe. The constantly appearing smoke grenades made them afraid to move to the flanks, forcing them to continuously contract towards the center. Because more than 20 brave warriors had already proven with their lives that at such a time, whoever charged into the smoke grenades would die. At the same time, they were still constantly enduring sniper fire from all directions. According to the judgment of these elite veterans, the enemy should not be too far from them, possibly within 100 meters of their surroundings. But they couldn't understand how the enemy was hiding. These people searched for a long time but found few traces of the enemy, and even if they did, it was difficult to take them down. The enemies hiding in the dark seemed to know their positions clearly, constantly playing hide and seek with them nearby. No matter where they moved, the enemies always spotted them first, while they could never spot the enemies. A player, dagger in hand, hid behind a large tree. Just on the other side of the tree, less than 5 meters away, an Austrania soldier was firing. In the night battle, he truly appreciated the benefits of the mini-map. The enemy didn't know where he was hiding, but he knew the enemy's position perfectly, to the point where his current combat style was starting to emulate Assassin's Creed tactics. Of course, it wasn't about charging into a crowd and fighting like a berserker, but rather quietly circling behind the opponent and then assassinating them. The sound of this player's breathing was noticed by the Austrania person on the other side of the tree trunk. That cunning fellow pretended to aim and shoot, while subtly backing away along the tree, preparing to flank and ambush the person behind him. But he didn't know that his movements around the tree trunk were clearly visible to the player on the mini-map. As he circled to the side, the player also circled to the other side. When he rounded the tree trunk to the other side, he fired a shot without thinking, but after firing, he realized he had missed. Not good. Realizing the situation was bad, he quickly turned around, preparing to stab with his bayonet, but a large hand reaching from behind ended everything. The sharp dagger easily slit his throat, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The blood loss was rapid, causing his physical strength to decline at an extremely fast rate, and soon he could no longer stand. The player withdrew the dagger, not even looking at the corpse twitching and struggling on the ground, and began to ambush the next target. With the help of the mini-map, it was simply too easy to ambush these enemies at night. His biggest dilemma, in fact, was how to further reduce his presence and prevent the enemy from spotting him through the trees. Several Austrania soldiers silently fell to the ground and died, their deaths unnoticed by the others. On this battlefield, people were dying every moment, and their deaths were so quiet that in such a chaotic battle, no one noticed their demise. The psyker, hiding in the shadows, found a concealed spot, lay down, and began to act like a Laolu, an old trickster. The more they used it, the more they felt that unless it was a special terrain, in general combat, the blood boil skill was the most effective spell. A hunting radius of 100 meters was enough for them to harvest enemies at close range. And the most ingenious thing about this skill was that it wasn't obstructed by buildings and didn't make any noise. As long as he found a place to hide, made sure he didn't make any noise, and paid attention to his threat level, he would basically have no problems. He had successfully eliminated multiple enemies using this move, yet until now, no enemy had noticed him. Until, holy crap, you old trickster. When this psyker player saw a flare suddenly shoot towards his direction, its dazzling red light cutting across the sky above his head, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, where did this ridiculous invader come from? Why is he specifically shelling his direction? Watching his own invader continuously launch flares, one after another, and seemingly getting addicted to it, Colonel Yurden, who was in charge of commanding nearby, quickly stopped him. Stop shooting, run quickly, you're firing from the wrong position. While rapidly relocating, he pulled the invader aside and said. There aren't many enemies over there in total, and we have a psyker on our side assassinating them. If you fire a cannon there, you'll kill your own people, it's pointless. Hit over there, there's a small squad retreating over there, give them a surprise with some shelling. Hearing his companion's reminder, the invader player suddenly realized his mistake. Alright, he did indeed make a mistake. He hadn't thought much when firing earlier, just blasted away as soon as he saw enemies ahead. From now on, directly covering this squad with artillery fire was the best approach. The flares suddenly descending from above, followed by the shelling that immediately roared in, instantly tensed up the other Austrania in the forest. Shit, this is illogical. How is this possible? An Austrania soldier looked at the suddenly appearing bombardment zone next to him, his expression dumbfounded. He could understand that the enemy wanted to conduct bombardment by guiding with flares, reminding the mortar behind to provide fire support. But he couldn't understand, and he really couldn't understand. What kind of shells did the enemy's mortar use? How could the explosion follow immediately after the flare landed? Didn't the enemy's artillery need to lock onto the flare's position, calculate firing data, and didn't the shells need time to fly through the air? They were clinging to the enemy's camp, at least several hundred meters away. Even if the enemy's mortar had already been prepared and happened to be aimed here, the shells would still take several seconds to arrive, right? The instantaneous arrival of the shells astonished the Austrania, making them suspect they might have encountered some bizarre supernatural beings. The constantly appearing bombardment zones, the falling flares, and the instantaneously arriving shellings completely shattered the morale of this group of Austrania. They were truly unwilling to be buried in artillery fire like this. Any clear-headed person could see that this mission had completely failed. So, retreating quickly and preserving their lives immediately was the most important thing. Attention, the enemy is running. Upon seeing this, a player, whose bloodlust had just slightly subsided, surged again, and with a yura, he charged with his bayonet. Undoubtedly, at his current bayonet charge speed, if he were to pursue the fleeing enemy soldier, it wouldn't take 10 seconds for him to stab that guy to death. But just as he charged, a bullet shot from the front pierced his head. Even in retreat, these well-trained Austrania veterans split into multiple groups, covering each other as they withdrew. Although their morale was on the verge of collapse, it hadn't completely shattered, and they hadn't lost their rationality. So they clearly understood the importance of covering their teammates' retreat. If they just blindly fled, they would never escape the pursuit of so many people. However, with their staggered covering, their retreat was a bit slower, and new flares were fired at them, followed by the creation of new bombardment zones. The invader, acting as a Laolu, trickster, in the shadows, crawled forward, occasionally pulling out a flare gun and firing a sudden shot. It must be said, he was really enjoying the explosions this time. Whether it was due to doctrine or simply the lack of multiple paths in the forest, many Austrania squads, when retreating, spontaneously preferred to form a small column. This small column indeed allowed those behind them to follow in the footsteps of those in front, quickly moving through the darkness and assisting those soldiers who were not shapeshifters in their retreat. But at the same time, such a small column also formed a living target for the invader, one bombardment zone could wipe out an entire squad. Some Austrania who were caught knelt on the ground, wanting to surrender, speaking a lot of gibberish that couldn't be understood. The new player, who had just arrived not long ago, was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on with this guy. Don't just stand there, just kill him, it doesn't matter. Just then, another player who suddenly darted out from the side said, while quickly taking 2 shots to claim this kill. There are Easter eggs in this game, many soldiers will have some very strange behaviors, such as suddenly surrendering on the battlefield, wetting their pants from fear, or even failing at being a Laolu, trickster. You don't need to worry about that much, the kill reward is the same anyway. Unless there are specific missions that require taking captives, these Easter eggs are usually useless. After a few casual words, the veteran player continued to pursue the enemies ahead. The noob, who had just arrived and understood nothing, let out an "oh" after hearing this. So that's how it is, I didn't expect this game to be so detailed, that even NPCs have surrender Easter eggs. The unlucky guy who was killed. Damn it, this isn't an Easter egg, I was really surrendering. Not a single one of the Austrania who came to ambush in the forest managed to escape. If Colonel Yurden hadn't formed a combat team to command from the rear, it's possible some of these enemies might have actually escaped. The terrain in the forest was too chaotic, and coupled with the different combat styles of various players, the entire battlefield was extremely disorganized. If all these factors were combined, if the enemy wanted to flee, they might indeed find some opportunities to escape. Unfortunately, the squad Colonel Yurden deployed to launch a flanking attack had already cut off the enemy's retreat. As a result, they thought they could cover each other and break through, but they accidentally fell into a trap that players had set up in advance. In a relatively open area with little cover, over 20 Austrania soldiers encountered heavy fire from more than 10 players shooting from all directions. At this moment, they fully experienced what it meant to be utterly defenseless. Over 20 people were almost all wiped out within seconds, with many bodies simply reduced to small human remains found amidst a large number of bullet casings. Finally, a battle report summary. Colonel Yurden's squad was not large, with a total of only 30+ players. However, the battle achievements of these 30+ players were almost close to the sum of all other players. There were only over 200 enemies in total, and they eliminated over 90 of them in one go, meaning each team member had to get about 3 kills. This kill ratio was already quite impressive, as they had to snatch food from the jaws of many other players. If it weren't for the insufficient number of incoming enemies, it is believed that these squads could have achieved even more astonishing hunting records. Andre also saw the combat performance of this player squad in the system. It must be said, this squad gave him a rather astonishing impression. In the past, Andre adopted a hands-off approach to these players' combat styles, not really bothering to manage them much. This was mainly because many players, when playing the game, only cared about charging head first, not using their brains at all, let alone coordinating with each other. However, from now on, it seems that if players were allowed to form teams spontaneously or temporarily assign command, recruiting a group of casual players, their performance seemed much stronger than fighting alone. Thinking about it, it made sense. Many players didn't bother with tactical coordination mostly because there was no one to command, and they were unwilling to use their brains. If someone else did the steps for them, gave them orders, and it was a command authority that had been arranged in advance, then these players were often very willing to accept it. Andre began to ponder if his game could implement a guild system. However, he hadn't quite figured out how to implement the guild system yet, as a guild system would need guild activities, guild benefits, and even guild wars. In typical games, guild wars are direct contests between different guilds, but that was naturally impossible here. If players were told to kill each other, they might enjoy it, but then others would see it and think Vorontsov's army was in civil strife. But for other things, Andre felt he might be able to arrange some, and also consider introducing some more expensive war machines and some special professions. Some things, individual players definitely couldn't afford, selling them wouldn't help. But if a certain special profession was made available for guild sharing, allowing these players to collectively fund its purchase under the guild's name and then use it within the guild, wouldn't that be much better? Then they could take turns using it, letting them arrange it themselves. This way, Andre could also bring out more good things and, incidentally, open up more top-up options. But just as he was pondering how to further leverage guilds to enhance player combat effectiveness, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Because Andre suddenly noticed that an unlucky Psyker player had entered a state of Psyker outburst. Chapter 221, Guilds activated, a guild shop full of Easter eggs. Damn it! What the hell was that noise? Within the minimap's range, Andre, by sharing vision with a player, saw the Psyker player who was experiencing a Psyker breakdown. This player suddenly suffered a Psyker breakdown, and his danger level instantly skyrocketed at an extremely fast pace, breaking through 100% in the blink of an eye, then spiraling out of control like a rocket. He himself didn't feel anything wrong, he just felt his vision suddenly go black, and then he entered the stage of choosing a revive point, dying in a baffling manner. But from the perspective of other players, this player's body trembled violently, and then his head exploded with a bang, like a bursting water balloon. Red and white matter sprayed everywhere, creating an extremely bloody scene, and at the location where the player's head exploded, a blue-purple Psyker flame suddenly appeared out of thin air. Like a rapidly spinning yin-yang fish, blue and purple Psyker flames intertwined and rotated quickly, swiftly forming a vortex. As the vortex expanded, it suddenly transformed into a passage with a flaming border. Other players could vaguely see a bizarre and colorful world on the other side through this passage. Holy cow, this endless blue landscape, and that giant mirrored crystal in the sky, isn't this opening up to the warp? It should be, and the design looks exactly like Xianzhe's demonic realm, identical to the map in Total War, Warhammer 3. Players whispered to each other, wondering if they could directly charge through this passage and explore the map on the other side. They had previously been inexplicably teleported to a world full of mist through the deflection effect of the void shield, which indicated that this game should have warp maps. One player decided to go all in, suddenly launching a bayonet charge and rushing directly into the vortex. Ha ha ha, puny human, behold the glory of the changer of ways. Just as this player was about to charge into the warp vortex, a high-pitched voice suddenly came from within the vortex. Unfortunately, the originally arrogant and triumphant laughter was only halfway out before it instantly turned into a bizarre scream. A peculiar round creature, short and oddly shaped, with a large cyclopean eye, a big mouth, and several arms, was just about to emerge from the warp passage. However, it was only halfway out when it was instantly stabbed by the player's bayonet. Under normal circumstances, a player's bayonet stab shouldn't kill this demon. Chaos demons have extremely strong vitality, how could they be so easily dispatched by a bayonet? But the player's bayonet had the characteristic of an instant kill effect on infantry units, and this daemon was likely judged to be an infantry unit. Therefore, this unlucky daemon thought it could finally emerge from the warp into the real universe, but it never expected to be killed by a bayonet before even taking a step out. As the daemon's body transformed into psyker flames and gradually dissipated, it looked at the Krieg soldier holding the bayonet, and the even larger number of Krieg in the distance, with an utterly exasperated expression. Damn it! Where did these cultists randomly open a portal? Of all places to open a portal, they had to open it right in the middle of a Krieg encirclement. The player who had suddenly rushed into the warp didn't pay attention to the daemon he had stabbed to death, but instead looked at the surrounding scenery with curiosity. This boundless and bizarre blue world, at first glance, was truly beautiful. However, he was more interested in knowing if he had unlocked a new map this way. But just then, he suddenly heard the flapping of enormous wings behind him. He turned around and found a giant bird man, over 10 meters tall, had landed behind him at some point, and was pointing a peculiar staff with numerous tentacles extending from it at him. Holy smokes, what kind of map is this? I have to fight a Lord of Change right off the bat. The unlucky player had just finished complaining in the chat channel when his vision went black, and his soul was sucked away by the staff. Well, not really sucked away. The player simply re-entered the revive selection interface, dying inexplicably, while the Lord of Change Ejik, the maze warden who had just killed this player, looked at the corpse on the ground with a puzzled expression. How strange, what is this thing? Where did this Krieg soul go? Ejik looked for a long time but couldn't understand what was going on with this Krieg soldier who had suddenly rushed into the warp. If it weren't for the fact that this Krieg soldier was indeed very lively when he first charged in, he would have even suspected that he had killed an Iron Man. Just as Ejik was about to further explore the mystery of the corpse on the ground, a summons suddenly came from his side. At the same time, the corpse on the ground spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye from blue psyker flames. Tisk, what does the changer of ways want me to do now? Muttering softly, Ejik soared into the air and flew towards a giant crystal maze in the distance, aiming for the grand library at the center of the maze. Andre had been observing all of this through the perspectives of other players and screenshots in the chat group. When he clearly saw how the player who had suddenly rushed into the warp was killed, he felt utterly distraught. Oh my goodness, I thought this psyker breakdown would at most just blow himself up, but how did the warp even pop out, and it's Xianzhe's territory no less. Andre couldn't help but cover his head, feeling that the more he thought about this world, the crazier it became, with strange traces everywhere that made him unable to stop connecting the dots. By now, Andre once again worried that one day, as soon as he finished a war, he would turn around to find the Emperor's dream battleship parked on his planet. Forget it, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. That daemon didn't seem like much. Once I have hundreds of millions of players, Xianzhe will have to squat on a toilet to block my player army. After comforting himself in this way, Andre couldn't help but laugh, suddenly feeling much better. Although the monstrous entities in the warp were incredibly absurd, thankfully, his players were too. As long as a health bar appeared, no matter how strange the thing, players could kill it for him. When the number of players was large enough, their equipment good enough, and their stats strong enough, the warp gods would be nothing more than experience fodder. But unknowingly, a sense of urgency arose in Andre's heart. He always felt that the troubles he had to face seemed to be increasing. He once thought this world was just a regular world war, at most with some strange tech trees and a bit of magic. But now, Andre felt that this world was far from as simple as he imagined. Even now, he still hadn't figured out why the Black Eagle Empire launched the World War, or what the overall situation of the world was like. The more he thought about it, the more Andre felt there might be deeper secrets involved, possibly related to the warp. And the four gods of the Cambrian Empire, they looked so familiar. Andre didn't think any of this was a coincidence. The night raid ended, or more accurately, the enemy's night raid ended. The regular soldiers in Andre's camp returned to sleep under his command, but the players were mobilized by Andre. As the saying goes, it's rude not to reciprocate. Since the enemy used night raids against him, Andre naturally couldn't let the enemy off easy. Competing with players in night raids was inherently ridiculous, especially since his players' combat radius had now expanded to an exaggerated degree, making them almost unrestricted in movement range on local battlefields. So Andre immediately wrote a mission, preparing to have players organize a new night raid, but just as he was about to write the mission, he suddenly thought of the guild system. That's right, first implement the guild system, then the night raid. He felt that instead of letting players remain as scattered skirmishers, with battles being just a free-for-all, organizing players with things like guilds might further unleash their enthusiasm. After some thought, Andre initiated a system update for the players. As long as a player's favorability with him exceeded 50 and they were willing to pay an additional 1,000 merit points, they could form a guild. After forming a guild, players would be able to enjoy guild missions, and also receive daily guild missions. In addition, a guild shop and other features were also arranged by Andre. Regarding the guild shop, after some thought, Andre decided to put some of the new troop types and vehicles he had unlocked here first. These items could only be exchanged with guild points. Guild points were a separate currency system from merit points, only obtainable by completing guild missions, and were relatively more valuable. Currently, he didn't have too many things to put in the guild shop, so after some thought, Andre decided to unlock some new stuff. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to fill his own guild shop, and the uniqueness of the guild would significantly decrease. First, regarding skins, Andre directly created 2 brand new Krieg series skins. Krieg Commissar and Colonel Krieg. Andre put a lot of effort into these 2 skins, but to be precise, Krieg Commissar and Colonel Krieg should actually be considered almost the same set of skins. The Krieg Commissar skin, under Andre's operation, gained an additional skill. When activated, all players within a 100-meter radius around him, i.e., within the minimap's range, would receive a special protection buff that increases damage reduction by 50%. Although this special protection only lasts for 10 seconds, and the skill cooldown requires a full minute, if used properly, this skill could make the Krieg's charge even more potent. At that time, players would charge forward head first, and the Commissar would seize the opportunity to apply a damage reduction buff to them. These players' charges would practically turn into an unstoppable force. Compared to the Krieg Commissar, Colonel Krieg's skill was the same, except Andre spent 1,000 influence points to slightly change the appearance, giving him a colonel's uniform. However, the biggest benefit of this skin was that Andre changed it in the backend. This skin could receive a percentage of the merit points earned from kills by other players within the entire guild. For example, when wearing this skin, if a guild player killed an enemy and successfully gained 10 merit points, Colonel Krieg would gain an additional 1 merit point. Of course, this 1 merit point he received was not deducted from other players, but was additionally added to him by Andre in the backend. Anyway, their merit points were just data Andre created in the backend. In reality, the only hard currency in this game was influence points, but players couldn't see them. The reason Andre didn't give Colonel Krieg an extra skill was that adding extra skills to a skin was simply too expensive. If he wanted to add an extra skill to a skin, each one would cost 100,000 influence points, and the cost would double for every additional skill. Andre wasn't that wealthy. He had already spent a lot creating 1 skin with an extra skill. If he made 2 more, he really couldn't afford it. So, the special skill that allowed the Colonel to gain extra merit was actually just Andre modifying data in the backend. It wasn't a real skill. If he could genuinely create a skill for players that would earn them extra influence points, Andre would absolutely not mind doing so. Unfortunately, this system didn't seem to allow such exploits. Andre had already tried before, but he couldn't add such a skill to new skill additions no matter what. Regarding these 2 skins, Andre didn't plan to let players directly spend money on them, as the price was difficult to gauge. Therefore, Andre directly set these 2 skins to function like elite soldier mode. As long as players accumulated a certain amount of guild points, they could redeem and use them. After dying, they would have to spend points again to reuse the skin. In addition, Andre set the Colonel skin to be usable only by guild leaders, which was a privilege for them. Otherwise, why would guild leaders spend points to establish a guild? Besides the power to appoint and dismiss guild administrators, they needed some extra benefits. After adding these 2 skins, Andre also added all 5 types of elite soldiers that could be redeemed, only changing their redemption prices. Originally, players needed to spend 1,000 merit points to redeem an elite soldier, which was very expensive and not cost-effective, only serving as entertainment. But now, players could spend guild points to redeem them, which was equivalent to gaining an additional channel to redeem elite soldier sets. After some thought, Andre also added some miscellaneous small items, such as some newly unlocked weapons with very interesting effects that might not be suitable for actual combat but were full of entertainment value. For example, Andre unlocked the katana from Battlefield V. This item could be said to be a special weapon in Battlefield V, not only very rare but also incredibly powerful. When wielding the katana, melee attacks against infantry units were one-hit kills, and for every enemy killed, the wielder's health would be fully restored. So, as long as the right terrain was chosen and one charged into a sufficiently dense crowd, the katana could truly allow one to rampage through the masses. As long as they weren't instantly killed by an enemy, simply killing one enemy with the katana would quickly restore their health. Besides the katana, Andre also introduced some very cheap but interesting Easter egg weapons. For instance, Andre made the finger gun redeemable with guild points, and it was very cheap to redeem. This weapon was essentially making a gun shape with one's hand and making gun sounds with one's mouth when firing, just like children playing fighting games. However, this weapon did inflict damage on enemies, accompanied by sound effects. Each shot would deal 10 points of damage, meaning roughly 10 shots could take down a regular infantry. From a weapon perspective, this item was indeed meaningless due to its extremely low damage. But from an entertainment perspective, its entertainment value was off the charts. In addition, interesting weapons like the Calibri pistol and the dud stick were also thrown into the guild store by Andre as cheaply redeemable products. These items all had obvious flaws and were not practical in actual combat, but they were very entertaining. Since that was the case, they might as well be put into the guild store as Easter eggs. Besides these weapons, Andre also created some special vehicles, or rather, special vehicle skins. If no extra attributes were added, and it was purely a change in appearance, then it would be very cheap for Andre to create a skin. He would only need to spend 1000 influence points to make such a skin. However, if too many skins without any added attributes were released, over time, it would naturally cause player dissatisfaction, just like enticing players to spend money. Players weren't unwilling to spend money, but at the very least, the skins should offer some strength or special attribute bonuses. That way, spending money would be more interesting. Otherwise, if it was always just plain skins, wasn't that just tricking people? So, Andre simply added skins to the original vehicles, making them look different, then called them new vehicles and put them in the guild store for redemption. For example, the original warhorse, placed in the guild store, could be redeemed for a mechanical warhorse from the Warmer Empire using guild points. This item was considered a miracle of the Empire's master engineers, creating an iron horse that could run like a real warhorse, and Andre turned this into a skin. In fact, the mechanical warhorse and the ordinary warhorse had no difference in performance, but this item looks strange. Especially in the battlefield, the warhorse itself was a very magical thing, jokingly referred to as a nuclear-powered mechanical warhorse. Andre creating such a skin was also considered an official meme. Besides this mechanical warhorse skin, Andre also added an Imperial Steam Tank skin to the Saint Jamin tank, an Imperial Emperor's Wrath skin to the T-34 tank, and a Dwarf Gyrocopter Bomber skin to the bomber. This wave was also a tribute to Warmer. Anyway, after applying these skins, the performance of these tanks remained the same, there would be no difference. But from an appearance perspective, these skins were truly full of entertainment. However, considering that these skins were only meant to attract players to play guilds and sell some nostalgia, Andre did not enable the external display mode for these skins. In other words, to other people, the warhorses players rode and the tanks they drove would not show any other changes. He did this not for any other reason, but mainly because he was worried that the Cambrian Empire would ask him for more. Although Andre knew that these weapons were essentially the same, in the eyes of the Cambrian Empire, it would mean Andre had conjured up some strange new weapons again. What if the Cambrian Empire demanded his help to produce steam tanks or dwarf bombers? What would he do then? His system's production line list completely lacked these two items, and Andre couldn't possibly handcraft a steam tank. So, there was no choice. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings for certain people, Andre could only temporarily disable this external effect. After all, for players, they had so many people themselves, and from their perspective, these skins with their unique appearances were a form of self-entertainment. Most players' skins did not receive feedback from NPCs when they played games, so it was no big deal. After handling this wave of guild system updates, Andre immediately released the update announcement, which quickly received an enthusiastic response among players. Because Andre had taken a screenshot of the items in the guild store in advance and added it to the update announcement, a wave of wealthy players immediately chose to open guilds without hesitation. In an instant, Andre suddenly had dozens of various guilds, and the number of these guilds was still increasing at a visible rate. Holy crap, 666, this game finally has guilds. Seriously, this game should have had guilds a long time ago. Why wasn't it implemented before? Seeing the players' conversations in the chat area, Andre scratched his head, a somewhat awkward expression on his face. Could he say that he hadn't thought of it before, plus he didn't have enough merit points to operate it? As a large wave of players registered guilds, they immediately began looking for guild quests, preparing to earn guild points. Because all the items in the store needed to be redeemed with guild points, and many of these items were exclusive content that couldn't be redeemed elsewhere. Seeing this, Andre also casually wrote some guild content, such as daily quests that were easy to complete, and combat missions for special periods. After writing for a long time, and once the players had processed the update content, Andre gathered them at the edge of the camp and said, "Everyone, the time has come. We need to launch a counterattack against the enemy. The despicable Austrania people attacked us with shameless tactics and caused us immense losses. We need revenge. Show them with our actions that even at night, the Cambrian Empire's army remains invincible. Victory in this war will undoubtedly belong to us. Yura." As soon as Andre finished speaking, a group of players also shouted Yura. In unison, while other players shouted various random things. For example, "Boss, we can't take it anymore. Lead us to fight them. My big gun is already thirsty. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Damn it." It could only be said that this bunch of players was truly disorganized and undisciplined. It was also fortunate that this area was quite far from the center of the camp, so the regular soldiers couldn't clearly hear what these players were shouting, only barely making out that they were shouting. Otherwise, if others heard clearly, they might think Andre was leading a bunch of bandits. And that last one shouting "blood for the blood god," stop shouting randomly. Be careful, you might actually summon Tsianch in a moment. If a cult worshipping Tsianch suddenly popped up, that would be a huge mess. Immediately after, Andre also issued a large-scale mission in addition to the guild quests. The specific explanation was somewhat complex, but the general idea was that in this night raid, each guild's kill records would be tallied, and ranked based on the merit points the guild earned. The guild that earned the most merit points would receive an extra mysterious reward, and players in other guilds would be ranked accordingly, also receiving different guild point rewards. In addition, besides the guild points privately owned by players, each guild leader would have a public treasury. This public treasury could be accumulated through regular donations from players, and at critical moments, the guild leader could use the treasury to redeem items that were normally unavailable for redemption by individual players, such as special units with extremely high redemption prices that individual soldiers often couldn't afford. However, Andre had only set up the public treasury for now, and daily donations of a small amount of merit points could also earn guild points, turning it into a daily quest. As for the specific large items that could be redeemed using the guild treasury, he hadn't made them available for redemption yet. Andre was still sifting through options. He needed to choose something with an exaggerated appearance, sufficient visual impact, and, at the same time, something expensive enough that most players wouldn't be able to redeem it individually. Only then could this public treasury serve its purpose. Of course, would the guild master monopolize the merits in the treasury and only use the redeemed items for himself? Andre couldn't control such matters. These things should be coordinated internally by their guilds, if a guild master wasn't good at uniting his subordinates. But was selfish, then other players could naturally leave the guild. Anyway, ordinary players didn't need any conditions to join a guild, they just had to wait 48 hours after leaving a guild before they could join a new one. After a round of operations, Andre, somewhat fatigued, closed the system interface and watched as large groups of players either drove tanks or rode in vehicles, speeding off into the distance. In addition, many players chose to ride war horses, following the troops, or rather, acting as cavalry vanguards. Major General, isn't it too risky to let your soldiers advance deep into enemy territory alone? Just then, Yuri suddenly walked over. Looking at the departing troops, Yuri's expression was somewhat surprised. He could tell that all the units moving away were Andre's elite soldiers. The thought of them suddenly launching a night raid at such a time to counterattack the enemy made Yuri feel that Andre had completely lost his mind. Under the lamplight, Andre saw Yuri's suspicious gaze and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, old friend? Do you think my order is a bit crazy? Before Yuri could answer, Andre nodded, admitting. Indeed, from a normal perspective, my order is indeed a bit crazy. Sending a unit deep into unfamiliar enemy territory on such a dark night is like sending them to their deaths. But Yuri, I suggest you have more confidence in these soldiers, they are capable of creating miracles. Yuri frowned slightly, feeling that Andre's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Alright, since you have so much confidence in your soldiers, I won't try to persuade you, but don't come crying to me if you suffer heavy losses. Yuri sighed, then said to Andre half jokingly, half seriously, and turned to go back to sleep. He didn't know where Andre's confidence came from, but Andre's performance was so miraculous that he didn't dare to refute him. Not to mention this battle, were there no outlandish battles among all the ones Andre had fought before? Yuri seriously suspected that Andre might have some divine blessing behind him, not just the goddess of summer he mentioned, but some even more miraculous deity. As soon as this possibility came to mind, Yuri's trust in Andre began to skyrocket. After all, this was a chosen one blessed by a god. As long as they didn't die prematurely for no reason, which chosen one couldn't achieve a great cause. And by following Andre, didn't that mean he too could partake in this glory? So Yuri simply stopped trying to persuade him and let Andre do as he pleased. In his opinion, Andre understood warfare better than he did, and since this guy was doing this, he must have his reasons. However, Yuri had no idea that Andre sent the players out to battle not only to retaliate against the enemy's night raid but, more importantly, to provide players with a channel to earn guild points. Currently, apart from daily donations, players had no other means of acquiring guild points. This opportunity to fight a battle would allow him to harvest the enemy's influence points while also providing an opportunity to distribute guild points to players, making it a win-win situation for both sides. Although players didn't know where the enemy was hiding, they had a special skill, running around everywhere. A group of cavalry players aggressively led the way, squinting their eyes, carefully searching for possible enemy positions. At the same time, bombers and fighter jets constantly circled in the sky, occasionally dropping signal flares onto the ground or taking photos in a certain direction, hoping to mark any enemies they might stumble upon. Relying on this reconnaissance method, the Austrania army, which was retreating and defending other areas, could not hide themselves. Before long, Andre's Air Force first discovered an enemy outpost. Based on the chat logs from the Air Force and other players, Andre quickly scanned the map and then pinpointed a secluded small city. Suojarvi, a small town of modest size located in Karelia, with a permanent population of only about 10,000 people, was also the only route to Yusun. In the previous war, this city was occupied by the Otlandians. It seemed that the enemy must have had troops stationed in this city. Due to ethnic hatred, and coupled with the fact that both the Cambrian Empire and Austrania had wielded the butcher's knife against each other's civilians during the Great Northern War, the residents of this city had already evacuated by train when the Otlandians attacked. Since there were no civilians in this city, there was no need to worry about friendly fire during bombing, so the players naturally showed no mercy. When the players' bombers rumbled over the enemy's heads, the Otlandians in the city hurriedly woke up and rushed to the anti-aircraft gun positions to organize anti-aircraft fire. Bang, bang, bang. In haste, 20mm anti-aircraft guns were the first to open fire, blasting at the massive bombers overhead. But at the same time, the autocannons in the bombers' nose also showed no weakness, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with the opposing anti-aircraft guns. After a brief, intense clash, the bomber, at the cost of damaged wings, successfully used concentrated high-explosive autocannon fire to take out the anti-aircraft gun below. But just then, the player operating this bomber suddenly noticed movement from another direction. Colonel Yolteng, what are you doing? Preparing to find an opportunity to parachute. Colonel Yolteng, who had just established the Creek Death Corps 1st Detachment Guild, was currently squatting on the wing of a bomber, holding a bright red flag. Looking down at the ground, he explained in the chat area to the other side. When you guys air raided the enemy capital with airships before, you were too hasty and didn't utilize the boarding nature of this thing. Now I've set up the respawn point here. At this moment, a total of 60 players in my guild are on standby, ready to respawn here and then parachute. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly called out in the guild's internal chat. Immediately after, a large group of soldiers wearing Creek Death Corps uniforms parachuted out of the plane like dumplings, one after another, then opened their parachutes at the opportune moment. What the hell? This is unscientific. The Outlandians on the ground were stunned when they saw the sudden blossoming of parachutes in the sky. Although the darkness prevented him from seeing clearly how many enemies were overhead, by the searchlights that had locked onto the enemy bomber, he saw the scene of a large group of people jumping down together. So he didn't understand how strong the payload capacity of the enemy's special aircraft was, and which part of the aircraft these people were sitting in before. He really couldn't figure out how such a small bomber could carry dozens of people. However, she didn't get a chance to figure it out, because the players had already launched a counterattack from midair before they even landed on the ground. Never underestimate players, the firepower in their hands is extremely abnormal. Submachine guns, light machine guns, semi-automatic rifles and sniper rifles, all sorts of weapons fired continuously from the players' hands. At this moment, they showed no sign of parachuting. Despite being suspended in midair, they were still continuously unleashing terrifying firepower onto the ground with their weapons. And most importantly, some of these players even directly brought out rocket launchers and started firing at the ground. After several consecutive grenade blasts, an anti-aircraft position was instantly destroyed by the players' rocket launchers. The Austrania soldier operating the anti-aircraft gun never dreamed that he would one day be killed by the enemy in such a manner. However, compared to the limited firepower unleashed by the players, the firepower demonstrated by the bomber was the most lethal. Because of unlimited ammunition in all three positions being filled, the firepower displayed by this bomber at this moment was like a legendary aerial gunship. The bomber continuously circled over the city, occasionally dropping a series of bombs after the bombs cooled down. At the same time, the high-explosive autocannon at the front of the bomber and the machine gun at the rear also continuously strafed the ground below. It was as if one bomber alone easily delivered the firepower of an entire artillery regiment. And what made the Outlandians most despair was that there were over a dozen such bombers. At this moment, these bombers were continuously bombarding the city, as if they wanted to flatten the entire city. Damn it, are they crazy? Is it really worth dropping so many bombs for this city? An Austrania soldier hiding in the city shivered, praying that the bombs wouldn't penetrate his cellar. He didn't understand why the enemy would deploy so many bombers to attack a city with only one regiment stationed there. Could it be that they were trying to prevent the city's defenders from obstructing nearby railways, and so planned to wipe out the area with their air force? He didn't know how long the terrifying bombardment lasted, but the sound overhead finally ceased. The unfortunate soldier crawled out of the cellar like a soft-legged shrimp, looking in horror at the surrounding ruins. Just half an hour ago, this was an orderly small town, but now, it had completely turned into a mess. He stood there dumbfounded, looking around, not knowing how many comrades were still alive. He was certain that the number of surviving comrades would not be many. The previous bombardment had been truly terrifying. Damn it, am I the only one left alive in the entire regiment? He sat down dejectedly, feeling utterly disheartened for a moment. But just then, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his backside. Chapter 222, Armored Train Blocked. What's that sound, damn it? Still disoriented and dizzy, the Austrania soldier felt the ground tremble and quickly looked behind him. But as soon as he turned around, he felt as if he was about to die of fright, yet the next moment, an excited expression appeared on his face. Because he suddenly saw a strangely shaped armored vehicle rushing towards him, and he recognized this thing. It was a Lancer light mech produced by the Wuxiao Empire. From a player's perspective, its overall appearance somewhat resembled the AT-PT light walker used by the Galactic Empire in Star Wars, with two very slender mechanical legs and a forward protruding, underslung turret. Overall, the firepower output of this armored vehicle could only be described as average. A 37mm anti-tank cannon and a coaxial machine gun were all it had. However, this armored vehicle had a significant advantage: it was incredibly fast. Calculated for road speed, this armored vehicle could reach 60 to 70 km per hour, and even in off-road environments, its speed could exceed 50 km per hour, making it extremely mobile. According to the Wuxiao Empire's classification standards for armored units, this Lancer mech clearly belonged to the cruise mech category, meaning it was used for reconnaissance and rapid maneuverability. Of course, after the Outlandians imported this mech from the Wuxiao Empire, their own mode of use was another matter. Because the Wuxiao Empire was unwilling to sell them more advanced and expensive infantry mechs, they could only use these smaller mechs. Therefore, in addition to incorporating these mechs into some independent armored regiments, they also integrated a small number of mechs into infantry units, using them as fire support for the infantry. Although this thing wasn't really suitable for supporting infantry, there was no choice. Having it was better than not having it at all. Hey, over here, look over here. Enemies have fallen from the sky, quickly take them out. The Austrania soldier excitedly called out to the mech in front of him, but to his confusion, the mech didn't seem to hear him. How strange, had he been struck dumb by the terrifying bombardment earlier? But he could clearly hear himself speaking. Under his stunned gaze, the mech didn't slow down at all, charging straight towards him. Before he could dodge, a huge mechanical leg slammed into him, kicking him like a soccer ball against a wall more than 10 meters across the street. immediately producing a bone-shattering crunch that made one's teeth ache. No need to look, kicked such a long distance by such a huge mechanical leg, this soldier was surely dead. The Lancer mech, which had just kicked the soldier, didn't stop but instead charged directly towards a still operating anti-aircraft position in the distance, preparing to take out that position directly. Because the design philosophy of the Wuxiao Empire's mechs itself was flawed, completely disregarding their use in armor-piercing combat, this mech was particularly tall. As a result, when players operated this mech, a blind spot naturally formed below. Coupled with the overly chaotic environment and the night setting, the dust-covered Austrania soldier didn't look very conspicuous. So, the player didn't notice that he seemed to have kicked someone until he operated the mech to run over. Cold Crow, who was below, responsible for operating the mech, recalled the unnatural pause earlier and said with a slight puzzlement. How strange, I feel like I kicked something. Gigi King. Who cares, maybe it was a speed bump. Faster, faster, hurry and take out that little guy over there. Bang. A 37mm armor-piercing shell was fired, directly penetrating the gun shield of the anti-aircraft gun in the distance. However, what was rather awkward was that this shell might not have hit the anti-aircraft gun's vital spot, so even though it penetrated the gun shield, the anti-aircraft gun continued to operate normally. And this sudden shot also made the anti-aircraft gun notice the approaching mech behind it, or rather, it alerted the other party that this mech had been taken control of by the enemy. Therefore, this anti-aircraft gun quickly turned its barrel and aimed at the Lancer mech charging towards it. Trash, you're infuriating. How did you aim? You missed a shot from such a close range. Seeing this, Gigi King immediately started scolding Cold Crow, who retorted without hesitation. Is it my fault? How was I supposed to know this gun was so difficult to use? The Outlandians are crazy, a perfectly good mech, and they don't even carry a single high-explosive shell, just solid armor-piercing rounds, and more solid armor-piercing rounds. I'm really fed up, with such a small gun, what kind of armor can they penetrate? It must be said that this mech duo, having just gotten their hands on this brand new mech, immediately felt how difficult it was to use. From a vehicle perspective, this mech was actually quite good, running swiftly and flexibly, but its small gun was truly hard to describe. It was clearly a 37mm gun, but due to angle issues, loading was troublesome, and this thing didn't even carry high explosive shells. It seemed that this thing had little use on the battlefield except for ambushing enemy armored vehicles or attacking enemy mechs from the side or other weak points. Overall, this thing was genuinely not very suitable for infantry support, it would be better to mount a mortar on a truck. But it didn't matter, its mobility was its best cover. Cold Crow, as both driver and artillery, was driving this mech with all his might, constantly performing serpentine maneuvers to dodge the anti-aircraft gun in front. This was the biggest flaw in this mech's design, the turret could clearly be mounted on top, but it was insisted that the turret be mounted below, while a very spacious cockpit was added to the top. This led to the fact that not only did this thing look very conspicuous, like a large target stood up on top for people to shoot at, but at the same time, its driver also had to serve as the artillery, making it very uncomfortable to operate. Of course, this might also be due to the design philosophy of the Wuxiao Empire. According to the Wuxiao Empire's theory, they believed that a mech's captain was very important and must have sufficient observation space, needing to concentrate energy on observation and command. This also led to the fact that the captain, located at the top of the mech, besides being able to operate the machine gun, could only send telegrams. Perhaps from a practical combat perspective, such an arrangement had some scientific basis, but for the player experience, such an arrangement could only be considered extremely poor. Boom! A cannon shot suddenly rang out, and the anti-aircraft gun at that anti-aircraft position fired a fierce shot towards them. Because this anti-aircraft gun was a heavy 88mm anti-aircraft gun imported from the Black Eagle Empire and did not have rapid-fire capability, the Lancer mech actually managed to avoid this shot with its serpentine maneuvers. If it were other anti-aircraft guns, such as the 2-pounder Shredder guns, the Lancer, with its armor only 10mm thick, would probably have been blown to pieces on the spot. And after firing this shot and realizing it hadn't hit the enemy, the other side immediately became flustered. It seemed that the quality of the Austrania anti-aircraft artilleries here was only mediocre. The player didn't give the opponent a chance to continue using the anti-aircraft gun to counterattack. A burst of coaxial machine gun fire easily took out 2 of the enemy artilleries, and immediately after, this high-speed mech stepped directly onto the anti-aircraft position. With 2 consecutive kicks and a series of stomps, this 88mm anti-aircraft gun was instantly toppled. The remaining artilleries were either crushed to death or kicked to who knows where. At the same time, as more and more players parachuted into the city, this small town was quickly occupied by players, and the few remaining enemies offered only weak resistance before being successively killed by the players. A few Austrania soldiers still wanted to resist the players in street fighting, but they didn't know that fighting players in street fighting was a suicidal act. With the minimap open, players knew exactly where enemies within a 100-meter radius were hiding. And the automatic weapons in the players' hands gave them a distinct advantage in street fighting. Ordinary Austrania soldiers simply couldn't contend with them. 2 Austrania soldiers hid on the street, one on the left and one on the right, attempting to use the ruins of buildings on both sides as cover, relying on crossfire to ambush players rapidly approaching them. But they didn't know that the few players running towards them from the front were just decoys, the real killers were behind them. A player suddenly circled to a side street and silently aimed his gun at one of the soldiers, taking him out with 2 quick shots. Immediately after, before the other soldier opposite could react, he suddenly launched a silent bayonet charge. Players from the Krieg 1st Regiment Guild had all voluntarily purchased Krieg skins, which made their charges almost ghostly, silent, and swift. The other soldier only heard the gunshots, saw his companion fall, and before he could figure out what had happened, the enemy's bayonet was already in front of him. It wasn't until the sharp bayonet fiercely pierced his chest, knocking him to the ground, that he realized he had been stabbed. Two Krieg soldiers silently walked towards the street corner ahead, approaching a building from two directions simultaneously. It must be said that this small stone building was truly sturdy, it had not been shattered in the previous bombardment. And according to what they saw, this small building was very likely the enemy's command post, because several people were hidden inside, and they also heard the sound of a radio transmitting. Two grenades were simultaneously thrown through the window, and the violent explosion instantly killed two soldiers inside and wounded several other soldiers, who fell to the ground. Before the soldiers who had been blown to the ground could get up, two Krieg simultaneously flipped in through the window, and a burst of wild firing killed all the enemies on the ground. We captured an enemy radio, is this thing useful? One of the Krieg asked his companion in a low voice, casually kicking the table where the radio was placed. But his companion didn't answer, instead, he was rummaging through boxes and cabinets on the ground, seemingly busy looking for something. Hey, I said, what are you looking for? I'm looking for the codebook. According to the plot, since there's a radio here, shouldn't there also be a codebook? Hearing codebook, the Krieg who had been studying whether the radio was useful immediately brightened up, picked up a book from the table, and said, "Take a look, is this book the codebook?" Prompted by his companion, the player who was still busy rummaging on the ground scrambled up, glanced at it, and realized that the small booklet his companion was holding was indeed the codebook. That's right, it's the codebook. Oh, this isn't scientific, according to game conventions, shouldn't codebooks always be hidden in a more concealed place? He scratched his head, feeling a bit disillusioned by his misjudgment. In his impression, shouldn't activities like finding a codebook be very complicated, like solving a puzzle requiring patience and a slow search to have a chance of finding it? Are you stupid? He was just sending a telegram with the radio, how could he have put the codebook away while transmitting? Obviously, he was busy using the codebook just now, so it was naturally left on the table. As he spoke, the player subtly disdained his teammates' intelligence, then fell into a new confusion. What exactly was the telegram the enemy was sending? I think he was sending a telegram requesting support, wasn't he? If it were me, and the army garrison suddenly came under fierce attack, I would definitely quickly call for support from the rear. Hearing this, another player shook his head. It's hard to say. It's also possible they were scared by our air force, so they wanted to warn the rear troops to be careful of our air force. Looking up at the friendly aircraft still circling overhead, the other player felt that his guess was also very likely. It was a pity, they had acted too quickly, so much so that they didn't even have a chance to interrogate the enemy. As for them not understanding the Austrania language, or not having the language pack installed, the two players automatically ignored this question because if an interrogation scenario could be triggered here, they would definitely find a way to get information from the enemy's mouth and would never be stuck because of a language pack. Colonel Yolteng, the guild leader, rushed over and heard the two players arguing. He was silent for a moment, then quickly said to the two. Never mind all this, quickly continue the assault down the middle road. As long as there are enemies here, we'll meet them sooner or later. Quick, move fast. The Air Force will go ahead and continue reconnaissance. If there are enemies, open fire immediately, don't hesitate. Listening to the sudden roar and train whistle from the nearby railway, Colonel Yolteng immediately realized something was wrong. Such a big commotion must mean their armored train was coming. But the problem was, their guild hadn't redeemed an armored train, the people who redeemed armored trains had already been poached by other guilds. Once the enemy's reinforcements were rushing over and happened to run into the charging armored train, it would be a huge mess. Under the indiscriminate bombing of the armored train, who knew how many enemies would survive? The bomber, which had transported everyone from the entire guild, flew away at the fastest speed, having to leave the other members of the guild on the ground. There was no other way, this small town didn't have a field airport, and they searched everywhere but couldn't find an enemy field airport. Or rather, in this era, enemies all use flying vehicles for combat, who would be idle enough to build a field airport? So, the players who had already parachuted to the ground could only fend for themselves, slowly making their way on foot. Without time to think, Yolteng quickly had the guild members redeem cavalry or motorcycles. Everyone who had parachuted in joined the cavalry formation and launched an assault forward. Before, they had thought that parachuting from the bomber would make them faster, but they hadn't realized that this attack's target wasn't just the city of Joensuu, there were also many towns and occupied villages along the way. Just as they were still a bit flustered, a large group of cavalry suddenly passed by from the side, with no attachment to this small town. They also understood this guild, it was a guild formed by a group of cavalry enthusiasts, focusing on specialized cavalry combat, and they had even named their guild White Scars. Good heavens, cavalry was one thing, but why did they have to make it like space Mongols? Unfortunately, they currently had no option to redeem Astartes, nor were there any Astartes skins available. Otherwise, surely these gaming guilds would all be reformed into Astartes legions, guaranteeing a large number of iron cans would appear on the spot. To hurry, a group of players switched to units like cavalry, and players driving tanks also continuously passed by from the side. However, in this terrain, tanks were truly not as convenient to maneuver as cavalry. There were some relatively narrow forest paths where cavalry could barely pass, but tanks truly couldn't navigate them. And the Outlandians, to block Andrei's army, had set up a large number of obstacles on the roads beforehand, such as various landmines. Perhaps because the armored vehicles in this world were quite peculiar, the anti-armor mines here had undergone many modifications. There were very few pressure-activated mines, most were modified into tripwire mines. Clearly, if the enemy's mechs didn't watch where they were going and ran directly through, then once the tiny ropes hidden on the road surface were triggered, the mines below would immediately be activated. Although engineer players could see some hints about the mines, allowing them to run ahead and clear them, this whole process did slow down their movement speed. On the railway, the armored train was advancing unimpeded, completely without its previous cautious attitude. Before, the few players were cautious because this armored train was jointly purchased by them, so they had to use it sparingly, lest it accidentally be destroyed. Especially back then, they encountered more and more enemies ahead, and the rear troops hadn't caught up in time, which made it harder to advance the further they went. A slight mistake could lead to being focused fired and destroyed by the enemy. But now, a large number of players had already caught up from behind, and they had also joined the guild, allowing them to be reimbursed from guild funds. Therefore, their attitude towards using the armored train was much more heroic. At worst, the guild members would collectively contribute to buying a new armored train. The armored train quota was limited, only one armored train could be purchased at each large train station. If their guild didn't buy it, there were plenty of other guilds willing to, so now armored trains had to be snatched up by speed. Just then, a fighter jet player from their guild suddenly warned in the guild chat. Pay attention, there are enemies in the dense forest to the left of the railway ahead of you. Someone is likely preparing an ambush here. As he spoke, the player also screenshot his mini-map and posted it in the chat. After roughly comparing the traces on the map, the player replied with received and immediately maneuvered the turret of the locomotive to rotate, aiming at a nearby forest. The 76mm mountain gun suddenly let out a deafening roar. A shell arced in a large parabola through the air, then fell directly into that forest. Hidden in this forest was a small squad of Austrania soldiers, who had also pushed a 37mm anti-tank gun into position. They were ready. Once the enemy's armored train came over, they would immediately use the anti-tank gun to bombard the enemy's locomotive, then have a suicide squad rush forward with satchel charges. If the enemy hadn't discovered them beforehand, with a surprise attack, such a method should have a very high chance of destroying the armored train. Unfortunately, the Air Force overhead discovered their tracks and notified their teammates in the rear. So, it wasn't until they heard the cannon fire and watched a shell smash down on their heads that these soldiers realized the enemy had discovered them in advance. It's unclear whether the player was lucky or if their skill in operating the locomotive's cannon was superb. This shell landed, precisely hitting their anti-tank gun, which was their core firepower. The massive explosion instantly shattered the cannon, also killing several artilleries behind it who were busy operating it. The others watched in disbelief as a single shell destroyed the anti-tank gun in their squad. What's going on? How did they know our position? The second lieutenant, who served as the squad leader, drew his pistol and looked at his companions with cold eyes, unable to suppress the anger in his gaze. He strongly suspected there was a traitor in his squad, otherwise, how could the enemy know their position so precisely? They were well hidden here, and it was also nighttime. Although there had indeed been an airplane flying overhead just now, how could the other side see enemies hidden in the dense forest below in such darkness? As for whether the armored train hadn't discovered them at all, and just fired a shot randomly because the artillery was itchy? How could that be? Don't enemy shells cost money? Seeing the second lieutenant's cold gaze, the other soldiers quickly raised their hands, softly trying to persuade their superior. Sir, what are you doing? We're all brothers, how could anyone betray us? Besides, we've all been with you, even going to the bathroom in groups. Where would we have had a chance to tip off the enemy? Let alone tip off a train. A group of Austrania soldiers felt extremely wronged. They could see their superior was suspicious of them, but they also didn't know how the enemy found their position. Moreover, was this the time to be thinking about such questions? The armored train was about to arrive. If they didn't run now, what were they waiting for? In the time they delayed, the armored train had already reached their location. The massive train suddenly stopped, then aimed its high-explosive autocannons at the distant dense forest and unleashed a barrage of fire into the forest. Although the player's mini-map range was limited and they couldn't see the full picture, they did see red dots marking enemies appear within a 100-meter radius. Given that, what were they waiting for? Continuous autocannon fire brought down one large tree after another, and several Austrania soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly blown to pieces. In most cases, such autocannons would typically use armor-piercing rounds, rarely high-explosive rounds. But in the battlefield game, this armored train was designed this way, and its weapons were high-explosive autocannons. As a result, when this autocannon indiscriminately bombarded the front, its firepower looked extremely brutal, simply a terrifying infantry killer. The remaining Austrania soldiers lay flat on the ground, desperately burying their heads in the dirt, not daring to look up. Their other companions who tried to escape had already proven with their own experience that getting up and running at this time meant death. But even shrinking their heads like this was useless, because the mountain gun at the front of the locomotive started bombing again. After 2 consecutive shells, their squad had already suffered over half casualties, and the remaining people were trapped there, at a loss for what to do. And what was worse, some people in their squad had somehow died silently while lying on the ground. 2 engineer players were also advancing with the armored train, constantly standing on top of the armored train. Although the armored train couldn't be directly repaired by engineers, they could at least assist the train in clearing mines. To enhance their combat effectiveness and maximize the cover provided by the armored train, Both engineer players unlocked the Psyker class. After all, in Andrei's game, engineer isn't a dedicated class. Any soldier who picks up a large wrench can become a repairman, and by picking up a shovel, they can dig trenches and build anti-aircraft gun emplacements. More accurately, these should be considered special items. So, these two engineers, now as Psykers, were constantly using boiling blood to assassinate enemies lying prone in the distance. The more they fought, the more they realized how useful the Psyker's boiling blood skill was. Although this skill has a short attack range, requires careful management of its crisis value for cooldown, and can only target a single enemy. Its greatest advantage, however, is that it is unaffected by any cover, whether enemies are wearing power armor or hiding behind cover, they cannot escape this skill's hunt. As long as they appear within the minimap's range, this skill can silently and instantly take their lives. Just then, a player above them suddenly flew over in a fighter jet, strafing the ground furiously. Compared to the two Psykers, the fighter jet's firepower was far superior. A single terrifying machine gun sweep wiped out a large number of enemies on the ground. Especially when diving to strafe the ground, the fighter jet also launched a barrage of rockets, blowing up even more enemies on the ground. Watching the fighter jet snatch kills and fly away, the players in the armored train couldn't help but feel like cursing. Damn it, is the Air Force so great? Snatching kills so brazenly. The armored train continued its advance, encountering all sorts of obstacles along the way, especially several abandoned vehicles the enemies had parked on the tracks, filled with fuel and several impact-triggered bombs. If the armored train failed to brake and crashed into them, the massive explosion and the fuel from the vehicles would inevitably engulf the armored train. At least from a normal perspective, an ordinary armored train encountering such an explosion would be unable to continue. Even if it wasn't completely destroyed, these abandoned vehicles remaining on the tracks wouldn't be easy to remove. But the Outlandians overlooked a crucial detail: their abandoned vehicles had not been completely destroyed. If they had blown up these cars beforehand, turning them into unrepairable wrecks, then these abandoned vehicles would naturally just be left on the tracks, difficult to deal with. However, the abandoned vehicles the Outlandians brought over all had engine problems or other issues that couldn't be repaired quickly due to a lack of technical personnel. Clearly, when they towed these military trucks over, they hadn't anticipated that the enemy's repairmen could be so abnormal. Therefore, when the engineer on the train quickly repaired these vehicles and drove one of them away, an enemy squad observing from behind a distant dirt mound was stunned. Damn it, is this what you meant by unusable vehicles? An officer glared at the bewildered auto mechanic beside him and slapped him hard on the head. The soldier was a bit dazed by his superior's slap and mumbled, confused. That shouldn't be. How is that possible? These cars were already inoperable due to malfunctions. When I moved them, I even personally smashed all the engine cylinders. How could they still be driven? Regarding the enemy's incredible repair capabilities in the distance, the auto mechanic felt as if physics no longer existed. Damn, what kind of strange car repair method is this? Just a few twists to the front of the car, and a dead engine was repaired. If such a peculiar car repair skill existed in this world, what would they, the auto mechanics, be needed for? Damn it, stop thinking so much, just shoot. Blow up those cars. I don't believe his armored train can pass. The officer roared, regretting his greed. He shouldn't have been so covetous before. If he had burned all these cars with gasoline earlier, using burning roadblocks to hinder the armored train's movement, he surely could have stopped the enemy here. But he had wanted to wait for the enemy's armored train to approach, let the enemy's train crash into them, or detonate the cars with his own shells, and then destroy the enemy's armored train on the spot. However, in reality, the opponent's night vision was unexpectedly good. They discovered this trap in advance and even had the ability to quickly dismantle it. This suddenly made his previous arrangements look like a clown act, which was truly unacceptable to him. 2 cannon shots rang out, and 2 60mm mortars were quickly set up, firing 2 high explosive shells into the distance. These 2 60mm mortars were there just in case, to detonate the trucks. It was unrealistic to expect to use them against an armored train. The destructive power of a 60mm mortar was simply too weak. Its greatest advantage was its extreme portability. You could just pick it up and run, making it very suitable for guerrilla warfare like theirs. Oh my, where's that cannon fire coming from? The repairman had just driven a car under the train tracks and hadn't had time to return when he heard 2 slightly muffled cannon shots. Immediately after, 2 shells landed directly on the other cars, and with a boom, they detonated the fuel and bombs on those cars. The massive explosion even blasted one of the cars into the air, its wheels transforming into deadly projectiles, crashing violently into the distance. And, unfortunately, one of those wheels just happened to hit his car, which then also detonated its bomb. Damn it, enemy attack, call for backup. The players hiding on the armored train watched this scene in shock, especially seeing a wheel fly 100 meters and crash violently into the armored train's turret, which utterly stunned them. They had guessed there was something strange about the cars piled up ahead, but they had no idea it would explode so spectacularly. The massive explosion before their eyes was so realistic that the players were momentarily lost, but upon regaining their senses, they immediately began shelling the distant dirt mound. Are they kidding? They actually blocked their path. These NPCs are practically asking for death. Their guild's tactic this time was to rely on the armored train to break through, drive all the way to the enemy city's edge, and then bombard it heavily with the train's artillery. If the enemy didn't come out, they would keep bombarding. If the enemy did come out, they would let the armored train go head-to-head with them and see how many divisions it would take to destroy the armored train. No matter how they fought, this wave would yield a lot of merit, until this sudden explosion blocked the path ahead and even killed one of their unlucky engineers. The killed engineer wasn't a problem, another engineer still held the flag, and he immediately revived. But the explosion blocked the road, which was unbearable for them. Some engineers tried to rush into the fire, attempting to remove the cars from the tracks, but they found they couldn't get through. The raging flames would claim his life in just a few seconds, causing him to waste a life in vain and have to revive again. And the most troublesome part was that those cars were now wrecks, which engineers couldn't drag away. They probably had to wait for tanks from the rear to arrive to deal with them. Those bastards, they want to run after they're done. The player operating the front cannon, using the overhead map during shelling, noticed the enemies rapidly moving backward and immediately became enraged. Running? How could that be? If they ran, who would he get revenge on? These guys blew up the railway, and now they want to just run away? It's not that easy. Unfortunately, the other cannons on their armored train couldn't reach behind the distant dirt mound, only the front mountain cannon could. So the player at the front could only fire continuously at the fleeing enemies in the distance, as if venting his anger. But after a moment of hesitation, one of the engineers actually chose to pursue. Both engineers pursuing was impossible because they still needed to set up a respawn point on the armored train. Someone had to watch the flag and, incidentally, defend the base. But if they just gave up, the player couldn't swallow it. How could players be bullied by NPCs? Because the enemies had to guard against shelling from above while retreating, they periodically had to duck for cover. So their retreat speed wasn't particularly fast, and before long, the Psyker player caught up from behind. But after catching up, this Psyker engineer suddenly discovered an awkward problem. He didn't seem to be good at one-on-one combat or intense battles. None of the Psyker's skills were suited for long-range output or sustained combat. The critical crisis value issue alone forced them to cast spells cautiously. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't brought any special heavy firepower weapons, it was difficult to suppress the enemy, which meant he could easily be counter-killed by the enemy. Fortunately, the fleeing enemies ahead hadn't noticed the pursuer behind them. They were busy retreating into the distant forest. Once they crossed this small dirt mound and retreated into the forest behind it, they would be safe, or so they thought. So the Psyker who had just approached from behind immediately extended a hand and used a fear spell on a group of enemies in the distance. Since they wanted to run, he would first cast a crowd control spell. Ah! Ghosts! A shrill scream suddenly came, and the officer leading the retreat frowned slightly, wondering what the hell that guy behind him was doing. But when he looked back, he was stunned. Because he saw that the faces of these soldiers all showed extremely distorted expressions, as if they had truly seen a ghost. Especially one of them seemed to be pointing his finger behind him. What was this about? Could there really be a ghost behind him? Thinking of this possibility, coupled with the exaggerated performance of these soldiers, the officer leading the team couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and his body gradually stiffened. But just then, the sound of a shell suddenly streaking across the sky startled him out of this ridiculous fear. Chapter 223, the T-34 is the version daddy now. Cover. Get down. As an experienced veteran, upon hearing the sound of the shell, he immediately judged its approximate weakness and quickly ducked to the side. As the shell exploded, shrapnel flew everywhere. Because he dodged in time, he was not hit by shrapnel, only shaken uncomfortably. However, the soldiers who had been standing still, dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost, were not so lucky. They were all hit by flying shrapnel on the spot and died in the explosion. The Psyker, hiding in the shadows, gave a thumbs up to the armored train in the chat area. This cooperation was simply perfect. He used Psyker abilities to control the enemies, freezing them in place, and then relied on the train's front cannon to blast them. The effect was too good, and by doing so, he could hide behind and avoid direct confrontation with the enemies. Otherwise, his fragile body as a Psyker was not suitable for direct combat. If he hid too far away, he couldn't use his Psyker skills, as none of them were long range. The officer, enduring his dizziness and quickly scrambling up from the ground, looked up and saw several soldiers who had died tragically. He didn't understand how these soldiers, who had fought many battles with him, could make such a low-level mistake and suddenly freeze on the battlefield. But then he remembered the terrified expressions on the soldiers' faces earlier and suddenly guessed a possibility. Witchcraft. The officer's eyes darkened. He strained to perceive his surroundings, trying to find where the wizard was hiding. For such a bizarre situation, he could only think of a wizard using magic to bewitch these people's minds. He couldn't imagine any other possibility. Several soldiers, after getting up from the ground, prepared to quickly retreat into the forest, but the Psyker's fear spell once again controlled them. However, to his surprise, it seemed not everyone's body would involuntarily stop when severely frightened. One guy, after being scared by him, actually ran even faster. This guy was like a rabbit, and he didn't know to what extent his adrenaline had surged. In the blink of an eye, he darted into the forest, having disappeared to an unknown location. A shell followed closely behind, once again exploding violently in the middle of the crowd. When these soldiers didn't know how to dodge shells, the front cannon was like death reaping, effortlessly harvesting the lives of these Outlandians. What is the biggest difference between a veteran and a new recruit on the battlefield? To a large extent, it's that veterans react quickly, are experienced, and know what to do when faced with danger, while new recruits just stand there foolishly. But at this moment, the performance of these Austrania soldiers was just like that of green recruits. They had clearly trained countless times on how to dodge enemy shells before, but when faced with this silent mental magic, their performance was terrible. However, some Outlandians noticed the Psyker's position, or rather, heard the Psyker's footsteps as he moved. With a muffled thud, an Austrania soldier fired a rifle grenade, blasting it fiercely in the direction of the psyker. Holy crap! The psyker never expected the enemy to be equipped with this weapon. Caught off guard, he was severely wounded on the spot by the explosion. But at the same time, he also threw his boiling blood spell, fiercely burning to death the guy who had fired the rifle grenade at him. For a normal person, being hit by a rifle grenade nearby would have left him severely wounded and incapacitated. However, the player's digitized body allowed him to continue fighting. The red haze before his eyes even further ignited the psyker's ferocity. Originally, this psyker player was relatively cautious. He rarely let his crisis value exceed 50, because he had seen others lose psyker control before. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Kill, just go all out. Sacrifice one for one, sacrificing a few more would be worth it. Almost a seamlessly connected fear spell once again startled several soldiers. Before the other Outlandians could recover, this psyker charged forward, enduring the psyker flames directly. When the psyker flames sprayed, his crisis value rapidly increased at a rate of almost 20 points per second, but the damage dealt by these psyker flames was very worthwhile. Large swaths of pale blue flames instantly incinerated the two enemies in front of him. An Austrania soldier had just raised his gun at him when a small psyker fireball, perfectly to the player's liking, smashed into him, instantly turning him into a blue torch. Damn it, it's a wizard. Everyone run. Seeing his crisis value about to max out, the player quickly deactivated the psyker flame skill and rolled to the side to dodge. This roll was something he had practiced while playing Dark Souls, to the extent that his body sometimes developed a subconscious reaction similar to muscle memory. But it must be said, when used well, rolling is very effective for dodging. As soon as he hid, he heard the screams from these soldiers. He looked up and found that no Outlandian was standing up to counterattack, instead, everyone was fleeing. No way, do these NPCs' morale collapse so easily? The player scratched his head, feeling somewhat confused by the NPC's morale at the moment, finding it all rather absurd. But he had no idea that psyker, or rather, spellcaster characters like wizards, inherently had a mysterious aura bonus, especially now that it was nighttime. The Austrania soldiers didn't know the psyker's combat power or his attack methods, they only knew that many people around them had died inexplicably. At this point, if they could still maintain morale, that would be truly absurd. Several consecutive bombardments once again took down several soldiers. In the end, except for one lucky individual who managed to escape into the dense forest, beyond the player's pursuit range, all the remaining enemies were eliminated. The psyker did try to chase that guy into the forest, but he didn't know where the guy was hiding. He circled around the forest but couldn't find the enemy. The armored train was stuck there, creating an extremely awkward situation for a while. However, tanks quickly arrived from behind, attempting to push aside the wreckage. The flames on the wreckage didn't seem to cause any damage to the tanks. The T-34 tanks bumped it slightly, and then the wreckage of these vehicles was directly crushed under the T-34's wheels, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Well, this is a bit awkward. Would you believe me if I said I treated this thing as a speed bump? Looking at the pile of wreckage on the ground, which, contrary to expectations, hadn't been pushed away but had been flattened into iron pancakes, the tanker said somewhat awkwardly from inside the tank. What the heck? I remember the T-34 tank had a mode where it could add a shovel to the front, right? Why didn't we add one to the tank? I don't know. We didn't find a mode with a shovel when we exchanged for the tank. Let's wait until we find our engineer brothers and see if we can get one installed, okay? Although the wreckage wasn't pushed directly away, making the scene awkward for a moment, the player driving the armored train tested it and found that the flattened wreckage didn't seem to block the way. It's unclear if this counts as some strange game feature. Anyway, normally, with such messy wreckage on a train track, it would definitely be impossible to pass, even for an armored train. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if an armored train were to drive directly onto such tracks, it would derail in minutes. The armored train's advance was somewhat hindered, but the advance of the armored soldiers and cavalry on the other end had no such problems. Although they might encounter attacks while moving on the road, with cavalry cooperating with tanks, it was difficult for the enemy to destroy the tanks. The most common tactic for Outlandians to ambush tanks seemed to be hiding by the roadside and setting up 37mm anti-tank guns, but these 37mm anti-tank guns they were equipped with were truly ineffective. After all that, the most severe loss these 37mm anti-tank guns caused to the players seemed to be a cavalryman accidentally getting killed by one. Although cavalry are tenacious, a single 37mm anti-tank gun round could still kill a cavalryman on the spot. However, the probability of hitting a fast-moving cavalryman with such a weapon was extremely slim. Typically, before the anti-tank gun could even fire a shell at the cavalry would have already charged forward and engaged in close combat. Moreover, most Austrania artilleries would not use artillery to target cavalry, such an operation would be too absurd. The battle continued until dawn. The players fought all night, eliminating countless enemy forces hidden in the forest. The tanks performed slightly worse, mainly because the terrain limitations of this broken place were not suitable for tanks to operate, but the cavalry went almost berserk. It must be said that the nuclear-powered cavalry in the battlefield were truly powerful. Their perpetual motion-like mobility made these cavalry extremely formidable for long-distance raids. Not only that, their strong vitality allowed these cavalry to almost ignore ordinary light weapons from the enemy. In a shootout, a cavalryman could take 2 or 3 shots from the enemy and be fine, but the opponent only needed to be hit once by a cavalryman to die. Especially under normal circumstances, the accuracy of cavalry using cavalry rifles while mounted is actually very poor. However, When cavalry in the battlefield use cavalry rifles, their accuracy is extremely high, they basically hit whatever they aim at. Cavalry can even be used as snipers. As for entering areas with complex terrain unsuitable for cavalry charges, no problem, players can dismount and fight as infantry. Especially after dismounting, they rush forward with various heavy weapons, and their firepower actually becomes even stronger. In the early morning, Andrei ordered his soldiers to speed up and quickly pursue the cavalry who had been advancing all the way. These players were truly beasts, their breakthrough speed was too fast. In just one night, they had almost reached Joensuu, especially the armored train, which was the fastest, had already approached the outskirts of Joensuu. It was also thanks to more than half of Andrei's infantry being mechanized, allowing them to advance rapidly along the road, while the other half of the soldiers could advance via railway. After a night of clearing the way, both the roads along the route and the railway leading to Joensuu had been cleared by the players, making them unobstructed. Andrei and his forces basically didn't need to worry about being ambushed by enemy forces along the way, they just needed to keep moving forward. Moreover, even if the enemy had enough courage to attempt another ambush after being severely beaten last night, the Air Force players overhead would be enough to inflict a huge blow on them. In Joensuu, the Outlandian Karelian army group was stationed, or rather, partly stationed there. There was no other way, the Outlandians' forces were stretched thin. This entire army group needed to be responsible for several battlefields. Strictly speaking, only about 2 divisions were actually stationed in this city. Army Group Commander General Meganing looked at the battle report that had just arrived, his face extremely grim. He didn't know what had happened that night, he only knew that the enemy had launched an unimaginable surprise attack. Damn it, the Black Eagle Empire's proud blitzkrieg was simply pathetic compared to the Cambrians' offensive. He didn't understand how these Cambrians managed to push the front line directly to Joensuu in just one night. Could it be that the armored train was really so unstoppable? It was his first time realizing an armored train could be so powerful. Where are our artilleries? Answer me. What are all our artilleries along the way doing? General Meganing angrily asked a military officer in front of him. General, this probably can't be entirely blamed on our artilleries. Who would have thought that our anti-tank guns couldn't penetrate the enemy's armored vehicles? The officer wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his face pale as he tried to explain. To be honest, in previous tests, he thought the 37mm anti-tank gun was excellent, capable of targeting almost all armored targets. As long as they didn't encounter some unusually strong enemy armored units, there was no need to worry about this thing. But who knew the Cambrian Empire had quietly developed such a strange combat vehicle? He didn't know if it was because this combat vehicle's chassis had a stronger load-bearing capacity, or for some other reason. The armor on these combat vehicles was extremely thick, displaying astonishing defensive power, almost stronger than any known mech in the Cambrian Empire. As a result, the 37mm anti-tank guns they used were completely ineffective. They fired for a long time along the way, but it was completely useless. Damn it, that's no excuse. Since our artilleries can't deal with the enemy's armored units, then where are our suicide squads? Where are their Molotov cocktails and bundled grenades? General Meganing continued to roar. He clearly remembered that in the previous Great Northern War, the Outlandian relied on these 2 things to stubbornly resist the enemy. At that time, multi-legged armored vehicles were appearing on the battlefield for almost the first time. They in Austrania had never seen such equipment and were initially beaten quite badly. But they eventually used Molotov cocktails to repel the enemy's armored vehicles and, by utilizing complex terrain, inflicted heavy losses on their armored soldiers. However, it was precisely from that time that the Cambrian Empire began to neglect the development of armored soldiers. In the eyes of the Tsar and the old nobility, developing this would require building a large number of factories, which would lead to the rise of the domestic bourgeoisie and further weaken their influence. And when this thing appeared on the battlefield, its performance was underwhelming. Since that was the case, why bother developing it vigorously? Coupled with the fact that at the time, this thing had not yet formed a complete tactical system, everyone thought it was just a mobile machine gun bunker, nothing special. Therefore, the development of armored soldiers in the Cambrian Empire was truly disappointing. To General Meganing's roar, the officers in the command post didn't know how to respond, because they were also puzzled by the same question. Since there was no way to destroy the enemy's armored vehicles with anti-tank guns, where had their Molotov cocktails gone? Logically speaking, their elite soldiers had all been trained in the use of Molotov cocktails and knew how to use them against armor. So this situation shouldn't have occurred on the battlefield, allowing the enemy's armored soldiers to drive all the way to the city outskirts. If the now deceased Outlandian soldiers heard the questions being discussed by these officers in the command post, they would surely feel the urge to curse. Damn it! The enemy's cavalry were so fierce, how were they supposed to charge? It was as if they hadn't tried throwing Molotov cocktails. But in the end, those cavalry were almost instantly killed as soon as they showed their heads. Not one of them could break through the cavalry's blockade and throw a Molotov cocktail. Located in the city's suburbs, the war had progressed to this point, and players finally encountered a relatively stubborn resistance. To defend Joensuu, the Outlandian were fighting desperately. They had not only built multiple bunkers on the city's edge but also stationed a large number of troops within the city. To block the enemy, they prepared to fight a fierce urban battle, using the city's terrain as much as possible to eliminate the opponent. At the same time, the artillery positions set up on the city's edge began to bombard the players who had just arrived. 2 artillery positions, set up in different directions, continuously fired volleys, forming a crossfire-style coverage over the players, leaving them somewhat dazed upon arrival. They had no idea where the enemy's artillery positions were, only seeing shells raining down, resulting in heavy casualties. Even 2 T-34 tanks were destroyed by the enemy in the bombardment, having the bad luck of being directly hit by enemy howitzer shells. This is spooky. Are their howitzers really that accurate? Some players were puzzled, feeling that the enemy's howitzer bombardment was too accurate. Theoretically, it's very difficult for this type of howitzer saturation bombardment to hit tanks, unless the enemy concentrated a sufficient number of howitzers. However, judging by the current shelling density, they didn't think the enemy had gathered such an exaggerated number of howitzers. If all hits were attributed to luck, then the luck seemed a bit too good. After a moment of thought, the players could only attribute all of this to game mechanics or a plot kill. Encountering the enemy's howitzer bombardment, players had no choice but to retreat a short distance, and at the same time, drive the armored train forward to let it engage the enemy with its frontal cannon. Although the armored train's range of activity was relatively limited, only able to move on railways, the railways in Joensuu were extensive, making the armored train's operations here extremely flexible. A few Outlandian soldiers were stationed at transportation hubs, attempting to block the enemy's armored train near the train station, and then they fully experienced the terrifying firepower of the armored train. Directly attacking an armored train was absolutely the most foolish behavior. Whether it was the machine guns or various cannons on the train, they were all capable of easily pulverizing the bodies of Outlandian soldiers. Even if they deployed more than a dozen hunter cavalry mechs, attempting to use them as cover, it ultimately had no effect. They were simply blown up one by one by the tank cannons and autocannons on the armored train. He, what are these guys thinking, believing they can stop the armored train this way? A player laughed when he saw an enemy actually driving a hunter cavalry mech, trying to stand on the tracks to block the armored train's movement. Players didn't know how heavy their armored train was, but they knew that the hunter cavalry mech was really light, floating when it ran, and even lighter than a heavy armored vehicle. At least according to the players' rough estimates, they suspected their chrysanthemum car was probably heavier than this hunter cavalry mech. So, facing the guy who was trying to block the armored train in such a futile way, the player simply drove the armored train into it without mercy. With a huge crunch, the hunter cavalry mech was immediately knocked flying, wobbled and fell to the side, then was blown to pieces by a tank cannon on the side of the armored train. Unfortunately, perhaps because the enemy knew in advance that an armored train existed, their artillery positions were all positioned to avoid the armored train. The armored train drove around the tracks for a while but couldn't find a place to attack the enemy's artillery positions. Instead, it encountered a few madmen who seemed to have a death wish. It was unclear how these Outlandian had brainwashed their soldiers, but there were truly desperate individuals who charged at the armored train with satchel charges. Unfortunately, this fanaticism could not allow them to destroy this war beast. The machine guns and psychers on the train easily killed these individuals, causing their satchel charges to explode in front of them, while the train remained almost unscathed. On an open space on the other side, Colonel Yolteng was discussing some matters with a cavalryman. Look at this map. Based on the previous ballistic analysis, I think the enemy's two artillery positions should both be deployed in these two areas on either side of the city. Colonel Yolteng, who had strong professional skills, said to the cavalry player. These two areas should both be defended by enemy bunkers, so if we want to capture the enemy's artillery positions next, we either use tanks or we have to use cavalry. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to lead the cavalry in a charge? The player with the ID con loves cars unhesitatingly accepted the mission, nodded, and said. No problem, leave this artillery position to us. Our cavalry guarantees to make them scream. But speaking of which, you didn't specifically come to me just to mark the artillery positions, did you? Is there anything else? Colonel Yolteng nodded and said. That's right, I hope that when you lead the cavalry to charge over there, you can also bring all of our guild's cavalry with you, let them earn some points with you. We are preparing for an airborne drop directly into the enemy's city. Cavalry are not suitable for direct combat there, but if their war horses are not utilized, it would be a bit of a waste. So I simply told them to go with your cavalry. After dealing with the artillery positions on the flank, they can then charge into the city to provide support. Of course, in urban terrain, it is actually better to rely on infantry for combat. However, considering the various overpowered effects of cavalry on the battlefield, Colonel Yolteng felt that having cavalry fight in the city wasn't a bad thing, at least these cavalry were extremely mobile and could help scout the periphery. As for charging deep into the urban area, that was out of the question. Fighting in some open terrain, such as streets and squares, was fine. But what about facing enemies hiding in houses? What would the cavalry do? They couldn't possibly ride their war horses downstairs and poke their lances through windows, could they? After finalizing the combat plan, both sides quickly split up. Colonel Yolteng first let his air force test the waters, telling the fighter jets to scout ahead first. Wait a minute. Fighter pilot, where did you go? Just as he started calling, Colonel Yolteng discovered an embarrassing problem, his own fighter pilot had disappeared. Boss, don't ask me, I don't know either. It was too chaotic at night, and I flew and didn't know where I ended up. The player piloting the fighter jet, while chasing a few lone enemies below, tried hard to distinguish the minimap, then gave up. It was too difficult to rely solely on such a minimap with a radius of only 100 meters to confirm his current location. He looked for a long time but couldn't figure out where he had gone. Come on, isn't there a compass on the minimap that shows direction? Just fly according to the direction, or follow the main force. Colonel Yolteng was speechless for a moment regarding his unreliable pilot. This was the downside of casual players, their skill levels were inconsistent. The guild has just started, so the players recruited are naturally of mixed skill levels. He can only wait and see if these guys' skills can improve in the future. If they really can't improve, then he'll just kick them out. In short, there was a small issue with the Air Force support for a moment. Another bomber wasn't far from here, but he was a bit worried that the bomber would be shot down by the enemy's anti-aircraft guns first. And most importantly, that bomber didn't have any additional players on board, so attempting a parachute mission seemed a bit unreliable. There must be a standard bearer standing on the bomber as a spawn point to allow players to continuously respawn on it and then jump down. But players can't directly jump onto a bomber soaring in the sky. If they did that, only the 3 players piloting the bomber could jump down. Forget it, I'll take a risk. Get the pilots to jump into the city quickly and set up a spawn point. Colonel Yul Tang decided to go all in. There was no time to delay now, especially since the guild was still busy with PvP. Who knows how strong the destructive power of those beasts next door really is? What if, after they deal with their enemies, they directly launch a strong attack on the city? Should they follow or not? So, launching a strong attack first, even if it doesn't succeed, will at least earn them some merit. There's good news, when Andre created the guild system, he also updated his standard bearer mode, or rather, granted standard bearers an additional permission. According to his design, the original purpose of the standard bearer was to serve as a mobile spawn point, continuously providing RES peons for players. However, when players ventured deep alone, a problem would arise. If Andre wasn't moving with the player, then other players wouldn't be able to set a spawn point on the current minimap. In the past, Andre almost always moved with players because the scale of the commanded troops was small, so these issues didn't need to be considered. But now, the number of troops Andre commands is increasing, and the front lines are getting longer. He can't always accompany players. So, after Andre modified it, now standard bearers, in addition to being mobile spawn points, can also plant their flag on a building. As long as this building is not occupied by the enemy or the flag is destroyed, this building can continue to be used as a spawn point. Therefore, the most important task for Krieg's 1st Regiment now is to quickly get the pilots to jump down with the military flag and find a place to plant it. Since military flags are everywhere and easy to obtain, plus they have magical effects, many players on Andre's side keep a military flag in their equipment slots. Anyway, this thing doesn't take up space, and it can work wonders at critical moments, so why not carry one? Colonel Yul Tang demanded that the bomber pilots parachute immediately and rush over to establish a spawn point in the city, while on the other side, Khan had already led his cavalry team forward. After playing cavalry for so long, Khan's summary of the cavalry unit consists of only 2 points. Either charge forward recklessly like a brute, or stay far away and use mounted archery like a sneaky veteran. Because their mission this time was to make an assault, to destroy the enemy's artillery positions, and also to destroy some strongholds along the way, this time the cavalry could only choose to charge forward. The entire guild, plus a few cavalry from the neighboring guild, amounted to nearly 100 cavalry. They formed a formidable cavalry company, brandishing their sabers as they charged. Cavalry company. Charge. As Khan shouted, all the cavalry quickly entered a charging state. Some cavalry waved their sabers and shouted loudly, feeling that the scene before them was incredibly cool. The battlefield game has this one drawback: the number of players it can accommodate is too small, resulting in only a few players appearing in each battle. Therefore, their cavalry battles were only sporadic, and it was impossible for them to gather over 100 cavalry to charge like this. As they mingled in this cavalry company and charged forward, all the players understood why cavalry were once the kings of war. It must be said that when a large number of cavalry gather, the sense of oppression this cavalry group brings to the enemy is too strong. This feeling is hard to describe, but it gives one an unstoppable momentum. Kid, the enemy cavalry are charging. Hurry up and pull that machine gun over here. Inside an unassuming wooden hut, a veteran hiding behind a small window below shouted at a new soldier who was still dazed. This small wooden hut was a hidden machine gun bunker. A reinforced concrete structure had a layer of wooden planks nailed to its exterior, then covered with straw, forming a seemingly inconspicuous small wooden hut. But this small hut could spew fierce tongues of fire at the enemy at any time and was strong enough to withstand attacks from ordinary grenades or other small cannons. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. A fierce, long burst of gunfire immediately swept through the cavalry ranks. Although the cavalry were resilient, 2 of the cavalry charging at the very front unfortunately fell from their warhorse. Khan didn't panic but ordered the cavalry to quickly bypass and accelerate their charge from the flank. A major drawback of these machine gun nests is their inflexible firing angle. As long as they use the cavalry's mobility to charge hard to the side, they can quickly reach the enemy's blind spot. However, just as he led a small squad of cavalry 2 steps to the side, a machine gun bunker from the other side also opened fire. Damn it! These sneaky bastards are really insidious. So these few wooden huts and warehouses are all machine gun nests. Several cavalry players unfortunately fell from their warhorse. Khan was somewhat frustrated facing this crossfire. But relying on his combat instincts, he immediately jumped off his warhorse, quickly switched to infantry combat, and pulled out the heavy launcher. As a cavalry, he could only throw grenades at close range. Facing such crossfire, charging forward was not a wise move. But as an infantry, he could lie on the ground and use the launcher to pick off these bunkers one by one. During World War I, the launcher, or rather, the Vickers quick-firing gun, was first invented specifically to counter enemy bunkers. However, due to its excessive weight and poor firing angle, this quick-firing gun was abandoned and later mounted on aircraft for combat. But at this moment, the launcher finally fulfilled its true purpose. A real warehouse, which had merely had a small window temporarily opened for a machine gun, became Khan's first target. Accompanied by a crisp cannon sound, a shell directly penetrated the wooden wall of the warehouse and then violently exploded at the machine gun position inside. Although this warehouse was outside the mini-map, he couldn't see if the enemies had been taken out, but judging by the explosion over there, he felt that the enemies here should be finished. With just a turn, Khan aimed the cannon at the machine gun nest on the other side, and before that machine gun could turn, his shell was fired. Perhaps this shell hit the ammunition depot inside the machine gun bunker. With just a bang, this small bunker exploded directly. With 2 strongholds taken out consecutively, some cavalry immediately charged forward through this gap in firepower, pulled out grenades, and threw them. The cavalry rushing past the machine gun port were fleeting. The machine artillery inside hadn't even figured out what happened before a grenade was thrown in through the window. With a loud bang, another machine gun bunker was taken out on the spot, and at this moment, the T-34 tanks from the rear also caught up. It's unclear who exactly organized the tanks from multiple guilds, successfully forming a tank formation. More than a dozen T-34 tanks advanced menacingly in a wedge formation, a truly terrifying sight. Artillery, open fire. The enemy's armored vehicles are coming. Quickly destroy their war machines. Under the military's urging, the artillery frantically loaded a shell and then fired a fierce shot at the approaching tanks. A dull thud echoed as the 37mm anti-tank gun shell immediately bounced off the T-34's frontal armor, eliciting a burst of laughter from the players. Ha ha ha, little punk, if you said our T-34-76 was weak during the late World War II when tigers and panthers roamed, I wouldn't argue. But what should you call me now? Don't you know, the T-34 is the version's daddy right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a 76mm tank shell blew up that bunker. Clearly, the Outlandians were rather hasty in constructing their bunkers and didn't implement any insane defensive structures. Facing a tank gun of this caliber, ordinary bunkers were truly like paper. The T-34 tanks advanced rapidly, easily taking out several bunkers and strongholds along the way. In fact, 1 tank per bunker wasn't even enough to go around. However, just then, a large volley of shells suddenly came from the other side, instantly blowing up an unlucky cavalry. Damn it, the enemy artillery are on the other side. A cavalry player drew his saber, wanting to charge to the other side, but Khan held him back. Don't be impulsive. Let's run towards the plaza over there first. Their artillery positions should be set up on this side, the other side has different artillery positions. They had just managed to get here, and now suddenly turning around to run? What kind of joke was this? Although a building separated them, they couldn't quite see what was on the other side, but they were sure that the enemy's artillery must be nearby. 2 cavalry, holding their warhorse rifles, leaped onto their warhorse and rode towards the side of the building, preparing to claim the first kill. However, as soon as they rounded the side of the building, they were startled by the sight before them. Holy crap, there are hidden enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, several hunter cavalry mechs hidden on both sides of the building simultaneously opened fire on the cavalry, and the fierce firepower instantly blew the 2 cavalry into pieces. Quick, get the T-34s up here. Let our armored daddies show those enemy armored soldiers what's what. Oh, and also, be careful inside the building. I see people hiding in there. I'm afraid there are more hidden enemies. The 2 players, who were selecting a respawn location, reminded in the chat area. The fleeting glimpse they caught when they charged past also showed a cluster of red dots on the mini-map. Unfortunately, they shouldn't have charged so fiercely just now. Otherwise, with the mini-map, they definitely would have seen the mechs hiding behind. Chapter 224, What happens if a psyker runs into the enemy ranks and loses control of his powers? Simply listening to the documentary explanation didn't quite convey the full experience, only when players were in such an environment did they truly understand how difficult urban warfare could be. For example, on the side of this small building, there were enemy mechs ambushing on both the left and right, and enemies in the windows holding Molotov cocktails, ready to throw them out at any moment. He had a mini-map, so he could clearly see the hidden positions of the enemies. If he had rushed in blindly without a mini-map, even in a T-34, he would likely have been instantly eliminated. However, with the mini-map, many problems became much simpler, such as the T-34 rumbling forward, accompanied by several players advancing with it. Attention, enemy armored personnel are here. That iron turtle is coming. A soldier hiding in the building cautiously peered through a small hole drilled in the wall and saw the T-34 rumbling past below. He shouted at the several soldiers behind him while pulling out a Molotov cocktail. After lighting it, he stood up, ready to throw it out, but a reconnaissance soldier player had already aimed at this spot from a distance. As soon as his figure appeared in the window, a bullet shot directly through his head. The Austrania soldier fell straight to the ground, and the Molotov cocktail in his hand smashed into the stairwell behind him, immediately causing a fire. The other soldiers, seeing this, quickly retreated. They had originally planned to hand over 2 cluster grenades. Another soldier tried to throw a cluster grenade from the other side, the side window, but as soon as he leaned out, before he even had time to pull the pin on the grenade, a prepared player unleashed a barrage of submachine gun fire. The dense bullets instantly riddled the soldier. Just then, the T-34 tank drove out first, then turned its turret to the side. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds sounded. The 2 hunter cavalry mechs on the side simultaneously fired a shot. The 37mm shell slammed hard into the T-34's turret, then bounced off. At the same time, the T-34 tank rapidly rotated its turret, immediately aiming its cannon at one of the hunter cavalry mechs, and a single shot pierced the front of the mech. Boom! The hunter cavalry mech, now with a large hole blown through it by the shell, suddenly burst into raging flames and exploded in an instant. But the player did not continue to focus on this mech, instead, he quickly aimed the cannon at the mech on the other side. This is impossible. How thick is this thing's armor? The Austrania soldier inside the hunter cavalry mech watched helplessly as the tank aimed its cannon at him, his expression utterly despairing. He never expected that his anti-armor cannon couldn't penetrate this thing, and that its firepower was so brutal. Recalling rumors he had heard in certain places before, he seemed to understand why some people said their anti-tank guns were no longer effective. A 37mm cannon was like a tickle against this thing, that kind of cannon was already obsolete. Just as the player was rotating the turret, preparing to fire a shot, another shell suddenly flew in from the side of the distant plaza, striking directly on the turret. At some point, the third hunter cavalry mech, which had been ambushing there, appeared. Compared to the two mechs that had ambushed at close range earlier, the pilot inside this mech seemed to be more skilled. Although this shell still failed to penetrate the T-34 tank's turret, it successfully jammed into the turret ring below the T-34 tank's turret, preventing the tank's turret from rotating. Seeing this, the Austrania armored soldier on the side, who had narrowly escaped death, immediately showed a look of relief at surviving a disaster. Yes, this is a really good idea. We can jam their turret rings. The armored soldier's face broke into an excited smile. He prepared to seize this opportunity to also fire a shell at the T-34 tank's turret ring, completely disabling the tank. But just then, a shell fired from the side directly blew a large hole in his armor, and then the armor-piercing shell brutally tore through his body, blasting him into two pieces. A player quickly put away the AT launcher he had just pulled out, then quickly climbed onto the T-34 tank and began repairing the tank turret. He hadn't expected the game to be so realistic, even simulating the effect of a shell jamming the turret ring. What a pity. It was a pity that the tank turret rotation speed in this game wasn't that fast, seeming to be closer to historical reality. Otherwise, if it were like the nuclear-powered turrets in battlefield tanks, that would be awesome. The tank turrets in battlefield rotated incredibly fast, almost allowing you to aim and shoot wherever you looked. In reality, most World War II tank turrets couldn't achieve such a monstrous rotation speed, not even with hydraulic transmission. The hunter cavalry mech paid no mind to the repairman busy fixing the tank. From the armored soldier's perspective, how could a jammed turret ring be so easily fixed? He adjusted his cannon, preparing to first break the tank's tracks, and then use his machine gun to deal with the infantry accompanying the tank from behind. Although he didn't know what a T-34 tank actually was, this didn't prevent him from understanding the function of tracks. But before he could even adjust his cannon, the tank's turret suddenly resumed rotation. Under the incredulous gaze of the Austrania armored soldier, the T-34 tank suddenly fired a shot, and then he knew nothing more. After easily destroying the enemy's last hunter cavalry mech with a shell, the T-34 tank took the lead and charged towards the enemy's artillery position. At the same time, in the chat area, he also notified his other teammates that the obstacles here had been cleared, but he found his notification seemed redundant. While he was busy engaging in armor-piercing combat with the enemy, several other tanks had already bypassed from the other end, fiercely outflanking the artillery position from behind. When the Austrania soldiers saw these armored monsters, one after another, all driving into their artillery position and indiscriminately strafing their artilleries, these guys scattered like startled rabbits. Damn it, this is unscientific. Why is my path the only one completely blocked by enemy fire? Seeing this scene, the driver of the initial T-34 couldn't help but complain, unaware that it was precisely because he acted as the early bird that he attracted all the enemy's firepower. Otherwise, if another tank had broken out from a different direction first, the enemy would definitely have concentrated their firepower on that tank first, and his tank would naturally have been safe then. Facing the charging players, this artillery position had almost no resistance and was quickly captured by the players. One player, driving a tank, was about to crush these cannons directly, but the Khan, who had charged over with the cavalry, stopped him. No, no, no. Leave these cannons for now, we'll destroy them later. He positioned his warhorse in front of the tank, quickly stopping the rash tank soldier. Destroying cannons is not worth any merit. Let's capture this artillery position, then bombard the other artillery position, and then vigorously bombard several important strongholds in the city. I refuse to believe it, are the Austrania people not afraid of their own shells? This game doesn't have friendly fire immunity. Many players, when charging too rashly, are even killed by their teammates' stray bullets. If even players can't achieve magical friendly fire immunity, then how could these NPCs possibly do so? All powerful players can fill any role, including that of artillery. Several cavalrymen immediately dismounted and began adjusting the 120mm howitzers. After roughly aiming, they fired towards the distant direction. Earlier, when Colonel Yultang was gesturing on the map, he had already roughly outlined the location of the other artillery position. Now, they were directly bombarding that area. It was a pity that the cannons they were operating didn't have unlimited shells, they relied on ammunition nearby for supply, and once they ran out, that was it. Otherwise, they could even hold this howitzer position until the end of time, using the cannons here to flatten the entire city. The Austrania artilleries on the other side, still busy bombarding the railway direction, never dreamed that they would be attacked by their friendly artillery position next door. When they heard the whistling shells falling from the sky, many artilleries hadn't even reacted, wondering where these shells were actually going. It wasn't until the shells landed on their position that these artilleries finally woke up. Damn it, what are you doing? Why are you firing shells at us? The phone at the artillery position suddenly connected. On the other end, an Austrania artillery officer, baffled, was still sternly questioning the artilleries there. Perhaps it was because he had enough confidence in the fortifications around his city, or perhaps he believed the guerrillas and hidden mechs in the city were reliable enough. Facing this sudden incident, his first thought wasn't that his own artillery position had been captured by the enemy. He even thought it was an accidental misappropriation by friendly forces. Listening to the garbled Austrania language coming from the phone, the player indicated that he didn't understand. A player swore a string of Chinese expletives into the phone, then slammed it down, and immediately told the artilleries to keep firing. Damn it, even NPCs dare to curse at me in gibberish these days. They deserve to be blasted. Fire hard for me, blast these turtle sons to death. Although the players didn't understand what the NPC on the phone was saying, they could still guess from the intense and agitated tone that the other side was cursing. You little punk. I'll blast you to kingdom come. When the Austrania on the other end suddenly heard the unfamiliar language coming from the phone, he realized. Their artillery position had been captured by the enemy without anyone knowing. Quickly turn our cannons around and counterattack the other artillery position. The officer shouted loudly, unable to help but curse his teammates on the other end as useless. They didn't have many artilleries, only these 2 artillery positions in total. As a result, not long after the battle started, one of the artillery positions was captured by the enemy early in the morning. How were they supposed to fight this war now? The Austrania people had never fought such a frustrating war before. The enemy artilleries and defenders should all be shot. But before his artilleries could even adjust, the cannons on the other end had already resumed firing. These Austrania howitzers didn't have loading assist devices, so their reloading speed was relatively slow. However, for players, these reloading issues were not problems. 120mm shells could be directly loaded with one hand, and a shot could be fired every 5 seconds. The overwhelming firepower instantly covered the other artillery position. When one howitzer shell after another rained down on their position, these Austrania artilleries suddenly realized. At this moment, they shouldn't be busy counterattacking, but should quickly retreat. Artillery wanted to escape, but the cold-blooded officer pulled out his pistol and shot him dead. No retreat. Counterattack. Blow up all the enemy forces on the other side. Even if you retreat, you must take these howitzers with you. Hearing the officer's shouts, the artilleries dared not speak their minds for a moment. There was nothing they could do. Austrania was so lacking in heavy equipment that these cannons were far more valuable than the artilleries themselves. Coupled with their internal national hatred for the Cambrian Empire, many of them believed they should fight to the death against the enemy rather than flee like cowards. It was a pity, after a few rounds of bombardment, they realized they truly couldn't outbomb the other side. Not only was their firing speed slower, but their accuracy was also far inferior. They had no idea how the enemy's shells were locking onto targets, they became more and more precise with each shot, as if they had a divine eye. On their position, one howitzer after another was singled out and destroyed by the enemy, yet their own shells rarely hit anything. This made them wonder, was the gap between them and the Cambrian Empire's artilleries really that wide? Although the Cambrian Empire had always been known for its emphasis on artillery, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, should it? Before long, the artilleries at this howitzer position had no choice but to retreat. If they didn't retreat, all of them would die there. Although several cannons were destroyed by the enemy, the remaining dozen or so howitzers were still in the players' hands, still being operated by them, continuing to bombard valuable targets within the city. Anyway, when they attacked, the Outlandians had already evacuated the civilians from the city, so they didn't need to worry about any collateral damage. But then again, given the nature of these players, even if there were civilians in the city, they probably wouldn't be too concerned when bombarding it. After all, most players don't care about the lives of NPCs when playing games, only a few story-focused players might care about civilian casualties. Most players would probably treat these civilians as a good source of merit points. When the Khan on this side led his cavalry guild and a small number of armored soldiers to capture the enemy's artillery position, the Krieg 1st Regiment's bomber on the other side also flew over. Because this bomber was operating alone, it quickly became the target of concentrated fire from the enemy. Several hidden artillery positions in the city simultaneously unleashed a barrage, flanking the bomber from multiple angles. Even with the player skillfully maneuvering the bomber left and right, it was difficult to evade shells coming from different directions. Stop dodging. Our plane is about to be finished. Just jump here. The player in the bomber's nose, while continuously firing the high crit cannon, shouted to the pilot behind him. Wait a minute, I'll try harder and see if I can blow up one of their artillery positions. The pilot shouted, and at the same time, dropped a set of bombs, blowing up a building with a red marker below. He didn't know what enemies were hiding in that building, but he didn't care, as long as there was a target to bomb, that was enough. Killing a few more enemies would at least make the bomber's loss worthwhile. Alright, this is it. Jump quickly. This intersection is good. As the nose artillery urged them, the 3 players on the bomber all parachuted, plummeting towards the ground below. One unlucky player, due to delayed operation, failed to open his parachute in time, fell to the ground and died instantly, then was mocked by his 2 companions in the chat area. Ha 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 ha, if you're bad, practice more. There's nothing else to say, he's really bad. Damn it, I fumbled, understand? It was a fumble. Although they inexplicably lost a companion halfway, the remaining 2 players still rushed into a house as quickly as possible and then planted their flag inside the house. The reason they parachuted here was partly because this intersection was quite good, with many obstacles around, making it very suitable for them to stay and defend. On the other hand, it was also because they didn't know where the enemies here had gone. They looked at the minimap for a long time but didn't see any red dots. There was no point in engaging the enemy in a direct fight now. Once they had set up a respawn point, they could fight the enemy however they wanted. No sooner had the flag been planted in the house than more than a dozen players immediately spawned. Immediately after, more and more players continuously spawned from inside. In a short while, half a company of players had already spawned here. Colonel Yolteng, who had died elsewhere, also spawned here at some point. Facing the large group of Krieg players gathered here, he immediately pointed at the map and said, "Gentlemen, it's best if we act together. If we roughly divide the city's urban areas, we can split them into 5 sections, A, B, C, D, and E. We are currently in Sector C. Our next key mission is to capture the bridge, which will allow us to access both Sector D and Sector E simultaneously, and incidentally cut off the enemy's connection between the two sectors." Good, 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 another classic bridge blocking tactic. What a dirty tactic. Although players would curse and swear when others blocked their bridge, wishing they could strangle the sneaky bridge blockers. But if it were them blocking someone else's bridge, that would be a different flavor altogether. So, without further ado, a fierce assault. Perhaps because the players were making a bit too much noise, they had just rushed out when they were spotted by an observation post on a rooftop. A skilled Outlandian marksman fired a shot, instantly headshotting a player who was charging forward. Other players spotted the accurate marksman hidden on the distant rooftop and quickly raised their guns, preparing to shoot him down. But this guy was a shapeshifter. Just before the player's bullet arrived, the accurate marksman suddenly transformed into a large bird, flying straight into the sky, and quickly disappeared behind another building. Damn it, these shapeshifters turning into birds are really disgusting. Their mobility is too strong, they're practically impossible to guard against. A player cursed, then cautiously scanned the surrounding rooftops, fearing another sniper attack at any moment. Just then, the player at the very front of the team suddenly paused, because he noticed on the minimap that 2 teams of enemies were converging from both sides of the intersection simultaneously. A total of 6 small red dots, all hiding next to the 2 frontmost shops. As soon as they reached the intersection ahead, they would immediately face crossfire. Without needing to be told, several players spontaneously circled around from the side to outflank those Outlandian soldiers. However, when they tried to outflank them, they found that the number of Outlandian soldiers running towards them was increasing. Damn it, we shouldn't have tried to outsmart them. Just charge straight in. A reckless player, without hesitation, switched to a machine gun sentry and charged out, wielding a heavy water-cooled machine gun and sweeping both sides of the street. The Outlandian soldiers hiding at the very front never expected such a heavily armored, burly man to suddenly charge out from behind them, and they were instantly stunned. Compared to the sentinel machine guns in battlefield games, which have a very general killing effect, in reality, these machine gun bullets would not require 5 shots to kill one person. Although the rate of fire of this water-cooled machine gun was indeed a bit slow, 1 bullet was enough to take a person's life. A sweep through the crowd would be a bloody storm. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Watching the machine gun sentries barrel point at them, several Outlandians who had run in from the side quickly retreated, scattering to find cover. But just then, 2 soldiers hiding behind the house silently fell, letting out a short, sharp scream before their breath ceased. What happened? How did those 2 die? The commanding officer looked at the 2 soldiers who had died so mysteriously, a slight sweat forming on his brow. It was the first time he had seen such a bizarre death. Damn it, this is very likely an enemy spellcaster. Another experienced officer spoke up to warn, but no sooner had he finished speaking than he, too, suddenly let out a scream and fell. Capture the leader first, kill the officer first. This is a standard player tactic. Officers have high merit points, and their combat power is often not as strong as ordinary soldiers, making them practically running over to give away points. Furthermore, killing officers can cause confusion among the surrounding ordinary soldiers, which further reduces the difficulty of their attack. I've realized now that the Psyker unit is practically designed for urban warfare. Just hide behind any wall, combine it with the mini-map, and none of the surrounding enemies will survive. The Psyker player hiding behind the wall said excitedly, feeling that buying this character was truly a great deal. Although he had to admit, this character indeed had great limitations, the biggest problem being that all of his skills were unable to attack from a distance. But in close quarters combat, this terrain-ignoring killing effect was simply too wonderful. Most soldiers who escape enemy hunting do so by relying on terrain cover. As for the few who rely on armor or such, they likewise cannot escape the Psyker's hunt. Psykers are specialized anti-infantry units. The machine gun sentry cleared the way on the street, using terrifying suppressive fire to keep all the enemies on the entire street from raising their heads. The Psyker, meanwhile, hid behind cover, acting as a sneaky assassin, silently eliminating enemies similarly hidden in various corners. Many individuals hiding in houses, preparing to throw incendiary bombs when the sentry charged past, were inexplicably taken out by the Psyker. As more and more people died, and their own team became increasingly chaotic, this Outlandian unit that had rushed over quickly collapsed. However, it must be said that this unit's military training was indeed good. Even in retreat, they knew to cover their teammates in batches. It was a pity that their cover was useless against the reckless players. A player, disguised as a trench raider, circled around from the other side of the street and started smashing wildly with his trench raider club. He didn't need to consider dodging enemy fire, he only needed to pinpoint the enemy's location and smash them to death before they could shoot, and then there would be no problems. And a flame trooper who circled around from the other side did likewise, taking advantage of all the enemy's attention being drawn by the trench raider, he simply charged forward from behind, spraying flames. Under the pincer attack of the two elite soldiers, the inexperienced Outlandian soldiers quickly collapsed completely. Just as the players were preparing to continue the pursuit, the shapeshifters in the distance began taking pot shots from the shadows again. What the F? The player who had just spawned from the respawn point couldn't help but curse, he felt like he was going crazy. The first time he was taken out by a sneak attack, it was him, the second time he was taken out by a sneak attack, it was still him. So the enemy's sneak attacks were specifically aimed at his head, was that it? Why was he so easily targeted? Despite being filled with anger, he truly couldn't catch that elusive shapeshifter. There was nothing he could do, he could only vent his anger on other enemies. For example, as he had just rounded the corner, he saw a lone Austrania soldier, perhaps separated or lost, cautiously walking down the street with his rifle. Without the slightest hesitation, the player, armed with a hummingbird gun he had just exchanged from the guild, rushed forward from the side. Before the soldier could even raise his rifle, the player shot him in the hand holding the gun. Ah! Although the hummingbird gun's bullets were tiny, they were still bullets. Suddenly being shot in the back of the hand, the intense pain made him instantly drop his rifle. Immediately after, under the terrified gaze of the Austrania soldier, a Cambrian soldier, with a fey gesture and holding a miniature pistol, walked towards him with a smile. Bang 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 bang! The player pulled the trigger of the hummingbird gun, continuously firing at the unfortunate man. The 2.7mm bullets might not even penetrate his bones, easily getting stuck in his muscles, making it extremely difficult to inflict a fatal wound. However, the pain inflicted by the small gun was real. After being hit by a full clip from this peculiar pistol, the poor soldier fell to the ground, struggling in agony. Just then, Colonel Yolteng suddenly noticed the commotion and saw the player abusing the soldier. Enough, stop tormenting him. Either execute this guy, or take him back to see if he can be interrogated as a captive. I remember the game now has a setting where capturing captives in certain special scenarios can yield extra rewards. Hearing this, the player using the hummingbird gun shrugged, feeling that the NPC's reactions in this game were not as interesting as when he used to duel other players. After all, NPCs in this game could feel pain. Although the hummingbird gun's lethality was low, he still fell in pain after being hit by its bullets. It would be much more interesting if there was a chance to fight other players, with both sides using hummingbird guns in a duel. Forget it, as for captives, we don't understand their language, and we can't spare troops to transport them out. As he spoke, the player re-equipped his submachine gun and then mercilessly emptied a clip into the unfortunate man struggling on the ground, effectively putting him out of his misery. In the current chaotic urban combat environment, they simply couldn't spare anyone to take captives out. Given that, it was better to just kill him and earn some merit points. Perhaps for the sake of fun, many players, taking advantage of increased guild points, exchanged them for a hummingbird gun, a weapon with little practical use but maximum entertainment value. This lady's pistol, which could even serve as a spy weapon in certain situations, rarely delivered a fatal blow in most cases, but it was certainly full of entertainment. Some Austrania soldiers watched in horror as Cambrian soldiers approached them, holding small pistols with fey gestures, and indiscriminately firing at them. They didn't know what these guys were up to, they just felt these soldiers had gone mad. And what exactly was the Cambrian Empire's Firearms Design Bureau doing all day, to even produce such a strange small pistol and even issue it to the army? Truly worthy of the decadent and backward Cambrian Empire, the designers in their design bureau must be of such low caliber, probably having entered through the back door, right? Attention, an enemy force is approaching from the bridge. Their ranks include some armored soldiers, and 3 mechs are rushing over. At this moment, a fighter jet on aerial reconnaissance suddenly transmitted a message. Simultaneously, that fighter jet dived towards the bridge, unleashing a round of strafing fire on the enemies on the bridge. Suddenly encountering such an attack, the Austrania soldiers rapidly crossing the bridge suffered heavy casualties, with over 20 people instantly killed by the machine gun fire. A Lancer mech suddenly aimed its cannon at the diving fighter jet and fired a shot. It was unclear whether it was because the player's timing was exceptionally good, or if the extremely close proximity caused the Austrania's aiming ability to be incredibly precise. This shot actually managed to bring down the diving fighter jet, sending it plummeting directly into the river, overturning a patch of flora along the riverbank. Well, it seemed the fighter jet itself was just incredibly unlucky. Otherwise, no matter how skilled a mech pilot, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat shooting down a diving fighter jet mid-air. They didn't have crosshairs in their retinas, how could they aim at such a high-speed moving object with rudimentary cannon sights? Although the reconnaissance fighter jet had unexpectedly failed, with its warning, the players fighting on the other side of the river immediately prepared themselves. One player immediately prepared his anti-armor weapon, but then he suddenly realized that his anti-armor weapon might not even be useful. Damn it, these psychers' abilities were too abnormal, they could attack regardless of any protection, even armored units. How do you deal with something that can silently kill the pilot inside a vehicle? At this point, more and more players realized that psychers truly lived up to their legendary reputation as urban combat killers, and some players couldn't help but want to exchange for psychers as well. A Lancer mech came rushing from the side of the street at an extremely high speed, opening fire on the players gathered there. But he clearly underestimated the player's anti-armor capabilities. Although the players hiding there initially didn't anticipate the mech's speed, caught off guard, 2 unfortunate individuals were instantly killed. However, a player hiding on the second floor, with a net launcher set up, took out this guy with one shot, making it seem effortless. That's strange, are the mechs used by the Austrania so fragile? One player was puzzled, feeling as if he wasn't fighting a mech, but a very ordinary small car. Of course, no matter how fragile this mech was, it could at least withstand bullets, it just couldn't really stand up to players at launchers. Another Lancer mech, located on a different street and attempting the same trick to rush over, was locked onto by a psyker hidden in the shadows before it even reached its destination. The sudden blood boil spell instantly killed the pilot of this mech. Losing control, the mech crashed into the wall ahead with a bang, almost smashing itself to pieces. The player didn't care if the mech could still crawl out, he threw a cluster grenade, completely destroying the mech. In the player's opinion, this thing had no value as a captive. Its firepower was poor, its protection was poor, and although it was fast, being merely fast was meaningless. So, unlike the dreadnought mechs from the Black Eagle Empire, which were quite sought after due to their cannon, this thing, in the player's eyes, had no other use than being swept into the trash heap. After using 2 spells consecutively, this Psyker's crisis was only in a relatively dangerous state, but he suddenly thought of a brand new tactic. Zhongxiao Yang Chuan Hel Yudan, speaking of which, when a Psyker uses a spell, there seems to be a 1% chance of the spell going out of control, but if the crisis value sharply rises, it seems to immediately cause Psyker out of control, right? In the chat area, this player asked another person. Yexen Bobo 13, it should be, I remember the setting is like that. Zhongxiao Yang Chuan Hel Yudan, we saw before that when a Psyker loses control, he summons warp portals and demons. So what if one of us, playing a Psyker, runs into enemy territory and loses control? Hiss. You're a goddamn genius. Several players, seeing this ingenious idea, couldn't help but gasp, and then their eyes lit up. Yes, what would happen if someone ran into enemy territory and triggered a Psyker out of control? Could the demons they summoned kill the surrounding enemies, or cause the enemies to be affected by certain warp-level influences? Thinking further, this idea began to spiral out of control in the minds of many players. Just then, Hel Yudan saw many enemies starting to encircle them, so he volunteered and charged forward. He planned to use this opportunity to test himself as a suicide bomber. They didn't know if the Austrania had the ability to defeat warp demons, they were particularly looking forward to it now. The advancing Austrania soldiers suddenly felt an ominous premonition, it seemed something terrifying was targeting them. Because the players' previous offensive was too fierce, they were now proceeding very cautiously, with different small teams advancing simultaneously along different streets, covering each other. They also didn't know what was wrong with the Cambrians, they were fighting so fiercely. Urban combat should have been their home ground, yet they felt passive. Just then, a soldier suddenly screamed and fell dead. Other soldiers immediately realized they had encountered an attack from an enemy spellcaster. Quick, damn it, behind that cart. Shoot there. Wait, don't shoot, take him alive. That's an enemy spellcaster, very valuable. No sooner had one officer finished speaking than his superior suddenly shouted. In his opinion, the Cambrian Empire's spellcaster numbers didn't seem to be large, so the sudden appearance of a spellcaster here might bring them astonishing profits. Catch that wizard. Whoever catches him, I'll reward them with a gold coin. Under heavy rewards, there would surely be brave men. Immediately, a group of soldiers charged forward with bayonets, and several others flanked around, trying to capture this lone spellcaster. Although more soldiers died from blood boiling along the way, the group of paupers, blinded by gold coins, didn't care. Looking at the enemies rushing towards him, Hel Yudan showed a smile, and then consecutively used a third blood boil spell. With almost no cooldown, casting 3 blood boils in a row instantly pushed his crisis value past 100%. Immediately after, he saw large areas of distinct Psyker illusions appear before his eyes, as if he had eaten an inspiration mushroom. Hel Yudan knew that his Psyker had officially gone out of control, it was time to open the gates of hell. Chapter 225, Cambrian soldiers are truly not human. Brothers, charge with me. Don't be afraid, that Psyker has already been cornered by us. Quick, quick, everyone go together, capture that Psyker alive. When they saw the enemy Psyker cornered in an alley, seemingly injured and leaning against a wall in a dejected state, all the Austrania soldiers became excited. They didn't understand how important capturing a Psyker was to their country, but they knew that every Psyker was a valuable and important figure. As long as they captured this guy, everyone in their squad would likely be promoted by 1 rank. But just then, they suddenly noticed a faint blue electric current erupting from the Psyker's body, and vaguely, blue-purple flames suddenly ignited on him. Captain, what's going on? Watching the Psyker's body suddenly start to burn, an Austrania soldier frowned and asked, utterly confused. I don't understand magic either. This stuff is too mysterious. I suspect he might be performing some kind of enchantment on himself. The officer frowned slightly, then lightly nudged the soldier in front of him with his foot and said, You, go up and see what's happening. Bring that guy back to me. When we get back, I'll apply for a Medal of Valor for you. Damn it. He shouldn't have opened his mouth. The soldier who was nudged with a foot looked dejected, wishing he could travel back 10 seconds and slap himself twice. If he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have attracted the officer's attention and been used as cannon fodder to scout ahead. But there was nothing he could do. Bottom-tier soldiers had no human rights. What else could he do now but scout ahead? He nervously approached, holding his bayonet-fixed rifle, ready to strike at any moment. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, even if it meant punishment, he would stab this guy to death with his bayonet. What if this guy suddenly threw a huge ball of flame at him and burned him alive? Compared to a reward, he felt his life was more important. But just as he got close, the crackling lightning and flames on the psyker's body, as if pulled by some force, instantly shot onto the soldier. Ah! Help! Save me! The intense pain and burning sensation made the soldier scream, especially the soul-piercing agony that made him feel like his head was splitting, yet he couldn't do anything about it. But no one paid attention to the soldier being burned by the psychic flames, everyone's attention was focused on the psyker. Before everyone's eyes, the psyker's head exploded with a bang, and the massive psychic flames and lightning instantly converged into a vortex, then opened a portal. What is this place? Looking at the magnificent blue landscape on the other side of the portal, a soldier's eyes showed a dazed expression, and he subconsciously wanted to walk in. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful and spectacular scene. Faced with such a sight, he was at a loss for words, only feeling as if he had seen dreamlike colors, with some special attraction urging him to step inside. But as soon as he took a single step into the portal, misfortune suddenly struck. The chaotic energy, eroding from who knows where, caused astonishing flesh mutations in his body, and he began to swell at an alarming rate. Rib. His military uniform burst open from the excessively swollen flesh, and his body, which had barely resembled a human, now looked like something unidentifiable. Huge tumors grew and covered every inch of his skin, making him look like a walking meatball. At the same time, his body grew randomly, sprouting countless limbs that didn't belong to him. Finally, the terrifying mutation on this soldier ended. When the mutation concluded, his body had transformed into a terrifying monster, standing 3 meters tall, almost as wide as it was tall, with gaping maws on its chest, abdomen, and head, and 9 different arms. Undoubtedly, this unfortunate soldier had completely mutated into a chaos spawn. In the warmer world, not all mortals can withstand the blessings of the chaos gods. Some mortals do not have enough talent to control the extra chaotic energy in their bodies, so these chaotic powers will cause severe flesh mutations, eventually transforming them into an unspeakable monster. In a way, a chaos spawn is like a mutated cancer cell, just a chaotic version of it. Help, don't come near, Mom. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Shoot, quick, shoot. Kill him. The surrounding Austrania soldiers watched their comrade inexplicably mutate into the unspeakable abomination before them, like a fiend from hell, and instantly had a mental breakdown. A flurry of gunshots rang out, bullet after bullet hitting its body, but these bullets were not enough to inflict fatal wounds on the chaos spawn. The chaos spawn's vitality was extremely strong, even if it were cut into pieces, it might not die, let alone just a few penetrating wounds from bullets. Almost at a visible speed, the wounds on the chaos spawn's body were rapidly healing. The surrounding soldiers' attacks subconsciously drove it into a frenzy. Chaos spawns have little self-awareness and almost entirely act on instinct. So, in the eyes of this chaos spawn, the souls of the surrounding soldiers were great nourishment, and since they actively attacked it, how could it let these guys go? Pfft. With a crisp sound, a soldier unbelievably lowered his head and looked at his pierced chest. From the gaping maw on the chaos spawn's abdomen, a tongue at least 5 meters long shot out like a sharp sword, piercing through the soldier's body. At the same time, the chaos spawn's 2 thickest arms suddenly extended several tentacles, grabbing 2 nearby soldiers, pulling them over violently, and then stuffing them into the 2 mouths on its front and back. Crunch, crunch. Hearing the terrifying chewing sounds, the Austrania soldiers completely broke down. God, is this terrifying sorcery? They didn't know how this chaos spawn came to be. They thought the psyker, knowing he had no hope of escape, used some forbidden method to sacrifice himself and conjured this demon. Without any hesitation, these soldiers fled in all directions, for a moment even forgetting they were on a battlefield. Meanwhile, in the chaos realm, the maze keeper, Ajik, looked at the suddenly opened chaos gate with a speechless expression. What the hell? Why are warp passages always opening recently? What is the Lord of Change up to? Ajik strongly suspected that these constantly appearing warp passages were some doing of the Lord of Change. He tried, but unfortunately found that the warp passage's carrying capacity was not very strong. The Lord of Change definitely couldn't come out through this warp passage. Since that's the case, and with nothing else to do, he decided to throw a few cannon fodder to scout ahead. Thinking this, Ajik rang a bell beside him. A pink horror had just been refreshed when Ajik grabbed it by a hind leg and flung it out with a whoosh. Pink horror, damn. In this dog-eat-dog warp, these minor demons, truly had no demon rights. Shaking with cold, when would the bottom-tier demons ever have a chance to rise up? The pink horror, having just arrived in the real universe, hadn't even had time to figure out the situation before the warp gate behind it closed. Glancing at the surrounding environment, she roughly concluded that a psyker who worshipped Xianj must have lost control, which led to the sudden appearance of a small warp gate. This was not an organized sacrifice. But isn't there a war going on here? She could already hear gunshots and cannon fire in the distance. In the distance, the sudden appearance of the chaos spawn startled all the approaching Austrania army. It was their first time seeing such a terrifyingly twisted and monstrous creature, and they were greatly shocked. Major Linda, what is that thing? Is it some specially modified monster developed by the Cambrian Empire? Inside a clock tower, he stood with several of his subordinates, observing the battlefield. One of the captains, upon seeing the chaos spawn wreaking havoc in the distance, showed an extremely horrified expression. Following the direction his subordinate pointed, Major Linda adjusted his binoculars and was then also startled by the creature's twisted face. Damn it. He had lived so long, and it was his first time seeing something so uniquely ugly. He could only say that this thing somewhat exceeded the limits of his imagination. Not sure, but this thing is definitely not good. Get the snipers ready and see if we can take it down. No sooner had he spoken than a large owl flew up from below the clock tower, instantly reaching the top and transforming into a sniper in a ghillie suit. A bullet shot out with a bang, accurately hitting the chaos spawn in the distance, but the bullet seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Let alone that bullet, the Austrania people besieging the chaos spawn had already poured countless bullets into the monster, and even a heavy machine gun sentry team had been brought over, relentlessly spraying it with heavy machine guns. But even so, despite firing so much ammunition, they still hadn't caused any effective damage to the creature. Quick! Molotovs! No sooner had he spoken than several Molotov cocktails simultaneously smashed onto the chaos spawn, immediately engulfing the monster in raging flames. The sudden flame attack made the chaos spawn let out a painful roar. It seemed this monster was quite vulnerable to flame damage. Good job, fellows. More Molotovs. This thing is afraid of fire. A soldier shouted excitedly, but just then, a black shadow suddenly flew from the distance and instantly knocked him down. After rampaging for so long, the chaos spawn had already knocked down countless houses and, in the process, brutally torn several soldiers to shreds. Hearing the commotion in the distance, and in pain, the monster instinctively picked up a piece of broken wall weighing dozens of pounds from the ground and violently hurled it into the distance. With a loud bang, the soldier who had stood up was instantly smashed, his brains splattered, undeniably dead. Several soldiers approached again with Molotov cocktails, but the monster seemed to have learned the danger of Molotovs. Upon seeing the small bottles, it went berserk. It's unclear why, as the chaos spawn had no discernible intelligence, but it seemed to genuinely sense the danger of these objects. Perhaps it was some special danger premonition? Such abilities are indeed characteristic of the Tsianch faction. Many Tsianch demons possess the ability of danger premonition. The rampaging chaos spawn rumbled forward like a tank. Two soldiers standing in front plunged their bayonets deep into the chaos spawn's belly, but in the next moment, they were directly crushed by the monster. Even with two bayonets stuck in its belly, the monster's charge remained undiminished, pushing straight towards the heavy machine gun in the distance that was continuously spewing fire. The several soldiers manning the machine gun position quickly fled in a panic. In the next moment, the monster stomped the heavy machine gun on the position flat, but even so, the monster was still not satisfied. This monster only had its most basic instinctual desire left, the craving for souls, so it was now left with only the most fundamental bloodthirsty instinct. The Austrania soldiers scurrying around were all excellent prey, and it would never let these guys go. Die, you monster! A tank hunter mech, which had rushed out from somewhere, stood at the street corner and fired a 37mm shell at the monster. Compared to the previous firepower, the 37mm shell clearly inflicted damage on this thing, creating a huge hole that pierced through the monster's body from front to back. However, the astounding vitality of the chaos spawn made the monster almost ignore such a large penetrating wound. Facing the mech in the distance, the chaos spawn seemed to be stimulated by something and suddenly charged towards that iron lump. Come! Perfect timing! The Austrania armored soldier inside the mech revealed a smile, controlled the mech, and directly crashed into the thing. At the same time, the 37mm cannon and machine gun located below the mech also kept firing, riddling the monster's chest with holes. Bang! A loud noise came, and the flesh monster collided with the steel behemoth, but to everyone's surprise, it was the seemingly sturdy steel behemoth that ultimately fell. Although the tank hunter mech was not a heavy mech, with an overall weight of only about 4 tons, most soldiers believed that this thing should easily crush a flesh monster. After being hit by the tank hunter mech, the chaos spawn only swayed slightly before returning to normal. Facing the strange mech, the monster actually wiggled its fat backside and then simply sat down. Seeing the straight 37mm cannon barrel inserted into the monster's rear, many Austrania soldiers showed extremely horrified expressions. Holy crap, what is this thing? Is this something I should be seeing? A player hiding in the shadows, watching the spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim. No, he needed to calm down. This scene was too bizarre. He felt that if this scene were posted on the dark web, it might not even pass review. If it were posted on Sun Xiaoquan's forum, it would incite public outrage. I say, who knows what the pattern is for a psyker's psychic overload? Last time, a psyker only conjured a blue horror, why did it turn into a chaos spawn this time? Even now, the players didn't know that this chaos spawn was a mutated enemy soldier, they still thought it had crawled out of the warp. Not quite sure, maybe it's some kind of random lottery. Another player guessed, then showed an expression of longing. If that's the case, it would be fun. I wonder when we'll get to witness the Lord of Change descending into the real universe. Good, good, good. Then we'll summon Magnus and let the one-eyed pony show off his astonishing wisdom. Hearing this, the nearby players also chuckled. At that time, whether the scene is wise or not, it will certainly be astonishing. After chatting for a couple of sentences, the players focused their attention on the chaos spawn. They really wanted to kill it. Although watching this thing wreak havoc in the enemy's ranks was indeed interesting, they discovered a very troublesome problem: the enemy NPCs killed by this thing did not provide them with merit points. This was not good. They had been working for a long time, but had no income at all. How could that be? Moreover, in the player's eyes, this chaos spawn was somewhat of a mini-boss, so killing it should yield a good amount of merit points, right? Colonel Yol Teng studied it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said. 2 assault soldier and 1 flame trooper, come with me. I'll see if we can kill this thing. Oh, and have the tank hunter ready in the shadows. Let's try to see if the tank hunter can directly snipe this thing. Hearing this, a player immediately exchanged for a tank hunter, climbed to a high position, and prepared to snipe the enemy. To be honest, in Andrei's current game, not many players were willing to choose the tank hunter role, mainly because the tank hunter here wasn't as powerful. The tank hunter's main advantages were high accuracy, long range, and good damage against tanks. However, in many situations, a net launcher was sufficient for anti-tank combat, so the tank hunter wasn't actually that important, as the anti-tank rifle used by the tank hunter didn't have any particularly significant armor penetration bonus compared to the net launcher. Coupled with the emergence of a new psyker on Andrei's side, which provided an even better alternative for close-range anti-armor, the tank hunter's advantages became even less obvious. Of course, if the tank hunter was viewed as a sniper, this class was also very strong. And not just strong, the feel of operating the anti-tank rifle was also very good, very tactile. After roughly aiming at the Chaos Spawn's position in the distance, the tank hunter, hidden in a high place, fired a shot with a bang. A large caliber armor-piercing round directly hit the area around the Chaos Spawn's head, almost completely penetrating the fat monster. But it was useless, the armor-piercing round fired by the tank hunter did not explode and could not cause further damage to this thing. This meant that after one armor-piercing round, the thing was still alive and kicking, with an incredibly vigorous life force. Since the tank hunter was not suitable for dealing with this tough-skinned monster, then let the assault soldier deal with it personally. With this thought, Colonel Yoltang directly equipped himself with a machine gun sentry, took a flame trooper and 2 assault soldier, and the 4 of them charged forward. However, halfway through the charge, Colonel Yoltang suddenly signaled the players to stop, turned around, and surrounded a hidden alley. Through a wall, he made a gesture, signaling the players to sandwich the enemy. Because according to the mini-map, behind this wall, a strange enemy was stealthily approaching. Although the mini-map couldn't show exactly what this enemy was, he always felt that it didn't look like enemy infantry, the enemy wouldn't have such a lone infantry actively approaching them. At the same time, the Tsianch pink horror in the adjacent area also noticed the players' movements on the other side. This is illogical, how did these humans see me? The pink horror hiding next door sensed the players' movement trajectory and immediately realized that he was about to be outflanked by the players. He couldn't understand, there was clearly a wall between them, and he hadn't made any noise, so how was he exposed? He was able to detect the human soldiers on the other side in advance because, as a Tsianch demon, he could sense the flesh and souls of humans in the real universe. But how could these human soldiers detect him in advance? It couldn't be that these humans were also followers of the imperial cult, could it? No time to think too much, strike first. The 2 assault soldier players, who were preparing to flank from the other end, hadn't even had time to rush out of the intersection when a Tsianch pink horror suddenly appeared at the intersection and unleashed a burst of flames. The scorching psychic flames instantly killed the 2 players, leaving them utterly confused and completely unaware of what had just happened. Holy crap, is this Tsianch demon's intelligence that high? Or did it use some divination ability to predict it in advance? Illogical, this guy must be using a wall hack. I just walked past, and before I could even raise my gun, I was hit in the face with a blast of flames. The players were greatly amazed by the demon's abilities, while the unlucky Tsianch pink horror had no idea that after killing 2 players, he had become utterly famous among the player community. He had originally thought that after killing these 2 soldiers, he could quickly escape and leave the battlefield. But he didn't know that the other players, as if they had discovered some rare Easter egg, all surrounded him after finding a brand new Tsianch horror here. Players who hadn't encountered Warmer before asked their companions, while the Warmer veterans in the team excitedly explained the horror's identity. Generally speaking, this horror was nothing special, just one of Tsianch's most insignificant cannon fodder, and it also had some strange variants. But that wasn't important, what was important was that this horror could actually spawn in this game. This was what made the players find it interesting. They used to play as Space Marines or Dark Tide Imperials to fight chaos, but fighting a chaos horror as a battle-hardened veteran, this was a first. So the unlucky curious pink horror suddenly found himself surrounded by players. A psyker across the street used the boiling blood spell on the pink horror, but then was counter-killed by the horror's spell. Unfortunately, the boiling blood spell was very suitable for dealing with humans, but the horror was immune to it. The pink horror's body did not contain blood in the traditional sense, nor did it rely on blood for sustenance, so such a spell could not cause any lethal damage to this horror. On the contrary, the pink horror merely beckoned with a finger, causing the players' crisis values to plummet, dropping to negative 100% in just a few seconds. The players hadn't even figured out what was going on before their vision went black and they died. Holy crap, the system has a bug, why did my crisis value turn negative? Not sure, is there a possibility that that kind of horror absorbed your psychic energy? Yes. A small horror skilled at extracting magic, I love it, I love it. Tonight's side dish is decided. The players might have been joking around, but relying on their numerical advantage, they quickly cornered the horror. Without any hesitation, facing the horror before them, the players directly launched the fiercest bayonet charge. The pink horror was greatly alarmed, completely unable to understand what was wrong with these human soldiers, as if he had dug up their ancestors' graves. He continuously cast fire spells, burning 2 rushing players to death, but a bayonet stab from behind took his life. Filthy humans, just you wait, I will definitely return. Before dissipating into psychic flames, this Tsianch pink horror fiercely shouted at the players, but the players didn't care at all. Come back, Good. Come back and respawn as a monster so they can kill him again. They hadn't expected killing a horror to be quite valuable, one horror was worth them taking down an enemy armored vehicle. Over at the Chaos Spawn, this terrifying monster had been chasing Ostrania soldiers all the way to the bridge. Some Ostrania had set up machine guns on the bridge in advance, and even leveled an anti-aircraft gun, trying to prevent the Chaos Spawn from crossing. The problem was, many soldiers being chased were stuck in front of the Chaos Spawn, making it difficult for them to unleash their firepower for a while. At this moment, although their reason told them to shoot quickly, no one dared to fire indiscriminately. If they killed their comrades along with this Daemon Prince, who knew if they would be rewarded or court-martialed? But just then, they suddenly saw Cambrian soldiers running towards the bridge in the distance, their momentum extremely ferocious. Damn it! These despicable bastards, they actually released such modified monsters. Quick, stop them. Don't let the despicable Cambrians get close to the bridge. The Ostrania soldiers on the bridge screamed, aiming their machine guns at the players in the distance. They didn't know what these Cambrian soldiers were rushing out for, they strongly suspected that these guys might be trying to cooperate with this monster to capture their bridge. The sudden burst of machine gun fire instantly killed a player, but players were not to be trifled with either. Immediately, players found large potted plants by the bridge, hid behind them, and began to return fire, and a machine gun sentry strode over, set up his water-cooled machine gun, and started shooting at the opposite bank. The sudden burst of firepower from the players caught the Ostrania people somewhat off guard. In just a moment, 2 machine gun positions on the bridge were suppressed, and only the anti-aircraft gun, relying on its gun shield, was still indiscriminately blasting away. And in the next moment, the mortar shells fired by the players took out that anti-aircraft gun, fully demonstrating the advantage of indirect fire. No, they're rushing too fiercely. Our bridge is about to fall. We need armored support. Please send more armored vehicles here. Wait, what are they doing? The Ostrania defenders on the bridge looked desperate, thinking their bridge was about to be lost. But they suddenly saw that there seemed to be an internal conflict within the Cambrians' army. No, to be precise, this shouldn't be called an internal conflict. They had initially thought that the Chaos Spawn was a biochemical weapon developed by the Cambrian Empire, but when they saw the Cambrian soldiers also start to concentrate fire on this monster, they overturned their previous guess. They didn't think the Cambrians would kill this thing just because it was ugly, especially not dealing with the monster first in front of them. After much thought, it was likely that this monster wasn't released by the Cambrians either, for the Cambrian soldiers, this monster was also their enemy. Next, before the Ostrania soldiers could recover from the previous scene, they were shocked by the reckless fighting style of these Cambrian soldiers. An assault soldier player rushed forward first and emptied a clip of bullets into the Chaos Spawn. When the Chaos Spawn's tentacles swept across, he rolled on the ground, successfully rolling under the Chaos Spawn, then fiercely thrust his submachine gun upwards, firing a string of bullets into it. All the Ostrania soldiers who saw the scene couldn't help but cover their rear, feeling a chill. The thought of these Cambrians inserting hot gun barrels into them and firing a clip of bullets made them feel life was meaningless. The Chaos Spawn went berserk, constantly attacking or trying to stomp on the players with its tentacles. But the assault soldier player's movements were extremely skilled, he dodged the enemy's attacks with ease, rolling again and again. After even rolling to a farther spot, the player threw a cluster grenade, which exploded right at the monster's feet. Good heavens, the Dark Souls players really live up to their reputation. Watching this familiar fighting style, some players immediately recognized the composition of their teammates, this kind of back-and-forth rolling and preference for attacking from below the crotch, they found it increasingly familiar. But the Ostrania people on the other side were shocked by this flexible tactic. They found it hard to imagine, were these guys really Cambrian soldiers? In their impression, Cambrian soldiers should all be a group of numb, grey livestock, who hadn't received any proper military training, and would only charge forward blindly when an officer blew a whistle. But this scene, without a doubt, shattered their rigid impression of Cambrian soldiers, and also made them unable to understand. If the Cambrian soldiers' quality was so strong, yet they were still beaten to such a state by the Black Eagle Empire, just how abnormal must the Black Eagle Empire's military strength be? After taking a cluster grenade and so many bullets, this Chaos Spawn seemed to have sustained some damage, and its movements became sluggish. Next, a flame trooper rushing from the side fiercely sprayed a large amount of flames onto the monster, causing it to become engulfed in a raging fire. But after spraying fire, the flame trooper player did not immediately retreat, instead, he suddenly chose to switch weapons. After switching to a shotgun, he fired 2 shots from his double-barreled shotgun into the mouth behind the monster, but then, he surprisingly switched his weapon back to that stick. What the hell? What's the point of a stick for a flame trooper? What are you going to do? His companions, seeing this, felt that this guy seemed to be up to some rotten tricks. Theoretically, a flame trooper's melee stick was not very effective. If he had time to slowly hit someone with this stick, he might as well just spray the enemy with fire at close range. He, don't call it a stick, this thing should have a more elegant and profound name, the Spirit Infusion Rod. Taking advantage of the Chaos Spawn's attention not being on him, the flame trooper rushed up with the stick, explaining as he fiercely whipped the Chaos Spawn's rear. Stand still. If you can't even stand still, how will you become a Daemon Prince in the warp later? With a crisp crack, after this stick strike, the Chaos Spawn seemed to genuinely have some strange reaction. At the very least, the Chaos Spawn suddenly refocused its attention on the flame trooper, and its large tentacles swept over once again. But just then, a Krieg cavalryman suddenly charged over. He gripped the melta bomb in his hand, galloping at top speed, and before the Chaos Spawn could react, the melta bomb was fiercely thrust into the large mouth behind the chaos spawn. With a bang, a large hole was blown open behind the chaos spawn, and before it could turn to retaliate, the cavalryman had already ridden away, and after switching to a spear, he fiercely thrust it in again. At the same time, several other players also charged fearlessly with melta bombs. Amidst a fervent cry of "Q Barbie Mom Pinch Cow," the chaos spawn was ultimately blown into a pile of rotten meat by the players, completely incapacitated. Holy cow, is this thing really that valuable? The price of one chaos spawn is equivalent to 10 of the enemy's armored vehicles. When the players who participated in this hunt roughly calculated the total merits they had earned in the chat area, they were also shocked by the price of the chaos spawn. Well, they had to admit this thing was indeed difficult to deal with incredibly strong vitality. But with good teamwork, wanting to wear this thing down to death didn't seem to be a difficult task either. Suddenly, a player came up with a brilliant idea and began recruiting Psyker players among others. Players, Psykers, it's time to offer your hearts. Open a warp portal for the Lord of Change. As long as one of you sacrifices, we can acquire various Daemon Prince and Chaos Spawn resources, which can not only further enrich enemy types but also earn a large amount of extra merits. It's practically a score farming artifact. We only need to sacrifice one Psyker to gain unimaginable resources. If we sacrifice more Psykers, within 3 hours, everyone will be able to drive a T-34. Although these words sounded a bit crude, the logic was very sound. The few Psykers in the team were instantly targeted by the players. Many players looked at them with hungry wolf-like eyes, as if ready to tie them up and burn them at the slightest disagreement, to sacrifice them to the Chaos Gods and then farm Daemon Princes. Facing such undisguised malicious gazes, the Psykers trembled. Damn it, they Psykers also had human rights. Psykers in the 40k Imperial Guard didn't have it this bad. Just then, someone suddenly found a hidden catapult after searching for a long time, no one knew where. Players, I have a brand new brilliant idea. Let's just tie a Psyker to the catapult and throw him to the other side. Then, with a wave of psychic overload, we'll create Daemon Princes and Chaos Spawns among the enemy ranks, and we can rush in during the chaos, slaughtering them all. Wouldn't that be a massive profit? Psyker players, holy moly. You poets. Surprisingly, a Psyker even volunteered to get onto the catapult. After standing on it, he said to his companions. Quick, throw me out. Let me stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. From now on, I am Angry Birds. The Austrania people also noticed the Cambrian soldiers' actions. I say, what are they doing? Where did that catapult come from? An Austrania soldier asked curiously. I don't know, maybe it's an old antique from some war memorial. Are they going to throw people over? It seems so. I heard that the Cambrian soldiers' methods of executing traitors are extremely barbaric. Could it be that they're going to tie up traitors and deserters and use them as ammunition to smash into our positions? Thinking of this possibility, many Austrania soldiers couldn't help but feel a chill, and then began to complain about the Cambrian Empire's barbaric cruelty. In the Austrania army, no matter where you came from, as long as you were willing to fiercely criticize the Cambrian Empire, you would immediately receive a great deal of support. Just as these Austrania soldiers were still accusing the Cambrian Empire of barbarity and cruelty, they suddenly saw that the Cambrian soldier standing on the catapult was actually thrown over. Watching this guy being placed on the catapult and then instantly hurled over like a swing, these soldiers were all stunned. No, buddy. Are you guys serious? Their previous remarks about the Cambrians' extremely cruel methods of executing traitors and deserters were just jokes. Could it be that the Cambrian Empire actually had such a tradition? Catching soldiers who fought poorly on the battlefield, tying them all to catapults, and throwing them as cannon fodder onto the enemy's positions. What kind of evil operation was this?